Why isn't he a farm director and bring some kids around? Why isn't he a general manager? Why hasn't he ever put the uniform on and been a pitching coach? Why hasn't he been a field manager? There's 30 teams out there that could use a guy's expertise like that. You know? I'm tired of some of these guys. I really am. That's it. Now let's go to baseball.
What'd you say, Stoney?
Well, what I said was pretty simplistic. Tyler Colvin was the number 1 draft pick of the Cubs. They happened to bring Tyler Colvin up from the minor leagues. When you bring a young player up from the minor leagues, the worst thing you can do for that young player is sit him on the bench. Lou was not playing Tyler Colvin for whatever reason, and all I said was, if you're not going to play him, Lou's the manager. If you're not going to play him, send him down to the minor leagues. But as long as he's in the major leagues, put him in a game so he can actually learn. There's no reason to call him up if you're sitting him on the bench and watching him watch the game. So I think Lou got a little excited because Lou was 3 for 11 against me lifetime. I don't remember him driving in any runs. He certainly never hit a home run. And I think from his playing days, he was still a bit bitter. So, when he says, what have I ever done? Well, I won. He said I never won any games. I did. I won 100 and I think I won 107 games, maybe 108, something like that. I don't know exactly what it was, but I do know that Lou was a terrific player. He turned out to be a wonderful manager. I mean, it's difficult for a guy to win 116 games, dominate baseball, and then get unceremoniously booted out of the playoffs by the Yankees every year, which is what happened with Lou. But then again, Lou went wire to wire with the Cincinnati Reds in 1990. He was really a very good manager. We obviously patched things up after that. I always liked Lou. He was just a little bit aggravated that I would mention the Tyler Colvin thing because in his heart of hearts, he realized, number one, that he might not have had any control about bringing him up. He might have been unhappy about bringing him up, but the decision not to play him, I thought, was a bad decision. And so, look, I've been an analyst and an evaluator for quite some time, going on 40 years as a broadcaster, and I've seen a lot of baseball, and I've seen a lot of young players come to the big leagues, and I know one thing. If you're a young player, especially a number 1 draft pick, if you're sitting on the bench, you're not going to get any better. That's for sure. So Lou and I had a difference of opinion, but that was really it.
That's so great. And by the way, Steve, it was nice of you to pretend like you did not know exactly how many games you won because, of course, it was 107. You don't forget anything. You know your win-loss record for your career.
No. Sometimes those things, you just forget. You remember the 93 losses. You don't remember all the wins, things like that. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, over 1,000 strikeouts, over 100 wins.
1,065, but I can hardly remember back that far.
There it is.
It's Pick Six with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick Six with Mully and Haugh starts now.
Was the Cubs' excursion to England worth the hype and the effort? Was there anything about either broadcast or either game that stood out?
Yeah, I thought it was. I thought it was super cool, and I thought it was worth it. And then they lost that second game, and it was just like, damn. I mean, I don't know why that annoyed me so much, but everything was going so well. I thought the greatest thing about it was the Dansby Swanson homer that the British broadcasters were. They played that. There was nothing like the broadcasters in England. It's just fantastic. Those guys could do anything, and it would be well worth listening to. It was a famous soccer call, like loitering with intent. The guy says this guy was loitering with intent. When you hear a mastery of the language, I thought the home run call, and we'll play that for you at some point before we get out of here, was hysterical. I just thought it was really funny. And it just reminded you that they were in a different locale and all that. Everything that I heard from, and I obviously follow all the broadcasters that are there, and Zach had all these photos every morning, just a phone, the Doctor Who time machine phone booth. Those red phone booths are hilarious. One of those babies. Yeah, he just does a great job. I got no problems other than that last game. And really, there was just kind of one play that blew the game. But it was frustrating to see them lose, given all that was in their favor. So that's my only takeaway. I mean, you'd be better off not going because it took so much time. Great memory, but I'm talking about just from a standings standpoint. You went over there, you were 2 games under, and you were 3.5 out, and you basically come back in the same situation, and you don't take advantage of finally the Reds losing and the Braves being the first team to get to 50 wins in baseball.
I'm with you, Mel. I was excited for this series. I mean, chance to be at 500, chance to finally I'm watching the Reds game too to see what they're doing against the Braves right now. I was into it, and everything. The first game was fine. I loved it, because they won, of course. But then the second game, I didn't like the broadcast, obviously, because they was losing. And then once they're losing, you start paying attention to the ESPN broadcast, and I was like, this is horrible. So I had to turn on the radio. I was like, I can't watch this. This is just horrible right now. But I mean, with them losing, like you say, everything was in their favor. I wanted Stroman to win. Everything was pointing to it right there, and they couldn't come up with it. But look, there's still more games left. The Cubs are right in it, and so far, it's so good for the Cubs.
Tremendous experience. Definitely worth all of the effort, the hype, and the attention that everybody in Chicago paid it, whether it was here at the Score or just fans in general. I think that it's way too early in the season to the scoreboard watching thing, because I think that the Cubs, obviously they're under 500. They had a chance to even up coming home, but they are a team that has turned things around. They are a team that has left no doubt now. We've heard from three executives or 3 main players in the past week about how they will be buyers and aggressively try to help a team they feel like can contend. So everything was good. You split a game, and it's one of one, or you split a series and it's one of 162 on Sunday. And that's the way you have to rationalize it. Even though Marcus Stroman on the mound with a 4-0 lead, you think you're going to get out of there with a victory. They didn't. Overall, though, the other parts of it were kind of fun to poke holes in the broadcast, because it just felt like it was definitely a foreign broadcast. These aren't foreign broadcasters, but they sound like they were seeing the Cubs for the first time. On Saturday, look, a lot of respect. John Smoltz is a Hall of Famer, and he's a terrific broadcaster. But the chumminess with Adam Wainwright was kind of amateur when you're calling him Adam all the time. It looks like he's your buddy. Be a professional. And on Sunday, not being able to pronounce Nick Madrigal's name, along with Adbert Alzolay, for Michael Kay is a mistake that is inexcusable for a broadcaster of that talent and caliber. So that kind of diminished some of the whole experience watching it. That's why you want to listen to the score and Pat, Ron, and Zach, because they just don't.
They know the players?
They know the players.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a good question.
David, you mentioned Marcus Stroman. What's the appropriate level of concern to have over Stroman after the Stro show ended early after 3 innings due to a blister, and also after the Cubs blew a 4-0 lead? Was any of that on Stroman, or is that unfair due to the shoddy defense?
I think it was the shoddy defense. I think Stroman probably still has the blister issue, and we would be focused on that. But if Trey Mancini makes that play, gets out of that inning, I think Marcus Stroman catches his breath, and a lot of the damage that was done isn't done. And a lot of the lead that was, kind of surrendered is still there. So I do believe that you can look to Trey Mancini being at first base as being a bigger problem than Marcus Stroman being on the mound. Trey Mancini acknowledged it. We'll get to that. But I also think that David Ross acknowledged that. You pinch hit for a guy in the 3rd inning, you're kind of telling the world, in this case, you're making an international statement that our first baseman doesn't have it today. He's got to be replaced. So the Stro show was upstaged by Trey Mancini, and I think that was a bigger issue than anything that Stroman did.
I'm with you, David. Mancini was the bigger issue because the fact, like you said, they pulled him on national TV. Like, that just lets you know right there. You're letting the whole world know that, hey, he got to go. And he actually, on the offensive side, he did okay, but it doesn't matter on that end. But I am worried about Stroman, though. Like, he is your ace. You need him. Like, he's pretty much a guaranteed W the way he's playing right now. He's in that Cy Young race right now. We don't know now with this blister. You need him because they're in the hunt right now, and they need everybody on deck if they're trying to win that division.
The shoddy defense is shoddy. It's bad. There's no way around it. You can't kind of forget what happened. Fact of the matter is, when a guy as good as Marcus Stroman gets a 4-run lead, that should be enough. I'm sorry, but that's got to be enough. And unfortunately, the blister thing became a problem. The defense was indeed a problem, and he had to leave the start. But, I mean, I'm sorry. I'm not going to ignore it. I'm not going to pretend like, it had nothing to do with Marcus Stroman. He didn't have it. Whether it was the blister, whatever it was, he did not have it on that day. And we're used to him having it, and you need him to have it because that was a chance to be back at 500 and to have a different feel for the season. And now you got to get back to work. That's all. It happens in baseball. It's a long season, and there are going to be twists and turns. I just thought that was a really good chance against a really bad team. That Cardinals team is not in it to win it. Period. End of story. That's not a very good team, and they don't look like a good team. And to then make errors is a huge mistake. It explains a lot. Obviously he didn't. It's not like the guy blew the Cy Young in one outing, but I really thought they scratched their starter. You've got what's his name? Madrigal, whatever. You got Motti on the mound. You got to win that game. Period. End of story. ESPN.
Madrigal. Great question.
While we're on the subject of errors, what was your reaction to Trey Mancini blaming himself for the Cubs' loss after his mistakes at first base let the Cardinals back in the game? What can the Cubs do about their Mancini problem?
There's not a lot that the Cubs can do about it, quite frankly, because I don't think they have other options. I mean, are we talking about? Here's the thing. In reality, Matt Mervis kind of replaced him defensively, but he didn't replace him. He didn't show that he could hit at a major league level. So unless that is your now new conviction, you're kind of stuck. I would like to know if there is a possibility of is suddenly a power hitting first baseman a priority now in the trade market? Is that something that you need to get? God knows there's a lot of those guys out there. There's a lot of guys that can play first base and they can hit a little bit for power. And maybe they need to pick up one of those guys. I don't know. But the reason you had Hosmer there, this is not a surprise to anyone that Mancini is going to have some struggles. That's kind of why Hosmer was with him to start the season, not for his bat, but for his glove. And then you thought you would solve that, and now you're going back to whether or not you got a guy that can hit professionally. It's a problem. I think the only thing you can do is make a decision to replace him, and I don't think they're ready to do that yet.
This is a problem because, I mean, his bat has been okay, but the defense has been a problem. And you already talked about Mervis. I don't even know what he's doing down in the minors right now. I haven't heard anything about it no more. We're not even talking about Mash Mervis no more.
No,
I haven't heard anything since he's been down there.
Now.
Right. He doesn't exist anymore.
No.
Why you got to pick that scab?
I'm sorry. I mean, I want him to do well. He was on the show. I want him to do well. Maybe Cody Bellinger could play first base. I know they're big on him playing the center field, but I mean, he played a little first base and then make Talkman play the center field. I mean, he was good doing that. I mean, I think that's the only other option, maybe have them two split. But besides that, I mean, it don't look like much they can do.
Well, I think they can make sure that Trey Mancini, if he's on the field, it's in the outfield, or if he's in the lineup, it's as the designated hitter. I don't know how much longer you go by putting him at first base and taking those risks. I certainly wouldn't do it again with Marcus Stroman on the mound. Thought he was going to really explode there. Stroman's an emotional guy, and I got it. Every Cub fan watching got that. Like, oh my gosh, I feel exactly as fed up as he looks. I think Cody Bellinger's an interesting option because if he comes back as he's already back, you think that he gives you certainly stability at first base. But I think that Mancini's in the lineup because he's a right-handed bat. I wonder about other options. Christopher Morel's taking infield there. Could he be much worse? Trey Mancini's in a slump. Barehanding the ball, he talked about the game getting too fast for him. I will say this about Trey Mancini. There's no doubt about it that he was the reason they lost that game yesterday. But there's no question that he accepted that as well as any professional you're going to hear. This guy is a stand-up guy. He is a consummate teammate, and he has leadership qualities that were on display yesterday when he accepted the responsibility that everybody knew was his. So good for him there, but he's got to get better, and I think the Cubs have got to reduce his chances.
That's a wonderful question. I will take some time with it.
Did Luis Robert Jr. make the All-Star game with a 2-home run performance yesterday in a 4-1 victory over the Boston Red Sox? It left him with 21 home runs, second only to Shohei Ohtani in the American League. How about Robert's single-season best before this year was just 13 home runs, or the fact that Andrew Vaughn led the team last year with just 17? Can Robert hit 40? Where do you put his projected total?
He could definitely hit 40. He can go on a tear, and he could be at 25 by the All-Star break, and then who knows what's going to happen after that. The key to Luis Robert's season is availability. The biggest surprise isn't, to me, the number of home runs he's hit. It might be the number of games he's played in, the number of at-bats he's had, the fact that he's been able to stay healthy. I remember preseason getting a lot of grief from Kevin from Palatine when I overstated the fact that maybe Luis Robert at his best was a top 5 player. Well, you know what? He's not that far off at his best on the field. This guy can do it all. He can cover 2 fields in the outfield defensively, and now he's on a tear offensively. So if he stays in the lineup, 40 homers are a realistic goal, and there's no doubt about it. If he's not on the All-Star game roster, if he's not representing the American League and playing in his White Sox hat or jersey, there should be an investigation.
I mean, the Sox are that bad. I mean, everybody got to have at least one All-Star.
Right.
So, I mean, Luis Robert deserves it. I mean, you can argue maybe Lucas Giolito, depending on how he continues to play, but who knows? He may not even be there by then. Who knows? But I don't know if he's going to hit 40. Like you said, he's always injured. I was at that game yesterday, and he was amazing. Like, I was like, oh, yeah. See, this is what everyone's been talking about with Luis Roberts. But the thing is, can he stay healthy? So that's the reason why I say he can't hit 40, but he definitely deserved to be an all-star this year.
No beer bat.
He also has
No.
20. He just carries it around. He also has 20 doubles. So he's like there's only a handful, maybe 8 seasons ever with a White Sox player that has 20 homers plus 20 doubles by the All-Star break. And I think Jose Abreu did it a couple times. Big Frank did it 3 times. And other than that, it's single season stuff. So he joins the likes of Mags Ordonez and I believe Jermaine Dye has done it. It's just not a ton of players have done that. It's great to see him break out a little bit. But David, you're spot on. Can he do it? He has never played more than 100 games in a season in his career. That's why he's only had how many home runs? 13 homers in one season. He's already at 21. He probably should have more. He just goes through these kind of 4 for 40 streaks in the course of the season. But I would say it all is dependent upon how many games he can play. And I would feel more comfortable betting him to get 30 plus homers than I would 40 for that very reason.
No, it's a fair question.
What was the bigger story for the White Sox? Their first home series win against a non-AL Central team this season, or their first series win since June 6th through the 8th versus the Yankees? What happens in Anaheim? Will Shohei Ohtani continue to punish the Sox, or will Dylan Cease solve him tonight?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Ohtani also pitches Tuesday, so that should be kind of fun. We get to see all of his mastery. Ohtani beats up on the White Sox. He's had a good batting average against them. I feel like Cease is broken through a little bit. I'm expecting a big outing tonight from Cease. But, the Anaheim Angels scored 25 runs in a game. They scored 13 in an inning, and they ended up losing a series where their opponent didn't score 13 in the series. Just crazy, right? Did they lose yesterday? Did they come back and win that game? Maybe I'm wrong, but that's unbelievable that they could score 25 runs in a game. They did lose, or they won? Oh, they did lose. Okay, so that tells you they lost that series, despite the fact that they scored more runs in an inning than their opponent did in a series. And how can you score 25 runs and then 30 whatever? And end up losing? It's just baseball. But it makes me worry that the Sox are going to be in trouble here in one of these starts, right? I don't know which one. So it's going to be hard for them. A split would be a victory given the way the Sox are right now. But I think that, hopefully, I mean, Kopech against Shohei Ohtani, anybody have any faith in that game?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, the Angels are a joke to me. Like, it doesn't make sense how you got 2 of the best players in baseball. And like you said, all those runs, and then you lose the next game. The Angels are so up and down, but more embarrassing, I hate to say it, is one of my favorite teams, and that's the Sox. Like, just looking at this question, their first home series win against a non-AL Central team. That's pathetic. And then their first series win since June 6th and the 8th. Like, it's just sad. Like, against Anaheim, they can lose this series. Like, I don't know what to expect. You never know with this team. They can end up winning, but it doesn't make you feel good. They can get swept, or they can, win one game and you'll still be like, nah, that's the White Sox for you. So, like, either way it goes, it just looks troubling for the Sox.
Dylan Cease has been good in June. I think he's got a 2.38 ERA in 4 starts, and then tonight gets a chance to go out to Anaheim, and while most Sox fans might be sleeping, continue the consistency. Because I found it interesting that it was referred to as Dylan Cease going through this gathering process of getting all kinds of biomechanical data. That sounds pretty involved. Just get ball. What happened to get ball, throw ball, fast,
It sounds involved.
hard. There's a lot that goes into helping him mechanically increase his efficiency and keep his front shoulder closed and all that stuff. I get it. Just want Dylan Cease to look like Dylan Cease again. And he has throughout this month, so maybe that will continue tonight. Don't like Shohei Ohtani against the White Sox tomorrow. Michael Kopech hasn't been good of late, and I think it's going to probably continue tomorrow night. The Angels are a mystery. They've got the 2 of the 5 best players in baseball, 2 of the 2 best players in baseball. They have both of the best players in baseball, and they can't win. But Sox have an opportunity, and you have something to prove. Maybe when nobody's watching is when they will do their best work. 4-game set out in Orange County. Take care of business. Lucas Giolito will pitch this week back home. That will be a good opportunity for him. So is a split realistic? Yes. Is a winning the series likely? No. But I think that's what you're looking for if you're a Sox fan.
Pick 6, Gilmore.
Do you like the fact that Tim Anderson talked his way back into the lineup at second base on Friday and stayed there on Saturday? After a day off on Sunday, do you have any issue with TA back at shortstop tonight?
Well, I don't know if it makes sense if his shoulder is still even noticeably weak or painful or anything. I think, like Ozzie Guillen, that if there's anything at all that's bothering him about his shoulder, take another day at second base. It feels like Tim Anderson is reluctant to be willing to do that, even though I like the way he talks his way into the lineup. I think they have to see what they have there. I would move him down in the batting order, but his presence is necessary. But I think it feels like if he plays second base, everyone's going to want him to play second base all the time, and he doesn't want to do that. Frankly, the Sox are better defensively with him at second base and Elvis Andrus at shortstop, even though he made an error the other day. Even though they both made errors the other day, that's their best defensive combination. But I think Tim's afraid of opening that door because he wants to get paid.
You're right. I mean, I'll just leave it a quick, since Dustin's not here, my quick little answer right now. Look, if you're healthy and you feel like you can produce, play. If not, sit out. Simple.
Yeah, he's coming back at shortstop. They said that. So I don't know if that's good or bad or whatever. The guy wants to be the shortstop. He wanted to get back on the field, and they let him come back as a second baseman. So it was good to see him play a couple games because it meant he wanted to play. He does not want to be a second baseman. So I would imagine that when he plays tonight, he's going to be the back at shortstop. Am I happy about that? I'm a little neutral all the way around. I can't say I'm happy about it, and I can't say that I'm bothered by it. It is just what it is. I don't want them to trade him. I don't know why, because everybody seems to think they should trade him and it'd be better for him to move on. I guess I'm just ornery. Just kind of don't want to see them tear everything up. They are still in the hunt in that wretched, horrible division. I can't believe I just said that, but there's no way of avoiding that fact. And I don't think they're going to win. I think they're going to end up trading a lot of guys, but who knows? Who knows? I can't believe I still watch this stuff. All right, we've got the extra point next. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 The Score.
Hey, Chicago, it's Cody Bellinger.
Line drive, base hit into right field. Cubs take the lead. Bellinger digging for second, slides in safely.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh Show, mornings 5:30 to 10 on 670 The Score.
Well, let's continue the psychological profiling with this. I feel like as the season has gone on, I hear even more emotional investment, kind of by the day, from you, and like on home run calls. And I realize you didn't have the freedom necessarily to just kind of let yourself go as a national guy. I don't know how much of that has been conscious or whatever, but it's been fun to hear you super excited and into it when something amazing legitimately happens, like a grand slam last night. Do you feel yourself emotionally invested in a different way?
And Danny, I'm not going to ask Matt. Danny, am I allowed to call your partner names?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Please. I prefer
Matty,
it.
like, how much of a moron are you? You're smart enough to know this. In the first 13 games, the Cubs scored 34 runs. We've scored 36 in the last 4.
Yeah.
So you're picking up on I sound more excited. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yes.
Seriously.
Yes.
I mean, but you think that you think I'm becoming just slightly more invested each game?
Yes.
It has nothing to do with the fact that it's just been a laser show offensively for 4 straight games.
Yeah.
You think it's just me, like, there's just more and more every day.
You invited us to go deep, Boog, so I took a swing and apparently a whiff. Oh, a swing and a miss from Spiegel. Yeah.
I love you, buddy. I'm teasing you. I'm sorry.
No,
that was
no,
a little
good.
aggressive by me. I'm sorry.
Come on, Boog. Everybody knows that after the 16th game into a season, that's when the line crosses and a play-by-play broadcaster becomes emotionally
And we're building
invested.
up. We're building up to that.
That's right.
Yeah.
Sorry I yelled at you, Matty. That was just way over.
No.
Not
Don't
at all.
apologize.
No, the apology is what's pissing me off.
Yeah,
frankly.
exactly. You could have turned it up a notch,
Yeah,
frankly.
yeah.
Moron
Yeah.
was a little soft, if I'm going to be honest. It was a really dumb question.
Sorry. You know what, Matty? You're better than that. How's that?
There we go. God, there's nothing worse.
It's established a certain vibe, a certain foot on my throat every time we talk to Boog.
So terrible. I'm a terrible person.
No, it's
not true.
It's perfect.
False.
and win divisions. And so sometimes you take a half step back to take 2 steps forward. Even when you convince yourself that's the right thing to do at the deadline, it feels awful. It feels like a loss. So this is such a better feeling. You can feel the energy in our building, back in Chicago, that we are in buy mode, that we're in growth mode, and that, we're in the winning business again.
That makes Kenny, Tom Ricketts, and Jed Hoyer echoing the same idea in the past week. Is it too early to be that emphatic, or is this sounding the right tone for the team on the field to hear?
Definitely the right tone to set. Definitely what you want to hear as a Cub fan. And it's definitely what they should be doing in Chicago. Cubs have enough attendance. They have enough revenue. They have enough to justify being aggressively buying at the trade deadline. This is a team that should have returned from London at 500. They're a couple games under, and they're 3 games out. This is when you want to keep the momentum going, you've accomplished nothing. The talk is great. I'm glad it was amplified by Crane Saturday and Inside the Clubhouse, who also shared a little bit of nugget to Cubs fans. Marquee Sports Network is going to have a standalone streaming service. They're going to launch that in July. That's interesting. More details on that later. But what you heard from him from a baseball perspective is the president of business operations saying the money's going to be there. The attitude is going to be the right one. Thank goodness we're not going to go through another July waiting for the Cubs to dismantle. Now, theoretically, that's the case right now on June 26th with all the things I just said. They've got 13 tough games before the All-Star break. Let's hope this narrative doesn't change. And just as Marcus Stroman controlled his own, the Cubs don't lose control of theirs. And games and series against the Phillies, the Guardians, the Brewers, and the Yankees don't kill this buzz. Because right now it feels pretty good to be a Cub fan. You like what you're hearing. You like what you're expecting. They need to continue this momentum, though, and they can't exhale just because they got back from London and, that was a great time. No, you got to start playing and continue the consistency.
I love hearing that. Like, Cubs fans should love hearing what Crane said.
About the streaming service?
They should love that. Maybe they should love that. They should love that, too. But they have everything that they need. Like, now go do it. I feel like go get a power bat. Go get an ace. Get someone. I know, David, that sounds like somebody that, maybe they should go get. And you have the prospects, and you're right in the race. You have everything. And you, like you said, Crane said, the money is there. So if that's the case, I better see something big this trade deadline. They did in the offseason. They spent the right money on the right pieces, intelligent spending, all that. That's great. Now you're in the hunt. This is the time that you go and do it. So let's see if they do it.
Skeptical. That's what you sound, frankly, Brandon. You hope they do it, but you don't really trust they're going to do it. I'm kind of like this with both sides of town, right? Like, I would like to see the Chicago White Sox sell a lot of players, but I think they're only going to sell the guys that are coming out of contract. That's just kind of what I think is going on, and they'll get some stuff. The Cubs, I think this opens up the larger, better conversation, which is what exactly do they need? We talked about getting a first baseman, getting a power bat. You can do that. You can get a guy that will help you by giving you some homers and by giving you some power and producing RBI, and can play first base. That is not the most difficult position that there is on a baseball field. So here's hoping that they make a move like that and get a piece that will help them. Maybe someone who can do something else too. Who knows? I wonder, does that mean Stroman gets an extension? Does that mean you operate in that way, or do you wait until his contract is actually up and he's got a decision to make before you jump in with something like that? I'd be very curious. What is Cody Bellinger's future? These are the guys you trade, the guys with expiring contracts. So I'm just curious what this means. If you're in buy mode, if you are in sort of this acquisition mode, the guys that you currently have, do you want them sticking around? Or are you in a mode where you're looking for something better or different than what you have? So I think that's part of what this could be. I don't know that, but I'm very curious to know it. So here's hoping that they are indeed spending money, that they are indeed trying to figure out a way to improve and not just kind of switch around some deck chairs.
I think going into buy mode means that you're going to look to add to your roster, and the players that you have that you may feel like the public thinks you should be making decisions on, Cody Bellinger and Marcus Stroman, you're in more retain mode than you are sell mode. What I think you hear from Jed last Monday, Tom Ricketts on Thursday, Crane again on Saturday, was that they're not selling. And then if you're not selling, because that's the opposite of buying, right? If you're going to be buyers, and all three of those guys echoed that sentiment, that means you're not selling. So the question about Stroman and Bellinger essentially is answered.
So you're just gonna let him stay?
I think you play. I think you roll the dice a little bit because
that's fine.
If you're going for it now, you find out where you are at the end of the season. And with Stroman, if he opts out as is expected, now we don't know what his second half is going to look like.
Yep.
But like Ron Coomer keeps reminding us,
he is under contract.
He is under contract.
He could opt in for another year.
Cody Bellinger may be a guy that at the end of the year you feel like he's worth whatever he's going to command on Scott Borst's open market. But I also think that you may wait until that's a decision you have to make. Right now, the decision that you have to make is what direction does it look like you're headed? And I think we've gotten the answer there.
And I think with the Cubs in particular, given the fact that their top 3 prospect, including their best prospect, is at the same position, would give you a little bit of pause about that. Not that everybody's ready to come up immediately or anything like that. You don't know how close people are, but you've blocked. You've got the right fielder under contract. You signed the left fielder to another contract. So if you're actually bringing up any of these young players, you would think they're going to have to play that other position. If indeed that's what you're thinking about doing. So maybe you just try to win with what you have while adding to it at the trade deadline. And
if you do win because of that, it'd be a great problem to face in the offseason.
Right.
It'd be a great dilemma to have is like, oh boy, Cody Bellinger and Marcus Stroman helped us win the division, helped us win a playoff series. What are we going to do with them now?
But you like half the teams in baseball, or like maybe 90% of the teams that are going to be trying to acquire something, you need help in the bullpen. You know that.
Yes.
And the guys you hoped would be helping are not coming back, and you know that. And you need another power bat. You need a closer.
Both of those are true.
Help in the bullpen and a power bat.
I also think that, given where we are in the calendar, in another month, I want to know what position their starting rotation will be in then. Because I still think that guys like Bieber, guys like Giolito, guys who are out there who will have some value to contenders, you've got to consider what one more starting pitcher would mean to a team that seems strong at that position in area right now, but baseball changes quickly and it comes at you fast. So I wonder in a month, are you going to feel like power bat outweighs the need for a dominant starter? Wait and see. It's fun, though. The bottom line is it's fun to consider a month where we're not determining how many players are on the way out. It's more like who's out there they can get to help.
Yeah.
Nice change.
It's a different way of looking at it altogether. 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 of the Score.
The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score.
From the 630, which one of you guys has been smacked or punched in the face most recently?
Who are these people?
Like Chris Rock. Ray said he's got a story. Ray said he has a story about getting smacked or punched in the face.
Getting smacked in the face. What did Will Smith do to you?
Okay, so I was punched in the face. This was like, 10, 12 years ago.
Okay.
I was working at an auto parts store, and I got sucker punched, and my jaw got fractured because I didn't see it coming. I had to get my mouth wired like Kanye West. I couldn't eat for the whole summer. I was on like Kanye West, didn't show up for breakfast, all that whole thing, liquid diet, man, it sucked.
What'd you do to deserve it?
Nothing. I worked at an auto parts store as a cashier.
So did you sell some bad windshield wipers?
No, the guy came in for like a Sprite on a hot May day, almost June. And I thought it was weird.
Give the man a Sprite. Give him a Sprite.
He didn't say anything. He gave me $2. I had to turn away because that's the way the registers were set up. Had to turn away, put the money in the register, sucker punched.
That is so terrible.
Wait, ruined my summer.
I don't understand. What was the end game? Did he take money? Or
he ran out. He took this is the end of the story.
Took the Sprite?
He took the whole till, and ran out the store.
Oh, I see.
That's a robbery.
Yeah, that's
my son. Yes.
Some call that a robbery.
I like to punch him in his face.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I like to punch
Didn't
him in
even
his
take
face.
the Sprite, man.
Oh man, no, the Sprite was a ruse, Ray.
It was.
Yeah, I think
And it was for less than $200.
if it sounds like that might still be able to happen to you if you don't realize that it wasn't about the Sprite, man.
Oh, I know.
Through the wire. I'm so sorry. Wow.
Wow.
That's
the Diaz difference. If I've ever seen
I was
it.
really hoping Ray did something that earned it, but no, not likely.
Oh man.
Wow.
That is amazing. That makes the whole week of radio worthwhile.
Here in the third inning.
That is the great clip of the week, brought to you by Great Clips. Go to Great Clips for your next haircut. It's going to be great. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the Score. And I thought it was going to be great. I thought the weekend would be a great one in London, especially when the Cubs dominated in the fashion we've seen them dominate. They had just beaten up on Pittsburgh. They fly to London, and then they beat up on the Cardinals. And you're thinking, this is some good stuff. This is what it's all about. And sadly, they end up losing the Stroh Show, which, again, these things happen in baseball. You can't expect a guy to be at his best. Blisters happen. Guys leave games. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it's kind of an impossibility to have lost that game. But, man, it left a mark.
Well, because of how it started.
That's
4-0 lead, Stroh on the mound. Yeah. And Saturday went so well. We heard from that highlight, Ian Happ went deep twice off Adam Wainwright. Sir Ian Happ for a day. He was that good. He was that good.
That's a bit much.
I just think that
Sir Ian Happ.
Well, it seemed very regal, didn't it? Like him rounding the bases. The worst thing that happened to Ian Happ over the weekend was losing the earpiece on Sunday. But
that might have been the best.
That might have been the best thing for the viewers.
That was a headset out of the ear and a kick.
You handle it well.
Hey, Ian, Alex here. Congrats on their contract extension. How more difficult, or why is it so difficult to see the ball in this stadium versus just back home?
Oh, so he lost the headset, Alex.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So he can't. It's somewhere on the turf.
Oh boy, he lost the headset. Let's ask a question.
Remember
anyway.
when he said he lost the headset?
Remember that?
That's because he lost the headset.
Yeah, it was a rough viewing experience.
Serene, it's Alex here.
Well, if you hit 2 home runs, you deserve that kind of title for a day. Sir Ian Happ. I thought it was also interesting. I feel like the radio guys had a great weekend in contrast. And Pat Hughes, on Sunday was listening, and I love it when Pat gets into like the dimensions and the ballpark and the description.
Yeah.
And he was basically suggesting that it was inaccurate in terms of the dimensions, that he felt like there was like 10 feet off, that it was actually deeper than it appeared. And that ballpark, as we remember, 4 years ago when the Red Sox and Yankees played there were 10 home runs. It wasn't quite batting practice like that, but it did seem to have a different sort of, it was sunny and it was hot and the ball was flying around, but not quite at that rate. And there was this wind tunnel. Great. What a spectacle, that stadium. That was just a great thing to see. Reminded us all of the Olympics in 2012. Tremendous theater. Cubs could have had a sweep, yes, but I loved the spectacle of what happened over the weekend.
Yeah, the spectacle is fine. The baseball is the issue, right?
Yeah,
come on now.
Long season, 1-162. If they would have been swept, they would have felt awful about it. A split doesn't make me feel so bad.
312-644-6767. Kevin is in Palatine. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, good morning, guys. Both TV broadcasts, in my opinion, are awful. I don't know why John Smoltz seems to dislike his job so much, but he brings nothing to the table, and the ESPN is atrocious. To me, and I'm just going to take up the Dustin role here since he's not here. Cody Bellinger had Thursday off. Cody Bellinger had Friday off, and Cody Bellinger has today off. So if he is that debilitated still by injury that he can't play first base 2 days in a row, David Ross lost that game yesterday by putting Mancini up. Mancini can't play first. And I don't care that the rest of the guys in the DFA'd, it's first base. You have to find someone, and I hate the fact that David Ross refuses to play the best lineup. So I don't want to hear about Cody Bellinger going back to center or what he needs to do for Scott Boras. If he isn't healthy enough to stand on first base, I think he didn't even play Wednesday, so I think he had 3 days off. If he can't stand there for 2 days in a row, he has to go back on the DL. If he's that freaking injured that he can't play, and Mully, I have to say, and I know he had the blister, but the blister became a way bigger issue after the error. And now I'm just saying I'm a little disappointed.
You are in the Dustin role. Come on.
I am. Thanks, guys.
Come on.
Why can't Bellinger play 2 days in a row? Why? I don't get it. I don't want to hear about re-signing him if he's still this injured. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Kevin. crossed my mind. He looked pretty upset.
You think that the blister was a bigger issue because of the error at first base?
I think he then didn't want to come out of the game. Didn't they say that? I think the blister was bothering him, but I think it bothered him more after the issue at first base. He looked disgusted.
Yeah.
We've talked about don't show up a guy,
Right.
whatever. He was really miffed. And I don't think he tried to show him up, but I think that got to him.
I do think it may have gotten to him in terms of his composure, being rattled, having a natural reaction that I think, to me, was a little different than some of the things you see when pitchers have that reaction. Mancini also was very visibly upset, shaken, mad at himself, made it clear it was his fault.
I think he was embarrassed.
A little embarrassed, too.
And frankly, it was his fault.
Yep, no doubt about it.
What was weird was that the scorekeeper gave him a pass.
Well,
that was just wrong.
Yeah.
And then when that was corrected, all of a sudden things were different for the pitcher. I think he went in with a 2.74 and he came out with a 2.74 ERA. It didn't move it one way or another, but that had to bother Stroman that he was looking forward to dominating and having a big audience and all that stuff, and it fell apart for him.
I was under the impression, and I need to double check this because, again, it was Sunday morning, and a lot of the pregame stuff that we typically have more time to process, I don't remember if this was a tweet, if this was in a story, but I think Cody Bellinger was referred to as being a little bit under the weather.
Yeah, he was.
So
Yeah.
that's why he didn't start. And maybe...
Yeah, he may have some kind of stomach bug.
And after the second error, maybe
travel. Who knows?
He just felt like he needed to get in the game. And David Ross said, "Well, we need you to stop the bleeding here." But I do think that him not starting on Sunday morning might have been related to him feeling under the weather as much as anything.
Let's get to John in Joliet. Hey, John.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Can the White Sox do anything other than hit home runs? It just mind boggles me that we can't manufacture runs other than just hitting dingers. And I just, as far as Tim Anderson, I think it's his time to find another place to play because this guy is really disappointing. I just wanted to get your opinion on those things. And Mully, you are correct about this NASCAR situation. We drove down to Chicago, and very quickly, it looks very dangerous. The seating is right on top of the road. I attended NASCAR events in Joliet. I have no idea where we're going to put all these people, trucks, RVs. It looks like a complete mess down there.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, John. Appreciate the phone call.
I have not driven the course, but I've seen it, and they've got these. How much those things weigh? Those giant concrete kind of connected.
Don't know.
Set.
Not sure.
They're moving those things in. They look like they're going to do some damage if you drive into one. And I worry for the people racing, and they're worried themselves, as we learned, right?
Yeah.
Steve
Greenberg had a nice story in the Sun-Times. He writes about it again today. By the way, we're getting some text to the point where I think it was on the pregame radio, or at least on the broadcast here on the Score. Cody Bellinger didn't start due to an illness, and then he came in. So I think that probably helps explain it a little bit. Probably not well enough for Kevin or Dustin on vacation, but I think that that was why Trey Mancini got the start at first base, I believe.
Boy.
Tough one.
Takes all kinds. All right, we're going to bring in Steve Stone. We're going to talk to Stoney about where the Sox are at and what happened over the weekend, and they won a series. And that's it's the first time since early June they've won a series.
Yeah, even with all those solo home runs.
They got a 2-run homer yesterday from Luis Robert, who has 21 on the year, second only to Shohei Ohtani. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein. And I'm Lawrence Holmes. You can check me and Dan Bernstein out every Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. until 2.
On this Monday show, we will discuss the Cubs' performance against the...
I'm listening to Danny Parkins, and they ended the show, Friday, you know how we all are. Last segment of the week, you're like, okay, we're just done here. And Chris Tannehill, obviously, setting Danny up for a nice, easy tribute at the end of the show with Meatloaf and Louis Anderson passing away. And Tanny set him up, and Danny might have missed.
His name is Robert Paulson.
Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait, Meatloaf? I'm an idiot.
Man, we were so close to the finish line here.
Oh, no. Both are appropriate. I was reading about Louis Anderson during the break.
Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis.
You could tell something was wrong when he was saying it because there was a little hesitation, but he followed through with Louis Anderson.
Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
That was Fight Club, and Louis Anderson did die.
Technically, he's still correct.
Yes, they aren't independently incorrect. It just one has nothing to do with the other.
So now we can just use R.I.P. Louis Anderson for everything.
R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
Yep, that's right.
We all accidentally RIP'd people.
R.I.P. Louis Anderson.
Wait.
The best is he's so smooth. The end of it is pricelessly good.
Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait.
The pause, the pause between R.I.P. Louis Anderson and wait. You're like, hold on. Like you know Shane and Tanny lost it.
Yeah, it's also the music underneath, the boogie woogie blues underneath. I don't know what I can't tell exactly what it is, but that sounds like some sort of Texas boogie
Fight
woogie.
Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait.
He saw, yes. Okay, he's sitting here. He looked through the glass and he saw Shane absolutely explode, and Tanny do one of his like hands in the air, like whoa, and the lean back in the chair. That's exactly what he saw. He knew something went wrong. It's like when you see the phones all light up.
Yep.
And I know that I've misidentified something, but that is, oh my God, that's wonderful.
Yeah, the wait is my favorite part. It's not even close.
Oh, that's Paradise by the Dashboard Light? That is that part of it? I don't know that part of it.
IDK.
I guess I don't know the song that well.
That's just so, the pause.
Fight Club. R.I.P. Louis Anderson. Wait.
The silence gets longer and longer the more you listen to it.
to you by NJ Diet. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days.
Steve Stone, White Sox TV analyst.
And the pitcher, a 12-game winner already this year, Steve Stone.
Former American League Cy Young Award winner. Over 4 decades of excellence in the booth. No one breaks down baseball like Stoney.
Well, Lloyd doesn't have a stroke yet, but it only needs one at-bat to come to him. Like that.
Oh, Eloy Jimenez! Welcome back. Hi, Mom. See you later. 5-3.
It's Eloy's night anyway, and you figured he was going to get good pitch to hit. He got a slider up, and I mean, he hit the daylights out of that.
Steve Stone with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a delight to talk to Steve Stone, and of course he joins us on the Score hotline, which is brought to you by Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Steve, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good this morning. The boys won a series against the Red Sox, which is always nice, and they picked up one game at least during the series. They're down to 6 games, so they haven't got blown out in June yet. We knew June would be a very difficult month, and it looks like they're going to win their way through, depending on what happens with the Spunky Angels.
Yeah, I really enjoyed Luis Robert kind of reminding everyone of his capability, and he's kind of finally, if you will, living up to the hype that happened when he first came up. Everybody was kind of amazed at the talent level, all the things he could do, and we saw it in spots, but the issue has been staying healthy for him, and obviously, if he can stay healthy for the rest of the year, we were discussing it this morning. I mean, how many home runs can the guy hit? He's at 21. That only Shohei Ohtani has more in the American League, and that's pretty good company, I believe.
Well, I would think, and looking back, and I can't, memory doesn't serve me at this point, but I'm not sure the last legitimate 5-tool player that the Sox signed, developed, brought to the major leagues. But Luis has been one of those for quite some time. It was just a question of all of this potential translating into performance, and I think we're seeing it now. Right now, he's at the point where if he would just swing at strikes, which is a tall order because pitchers design pitches to look like strikes until they dart out of the strike zone. But when Luis swings at strikes, he's at the point now where you can't really get him out too often. I mean, he squares up just about everything, hits the ball very hard, can go get anything in the outfield if you wanted to. And most people don't want their legitimate home run hitters to try to steal, but if you wanted him to steal, he could certainly do that. So there's not much that he can't do, and it's a pleasure to watch him on a daily basis. And he does make your outfield better because he does go and get everything, and we've seen it on a number of occasions where he just flies out of nowhere to make the catch. So, yeah, it's been really entertaining.
Steve, Sunday was a bullpen day for the Sox. It worked out well in a 4-1 victory. Curious what you thought your overall impressions were of Jesse Schultens, who got his first career victory, and then Tanner Banks, who played the role of opener.
Well, look, in this day and age of having openers on occasion and having some guys who occasionally get knocked out early, you need that innings guy out of the bullpen, a guy who had been a starter in the minor leagues, a guy who can go out, get the ball over the plate, and Jesse can do that. Tanner Banks has been very good, by the way, since coming up as a 30-year-old rookie. So anytime you find a left-hander who can be all-purpose for you, which is what Tanner Banks can do, and then you back him up with a former starting pitcher in Jesse Schultens, who you don't worry about command, you don't worry about his control. Doesn't matter how long he sits, doesn't matter how many innings you ask him to go, whether it's long or short or somewhere in the middle, he's able to do that job. So he becomes a very valuable man out of the bullpen. And yesterday, 4 innings, picking it up from Tanner, he did a terrific job. And the bullpen by and large has been very good. I've been pretty happy with the bullpen. I was also happy with the way that Aaron Bummer looked because he's had his rough moments, but the stuff he threw yesterday was really good.
Yeah, I like that combination. That worked very well with a starter and then Schultens getting his first victory. I heard Pedro say in the post game that you could reverse that if you wanted to, but they like the idea of getting all the left-handers in the game, and then maybe pinch hitting the opponent being forced to pinch hit some guys, and then that sets you up later on in your bullpen when Bummer comes in. So, I hadn't thought about that. It seemed like it was a plan that worked, and you got to like the fact that they did indeed win a series at home against a non-AL Central opponent. They hadn't done that before.
No, and you have the way he ran it out there with Banks first. There was 3 left-handers out of the lineup to start with, and one of them was Duran. And if Duran gets on, he's going to steal a base. So if you start Jesse, you start their power and speed lineup. Verdugo was not there, which really helps. I mean, he's one of their better hitters, and he was not in the lineup. He was on a bereavement leave, so he missed the whole series. But when you start your left-hander, you keep their left-handers on the bench. Then when they come in, they can only flip one time. They come in, they make their changes, and when they do that, now you bring in Bummer, and he gets to face some lefties. So it worked out really well yesterday. But you can't presuppose that they're going to get everybody out. You hold them to 1 run, you should win the ball game. It was especially impressive because that wind was just roaring out to left and left center field. So to score only 5 runs in that game was somewhat surprising, but baseball is a surprising game.
It sure is, Steve. And Saturday was one of those days, and the Sox come back, and Elvis Andrus comes up with the big hit, and they get their 7th walk-off victory, the most in Major League Baseball. So how do you explain, and how unusual is it to have a team that leads the league in walk-off victories and is the lowest in terms of on-base percentage? I don't know if that's related, but it just has been one of those kind of weird, odd seasons so far because they have these odd statistical comparisons which you can't explain.
Yeah, I don't think one has anything to do with the other. Obviously, if you're drawing walks and you do hit the amount of home runs that the Sox have started to hit as the weather has heated up, I think you're going to have multi-run home runs. Consequently, you're not going to have low-scoring games. But because the Sox don't walk and because their on-base percentage is very low, when they do hit their home runs, overwhelmingly, they are solo homers. When that happens, even if you hit 3 or 4, as we've seen, it still is a close game. And a close game does set you up for walk-off wins when you're at home. So, it's really exciting. It's something you would just as soon not happen. You'd like a little more daylight between the ball club and the team they're playing, but it doesn't happen very much. And so when you're not scoring a whole lot of runs, when you're not walking, you're not putting a whole lot of men on base, then you're going to play those close games. I think that contributes to the walk-off wins.
Tim Anderson obviously played second base, and he wanted to be on the field, and so he was willing to do that and talk to them about it. He comes back most likely tonight as the shortstop again. Do you have any preference for the position he plays? I know he's hoping to get some money, and he has said before that obviously you're paid more as a shortstop than a second baseman. But is that what's best for the team? What do you think of that?
Well, if the second baseman is Jose Altuve or Ryan Sandberg or Jeff Kent, then you get paid a lot because you hit the ball out of the ballpark. If you don't hit the ball out of the ballpark, you're much better off playing shortstop. I think Tim, instead of worried about, and I don't think he's worried about this on a daily basis because I don't think any player really is, he's not worried about the payoff he's going to get, whether he gets it or not, in each individual at bat. He's had a lot of physical injuries, and I think it's slowed down his offensive production. But the main thing for Tim is, in order to create his own value, because he's not going to win a Gold Glove at shortstop, but to create his own value, he's got to be the catalyst that he's been for the White Sox for a number of years. I mean, he hit over 300, I think 4 straight years. He won a batting title. He was a catalyst. He can steal a base for you, but he's had the leg problems, and that's really slowed down his aggressive nature on the base paths. I think at his full 100% Tim Anderson, he's really valuable, especially to this ball club. You can look at the numbers that the Sox have achieved when Tim is in the lineup, and then look at the numbers when he's out of the lineup and realize just how valuable he is. But he hasn't been that same guy. If you don't have good legs, you're not going to be able to drive the ball. Consequently, hasn't hit a home run since last July. You're not going to be able to steal the bases that you steal. And so the Tim Anderson we're seeing now is not the guy that we've seen over the last number of years. If he gets himself healthy and becomes that guy again, he's going to be very valuable to somebody. Whether it's the White Sox or not, that remains to be seen. But I think they still might have one more year of control after this year for him. And, we'll see what happens. This team is, at this point, it's almost neither here nor there. It's not exactly in the middle of the race, but it's not exactly out of the race. And so if you're the front office and you're looking at what should we do, it's tough to make a decision right now, but you don't have to. You don't have to make a decision till after July. And there's still some really tough ball games left, but this team has also shown that they can beat good teams when they play a clean game, and then they can lose to anybody when they don't. So that's why this team is somewhat of an enigma.
Steve, when you look at the stolen base statistics, I think the White Sox have given up more than any team in the American League. How big of a problem do you think that is, and how would you address it with both your pitching staff and your catchers?
I think the pitching staff certainly has to help out the catchers. The catchers have to also be able to throw the ball and throw out base runners. The last I looked, it was 80 stolen bases and 94 attempts. That is truly unacceptable. However, that's what you have when you choose a guy primarily as an offensive catcher. And Yasmani Grandal was a very good hitter for a long time, and now his legs kind of have betrayed him at times. He's still hitting over 260 this year, but as we know, he has some problems throwing out base stealers. So it's a combination. Anytime you see that number down, you'll see a good combination of pitchers varying their timing and holding runners close, and you'll also see catchers who can actually throw the ball to second base on a fly and throw out base runners. That hasn't been the case for the Sox. And I think we're at an age now, as long as the rules have changed and as long as teams are being more aggressive, I think we have to think about a catcher who is not offense first, a catcher who might be a catch it, call it, block it, and throw it guy. Those guys are very valuable when you find them, and if you can find them, and sometimes you have to trade for them, because I think, and this again is looking back, I think maybe the last top of the line or certainly everyday catcher that the Sox were able to sign, develop, and bring to the major leagues and play consistently up here, it might have been Ron Karkovice, and as we know, that was a while ago.
It will be interesting to see what happens with the Anaheim series. This is a team, I mean, goodness gracious, Ohtani seems to play very well against the White Sox. I know we'll see him pitch for the first time this year. I believe Tuesday it's him against Michael Kopech. Dylan Cease tonight. Steve, Dylan Cease has looked significantly better of late. It seems like he's finding his form yet again. What are your thoughts about today's game?
Well, look, Dylan looked at the video and he went over it with Ethan Katz and realized he was opening up too soon. It was a mechanical problem, and he has solved that. So I anticipate a good ball game for him. And I think at his best, he still is one of the toughest pitchers to hit in baseball. I love to see when that slider explodes away from the right-handers and down and into the lefties. Last year was one of the toughest pitches in baseball to hit. So I think that coming back has really keyed what he's done, and his body of work is pretty good overall. When you play the Angels, you play an Angel team that's trying to do two things. Number one, they're trying to get to the playoffs, and they've got some magnificent players over there. Obviously, Trout and Ohtani are probably better than anybody back-to-back in this league. However, they're also playing to keep Ohtani. And to keep Ohtani, they've got to get into the playoffs. So they believe, I mean, they would like to win it all, obviously, but they believe getting into the playoffs might allow them to keep Ohtani, which is something that the fans want, the organization wants, everybody wants, and we'll see if Ohtani wants that. But in order to do that, he has stated he wants to win, plain and simple. The money, he's going to get a bundle of it. There's no doubt about that. He just wants to put on one of those rings or get into the playoffs, and the Angels are playing for that.
Steve, I think bullpens from year to year are as hard to predict as any group on a baseball team, and individuals fall in the same category. Keenan Middleton's not a guy that I expected the Sox to be relying on as much as they've been relying on him, and he's been very good. I think his ERA is right around 2.33, and he got a save on Sunday. How surprised are you at his consistency, and what's he been doing right?
Well, he's one of the reasons you always take a shot at a guy who's had some success and maybe had fallen on some hard times. I mean, he's been really good. His changeup is outstanding. He's gotten just about everything over the plate. He will take the ball anytime. No, he's been very valuable out of the bullpen. So that's why assembling a bullpen is not an exact science. You do have to give opportunities to a lot of different guys, and sometimes they come in and they shock you because, again, if they've had success in the past and they're over whatever injury they had or whatever mechanical problems they had, you might get yourself a very low-cost option coming out of the pen. That's why teams will take chances on guys. You see teams all the time picking up guys off waivers, sticking them in the bullpen. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it's Dallas Keuchel. So, that makes it not an exact science.
He's with the Twins now. You saw that, right?
Oh,
yes, I did.
Yeah.
I hope he plays against the Sox. I'm just an idiot. Steve, a jaw contusion. That's what was deemed the issue with Yasmani Grandal. He took a foul tip on the chin, and it was interesting to hear Pedro Grifol speak about it because he basically said that one's fine, but what happens if you get another one while you have the jaw contusion? And he, kind of expressed this safety first. You got to make sure that you're not putting him in a position of danger. Sounded like maybe we won't see Grandal right away.
Well, Seby's done a nice job behind the plate, and I do agree. Pedro was a catcher, so he understands how tenuous it is back there. But if Yaz has to go on the injured list, that's something that he'll have to do, and the boys will make do with it.
Steve, I know it's not the Sox, but you are our pitching expert. Curious what you thought and help us understand. Marcus Stroman left with the blister. He's a sinker baller, and obviously every situation is different. But typically, what can we expect in terms of, does he miss a start? Is it realistic to think that guys in those situations will just, get back on the mound when their turn arrives 5 days later?
Well, it depends. I mean, nobody really knows how long it takes to heal a blister, but you can't really feel the baseball well if you have a blister. Sometimes it becomes a blood blister, sometimes not. Sometimes it's a little deeper than others. So I really can't tell. I do know that if the blister is bothering him, he's not going to be able to go out there because, guys just have to have that touch and feel. You have to have pinpoint command. Stroman's had a great year. So I know the Cubs are certainly hoping that he's able to come back and that blister goes away. But as far as timing is concerned, number one, I would have to look at it. Number two, you got to talk to him about it. And nobody really can tell you right now when that's going to happen.
Steve, it was interesting to see Gregory Santos have another scoreless inning. I think he came in the Saturday game, and obviously they end up winning that game. What do you think of his development, and where are they generally speaking in the bullpen with Liam Hendricks now ruled out till the All-Star game? Probably the same thing with Clevenger. So the starting rotation and the bullpen are dealing with issues.
Yeah, I'm not worried about this bullpen. And as far as Gregory is concerned, he's been magnificent. If he threw like this when he threw for the Giants, you never get this guy. I mean, the sinkers are 101 miles an hour. He has an exploding slider. I think the problem at times was command, but he's gotten everything over the plate. So I'm not sure exactly what Ethan has done with him, probably simplified his motion somewhat, but his stuff is just outstanding. And again, that's why you take chances on guys who have good arms, who might be lacking one thing or another because you believe your pitching coach or your whole pitching organizational philosophy can turn him around. But with Gregory Santos, that was a great addition. I mean, I don't know if the guy can close because we haven't seen him in that role, but that stuff plays. I will tell you that. That stuff is just outstanding. It's as good as anybody in our bullpen and probably as good as just about anybody in the league. So it's just comes down to a question of command, and so far he's had that. No, he's been a revelation out of the pen. I am not concerned about this bullpen. I think this bullpen, by and large, has been really good.
How confident are you that Lance Lynn has turned his season around?
had a couple of very good games back to back. And again, he falls in that category of a veteran who understands what he has to do to be successful. I think maybe he even surprised himself in that Seattle game. I mean, you strike out 16, that's pretty impressive. And the next time out, I mean, there wasn't much of a fallout from him. So hopefully he's at the point where he can take each and every game deep. And if that's the case, he's going to be very valuable. But he's the leader of that team. He's the veteran. He's the guy that's been around and been through everything. And so that's the guy they look to for leadership. And leadership translates very easily in baseball. Leadership is performance. Performance is leadership. You can have leadership, but not when you're not getting people out. As a hitter, you can have leadership, but you have to be able to hit. So that works that way, and Lance is the leader.
Steve, great catching up with you. Appreciate all the insight.
Thanks, Steve.
Okay, boys, take care. I'll see you next week, and hopefully things will look very good at that point.
That would be wonderful. That is Steve Stone. Sox are, I believe, 10-10 in June. So they got a chance to make a mark and to win a series, and let's see if they can do it.
And it wouldn't surprise me if they end up 2-2 in Anaheim, because
I'd take it.
I think they would take it too at this stage, because you're facing Ohtani tomorrow night.
Yeah, that's right.
And you're going on the road and you're playing, on the West Coast. And Steve makes a good point. The Angels want to win to keep Ohtani. So even though there's all the team objectives, that is a big one. And that helps kind of keep their focus.
312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Cubs third base coach, Willie Harris. Willie, thank you, sir. How's London?
London's awesome, man.
Who's the most out of place? Who feels the most like fish out of water over there?
I would go with Fulmer, being from Oklahoma City. I mean, he's still wearing his cowboy boots. We went to Westminster Abbey last.
You never know what you're going to get on this show. Miss a little, miss a lot. That's what I'm trying to say.
Twitch stream suggesting an I'm a Fat Fish podcast coming up. I like this idea.
I don't know how to interview a fish.
Just make it up.
Who's going to voice the fish?
Somebody at our station.
I think you can do it, Layla.
What do fish sound like?
You could be the second guest on Between Two Fats.
I've wanted to be on the I'm Fat podcast for a while. I think I even asked about this in like 2018 or something.
You are not qualified.
I need you to find the actor who played Parkins, the Jedi. I know it was Y-Wing fighter. Was he in?
Gonna blow up the Death Star.
No, it's on Parkins. The photon torpedoes. It's a design flaw. Many Bothans died to bring us this information.
His real name is William Hootkins.
Fully operational.
That's a great name. And he won't be on because he's dead. He died in 2005.
The actor died?
Yes.
Parkins from Star Wars.
From Star Wars. Mob.
Like I always wanted the I'm Fat podcast to have, the fat X-Wing fighter guy.
Oh my God, you lost me to Parkins from Star Wars.
Please make this personal.
A long bomb from Dansby Swanson, 2-run homer, and the Cubs lead the Cardinals 9-1.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. It's not the Cardinals, it's the Cardinals. Pretty good.
Sounds a little bit more regal and noble and just sophisticated when it's said that way.
Yes.
Everything sounds a little bit better with a British accent.
Right? Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I think
baseball sounds weird though, announced by Brits. It was.
I would have taken it. I would have taken the Brits over what we heard yesterday.
Oh, Michael K. Yeah.
High drive, left field, on the run, Donovan going back, looking up, it's off the wall. A leadoff double for Madrigal.
Yeah, I would have taken it too. No, I'm not suggesting that. I just said it sounds a little bit different because we're not used to Brits calling baseball. That said, I would have listened to heavy metal turned up as loud as possible, and I'm not a heavy metal guy, as opposed to the ESPN broadcast yesterday. That was rough. That was nails on a chalkboard.
Yeah.
Nick Madrigal.
What was the Elzoli? What did he call him? Elzoli.
I think it was Elzoli.
Is that because that's how the family name would be pronounced in Spanish? I'm going to say no.
It's not easy to do.
I agree. I don't
play-by-play.
I've never done play-by-play. I don't know.
I think dynamic. But the one thing that I think you try to do in any broadcasting gig, get the names right, if you can. And I know there are names that are hard to pronounce, but those are the ones I think you want to check, especially if you're broadcasting, to America. But anyway, the Cubs, disappointing Sunday. Great Saturday. That was a lot of fun.
Yep.
Great weekend. Over the two games, there were 54,662 there on Saturday, 55,565 on Sunday at London Stadium, the Olympic venue. And you saw in the crowd, Mully, you talked about what that people would wear. You saw a variety of different Major League Baseball teams represented. The fan bases.
Yes.
It felt like maybe we were looking for more Cub fans. It seemed like there were more Cub fans than Cardinal fans.
There were a lot of Cub fans there, I thought. And I think maybe the season that the Cardinals are having would have prevented some of their fans from dishing out the cash to go. I think London is a wonderful place to visit for a weekend, and that would be a great thing to go to if you're a fan of it.
No doubt. But don't you think some of those decisions are made like before the season started?
Yeah,
you got to plan those trips way ahead.
It depends on who you are. I
Yeah.
mean, some people like to just go last minute to everything they do.
But I think the
You're
Cardinal
saying it's
fan
cost
base
prohibitive.
The Cardinal fan base strikes me as like you would be looking ahead, planning ahead. Okay, family, this is what we're going to do this June.
Right.
We're going to go to London to see the Cardinals
Yeah.
because the chances are they're not going to be 14 games under 500.
Yeah.
The chances are they're not going to be a train wreck.
No, you didn't see that coming if you're a Cardinals
No.
fan. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But I guess what I'm saying is, okay, if you've got a family and you're taking the crew, then obviously you got to plan well in advance. Then you got to make sure everyone's off and there's a lot of schedules to juggle, etc. But if you and your buddy are going over, you can get, as long as you're booking like a week plus ahead of time, you can get a fairly decent flight. In the old days, they used to be like these internet. I would go over there for $99.
Yeah, that's not happening anymore.
Phenomenal.
That's
that
not
was
happening.
so much fun.
That may be able to check your bag for that.
For a nice weekend. Yeah, if you're going for a weekend, you don't need a bag to check in. You can carry on. Okay?
Well,
it's a weekend.
Have you checked? Have you gotten a carry-on luggage for free lately? It's everything costs. I mean, I'm ready.
Because the airline I fly is the airline I fly, I have not paid for a bag, I don't think ever. Or at least for 20
Well, anyway, there were a lot of people there that were definitely
Don't you
enjoying
fly
the novelty.
same airline all the time?
No,
Really?
not always. So yeah, it depends.
So how many airlines do you have status on?
Probably 2.
So are you paying for your
Maybe 3.
bag?
Yeah. Yeah, you are.
Not if you got status on the
Okay. This is silly.
I'm just curious. I think it's fascinating. I don't know why. I just love little travel details. I was stunned at how much it cost last year when I went to Paris to visit my brother. I just was stunned. I had to use air miles because it was cost prohibitive.
Baseball's going to Paris apparently in 2 years. MLB.
Who's going?
Jeff Passan said that it's going to be London next year and then possibly Paris in 2025.
Sox, Minnesota.
Would that be a game that would?
No, wouldn't generate any interest at all.
No.
It wouldn't. I'll tell you what. It wouldn't generate interest in Chicago or Minneapolis or probably only in St. Paul.
2019 was Yankees, Red Sox. 2020 was supposed to be Cubs, Cardinals. That was delayed till this past weekend. And you could see the appeal. The Dodgers likely. Where's Ohtani going to be in 2025? Maybe they're waiting for that. Maybe Major League Baseball is waiting to find out exactly where he's going to be playing in 2025 and signs in this offseason, and then they'll plan the Paris trip.
Who are the Mets playing over there?
I think it could be the Dodgers. That
makes sense.
Yeah.
Dodgers.
There's all kinds of speculation now. I don't think the Angels are going to trade him at the deadline. I think it would be too much probably that they'd be asking for. So, but we'll find out. This week could be a big week for the Angels as well against the White Sox. Ohtani tomorrow night against Michael Kopech. That'll be fun.
So Michael Kopech got an extra day, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Michael Kopech is going to have no-hitter stuff, right?
I don't know. He seemed pretty down after his last start. I don't know what
I
role.
was pretty down after his last start,
a lot
too.
of people have been.
Tell you what.
And the Red Sox coming to town just reminds you of, that was the organization that he came from, and look where he is now. He's got tremendous stuff. He's never been able to put it together. He has a hard time staying healthy. On any given night, he can be as dominant as the best pitchers in baseball. And then on any given night, he could, not get you through 5. It's just too iffy.
312-644-6767. Tony's in Wonder Lake. Hey, Tony.
Hey, Tony.
Agree with here, gentlemen. I totally agree with your assessment that the Regal Cole was much better than our American version. Even Tony from Wonder Lake can sound sophisticated and British, but let's get back to my normal meatball accent. Gentlemen, Alex Rodriguez, I totally agree with your assessment of him as well. This guy plays armchair quarterback more than anybody I've ever heard. Instead of a guy like Steve Stone that will predict the future before the plays happen, this guy explains baseball 101 to the baseball challenged, especially the play where the ball came home instead of going to second base late in the game. We as baseball fans all understand that, but he takes into consideration none of the play that's happening and evolving while that's happening, and doesn't understand the decision the player made of why he made the throw. He's just terrible. I totally agree. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Tony. Yeah, and he might not have been the worst problem.
No, he wasn't even the main problem, man. I mean he wasn't
usually
even...
you have A-Rod in the booth, and the next day you're able to kind of have a list of things that he said that made you cringe, but he didn't bother me as badly as his guy he was sitting next to for 9 innings who couldn't pronounce names after somebody in the booth should have probably, somebody in the truck or somebody in the production team should have maybe told him in his ear that it was Alzolay and Madrigal.
I got to tell you, I watched a game with Steve Stone one time years ago, and we're just sitting watching the game, and at one point he jumps up and he says, like, right here. All he has to do is throw the ball right here, and if he does, he'll strike him out. But he's stupid, and he's going to throw the same pitch. He's going to throw it right here, and it's going to be a home run. And the guy throws the pitch, crack of the bat, home run. And I looked at him, and I'm like, oh my God. Like, I mean, it was not prescient. It was just flat out knowing the player, knowing the pitch, knowing the hitter, how the hitter was going to approach it. It was extraordinary. And I thought, man, if you could take that man to Vegas and just tap into that, geez, he could retire. It's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of those guys. He's talked about that before,
right?
In
He's
previous
got
years, about having this sort of sixth sense.
Yeah,
that is very, very good thing to have in a baseball booth. But I didn't get the sense that, you know, whether it was Saturday or Sunday, that it was we were getting that kind of insight, and the broadcasters really didn't know the teams.
312-644-6767. Yeah, that's a minor issue. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 of the Score.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein. And I'm Lawrence Holmes. You can check me and Dan Bernstein out every Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. until 2.
On this Monday show, we will discuss the Cubs' performance against the Cardinals in London and the White Sox weekend and more.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes.
By the way, did you guys, I'm looking at, I don't usually look at Twitch, but it's up, and so I'm looking at it as it fires through. Yes, the answer is yes. Just because of our conversation yesterday, I am wearing my Target purchased Nirvana t-shirt today.
Yes!
Underneath
I love it.
My second best hoodie. So I feel good about this today.
Your second best. And how often do those rankings come out, and what are the criteria?
Well, I had to say second best because yesterday I told you guys I was wearing my best hoodie, the blue fatigue from Target.
Did you know that Dave has a command in Twitch?
Does he?
Yeah,
I've
you
seen a
can
couple.
do exclamation point Dave, and the Nightbot will reply with a witty reply automatically.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's basic code and it's fun. Maybe just for me.
How do you guys keep? I don't know. This is probably not good for me to be trying to follow
Wait.
Twitch and the text board.
Hold on. So Nightbot is literally a bot?
Yes.
So when it says Grody's man cat who is not fat. So
There's
that
one
is
for Dan. How many
Where I
things
take the
Dan is
fun
taking
out
the
of
fun
things.
out of? That one is a little bit more difficult of a code because it counts. There is also one for Shane. There is also one for Boylan. And I believe one for Matt Nagy.
And now they're
Dave.
accusing me of
Okay.
taking the fun out of Nightbot. I didn't take the fun out of Nightbot. I'm just learning that Nightbot is actually not a human being and is an actual algorithmic bot. I didn't take the fun out of it.
Exclamation point Dan.
Taking the fun out of Nightbot.
Dan Bernstein, when you write a book, and I do think you should write a book someday.
Seconded.
Taking the fun. What would this will get the Twitchers going? If Dan Bernstein was to write a book, what should it be called? I mean, taking the fun out of something, right? I mean,
How does this get us closer to winning a championship?
Yes, that's probably it. Actually, that's probably it.
And
I'll
then you're
track
like,
those throughout.
narrator, they were really far away from winning a
Right.
championship.
It didn't.
Cubs closer, that's all.
Okay.
Show the man some respect.
That's pretty good.
Pronounce
Adbert Alzoli.
Come on.
Yeah.
Alzoli's pretty good.
Alzoli?
I think he got in the game just to get him some work because it's been a while.
Is that two names? Mr. Z, Al Zoli.
I don't. That's.
Does he know a guy named Al?
That's not
Adbert Alzoli.
Cubs bullpen got some bad news over the weekend, though. Besides having their closer's name botched on national television, Cody Hoyer and Brandon Hughes. Goodness sakes!
Yep.
Now we talk about the bigger picture and how Crane Kenny said on the Score on Saturday the Cubs are back in the winning business. They're going to be buyers, which echoed what Tom Ricketts told us, which echoed what Jed Hoyer told us. Now they're going to need to look at that bullpen as maybe at the top of the priority list because Cody Hoyer's not going to be helping after he had a really painful, hard to watch incident in Iowa on the mound.
Oof.
And he threw the pitch. He knew right away, fractured his elbow. And it's related to the Tommy John surgery that he just came back from, in that the way it was described, and this is in layman's terms, and I'm not a doctor, so.
But you play one on the
I'm not.
radio.
I'm going to play one on the radio either. Yeah. That's the next show. So I think that the Tommy John surgery with the UCL was such a strong connection that it weakened the bone around it, and so it was stronger than the bone. The way according to the story that I read, and he fractured it right on the mound, and it was painful to watch. And imagine just agonizing to go through. And now his future certainly up in the air. Tough break for Cody Hoyer.
Yeah, that's awful, and it's just awful. There's no way around it. Don't know how to feel about it. Not sure when he's coming back.
Or if. It's tough to envision.
It's a lot of time lost.
He's a lot of time lost. And then Brandon Hughes, the lefty, who had tried to come back from a knee situation, a knee injury. Now he's going to have surgery, and it's another kind of complicated procedure.
Knee surgery.
It's one of these to realign his left knee. It's the same kind of surgery that Michael Fulmer had, that now Michael Fulmer credits with saving his career. And Brandon Hughes, who was a breakthrough guy last year as a rookie, converted outfielder out of Michigan State. You know I liked Hughesy. But now they're going to have to wait on him too. So lefty, righty, you were hoping that the Cubs would find some help in the bullpen. Now I think that you got to put bullpen help at the top of the list if you are indeed going to be buyers.
That is a rough one. Realignment of his left knee, a distal femoral osteotomy. What? I don't even know how.
I'm not quite sure.
You're the doctor.
I don't know. I'm not playing one.
Dan.
And I'm not even going to try to say that because there's some doctor out there that's going to accuse us of pulling a Michael K on that surgery.
Yeah. I don't know.
He's having knee surgery to realign the knee. That's bad enough. Is it two guys? Remember when the Cubs weren't so worried about their closer because Cody Hoyer was on the way? And Brandon Hughes was going to be the guy that they relied on as a lefty in the bullpen. Now, they've gotten some really good performances out of guys maybe they didn't expect to get those performances out of. But you've got to keep your eye open for bullpen arms, just like every contender is going to. The Sox have a couple guys that will appeal. When I mentioned Middleton to Steve Stone, the underlying implication is always, well, you know what? Somebody's going to want him. He's trade bait.
Let's try Derek. He's in Griffith, Indiana. Hi, Derek.
Hey, guys. How's it going? Thanks for taking my call.
Good.
I'd just like to touch on the fact I was listening to you guys a little bit earlier when you were talking about Bellinger not starting game 2. You had a caller call in, really upset because he blamed it on the fact that Bellinger wasn't healthy enough to start game 2. But really, that's so far from the truth because Bellinger didn't start game 2 the same reason Tauchman didn't start. There was a lefty on the mound for the Cardinals, and David Ross went with an all-righty lineup besides Barnhart only because he's Stroman's designated catcher. It has nothing to do with the fact that he's not healthy enough to start at first base 2 days in a row. That's why as soon as the Cardinals had a pitching change.
I think, hold on a second, Derek. I think what the Cubs said was that he was unwell, like physically unwell, had nothing to do with an injury. He was sick, basically. That's kind of the claim they made. Go ahead.
Understand that, but the caller previously was blaming on the fact that Bellinger wasn't healthy.
Well, he wasn't. He was unwell.
He was under the weather.
He was under the weather.
Yeah.
It was just an illness.
I guess I misinterpreted what he was saying as far as him being on the injured list and coming back. But, I mean, the third inning, Bellinger comes in, gets a hit, plays solid defense the rest of the game. Talkman comes in as well. On the flip side, I do agree both of those guys should have started that game as if Bellinger was indeed healthy enough. You know, Mancini, I understand Ross's thinking on the decision, but it goes back to the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't try fixing it. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for the phone call. A lot of questions about David Ross's lineup on Sunday. I get it. The better you are, the more these questions are going to persist. I figured there had to be something with Cody Bellinger because he's the guy that they like to have in the middle lineup, and the fact that he didn't start, maybe they thought they could get away with giving him a rest. After Trey Mancini committed 2 errors, there's no way you could let that continue. So you're better off with somebody who might not be at 100% health-wise, who you're trying to give a day off because he was under the weather. But you had to get Mancini out of the game for everybody's best interest, including his. He took that game hard. And I will say that, and I said this earlier, I mean, Trey Mancini handled that post-game as well as you possibly could have hoped. He acknowledged his failure. He accepted responsibility and was going to try to move on. Now, and that's all you can do. That's all you can do.
I don't know what to say about that. We're going to bring in John Heyman next, and we'll talk to him about I think you got to trade for somebody. I think you need help at that position. I think you got to – when is the last time that Mervis played in Iowa? I think that was on Thursday, right? I don't think he's played of late. I don't know if there's something wrong. I'm just saying you got to look at all options, and maybe you bring someone in.
Well,
Bellinger would be great if that's the decision that you make, but they clearly don't want to do that. He doesn't want them to do it.
Well, I think he's an asset in center field. He gives you a plus defender, gold glove caliber outfielder when he's in center field.
Right.
Patrick Wisdom, when he comes back from the injury, if he's able to hit at better than he was before he went on the injured list, he's another option at first base. I don't know if that's better or worse, but it is different. And right now, Trey Mancini is in a funk, and he's thinking too much.
Yes,
and the next time he gets a ground ball that's a tweener like that, he's going to be thinking again about, why in the world am I going to barehand that? Why was he barehanding that? That didn't make any sense. He got caught him in the middle, and he made a bad decision, and he owned it. And that's the good response, but you want to avoid having to make that response.
All right, we've got John Heyman. We'll ask him, what are the options? Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
Alzolay now in a jam.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2.
If you weren't able to find a deal for DeMar DeRozan because you weren't getting enough, that means he's not worth
the obvious lack of talent at skill positions other than Darnell Mooney and maybe David Montgomery, throw Cole Kmet in there. For better or for worse, you are looking at an offense that is going to be, at least at first, forced to be pretty conservative.
Listen to what you just said. Can I just as a pull quote, obvious lack of talent at skill positions.
Well,
right?
yeah.
And you said it because it's true, and we all know it's true. But think about that. Of course they have the obvious lack of talent in skill positions, and that's just a presumption. That's a given that's already baked in.
Sounds.
I know.
Bad.
Well,
It sounds so
because,
bad.
Well,
I don't
right.
want an obvious lack of talent at skill positions. Am I crazy?
Yeah.
I want talent. I don't want an obvious lack of it. The hell?
That's what we've been dealing with all off season. I mean, we know Darnell Mooney
their
is
entire life.
Yeah, he's kind of a number one, and then what? Equinemius St. Brown.
Johnny Morris is their all-time leading wide receiver in yards and catches.
How do you feel
There
about Sid
you go.
Luckman?
Yeah. Let me try this. Dan, look at me. Look at me, Dan. Look at me. Okay.
Yes.
Here's the deal. Look at me. You looking at me? Okay. Look at me. So maybe Darnell Mooney takes the next step up. Maybe now that Luke Getsy has Equinemius St. Brown freed from the jaws of Aaron Rodgers.
What I did was I made an acronym out of
Lord.
obvious lack of talent at the skill positions. And now we have to play on the OLATASP principle.
Oh, what's the Grody Olatasp?
The OLATASP, obvious lack of talent at the skill positions.
Usually they keep they take the out of those though, right?
It sounds better with the.
Chicago sports is the score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by the 2023 BMW Championship at Olympia Fields.
Sean Heyman, insider for MLB Network.
Chicago is watching carefully, no question about it.
New York Post columnist, Curb Your Enthusiasm enthusiast.
You hate people. Well, I hate people individually, but I love mankind.
John Heyman with Mully and Haugh.
I like the White Sox, but you never know with the Cubs.
On 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We love talking to John Heyman, and John joins us now on the Busey Bank Score Hotline, building business, growing wealth since 1868. John, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Doing well.
Do you think Rick Hahn is kind of a decade and done guy, John? Just to start on a happy note.
Well, as I answer all those, anything's possible. I thought I answered the last one.
That's right.
Anything's possible. I don't know. I really don't know. Obviously they're having a disappointing year, so every little thing is going to upset them. Although, he called me and he was very nice on the phone and said he doesn't mind speculation. So I was a little surprised that he said he was ticked off about it when he talked to the media. So, he's probably trying to rally the troops, and he's certainly trying to take the blame and not be the manager. This manager was his pick. As we know, LaRusso was the pick of the owner. And so, he's taking everything personally. All I meant was, if they continue on this pace and win 72 games or 74 games, whatever their pace is, it's possible. Anything's possible that they would make a change. Do I think it's likely? No, I don't think it's that likely. But, anything can happen with the manager and with a disappointing outcome.
Absolutely. And if they are a 72-win team, there's a good chance, a possible chance that the general manager will be different as well. So it won't be the one making the choice or decision at manager, but that's a different conversation.
Oh, boy.
And we're not going to get you in trouble this week, John.
Yeah,
we're going to keep you away from that kind of controversy.
I stayed away from all that because, Jerry Reinsdorf, a very loyal fellow, and, and that I don't like to predict changes at that level because he likes stability. So that one I don't think is that likely, but we shall see.
So listen, the Cubs are in London, and it was fun to see it, and it was funny to hear the English accent when they called the Dansby Swanson home run. I heard that on Twitter. We just played it. There were a lot of good moments, but ultimately it ended up kind of being a disappointment because the Cubs were playing very well. They win the first game handily. Flaherty is scratched, and you're thinking, oh, here comes the Stroh show. They go up 4-0, and they lose the game. And it just wasn't what you hoped would happen in a 2-game set against the Cardinals. But there's a lot to like about the way they've been playing. There's a lot to like about the fact that maybe the Reds have been discovered a little bit. Now they're playing the best team in the National League, but they lose a series after winning 12 in a row. So you were kind of hoping for the Cubs to be back at 500 and ready to kind of make a jump here, and lo and behold, they end up losing that second game.
Yeah, obviously a split's not what you were looking for there, but I think the Cubs are on the right track. I think they'll eventually be over 500. I like what they did in the winter. I like what they're doing. I don't think the Reds are unbeatable. Obviously, a 12-game winning streak gives them a lot of confidence and faith that they're on the right track also, but they are a very young team. Give them credit for all their drafting, their developing, the international scouting that they've done, and they have a lot of good young players and one obviously great one in Elly De La Cruz. So a lot of excitement around Cincinnati, but that division completely wide open, and I would say the Cubs have as good a chance as anybody, and particularly now that St. Louis realized they split the game thanks to that blister that Stroman got. St. Louis does not look like they're going to come back at this point and take that division. So I got to think it's going to be Milwaukee, Cincinnati, or the Cubs that wins that division.
So, John, when you look at the Cubs, I guess what do they need in your mind from the outside? We've, in the past week, had on this station Jed Hoyer, Tom Ricketts, and Crane Kenny. All three of them reiterate the idea that they're going to be buyers. What are they looking to buy most? What do they need the most?
Well, what almost everybody's looking to buy most is pitching. That's just the way it is. I realize Stroman's been good. Steele's been really good. And they look good there, but it doesn't hurt to be even better. The problem with this market, though, is just there are not going to be that many sellers. And the ones that are sellers are just not they're not good. And if they do have good players, they're very young players who they're not going to trade. So it's going to be quite a seller's market. And by seller's market, I mean it's going to really favor the sellers, and there's going to have to be some major overpays by the teams that are buyers. And I do think that they likely will be a buyer at this point. But obviously we got more than a month to go, and a lot can happen in that month to shake things up. It already has. I mean, Pittsburgh was the hot team early. Now it's Cincinnati. So it's very difficult to gauge who's the buyer, who's the seller. And right now the only buyers are teams like Oakland, Kansas City, Washington, and Colorado, teams that don't have much to trade, really.
The Cubs tried Mancini at first base. They've used him there. It's not working. Cody Bellinger has been there. That does work, but clearly he's a center fielder and wants to be in the outfield and probably wants to get paid with the year that he's having. What do you do? They had Hosmer there thinking that his defense would be a big aid, and then they let him go because they had Matt Mervis, and Mervis couldn't hit well enough to stay up. So they need power, and they need defense at first base. What do you do?
Well, Bellinger's an outstanding defensive first baseman, as you alluded to, and I wouldn't worry about him wanting to get paid. I think everybody out there knows that he's an excellent center fielder, and that's his first position, but he's very good at first. So I don't mind him being a first baseman if that's where the need is at the moment. For most teams, he'd be a center fielder because center field is in need of a lot of teams, and that's how he's going to get paid. But I don't mind putting him at first at all if Mancini's not doing it. And I mean, normally Mancini, I would think, is not a great defender, but I would think he's passable. I haven't seen him lately. Apparently, you guys have seen some real hiccups there.
Yeah, some real hiccups, especially on Sunday. So, John, when you look at, obviously, the MVP race, Ohtani and everybody else, sometimes it feels like, but if there were a list of mid-season or as we, at this point of the season, MVP candidates, wouldn't Luis Robert Jr. be on your list? He's got 21 home runs now. He's got 20 doubles. He's definitely playing more regularly. He's staying healthy, and he's doing everything the White Sox could ask.
He's been great, but, I'm one of those old guys who believes that most valuable means valuable in the league and who's helping their team win. So for me, he's not a candidate for the top, but certainly could be on the list of the top 10. Ohtani is way in front at this point. I know I jinxed Aaron Judge by a month ago saying that he's going to be the MVP again, or he leads the MVP, and of course he got hurt. So, and we don't know when he's coming back. So he will not be the MVP. And Ohtani is the guy who's going to get that award at this point. But Robert's been great. I'm not diminishing anything he's done. Terrific, good for him, and fulfilling the expectations that he had for him. I wish some of those other guys on the White Sox would do that, but for me, the top MVP candidates are helping their teams get in the playoffs or at least contend.
Why doesn't money help you win in Major League Baseball?
I don't know. That's one of the great mysteries, right? I mean, the Texas Rangers are the one team that spent big and is really benefiting from that. The other teams really are not. I mean, Minnesota brought Correa back, and I think they're still in first. They've been very average. Obviously the Mets have a record payroll, and they've been bad. I mean, they won 101 games last year. They're on pace to win 70 something this year. That one's incredible. San Diego, same thing. I think this year has generally been an aberration. I do think that having great players does help. I mean, if you just take a look at the Yankees, and you've got Judge and Cole, and they're doing well, and because of those two great players, basically. So it is positive to have great players, but certainly not if they're hurt or not if they're underperforming. Sometimes the contract can affect guys. And look at Trey Turner, I think, in Philly. It seems like he's trying to do something above and beyond and not living up to that contract. And, I think often that wears off after the first year, and we'll see the real Trey Turner next year and the real Bogarts and the real Correa maybe. But it should help you win. But right now you've got Tampa and you've got Baltimore, who are outstanding.
Did we lose John there? Still there, John?
John, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry.
So sticking with the Yankees for a second, couldn't happen to a nicer guy, but it seems like Josh Donaldson is fallen out of favor, been benched by Aaron Boone. They have a little bit of a powwow post game. What's the latest with him? And they're struggling a little bit, and I think his struggles kind of reflect the team's.
Yeah, I mean, he's hitting 125.
Yeah.
So, I know they had an hour-long meeting, and Aaron Boone was a half an hour late for his press conference, which he's never late. Buck Showalter's late every day. Aaron Boone never late. So something was going on there. I'm not sure if Brian Cashman was in the meeting as well, but, they played it down and suggested that they're all on the same page and everything's great, but it's an hour-long meeting. And, Donaldson hasn't played for 3 straight games, which really shouldn't be shocking. I mean, the guy's hitting 125. So, at this point, he's trying to win games and going to go with LeMahieu. I don't know if it had to do with being at home because Donaldson is getting booed like crazy at home. I doubt it. It's probably just a 125. That should be enough to probably put somebody on the bench. Does sound like he's going to play in Oakland. And, maybe he'll come back a little bit, but last year he did not have a good year. And this year he's been not even half as good as he was last year.
I saw Bob Nightingale wrote a thing saying the GMs around MLB are hoping that quietly kind of rooting for the Sox to lose, for the Cardinals to lose, because they want people available. Have you gotten that kind of vibe from anyone? Are people hoping that that teams can be trading things at the deadline? Are teams hoping for that?
Well, I'm sure they're hoping that. About the White Sox, they have a lot of great players to trade. Obviously, Giolito, free agent. We'll see if, obviously, Tim Anderson's not having his normal year. You've got Clevenger, who's a free agent. He's been up and down and hurt a bit. But I think that probably the hope would be that they would really reset and consider, and I know this is a long shot. If anybody's listening from the White Sox, I'm not saying this is likely or anything like that. Dylan Cease, Luis Robert, those are great young players with years to go. If you want to reset, you could get a ton in this, what's going to be an extreme seller's market. So I do think that the White Sox would be a team that would have a great sale. They have a lot of players who are valuable. While they don't have a great team and they haven't put it together, they have a lot of players. St. Louis, same thing. We expected St. Louis to be the favorite in their division, and they've been just terrible. And they have obviously good players. They have free agents to be like Hicks, a great reliever who throws 104. Flaherty, if he's healthy. His health has been a question. And Jordan Montgomery. But, I'm sure there's some hope that they would consider trading Goldschmidt or Arenado. That's really not the Cardinal way. They do not do anything like that, and they both have no trades. Arenado didn't opt out, and probably, I don't want to say the way. Reality is he cost himself probably $100 million, right? He and Machado are fairly comparable, and Machado, by threatening to opt out a year from now, ended up with a $350 million deal, right? So, if Arenado accepts a trade, he'd probably want to redo that contract. He's got the no trade. So, St. Louis would be huge. The White Sox would be just as huge, or even more so, because those are young, great players. And I do believe in Cease, even though he's not having the year that he had last year. And obviously, Robert, as you guys alluded to, individually, he's been spectacular.
John, you mentioned the Reds, and obviously they were the story of the week last week in Major League Baseball with their win streak, and they lose 2 out of 3 to the Braves and come back to earth a little bit. But how confident are you that they're going to be aggressive and to try to look at their starting rotation, look at their pitching, because they really are weak in that area. And the answer to that kind of does have some impact here in Chicago because Lucas Giolito will be at the top of the list likely of starting pitchers that are going to be pursued at the deadline. And the Reds would make sense and some other teams would, but I just wondered, are they going to actually be aggressive?
Well, they haven't been aggressive in terms of buying lately. They have kind of shied away from it. Obviously, Moustakas was a disaster as a free agent for them. They did trade for Bauer in 2019. That was the last time they were the buyer. He actually seemed to behave, or at least we didn't catch him doing anything wrong while he was in Cincinnati. So that kind of worked out for them, at least at the time. They need pitching, and as most teams do, and their pitching is very young, and you wonder how many innings they can give. And, I think this ultimately is going to be a big question for them. Their best pitchers are all the young guys like Lodolo and Abbott and Green, and I think we've already got some injuries popping up with Green and Lodolo. So they definitely will need pitching, and that includes relief pitching. Obviously, Diaz has been fantastic as the closer, but they will be interested in middle relief, and obviously the White Sox are a team that does have that with really good relievers like Graveman and particularly Kelly and some others. So I do think the White Sox do match up with the Reds. The Reds will trade. Will they spend a lot of money? I'm not so sure. I thought Lance Lynn would be a possibility. He grew up in Indiana. I try to match geography, and, that wouldn't be a guy that would cost the Reds a ton to get. So, I don't know. To me, that made sense. Giolito he's going to be one of the top guys, and that certainly would cost them some good prospects, and the White Sox would probably, if they do become a seller, that's what they're going to be looking for.
Would they give up Eloy De La Cruz for Lance?
No.
No.
I know that was a joke.
It was a joke. Heyman reports L.A. De La Cruz.
Even before I heard Lance Lynn's name, that was a no. They're not giving him up for Decent Robert.
Why can't the White Sox bring up a player like that? You know what I'm saying? Like every time you see these guys come up that are kind of just these incredible wunderkind players, you wonder, geez, like why can't you land a guy like that? I suppose maybe Luis Robert was supposed to be that guy. There was a lot of buzz about him, but he's yet to play 100 games. And that, with him, the big question is availability.
Right. I mean, that's the question with a lot of these White Sox players, right? I mean, Jimenez has been hurt a lot. Moncada, the guy, really has not lived up to his potential, I think. I think Robert has. I mean, you asked me a question about whether he's the MVP. So, I mean, he's certainly doing well. There's only one Ellie De La Cruz. There aren't that many players who are, in the tools, in the 2 to 8 tools, 8s in at least 3 categories, arm, power, and speed. I hate to bring this one up. This is many years ago. We don't want to go over this forever, but obviously Tatis Jr. is one of those rare guys.
Now you just assured yourself a phone call, buddy.
I got the White Sox back. Yeah, we're going to get another
Rick's calling. Rick's calling at 10:15, John. You know that.
We got another press conference. Everybody has trades like that. So but in terms of that kind of potential, I mean, that's a 1 out of 10-year thing. And L.A. De La Cruz does fit that. I know maybe Robert is a little short of that, but he's still pretty darn good. They are not good in the farm system right now. I hate to, I think you guys know that. Somebody told me they have the worst farm in baseball at this moment. So, I think they do make some good trades. I got a question on long-term on the scouting, why their farm system is so bad.
John, before we let you go real quickly, Luis Ariz is hitting .399. Is it the quietest .399 hitter that you've ever heard of? Because I don't hear yet the debate, and maybe it is too early, but can you see him sustaining this? Is this the guy that could threaten 400?
Well, I mean, the way he hits, he's like another Carew. So, Carew threatened it. Obviously, nobody's gotten there since Ted Williams. It is the quietest. And the reason it is they're 10 games over, and I saw the other day they drew 8,000 fans at home. It's sad. They just cannot get the fans out for a team that's in playoff position. They've done a great job. Yuri Perez is a Rookie of the Year candidate. Hasn't given up a run his last 3 starts. when I say a candidate, obviously Corbin Carroll is the heavy favorite at the moment, and even LA De La Cruz is well behind at this moment. But Yuri Perez has been fantastic, and they're really good. It's not just a Rise, but Rise is spectacular, and you wonder, is he an MVP candidate? If he hits 400, is he the MVP? I mean, I tend to look at the total picture and say probably Acuna leads, but, if a guy hits 400, it hasn't been done since Ted Williams. It's pretty darn good.
Great stuff, John. As always, really appreciate your time.
Thanks, John.
All right. Great talking to you guys. See you later.
That is John Heyman.
No phone calls today.
No, I think we're okay.
Controversy free.
But I did ask
Headline
him
free?
decade and done.
You did say decade and done. Mully said decade and done.
Not Heyman.
Mully deserves a phone call. Although John Heyman did say the White Sox have the worst farm system in baseball.
Yeah.
But somebody told him that.
Someone told him that.
Yeah.
That's it.
You. Was it you?
I mean, I got no problem
Mully
telling
tells
him that.
Heyman.
Yeah.
Sox worst
Isn't that
farm system in baseball.
Isn't there a certain universal feeling of that? Are we not being fair?
Well, I don't know if it's the worst.
It's up there.
It's got to be down there. It's down there.
There you go.
Yeah, down
Yeah.
bottom 5. I think that's pretty conservative. Yeah.
All right. 312-644-6767. Should we mention there's maybe a player on the market that the Bulls could grab?
I'd like to talk about that.
Probably
next.
not.
But we should talk about it.
Hopefully not.
We should talk about
But
whether or not.
maybe.
Maybe.
No.
A definite maybe. Stay away.
Yeah. I think a definite stay away maybe.
Oh, Brandon Fryer gave me the little glance like,
He
maybe
didn't
not.
like that at all.
Maybe
it's
not.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
So now you have a score tale to share with me, right?
So we were trying to come up with, and I don't know all the things that you have covered. One of my favorite things, and this is one that you have not, and it only happened for a short period of time when the Bors and Bernstein show was going on, and it was probably about, like 2004-ish, 2003, so it was a while ago. And everybody knows Score Hello, but it wasn't that. Before that was the Hello game, and every now and then when they would take a phone call, they'd bring the person up, they'd say, Layla, you're on the Score, and the person would start talking. And then a few seconds in would think that they weren't on the air for some reason. They go, hello? And they have just a bunch of drops. Well, why don't you just listen to how the Hello game used to go down?
Northwest side, here's Gino. He's on the Score.
Yeah, hello, guys.
Yes. Hello?
Yeah, hello?
Yes, hello?
Hello? Hello there. Yeah, this is Gino, Northwest side.
Oh, for the love of God, speak to us.
Hello? 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 Yeah, this is Gino from Northwest side.
Hello, Jumbo.
Hey, guys, I love your show.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, yeah. This is Gino, Northwest side.
Okay, hello, everybody.
Okay, couple of things, couple of comments. Coach Trustman, is this guy in self-denial?
I can't hear a word you're saying.
I said, Coach Trustman, is he in self-denial?
I can't hear a word you're saying.
God. Hello? Hello? Oh, they cut me off. Damn it.
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello there.
Can you hear me?
Hello there.
How you doing?
Yeah, hello, this is Gino from Northwest side.
How we doing there?
Okay, can you hear me?
Hello.
Good to hear from you again.
Hello?
I can't hear a word you're saying.
Oh, forget it.
Victim of his own that hello game. Lost out to himself. As good as the hello game gets.
So
God,
many
that's so
references
great.
from the one clip. A lot of things make more sense now.
Oh, dude. Hello game was amazing.
Hello there.
That's it. That's the one.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Oh my
Dude.
gosh.
And there's Terry trying to give him an out. Just talk. You're on. Talk. We can hear you. And he still didn't get it.
Just hearing Terry makes me smile.
Yeah, he's the best.
his recovery. If he comes back, it would be great, but we're just going to treat this offseason and getting ready for the season that he's not going to be back next season.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is the voice of Arturas Karnisovas, and good to hear from him. So any interest at all in the fact that the Knicks have now declined Derrick Rose's $15.6 million team option? He could return to New York at less money.
They have stockpiled that position, though.
They have
They're
stockpiled
loaded.
the position, and not only that, he did not play very much. He'll be 35 years old at the start of the season, and he has a pretty extensive injury history, and he did not play a ton, never started a single game. Now, they went out and got themselves Jalen Brunson, and he was the star of stars.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
One of the best offseason additions last year.
No question. In the entire league.
He made an impact that he was expected and paid to make. Derrick Rose is going to be a free agent after this release, so he could return to the Knicks. He could go wherever he wants. So naturally, people, after hearing from AK, declare that Lonzo Ball is not going to be available.
Well, he's not.
They're moving on.
You have to.
But I'm glad that he said that, because the first time I really heard it definitively out of his mouth, right?
That's true. That's true.
So now you officially have a vacancy at the point guard position. And so naturally, Chicago being as nostalgic of a sports city as I think there is in America, there are a lot of people that would like to see Derrick Rose come home and finish his career here.
Are you one of them?
No.
And Brandon, why do you want to see Rose come back? You do want to see Rose come back.
I mean, I do want to see him come back just to finish out his career. I don't know if I want him as the starting point guard or nothing like that. He don't really fit with the mesh of this starting unit.
No.
They need a pass first kind of defensive, maybe like a kind of almost like a 3-and-D type of point guard, very similar to Lonzo Ball.
I agree with that basketball assessment. I don't think that we could reduce this to a basketball conversation.
Well, that's why. But he played 27 games last year. 27 games. He didn't start one. How do you? I get there's nostalgia. There's Derrick, number one jersey. I mean, I understand what happened. The pity of the injury and all the rest of it. He was an MVP, the youngest in league history. So I understand how people feel, native Chicagoan, Simeon kid. I get all of it. I just don't know how it helps you from a basketball standpoint.
I don't either. And I think the part of the reasoning in New York was they were moving on from him because they had Jalen Brunson. They had other players they wanted to try, and they knew that they were going to be part of their future more than Derrick Rose, a 35-year-old point guard, would be. I think that Derrick Rose, from a basketball perspective, you could see a contender, a championship caliber team, adding him to the mix in the roster and saying, okay, Derrick, you can give us whatever you can give us on certain nights, and maybe you have value there. For the Bulls, I don't think he could sit on the bench, be part of the rotation one night, out of it the next, without being just not even a distraction of his own making, but just being a huge symbol of the past, trying to move forward to the future. And I just don't know if it makes a lot of sense for the Bulls to make that investment.
Okay, this is going to be like a terrible thing to say, but in all honesty, I would rather Pat Bev back than Derrick Rose in.
I don't think that's ridiculous.
I think it's kind of ridiculous because I probably don't believe you should pay Pat Bev what he's looking for to begin
play
with.
this out, and I'll explain why I don't think it's ridiculous. What you're getting in Patrick Beverley, if you do go down that road, and they may have better options. We're allowing that.
Yes.
Okay, but let's just compare Pat Bev to Derrick Rose. I think what you're preferring or what you would be investing in is the fact that you got a guy who's going to be more of an impactful defender than Derrick Rose would be.
No question.
And that is the value of Patrick Beverley. There are other intangibles that come with that, but from a basketball perspective, you would be getting somebody who defensively makes a difference and an impact on every possession. That's not who Derrick Rose has ever been. So that's okay. But yeah, I understand why you would say that, because that's the need that exists. The Bulls don't need somebody at that position unless it's somebody that's going to set the tone defensively. You need a point guard that's going to set the tone defensively, ideally. If not, you need somebody that's going to play 30 to 35 minutes a night and be able to hit from three and to be that kind of guy.
Did you see the video of Patrick Williams shooting threes? He's running across the floor, and there's DeMar DeRozan defending him, and then he runs all the way to the other side, and there is Dalen Terry defending him, and he's knocking down jumper after jumper, which is a good thing to see. It's good to see him hit it, and it's good to see him practice it. But I don't know.
What did they do with the shots that he missed?
What am I
Did
looking at? They didn't make the cut. I mean, honestly, you'd think he never missed a shot.
He never missed a shot.
And the possibility is he went 2 for
He
100.
looked so fluid, didn't he?
Yes, he looked great.
Spotting
He
up.
looked
And
great.
then, and I did wonder, that came from either the Bulls Twitter feed or Bulls.com, but the Bulls were responsible in putting that out there. And your guy, Dalen Terry, was one of the 3 players involved in the drill. DeMar DeRozan, rumored to be part of various trade possibilities, also participated in the drill. And Patrick Williams, a guy that we talked about. What would you get for Patrick? Would you give up Patrick Williams for the 3rd overall pick? These kind of conversations.
Of course.
I know that. I'm just saying, suddenly after the draft, this video comes out from the team that includes the 3 guys who were the subject of Dalen Terry.
He's this year's first-round pick.
Of course, he's going to be propped up that way. And the 2 other guys who were, rumored to be part of trades or potential deals.
Pat Williams is this year's first-round pick.
So it struck me a little bit propaganda-y.
DeMar DeRozan is everybody's first-round pick.
It's everybody's first-round pick. He's DeMar DeRozan.
DeMar DeRozan.
He's a future potential Hall of Famer.
I just can't. I just can't see. I can't see Derrick Rose. It feels like a very long time ago, and it feels like a totally
because it was, Mully,
and a different era altogether.
It was
in the Bulls. Yes,
we're 2023.
I know. What year was
we
he
just
drafted?
On April 28th, 2012?
16 years ago.
He was drafted in 2008.
Oh my God, it's even worse than I thought.
So
even longer.
It's
than
amazing he's still in the league, given his injury history.
Well, Tibbs, right? Don't you have to have someone that sees the best in you in order to keep you on their team?
That's why I wouldn't necessarily rule it out that if there is no interest,
there?
that he could always go back there.
Yeah.
It's a possibility, and I understand what they were doing by not playing him. He was essentially, at this stage of his career, Derrick Rose does have value to rosters, to a team as a mentor, as almost an assistant coach. He sees things. He's a different stage of his career than he was earlier in his life when he was, remember the big story? Derrick Rose won't recruit.
Oh my God. Wow.
That's how long ago that was.
Yeah, that's so long
a long time ago.
Yep.
So people may disagree. I don't know. Is there a big sentiment out there of people that believe that Derrick Rose helps address what the Bulls need most in this offseason? I just feel like it would be too distracting. And I don't think that this front office is interested in a trip down memory lane.
Yeah, and again, we got various people checking in, claiming different things about Derrick Rose. I just think you got to remember that he barely played. That he barely played 27 games and didn't start one. And to think that that's going to make you better, I don't know that I agree with it. And I'm not dissing Derrick. I am as the guy averaged 5.6 points, 1.7 assists, 1.5.
Let's be. Come on, you could have opinions on whether or not Derrick Rose fits or not on this Bulls roster for this Bulls season without damaging his legacy or thinking anything less of the time he spent here.
No, I'm not trying to do that.
That's
I got a lot of love for.
Well, I'm pushing back at the people pushing back at us.
Yeah, I just don't think, and it's unfortunate because a young Derrick Rose would be a great asset, to be a phenomenal help, but he hasn't been that player in a very long time.
What I would like to see happen, and this to me would be the fairy tale ending, if you will. Derrick Rose goes to a contender that uses him sporadically, that he has a role that is, various times during the season is important, not important, and he gets a ring. And he wins a ring.
Well, what's interesting is I was reading a thing about what's going on at Golden State, and obviously they are closing in on the return of Draymond. He's coming back there, and that's kind of what you figured. He had an issue with Jordan Poole. Poole did not perform the service they wanted him to. They felt that whenever Steph was off the floor, they saw a significant drop-off. So they think that Chris Paul, at, 38, that he will come in and he can give them those, whatever it is, 10 minutes when Steph's off the floor, and they will be able to run their offense, and he won't demand the ball or do anything that would be untoward. He'll always make the best basketball play. So I think that's kind of an interesting thing that they've done, just to try to keep the group together for one more run. And if indeed, you felt that way the minute that Poole left, that, then they're going to bring back Draymond. And that apparently
you knew that was coming.
Yeah,
you kind of sensed that was coming. Right. I also think that when you look at adding Chris Paul to the mix, you're talking about somebody that is a pretty good three-point shooter, right? That he stays on the floor in that offense with that group because he can shoot from three. And if you're that type of a player, you can find your minutes that way. If you're not as consistent from three-point range, and I don't know, certainly Derrick Rose is better at the stage of his career than he was earlier as a three-point shooter, but it doesn't seem to be a good fit unless he finds a team that is, like a contender that can find a role for him. I just don't think it's the Bulls. And we're getting some people saying he could come off the bench and still be better than some of the alternatives. Probably so. But I just think that it's different when you put one of your best all-time players in that role and expect everyone to pretend like, he's just another bench player. He's not. He wouldn't be just another bench player in Chicago.
312-644-6767. We'll get into it a little bit. We've got Mike Ivory joining us next. He was at the series in London, or dare I call it the London series, and we'll find out how that went. Mully and Haugh on the score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free.
But what was happening, Danny, was our section was the magically chosen section. You in row 11, you get a free meatball sub from Fontanini's if the white inflatable wins the race. Row 10, you get a sub if the red inflatable. And row 9, you get a sub if the black inflatable. So there are people standing on both sides of the row with these giant piles of meatball sandwiches from Fontanini's. I had never wanted a meatball sandwich more in my life. I'm in row 14. I am not eligible to win one of the meatball sandwiches, but I'm invested in the race because I'm entertained, and all of a sudden, I am desperate for a meatball sandwich, okay?
Okay.
So the race happens, and I think the white inflatable won, and they start handing meatball subs out to row 11, and I'm thinking to myself, because, sometimes, Danny, I think like a fat person, okay? I'm thinking...
Just sometimes.
There's no way all those people are going to eat their meatball sandwich. There's no way.
Did you walk down to row 11?
I thought about it, okay? But what happened, what had happened was they ended up handing out the meatball sandwiches, and they had extras. They had extra meatball sandwiches, and I started begging for a meatball sandwich. I brayed like a seal. My wife was dying at me. I'm like, my arms are extended. I'm clapping. I'm like, can I have a meatball sandwich?
The crowd loves you. Stay forever.
And you know what they did?
They gave them to you?
They gave them to us. They had here, you guys want one? Okay, here you go. And they started handing them out, and I realized I might not get one. They're handing them out to other people. And finally, there was one left. I got the last meatball sandwich from Fontanini's. We wrapped it up. No, it was fresh. They handed it over.
You wrapped it up and took it home?
I thought about it. I wrapped it up and put it under the seat. My wife didn't want to put it under the seat because it was dirty, so she was holding on to it for a while. I'm like, babe, it's okay. You can put it under the seat. She put it under the seat. We were gonna get it later, but we forgot and left the half.
So then you just left your meatball sub there as opposed to throwing it away.
I forgot about it at the end of the game when it was time to leave.
Well, that is not abnormal. I mean, people at stadiums use the ground as their personal trash all
That's
the
what
time.
you do. You leave it there.
There's not a lot of trash cans at these stadiums.
That is correct.
You got to walk out to do it. You throw away everything that you get at a stadium?
Yeah.
Oof,
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah,
not a lot of trash cans. That's the biggest problem I've said with pro sports arenas. You just can't find the garbage in the
Like
place.
when I'm done
They're not at the
eating-
end of every staircase either.
Yeah, if you finish a hot dog and you have like the box with the napkins
Do you
and
leave
the
the
container,
game to go throw it away, or do you put it on the
you
ground
put it on
underneath
the
your
ground
seat?
underneath your seat.
The next time I get up to go to the bathroom or get a beer, I bring it with me and throw it out at the nearest trash can.
Well, aren't you, Mr. Conscientious? Aren't you impressive?
No, I'm just trying to avoid my own Murray State situation.
There towards the end, I was able to tune into that. It's been a really nice experience. The city, the people, the way it's been run, the first class amenities that we've had. It's just been a really nice experience. It's nice to get out there and play, and obviously to win the baseball game. But this is a really special event, special time, special trip. The atmosphere was amazing. Really nice.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of the Score. That is the voice of David Ross. He is the Cubs manager, and he's talking about time in London. And we are pleased to welcome in Mike Ivory, UC Bank Score Hotline, building business, growing wealth since 1968. Mike, good morning. How are you?
How's it going, both? Are you well?
Yes,
Doing well, yeah.
We live the dream. So tell us, how did you enjoy the weekend in London?
Absolutely, it was indescribable. I mean, I went to the 29 series. I went to the Yankees versus Red Sox, and that was incredible. You know, for the first series in the UK, it was brilliant. But to have my team come over, the weather was good. You know, the first game especially, we were so good, and yeah, it was just a party atmosphere all weekend. And I hope we've shown to everyone that, you know, the UK does love baseball.
So you're a Cubs fan living in London. Just curious, because it was hard to tell because we were over here, you were in the park and around the city. Did Cub fans outnumber Cardinal fans? And in what way were they louder? Were they more prevalent? How would you describe the kind of division between Cubs and Cardinals fans?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, from my perspective, it appeared that there were more Cubs fans there, and then certainly on the first game they were a lot louder. But saying that as well, Cardinals brought a good following from America over as well. But yeah, a lot of the UK fans that I spoke to were Cubs fans, and we were a popular team over here with the 120 starts. It's a lot easier for us to watch baseball at a time that's suitable to us rather than a West Coast team or any other team really. So we've really shown up in our droves.
So where exactly do you live in relation to Wembley Stadium?
So actually, I live in an area just outside of Birmingham, and Birmingham is around about 110, 120 miles away from London.
Up the villa.
Oh, no. I'm a Birmingham City fan, so that's the worst thing. So I travelled down on Friday morning, went to batting practice and the workout day, and then stayed over all weekend, and obviously come back last night after the Sunday game. So a full weekend, tiring, but so worth it.
Mike, can you help us understand why they sang Sweet Caroline at the game? That's a Boston Red Sox song, and in the middle of this Cub Cardinals game, I mean, it's a great song, but why?
It's almost been adopted by just English sport in general. So it started off with the English football team when they were in the World Cup and the women's Euros last year as well. And now it almost appears like you can't go to a sporting event in England without Sweet Caroline being played. So I'm not, I'm probably controversial here. I'm kind of bored of the song now. I'm sick of going to sports events and listening to Sweet Caroline. But yeah, it seems to get the crowd going, and so there's no harm done.
I don't know if you saw it or not, but apparently 4 artifacts from that series were enshrined or are to be enshrined in the Hall of Fame. And that is the first pitch thrown, Nolan Arenado's jersey, Goldschmidt's hat, and Ian Happ's batting gloves from the home run. I'm just curious. So they're trying to say this was significant because it's going to create and expand interest in the UK. Is there a lot of interest? I mean, they're going to Paris eventually as well. Is there interest in Europe in baseball? Can the majority of fans connect to the game?
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, certainly I think since the 2019 series, it's just grown massively. I've had the page, I've run a Cubs page, and I've had it for 7 years. And certainly in the last couple of years, it's really grown, and we have followers from all over the world. Mainly from the UK and America, but we have French, German, Spanish, and a number of people who we also spoke to as well over the course of this weekend had come over from the likes of France, the likes of Germany, who are just spending a long weekend of it. So let's wait and see how it goes. Obviously, we've got the London series again next year. We've got the Phillies v Mets, which I think will be another success. And then I think it will be interesting to see how it goes in Paris the year after. Mike,
did you have any brushes with fame? Any former Cubs, current Cubs broadcasters? What was it like?
Yeah, so I bumped into Evan Altman actually just as I was leaving yesterday. But on the Saturday, the first day, the Cubs really helped us out. They invited us to an event, and at this event, so I met Tom Ricketts. I spoke to Tom Ricketts. I met Fergie Jenkins and I shook his hand. I had a picture with Clark the Cub. So, they had an event on the Thursday, which they had, like, Rhino was there, and like Wisniewski was there also, and they had a number of kind of, Hall of Fame and current players there. But because of work, I couldn't get down there for that event. But even still, on that Saturday, it was great just to meet. I mean, like, I never expected Tom Ricketts to be there, and we had a really good chat, and so it's been really good. It's felt like we've got even closer to them, and yeah, it was just an awesome weekend.
Great stuff. Great catching up with you. Appreciate the insights. And I guess Sweet Caroline's better than I'm Forever Blowing Bubbles for a guy like you.
Of course.
A Birmingham City fan, for God's sake.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah. Cheers, guys. Take care.
Cheers.
That is pretty wild, huh?
Yeah.
He runs a Cubs page.
I didn't get your soccer inside jokes, but
London Stadium is the home of West Ham, the Hammers.
Is that the song?
They sing "Forever Blowing Bubbles."
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's their big song. So the fact that they were instead singing for the Boston Red Sox.
Did you have the same reaction to Sweet Caroline? Did you know that was coming?
I didn't know
Was
it
I
was
naive?
coming. I didn't know it had anything to do with the women's soccer team. Here's what I know is, as I said to you, and I've been saying this leading up to this, when you go over there for a football game, people wear any jersey they want.
Right.
I saw a bunch of different jerseys as I was watching the game. I saw a lot of Cubs gear and a lot of Cardinals gear, but I
saw a White Sox hat.
I saw a guy in a White Sox shirt too. I just think if you're a fan of baseball and you're in the UK, you don't recognize. You're not singing a particular. Whatever song you sing is the song you sing. It wouldn't surprise me to hear that, and it didn't bother me to hear it. It's just weird. There was strange cheering at different points in the game,
Like they were doing something in the stadium on the scoreboard that maybe we weren't privy to.
Right, but sometimes it's just the fans reacting in some way. So again, go to a football game. You see every jersey of anybody that ever liked football.
It's an amazing facility.
Not like just one.
It's an amazing stadium. It's where they have the Olympics, obviously.
Sure.
And
West Ham plays there.
And West Ham plays there.
Yeah.
Usain Bolt made history there.
And so did the Cubs.
And so did the Cubs.
And Ian Happ has his gloves in the Hall of Fame.
Sir Ian Happ to you.
I beg your pardon. If you hit a home run during the
Yes.
London series,
And if you hit two,
immediately
No, if you got to hit two.
knighted.
You hit two, you're knighted.
Yeah, you're
you
knighted.
hit one,
you hit
just
one,
beer me.
ho-hum.
Yeah.
You hit the second one, knighted.
You get a pint if you hit one. You get sir treatment if you hit two.
Were there any Royals on hand other than Bill Murray?
George Brett? Oh, you mean the other kind of Royals?
No, I meant the royal family.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry.
William goes to, he's the president of the FA, right? So he goes to the FA Cup games and stuff, and he's a fan. I just wonder, was Chuckles there?
I don't know.
His missus.
That's highly disrespectful.
What?
To talk about a king in those terms.
He's
Chuckles.
Oh, sorry. I just meant
Chuckles?
I meant Charles.
King Chuckles to you.
Yes, that clown.
Yeah, okay.
All right. 312-644-6767. Was it all that? Good to talk to an English guy. Feel fun that we got a chance to do that. So,
can we talk to a Scottish guy next hour?
Well, you probably know the Scotsman.
I can get my brother-in-law on the line if you want.
Yeah.
I don't think he paid attention to the game. Cubs were here?
You could understand the guy from Birmingham. I'm not sure about the Scots.
I think you're right.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 of the Score.
Cub fans, tomorrow on The Score, it's your chance to get in the dugout with the Cubs as we talk to outfielder Ian Happ at 11 a.m. with Bernstein and Holmes, then manager David Ross at noon, and finally, it's second baseman Nico Horner at 2:30 with Parkins and Spiegel on Chicago Sports Radio.
Every team has their team doctor, and they have a couple of trainers, and they have a few of the medical people around, and I'm wondering, when Haugh goes down there, what exactly is he going to do? I mean, is he going to stitch him up if he needs it? Is he going to hold his hand? Is he going to tell him to rub some dirt on it and suck it up, pal? I mean, I don't know exactly what he's going to do, but I do know that he was gone for a little bit longer than he probably could have been. But again, I don't know what's going on down there. So now he comes back.
I just saw him.
I'm sure. What's that?
He said, I just saw him. And your response to this day, we play it all the time. Your one-word response is priceless. And
well, he didn't say anything. I mean, if he's going to go down there, I needed an update. I needed a medical report. I needed something. I mean, was he dead? Do we have to alert the family? Is he going to be out for the rest of the year? Because when he said, I just saw him, and he sat there. That's what I said, And I mean, come on, give me something else. You've been gone for 20 minutes. You got to give me something.
Not just you, us,
all of us.
Yeah.
us.
It was that was one of the highlights. That, and when there was a weather alert in Granger, and he looked over and he kind of circled his finger like, you take it. Then he took out the Tupperware thing that he put his headset, loaded it up, and just left. He was going to check on Eris, his lovely wife, and he drove back to Granger in the middle of the game. It was like, wait a second, as a weather report. It was, so look, everybody thought that we were complete enemies, but we had some wonderful times in the booth. He was a truly unique character, one of the legends of the game. I worked with two guys in Harry Carey and Haugh Harrelson. We're never going to see the likes of those guys again. And some of the things they did were absolutely priceless. And, I've done play-by-play, so I could pick it up again, but it's just really strange. Bad weather report, boom, he's in the parking lot and gone.
What I liked was the name of your book was Where's Harry? And you could write another version, write a sequel, and say, where did Hawk go?
The app. The Score! This hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
The Boston Red Sox made this famous, but Neil Diamond wrote it. Do you know the words? Yeah. Sing it. Sweet Caroline. Ba, ba, ba. Good times never feel so good. So good. So good. So good. Come on in, Bill. I realize. Big louder. Ba, ba, ba. To believe they never would.
Yeah, they sang Sweet Caroline.
No better the second time around.
Not much better.
Or the third.
Good to talk to Mike Ivory, the Cubs fan living outside Birmingham. I guess it's extraordinary to me that the Superstation not only created kind of a whole generation of Cub fans in America, but apparently also in England.
Sure, I think so.
Because you think about it, 1 o'clock start, 7 o'clock in England, 7 p.m. That's like perfect baseball time.
It's ideal if you have access to those games.
Yeah, how did he have access to it? We should have
Sky
really
TV.
dug into that. Was Sky TV
I'm sure Sky TV had some sort of way of mechanism of getting Cubs games.
A mechanism.
I don't know, actually, because
I'm very curious about
back in the day, it would be much more difficult to pay attention to the Cubs than it is now abroad. I can remember, just traveling to Scotland.
Scotland.
To see in-laws every summer and going through, this is, years ago, over 20 years ago, and having problems trying to pay attention to American sports because you're challenged to do so.
Oh, yeah.
Before the internet made everything more easily accessible, and going to London was no different than going to Cleveland in terms of you could follow things if you want to.
Right.
There was a time when that wasn't the case, and so you would be going into corner stores to find newspapers, and you would be trying to find the right channel, and there was only 4 at my in-laws' house, so it was difficult to be a sports fan and to be abroad in Scotland and England and just have these kind of, so I don't know how he would have become a Cub fan over the years. Sounds like maybe it was
now they have the internets.
Yeah, well, it's easier to access.
And soon you will have the marquee. What did you say they're going to do?
Streaming service.
Streaming service.
DTC.
Okay, and that's
direct
great.
to consumer.
The problem is I already get the marquee network. Do I get the streaming? Do I need the streaming service if I have the network?
There's some questions that need to be worked out. Crane Kenny was on Inside the Clubhouse on Saturday.
Do I get a break
on
it if I already pay for it?
I think that's probably one of the things under consideration. To be fair, I probably should have asked them that in a follow-up question. I didn't ask a lot of follow-up questions because we had a limited number of time, and I didn't really think of that. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
For
making me feel inadequate about the interview.
No, not at all.
Now I feel terrible.
It is part of my extreme selfishness that I look at life only through my tiny lens, and therefore I need to have questions answered only for me.
I do. Well, I think that's pretty much human nature. But I think it is I don't want to say a game changer, but it's a significant development for a lot of Cub fans because it's an attempt to reach younger Cub fans. All of this conversation is about theoretically growing the game. Why are you playing 2 baseball games in a country where it largely ignores the sport?
Mm.
I don't know if it makes any sense, really. You're growing the game because you're exposing them to it. What good does it do for Major League Baseball? They have an ambassador in London, Chase Utley now, an MLB ambassador in the city. That's his full-time job.
That's a good gig.
It's a great gig.
Yeah.
What
do you do? Like, who's checking up on you? Hey, how are the broadcasts going? What?
So
call me 6 hours earlier. Click.
In the interest of trying to reach audiences you're not currently reaching, the younger audience is at the top of everybody's list. So the streaming service that the Marquee Sports Network plans to introduce next month, news that Crane Kenny broke on the Score on Saturday, is a significant step in that direction. Details, to be named later.
I did not know this, but we have a texter saying, let's sing a song about a sexual predator. That song needs to stop now. Is that about Sweet Caroline? Is there some connection there that I don't know about? Is that what's the hey baby, it's cold outside? Like, that's apparently an awful song if you listen closely.
If that's the case, then I'm unaware of it. I think you are too.
No.
We'll look into it.
There's no way Neil Young would go along with that, right?
Well, I don't know that they would, Major League Baseball would approve a rendition of Sweet Caroline at an international event like Sundays.
If that song is troublesome, why are you singing it at the Women's World Cup? What the hell's going on in this world?
I don't know what door we just opened, but let's close it.
Apparently, we've upset somebody. Okay. Did not know that. Sorry about that. I mean, I would never sing that song at a game because it's a Boston song, right?
Thank you.
Would you jump in and sing that song?
When I was cringing yesterday, when I wasn't cringing at Michael Kay's pronunciation of Madrigal and Alzoli, the closer.
Alzoli.
This was making me cringe.
Adbert Alzoli.
Okay. So when the song came on, I was just relieved that it wasn't him. But I did like the song any better.
Neil Diamond. I said Neil Young. That's hysterical. Yeah. I think those are completely separate people. That's awesome. There's no Canadian folk song singer.
Now that
involved
would be,
in that one.
Now that would be interesting. A Canadian folk singer in London watching baseball and singing about it.
Oh, to live on Sugar Mountain. Yeah, wrong guy.
Wrong guy.
Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Diamond. That would not have worked out.
Who knows?
That's hysterical.
A very eclectic
I
group.
apologize unreservedly. That's really funny. How did I say Neil Young? Neil Young, super cool. Neil Diamond. I told you I saw him at the United Center one time.
Long time ago, right?
He bought out like all the Bulls gear. He got everybody he knew Bulls gear. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, back to baseball. If we want to go back.
Well, let's get out of this conversation.
Is there anything else about the game you want to point out? Do you have any other fans who want to call in and share their experiences?
I didn't even.
By the way,
didn't even know.
Okay, you opened the door. Mike Ivory, I asked him any brushes with fame.
Yeah.
And the first name he mentions is a fine gentleman, Evan Altman, who is a Cubs insider, I believe. Evan Altman, also from North Judson, Indiana.
That's your guy.
But in the same sentence with Tom Ricketts and Fergie Jenkins, that's quite good company to keep. Who did you meet over the weekend? Well, Evan Altman,
He's
Tom
an
Ricketts.
Indiana boy.
Thank you. Evan Altman, Tom Ricketts, and Fergie Jenkins. Wow. Wow.
I saw Bill Murray there. I'm trying to think of who else was there.
Bill Murray. Bill Murray was interviewed. Bill Murray
He was on the move, wasn't he, the whole time?
He was like from one booth to the other. He was in a luxury box. They showed him at one point on the telecast. A suite.
I was saying sweet that he was in a luxury box.
I thought you were correcting me. I think,
No,
okay,
no.
fine,
I was saying sweet.
But at one point, they showed him with in a group that included
the mayor, right?
Former Mayor Lightfoot.
Yep.
And I don't think that she was acknowledged.
Oh, really? By the interviewer?
Said that Bill Murray's there with others. You know, and she was like, others. A former mayor of the city of Chicago reduced to anonymity when in London watching the Cubs.
That's super cool for her as a sports fan to
be ignored.
No. You know what? I mean, if I was, I would have no problem being ignored. I would love being ignored. That would be great, right? You know what?
Right.
What, do you want someone
No.
coming up to you and asking you questions?
No.
I'm sure Bill Murray probably wished he was ignored. No?
No, I don't think so. I think he wants to be noticed. He loves the attention. He's a celebrity.
Yeah, I guess. But he also is like known as one of the great Cub fans of our time, right? It's a birthright.
That's what he was referred to by, what was it? It was a BT Sports. Here's what they had to say.
You are a huge Cubs fan, which your point out. Just how big a fan?
What's that? How did it happen?
Yourself.
Well, I was baptized a Cub fan. You know, that was there's a religious ceremony. I lived on the north side of Chicago, so that's what I was. My father was a Cub fan. That's how it happens. Your parents, you know, they raise you a certain way, a certain religion, and it's a Cub religion.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah,
because there's some
he's
people
always funny.
There's some people that are actually believing that.
Yeah,
somebody's going to believe that. You know.
Yeah.
Oh, really? You Americans are crazy about sports.
Yeah. No, I don't think there's a religious ceremony, but I think he was kind of being tongue in cheek. I don't know if the guy from BT Sports.
I don't
knew
think
that.
he got it.
Right.
Sarcasm is often lost in translation. Lost in translation.
No, look at you referencing movies. We have a texter saying, "Why didn't they sing "Song Sung Blue"? Because that would be more appropriate for the Cubs." They did sing "Go Cubs Win" after the
"Go Cubs Go."
Go Cubs Win.
Go Cubs Go.
Isn't that what Lou Piniella called it one time?
Yeah, it is Lou Piniella.
Yeah, I was just making.
Yeah, I didn't have a bigger problem with necessarily who sang the song that they played on Sunday as much as it was a Red Sox anthem.
Well, that's the problem.
It has nothing to do with the Cubs.
No.
And here Rossi give it voice.
Frankly, St. Louis.
Had anything to do with St. Louis?
The Cardinals.
The Cardinals, they don't have that song at Busch Stadium.
No.
This didn't fit.
Did Rossi talk about it?
Rossi mentioned the Sweet Caroline song as part of the thing that he enjoyed about the experience because he's a former Red Sox.
Well, that's kind of weird that he would say that because, again, he did play for the Red Sox.
Well, I thought it was interesting, too. He was interviewed in-game.
Yes.
He made a good point, and you could tell this was the case. And I know this would bug Dustin if he were here.
These people can't follow the game.
No, well, he said something to the effect of, he was asked, well, have you ever seen this kind of atmosphere compared to the postseason? And he said, well, yeah, a lot of people, but it's not as stressful. It's just not as stressful. And he's right. But every game, it's one of 162. Of course, it's not going to be as stressful. You're going to try to soak things in a little bit more than if it meant, the end of your season and it was a playoff game with those kind of implications. This was not that.
I wonder if they finish a game short, if it'll be stressful in retrospect. They should have won that game, okay, the second game. Being honest, they got a 4-run lead. They got their best pitcher on the mound. That's a recipe for nothing but success.
You want to win a game where your ace is on the mound and you've got a 4-run lead early. You score 4 runs in the first inning, and you don't score again until your last at bat. I mean, that's not ideal. I just am not looking at this as a failed trip because they split with the Cardinals and they lost a game they should have won. I don't know that it's going to come down to this one game. Maybe it will. Maybe you're going to say, I told you so on October 4th when we're looking back, and this is the one game, the one that got away. I just hope Stroman's blister is okay.
It didn't break. I'm just saying, when you bring him out at that point before it's broken, you would think that you could super glue that thing and not worry about it a little bit, right?
I would hope so.
Yeah.
And Stroman didn't seem that concerned.
Well,
he didn't seem that.
It was a precaution, but he seemed.
Which finger was it on?
Was it this one? I didn't even do it.
Was it that one?
It was just a joke. I thought it was.
Did he show his blister to Trey Mancini?
I thought it was his forefinger.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, it wasn't. Yeah.
Here's my blister.
Hey, Trey. Look at my blister.
217. Good point. Mayor Lightfoot is a Sox fan. Why was she there and even be acknowledged? She's a Sox fan.
Why wouldn't she be there? So what? She's a Chicagoan. She's known for being the mayor of Chicago. Don't you think it's only correct that she show up for a game with a Chicago team?
Makes a lot of sense. I just hope she gets back in time for the NASCAR race.
Oh, boy. Was that her baby? Is that what you're telling me?
I'm telling you that,
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Don't you think?
I don't know. I haven't followed as closely as you.
Listen, well, we had the mayor in studio. He was sitting 5 feet away from you when he said basically everything except for committing to future NASCAR races on his watch. How did you interpret that one? It's not his baby. So whose is it? His predecessors, clearly.
Okay, all right.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
And apparently they're not clearing out the Art Institute. So my movie, I was going to write a movie about a heist. It was going to be a heist movie surrounding the NASCAR rally race.
You were going to write a movie?
I had the whole thing in my head. I had the whole thing in my head. The screenplay. Why wouldn't I? It was a heist movie around the Art Institute during a NASCAR. I mean, come on. That doesn't scream Netflix special.
It does. I mean, it really would be a compelling plot.
Yeah, it's good.
And I would like to see how you would have the heist pulled off, actually.
Yes, it'd be
that
excellent.
Would be really good stuff.
There'd be a bunch of guys in a statue who would break out of the statue.
But I could never see you writing that.
Add a bunch of things together.
But you wouldn't want to go into that to write it because you would not want to do the research into the NASCAR part of that because you would have to have some element of NASCAR and race car driving.
You ready for it? Here it is. That would be the element.
Fine research.
It would just be outside.
Fine research.
Maybe there'd be a tire that would shoot up toward the stands.
Stop saying that.
That's my fear.
Just stop saying that.
My fear is that I somehow get stuck downtown and it's like, here's poor Mulligan like walking over to pick someone up and a tire. That is honest to God. That's my fear because tires bouncing around crowds, not a good idea.
Not a good idea. No. And that's been known to happen at auto races. It happened, I think, at the Indianapolis 500 this year.
Maybe right as our fun band of thieves are escaping from the Art Institute with all of the priceless artwork they can gather.
Did you say fun band?
They're going to be a fun band.
It's going to be a fun band?
Yeah, a group of mainly comedians from other movies.
Oh, a band.
Yes.
I thought you said it's going to be a ban on fun.
No, never ban on fun.
Never.
It's a feel good movie. But right as they're about to be caught by our, Inspector Jobert, a tire bounces and off he goes.
Why must he be called Jobert?
Because it's kind of from he's just obsessed with catching them and with their various robberies around the probably Grand Prix because it looks better. But he's going to be Jobert. He's going to be the guy from Les Miserables.
Okay, that sounds great.
Yeah.
815. They stashed the art on Lower Wacker.
Yeah, and then it's all of it ends up being used as blankets.
So far,
for
Lower
people.
Wacker's not been terribly affected. I haven't noticed coming in. Stop. I'm not even going to acknowledge that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm
not.
trying to write a movie here.
I know you are.
It's got to be a feel-good
The creative
movie.
process is sounding
That's
things
right.
out on
and
the
then,
air.
And then some poor guy is like, Eureka, and he gets the money from the return of the
Eureka.
artwork.
And that would be the
'Cause he
name of the
struck
movie.
gold.
Eureka?
Eureka? Yeah. Something like
Probably already been used
that. Yeah, might have been.
somewhere along the line.
In a significantly better fashion.
Eureka, Illinois.
No.
There's a Eureka,
I know,
Illinois.
but that would have nothing to do.
I think that's the hometown of Ben Zobrist.
I thought he was from like Peoria.
No, I think it's Eureka.
Where's Zobrist from?
Why
wasn't he there?
Was he there? Do you know that he wasn't?
I don't know. I didn't see him interviewed.
I saw a lot of ex-Cubs, former Cubs.
I wonder if
Jake Arrieta, Ryan Sandberg taking a lot of selfies, a lot of photos.
He is from there. Ben Zobrist.
He's from
Illinois.
Eureka?
I know. I spent the day with his parents in Eureka, Illinois, about 7 years ago. I wasn't like saying that, asking a question.
I thought you was asking a question.
No, yeah.
I thought he went
thank
to
He went to Olivet,
Olivet.
but he
Olivet,
didn't live.
Nazarene.
You're not restricted to go.
I thought he commuted.
Yeah, okay, no.
I got bad info.
He was also inducted into Greater Peoria Hall of Fame because of the geographic. But yeah, Ben Zobrist, legend, Cub legend, World Series MVP.
I didn't argue.
You were
Why
looking,
why
you
you
look like
staring
you
me
wanted
down?
to.
I was just thinking if Bill Murray would want to be a part of this movie, or if Brian Doyle Murray would be a better get, more easily gotten. I don't know.
So you're casting your movie in between comments here.
Oh, how about this? We got a name here. This works. Days of Blunder.
I like it.
Yeah, kind of a wacky.
I like it.
Yeah,
That's very clever. We're going to
good.
steal that. Days of
And you know
Blunder.
who blundered is whoever put this thing together in downtown Chicago over the 4th of July weekend, for God's sake.
Well, all those are valid concerns and complaints.
Like one of the characters comes out of the Art Institute and he's wearing like a Uncle Sam kind of hat in the whole bit, the beer, and the cops are, and here comes Joe Bear at the tire.
That's the mask that you came up with in your head, the Uncle Sam mask.
Maybe the Statue of Liberty. Maybe there's like a ton of stuff like that, right? All this Americana thing. That's how they get away with it. Are you there?
On 4th of July weekend.
I can't believe I'm giving up all my best ideas. These ideas aren't free, people.
Or at least your ideas.
312-644-6767. Mully and Haugh on the score.
Go Cubs win here in Chicago a little more often.
What happens when two shows meet? Score transition. First at 10 a.m., Mully and Haugh meet Bernstein and Holmes.
Mully, when you asked him about Dalen Terry and Casey was like, that did not make me feel better.
He's a collection of traits more than he is a basketball player.
It was a disappointing rookie year.
Then at 2, Bernstein and Holmes hand off the mic to Parkins and Spiegel.
So wait a minute. That's still on the manager? Like bad cutoff, bad base running? What is on players?
Talking about the Elia rant yesterday made me so happy. And then I've been in a big JFK like wormhole lately. I saw the movie over Christmas break. I saw Oliver Stone's documentary about it on Showtime the other day. And then it brought me back around to thinking about Les and something funny that he did during the virtual scorehouse.
Les, what happened, unfortunately, to President Kennedy in 1963?
That was November 22nd, and we don't know if it was Lee Harvey Oswald or a whole big thing there, but he kind of got blown away. And I went to the schoolyard. I was in grade school, and I told everybody what had happened because I was watching Bozo's Circus. And then they said, "You're a liar." And I told the teachers, "Put on the radio, and if I'm not lying, then I get a whole week off without any kind of penalty." And they put it on. Sure enough, it had happened, and then we found out 5 minutes later that he was deceased.
Great story, Les.
Great story, Les.
Dude, I forgot about that. He kind of got blown away. what vivid imagery to discuss a generational defining moment. He kind of got blown away.
Les, what happened, unfortunately, to President Kennedy in 1963?
That was November 22nd, and we don't know if it was Lee Harvey Oswald or a whole big thing there, but he kind of got blown away.
Kind of got blown away.
Lee Harvey Oswald or a whole big thing there.
Yeah. And
The
what
FBI.
a ridiculous question by Mitch. Remember Mitch hosting that score house? We're like, oh, we can't do score house because of a pandemic. Let's put all of the on-air people on together, and we'll just pretend like we're at score house. But Mitch Rosen is the moderator, and then he would go around to each of us and ask questions. Oh my!
Do you remember Spiegs during the Scorehouse virtual reunion? Out on the balcony of that restaurant asking the waitresses to turn the music down?
Yes. Wasn't he? Yeah, he was on vacation, right?
Yeah, again.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Hey, I'm doing something very important here. I'm on a virtual scorehouse on Twitch that none of us are getting paid for. I had way too much wine. That's by far the most inebriated I've ever been broadcasting. It wasn't over the air, right? That was just the Twitch thing?
Just Twitch, yeah.
Yeah, it was just Twitch. That's okay. It's not regulated by the FCC. He kind of got blown away there.
Long and get a chance to win a pair of tickets to Dierks Bentley with special guests Jordan Davis and Tyler Braden Saturday, July 8th at the Credit Union 1 Amphitheater, Tinley Park. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. And hey, we'll give away tickets before we get out of here today. So well played there, Brandon Fryer. That's Dierks Bentley music right there.
So the imagined, what would you call it, bank heist, art heist, buddy movie, the comedy we have in mind.
You have in mind?
Yeah. Well,
I will only get involved if it's picked up by someone.
Oh, there you go. David only wants a writing credit.
That's
if
right.
It works.
Yeah.
We have a texter saying 3 wrongs make a left would be a good name for it. We have a texter saying Days of Blunder, DAZE, should be the White Sox theme from their season movie of 2023. And how about this one? We said Days of Blunder. That's kind of funny. How about Days of Plunder?
That's a good one.
That's a really good one. That's high concept. And when we have another guy who says, how about the Italian beef job?
That's pretty good.
Instead of just the Italian
Well
job,
played.
it's in Chicago.
I think I like 3
Italian beef
wrongs
job.
make a left. I like that one the best. A little clever.
Oh, well, I like it. I like that everybody's on board. I see this happening. And yeah, I mean, you gotta have some high concept stuff. I told you, the end of the movie, they escape in NASCARs. Huh?
Wow.
3 drivers have gone missing. And then all of a sudden.
So you already given away the ending.
Damn it. I
think we need to work on the ending a little bit.
We'll work on it.
Yeah, we got time though.
You know, we are right now, we're just kind of
It's a creative process. We're spitballing.
How we work it. We're spitballing different ideas.
They come
and we're
in.
going
Yeah,
through
it's the way
it.
we do this show.
Here we go. Let's see. Days of, plunder.
By the seat of our pants, so to
Wonder, Shunder. Come on. We'll come up with it. Days of Plunder.
Days of Blunder. I like Days of Blunder too.
I really like the Italian beef job. Did you see that show is back on? The show about the Italian beef, The Bear?
The Bear, yeah.
That's really good.
I have not seen
I haven't
the new
seen
season
the
yet.
new season yet,
Yeah.
but it got like 100% from
Flying
whatever.
Rotten Tomatoes or Rotten Tomatoes. One of those things, tomatoes review.
Eat a tomato, whatever.
Do you trust those reviews though? Because sometimes I don't. Like, okay, I just go. We're talking about West Ham. Where our minds are kind of on the other side of the pond, if you will.
Yes.
Not a big fan of Ted Lasso. Just getting to the 3rd season.
Okay.
I hope it finishes stronger. I'm kind of right in the middle, and
It's
not thrilled.
I didn't like where the storyline was going. I said that. I thought that they made a mistake.
I know you warned me, or I felt warned.
I haven't watched the 3rd season. And it's because that's a feel-good show that helped get me through COVID because I needed a feel-good.
Everybody
and now,
did.
Now I'm just
on
talking
behalf of
about
America.
myself.
Yeah.
But now I'm kind of, back to my, ornery self. And I don't need anybody to be
today
nice
or
to
in
me.
general?
Generally speaking.
Generally speaking.
Not just today.
I just wondering because it's Monday. Your NASCAR's got you
myself.
grumpy. I get it.
I read a diary I wrote when I went to Rome, and it was all this kind of
At what age are we talking?
I was probably 19, 20
You
years
still
old.
have a diary you wrote from when you were 19 years old?
I have a lot of my diaries. My Bob Packwood journals I tore up and threw out, and unfortunately.
So you would journal. You would have Dear Diary.
Yes. Well, I wouldn't
Interesting.
Dear Diary. It wasn't like I wasn't like a
okay, but you would journal.
13-year-old girl.
And you kept
I was
those
like
things?
A grown-arse man. I kept some of them, but this one was hysterical because it's like I'm expressing this wonder and excitement, and then about 2 weeks into it, I'm like, yeah, people, what do you expect? This guy's a jerk, and I'm already back to my cynical self.
You were already.
It only took like 2.5 weeks.
You already sports talk radio, Mike Mulligan.
No.
That's cynical.
I wanted to.
So, did you enjoy reading those old diaries, or did you cringe a little bit?
No, there were some of them that were kind of written.
It's fascinating to remember
under the influence.
State of mind. Well, maybe. Yeah.
I'm just saying it was like I needed somebody to correct them before I read them because I drove myself crazy with misspellings and bad writing.
It's funny to go back if you find things like that, links to your past, and you see what state of mind you were in at the time. Similarly, I didn't do the whole journal thing, but we were cleaning out part of the basement, as everyone is prone to do in the spring and summer.
Yes.
Found this box of letters that my wife and I exchanged because, she was in Scotland. I was here. It was long distance.
Oh, that's nice.
And it was amusing to read some of these letters like, wow, you were really an emotional guy, or those are some emotional times. And the things that you write now, or you look back, it seemed like a very, very long time ago. Very different time. Interesting.
Back when you were a romantic?
Yes, definitely.
Back when you were first
a hopeless
in love.
romantic.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you talk about, and I get teased for like falling in love with the narrative of things.
Yes.
Like you will give me a hard time overall. You love the story.
You do love
David
stories.
loves the story.
That's not a bad thing.
Reality is whatever, but David will love the story.
Listen, who doesn't love David Bodie?
Exactly. I lived the story.
Yeah.
So I lived part of that. The whole idea of having this long distance relationship and everything like so. I am prone to that kind of thing. But when do
you feel that the long distance element of that relationship made things jacked things up to a different level?
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely.
It would, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, this wasn't modern times when you can, FaceTime from, another continent, and you could log in, and all of a sudden you have a more personal connection. These were the days where you sent airmail letters.
Right.
And you waited for,
This is pre-fax machine.
Yeah, well, no, I don't know if it's pre-fax machine.
Yeah, but everyone has to have one.
Yeah.
In order to fax.
Definitely.
You can't be a one-sided into the ether fax.
So
Didn't you get my proclaimed love?
Well, the problem with that is that you never knew if the fax machine would finish the message.
Right.
And what if it would stop in mid-sentence?
That's right.
Or mid-letter, and all of a sudden maybe you took a while to get to the point, and the point was never delivered.
I knew a person that started writing like an epistolatory novel, but on fax. Isn't that hilarious?
Yes.
Because fax machines don't exist anymore.
Well, I think they do.
Well, I don't. Yeah, maybe at a doctor's office or something, but they don't.
Doctors, exactly. That's where they exist.
Yeah,
you see them all the time.
Right.
And then you get you need to fax in this prescription, or you need to fax in this authorization. You need to fax. Who faxes anything?
Can I tell you an old joke that no longer would work?
Okay.
Guy goes into a bar, and he's sitting there. The barman is doing nothing. He's cleaning up, washing some glasses, comes over, gives the guy his drink, goes back, he's cleaning some glasses. The guy is like talking. He's got his thumb in his ear, and he's talking into his pinky finger, and then he goes to his second finger, and he's back to his middle finger, and he goes back to and the guy is just cleaning up the bar. He walks on. What's that? What are you doing? He's like, I've got the new nanotechnology. I'm able to talk on 3 different lines. It's all built into my body. I don't have to worry about it. He's like, that's bizarre. I didn't know that even existed. And gives him another drink, and he goes back, and he's walking down the bar. And he's getting ready for the rush, and he looks over, and the guy's gone. And he noticed, he's like, God, he's been gone for about 10 minutes. Where the hell is he? And he goes over to the bathroom. He's like, I wonder if anything's happened. I hope he's okay. He opens the door, and the guy is standing there with his hands up, and he's got a roll of toilet paper kind of shoved into his rear end, and it's spinning around. And the guy's like, oh, my God, are you okay? What happened? And he says, I'm getting a fax. Great joke, totally antiquated by the change in technology.
That's terrible.
That's a terrible joke.
No, it's terrible that, it's ruined by technology.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's
Otherwise, it's rip-roaring fun. Definitely. I'm glad you went there.
I apologize.
What were we going to talk about?
I don't know. We had something important.
Something really serious
and
important. But you started talking about your diary. I don't think
what is wrong with that?
I think
I'd like to think of it as a journal.
Okay, people would find that compelling, interesting, a little window to Mully's soul that you would journal when you were a teenager or when you were a young man abroad, discovering life.
Discovering that 2 weeks into a trip like that, life-changing trip, I'm back to me.
Well,
that's
your threshold.
So I saw this one guy.
You know that.
Him.
So you live and learn. You know that you've got 2 good weeks in you of optimism.
That's right.
And you don't want to push it beyond that.
Yes.
After that, then you start to prepare for, reality. It's a good lesson in life.
Yeah, you're supposed to journal, and if you want to be a writer someday, is there a problem with that? It's a good idea.
If you want to be a writer someday.
Wasn't that a nice thing to do when I was a younger man?
Yeah, those were the days when I think those words weren't so daunting. If you want to be a writer someday. Nowadays, boy, talking to a lot of people graduating at this time of year and getting out into journalism and wanting to be a sports writer or a reporter, it's difficult. It's difficult to kind of say, oh, yeah, you can do whatever you want as long as you have a talent to write. Daunting. To bring the conversation down a lot.
Well,
it'd be tough to want to be a writer these days because of how little the written word is valued in our business. It really is.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
look around.
My problem with my kids is I am too verbose in my texts. Like I can't LOL or, K. I actually write a full sentence, and they just despise that. Dad, you wrote 2 paragraphs. We don't have to, Well, I mean, Jesus, I'm barely clearing my throat, guys.
Well, my problem would be that's a dad problem right there. You just described.
That's
a typical dad problem. Here's my typical dad problem. We were talking about the text machine. My emoji game is weak. I struggle with emojis.
I
don't quite know which one to go for.
I always write out thumbs up emoji to drive them crazy.
You do that. I know. I've noticed that too.
That is one of my fun things. And then as you start writing it, the thumbs up emoji pops up, and I never use it because I want the fully written emoji, like winking, half smile. Like I will actually portray an emoji to drive the kids crazy. Is that bad?
That's not bad. I mean, it's a good way to get around the dilemma of what emoji do you want to send and what tone does it imply. It's way too much thought for an emoji. An emoji is there so you don't have to think. And I struggle with that. I struggle with what emoji to use. So my emoji game very weak.
Oh,
so I tend to overwrite in text too, just like you. But we're dads,
No, we're also guys that learn to write in full sentences. It's hard to now.
And spell.
Don't even
which
start.
is underrated. It's underrated skill.
Yeah, that's apparently impossible around some joints. All right, we got to bring in Dan and Lawrence, and we have to have a conversation with them and find out how they felt about all the wild world of sports. And we'll do that next. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Take Parkins and Spiegel with you anywhere you go on the free Odyssey app.
I live to please you.
Afternoons, 2 to 6 on The Score. Can't listen on the radio?
That's the dumbest question I've ever heard in my life.
Well, then listen on your mobile device, smart speaker, or your desktop.
No,
Well,
we want to hear your exit today.
I heard about Bernstein leaving you on the air in the middle of the show.
But not even in the middle of the show. At 10:15?
So
at 10:15?
All right.
Why did he show up to work?
So here's what happened.
No, can we hear it? Do you mind if we hear
Let's
it?
hear it. Let's hear it.
I've got to get on a plane in like 2 hours because it is impossible to get to Harrisburg. The one thing Rod Zimmerman warned me about Bucknell. You can't get there. It's in the middle of nowhere.
And you're fired.
All right, yeah. So, sorry. I've got to get my kid out of school and get to O'Hare.
That's fine. That means I got more time with Dan Wiederers.
Yeah, you're going to have an old-fashioned Lawrence Holmes show today. So get the bass drop ready, Mike Rankin. All right, apologies to all for my lack of professionalism. But, family first.
Go be with your son and try to get out of town before all the snow comes our way.
All right, peace and love.
Oh my God! So that's amazing.
All right, so look,
you couldn't even wait for the break.
The concept of weather.
No, this is what happened. We're
not
sitting
know how
there,
planes work,
and he goes, "Hey, just so you know, I'm trying to find a different flight." During the first segment, he's just booking flights. Like that's all he's doing
during the segment
is booking flights. And then I saw like the eureka moment where he had figured out the Matrix and he's got everything all set and ready to go.
Yeah.
And then he's doing like this. He's like, and I'm like,
he's holding up the phone.
Use your words. And that's when he decided to tell all of us that he had to go.
I've got to get on a plane. Apologies to all for my lack of professionalism. Peace and love.
It's about time that apology came, by the way. I've been waiting for that for 15 years.
Family first is just kind of funny in that context, too, because isn't he going for...
It's like orientation.
Orientation?
Yeah.
He talked about that like he had gotten some sort of horrifying news. Like
yes.
I need to leave. I need to get on a plane. Like my family needs me. Nah, man, you could drive.
Is it possible he was going to check on Todd Frazier? You know, if that's possible.
I gotta go.
Going downstairs, you take over, okay?
Evan Thomas for getting us up and running and motivated every morning.
And before we thank everybody else, we want to thank you for listening and also give you a chance to win a couple tickets, a pair of tickets to Dierks Bentley with special guests Jordan Davis, Tyler Braden, Saturday, July 8th at the Credit Union 1 Amphitheater in Tinley Park. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. Be the sixth caller at 312-540-0670, 312-540-0670 for a pair of tickets to Dierks Bentley.
That'll be a great show. And thanks to Alex Kuhn filling in for the great Dustin Rhodes.
That was a headset out of the ear and a kick.
You handle it well.
Hey, Ian, Alex here. Congrats on their contract extension. How more difficult, or why is it so difficult to see the ball in this stadium versus just back home?
Oh, so he lost the headset, Alex.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So he can't. It's somewhere on the turf.
So when he said he lost the headset, he meant that he didn't have it.
He can't hear you.
Thanks to Brandon Fryer for his great work.
High drive, left field, on the run. Donovan going back, looking up. It's off the wall. A leadoff double for Montregal.
And we are delighted to welcome in the great Lawrence Holmes. And Dan Bernstein's with him.
What's up, guys?
Hey. Good morning.
What'd you think of London and the broadcast and everything that happened and the results and all of it?
Well, on Friday, I implored people to listen to Pat and Ron.
Oh, that was a good move.
Because Saturday I figured would be fine, but I knew that Sunday was
Saturday
going.
wasn't fine.
And I didn't listen.
Saturday wasn't fine.
Alzolay now in a jam.
Sunday was worse.
Sunday was unconsumable.
It's true.
It was just an affront. And I always say this, it's a simple rule in broadcasting, specifically sports broadcasting. You're the lowest possible bar. Don't make people dumber about the sport. And that broadcast and A-Rod fails in that regard. He actively will make you dumber about baseball.
And he wasn't the worst offender.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, getting names wrong is basic stuff.
What I really hate, and I know that this might be the Chicagoan or the Midwesterner in me, the idea that New York broadcasters make things bigger.
Right. Well, it didn't. That made it smaller. And you can do it once, but then somebody should correct you, and you should not do it again.
Well, why are you singing Sweet Caroline at a place if you're a fan and you don't know the songs that are?
Yeah, I didn't understand that either.
Yeah,
that was strange.
It wasn't a Red Sox game.
Yeah, it was odd.
Did they maybe do it?
They do
when
it. I think,
the Red Sox and Yankees were there. They were
did
like,
then, but it's also according to our fan that called in. They do it at different British sporting events.
They do it with the Women's World Cup team for some reason.
That's even creepier.
Yeah, it's
because the song's creepy to begin with.
I never really listened to it because it's like a Boston Red Sox song to me.
Yeah, but it's about like an adolescent Caroline Kennedy.
Okay.
And the whole touching me, touching you thing was just kind of, it's always been bizarre.
Okay. I didn't know that either.
High creep factor.
Yeah.
Did not expect that to be played yesterday. I could safely
they
say.
did it Saturday too.
Yeah, Saturday or Sunday. Yesterday, I noticed it more.
It's very strange. And just like the whole idea of, look, man, you don't have to make a special broadcast for this. You've got baseball people inside of your umbrella of broadcasters.
Do the game.
Send one of them.
Right.
Like the idea that Michael Kay somehow makes a game special when he clearly wasn't prepared to do the game. And that, well, he's called Yankees Red Sox rivalry, so the Cardinals Cubs rivalry will be easy for him. It's absolutely disrespectful and ludicrous. And they played right into it. Like that's why I was telling folks, like, sync up your TV.
It was like a skit.
Sync up your TV and just listen to Pat and Ron call the game.
It just seemed like they were checking boxes and stuff too. It's like, let's swing a cricket bat. Oh, look, the ball bounces, and here's a batting cage, and what's it like?
And you knew it had been a while since A-Rod had paid attention to the Cubs or done a Cubs
Yes.
game when he's congratulating Ian Happ on his contract extension, which happened in spring training. But it just seemed really like that was the first time they're seeing this team, and they got the rosters on the way to the booth, and this Madrigal guy.
I thought that A-Rod did a nice job explaining the Mancini play.
Mm-hmm.
And there are times when he can do that, like when he can but I wish this for all analysts, just call the game in front of you.
Remember when he did a bit when he was it might have been during the Madden Cubs, he was in town and they did his thing at the batting cages. Was it with Javi?
Yes.
And it was really good.
It was terrific.
Great insight.
Yes.
That played to his strengths.
Yes. And that's what you need to do. Like, for whatever reason, the national entities think that he has personality, and he does not, because all of it is a front. It's all fake, and it comes across fake inside of the broadcast. Those places that you're talking about, David, where it is just baseball, and he can do like the baseball stuff, that's where he shines. And I wish that they would put him in a position to do that more. But someone's told him that he's charming. And it's probably him that told himself that he was charming, and he's not.
He did mention his mom a lot.
Manfred.
Ugh.
Well, of course.
Yeah, the Manfred ass kissing got.
Of course he does.
Yeah.
Because he was in a position to maybe buy the Mets. So of course he likes Rob Manfred.
He likes the Manfred man.
Well, I don't mind the Manfred man.
Okay.
I'm okay with that speeding up games and getting us out of here.
That
I enjoyed
was
that.
good.
I enjoyed that last night watching
Yes.
the Astros and the Dodgers with the Manfred man, and Jose Abreu is doing the thing that Jose Abreu
It's
does.
June. Yeah,
It's June.
It's hot. It's
Yep.
June.
Late June.
It's Abreu time.
Getting hot.
How about the White Sox leading the majors in walk-off wins?
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I mean,
there's something.
Well,
if
they're
had
leading in
30
something.
more, just the-
Well, you're also burying the lead. Did you see what Madrigal got yesterday?
A barrel?
He got a barrel.
So that's 3.
He got his 3rd career barrel in 584 events.
I'm glad
Nicky
they did
3
point that
barrels.
out.
Nicky 3 barrels. He's graduated from Nicky 2 barrels. Now he's got the 3rd impact, the 3rd event of his career at a minimum of 98 miles per hour off the bat between 26 and 32 degrees.
Can he play first base?
No, if they're serious about baseball, they need to just put him at 25th man and leave him there. 26th man now. Yes, I'm
What are they going to do about
Manfred
first
man.
base?
I don't know, but you should be able to find a first baseman.
Well,
Oh my God.
it's Bellinger once he stops throwing up, right?
He was sick,
was
right?
unwell.
I didn't imagine that. Like we
Yeah.
got some pushback
Yeah.
on people
Yeah,
saying,
but that's not your permanent first baseman because
Why not?
Because he's too important in center field.
But if he can't play center field, just like some guys can't play shortstop, so now all of a sudden they play second base.
Well, that's due
Well,
to
but-
injury that doesn't exist, but it's an injury.
But the problem is still not hitting at all.
yeah, I
in
think
Tim Anderson's
Perhaps.
case, yeah.
Perhaps you put him on the IL.
nah. We not with the White Sox. We play through stuff like that. We'll put him on the IL and backdate it later. It's not time for that yet. We only do that after we've exhausted every
Let's
possibility.
put him at shortstop so it's a far further throw, and he might re-aggravate his injury.
Correct. See, now you're thinking like a White Sox.
I'm saying.
Yes.
But the thing about him playing second base is that if a ball goes behind second base and you know what? Never mind. You were saying, Mully?
I was wondering what kind of lozenges. No. What are you doing today?
These are a birthday present for my sister.
What are they?
These are the famous Regal Crown Sour Lemon Drops.
I also have Ricola.
No, these are the best. Regal Crown Sour Lemon. Oh,
this is honey lemon echinacea. Very good.
Where's your chicken, Dan?
Yeah, where's the chicken?
Yeah, what the heck?
I don't know. I didn't have any. I had a bunch of skirt steak last night, and I was still kind of full.
Where's your bacon? Your crispy bacon.
I had some of that over the weekend as well.
Look at you.
No, I had my birthday dinner. We went out for an Indian feast, and then I had my annual Dairy Queen peanut butter parfait.
Oh,
Nice.
Those are the best.
It was perfect. It was like
Those are the
super
best.
spicy,
Did you
super
go to
flavorful.
Devon Avenue? Where did you
No, our place closed. Our joint on Devon Tiffin is no more.
Tiffin closed.
Tiffin closed.
Did not know that.
It sucks. That was our go-to. So we went to Essence of India in Lincoln Square, which is fabulous and convenient and close by. And then we got, we ate a massive, obscene amount of food. And it was spicy. So then we said, we got to get to Dairy Queen. And we got there just before they closed for my big peanut butter parfait sitting on the back
That's
patio.
the all-time best thing on the menu.
I totally agree.
That is the all-time best menu item at Dairy
I
Queen.
can't do it every time. Sometimes I just want a small dip cone.
It is. Yeah, but sometimes you just want like a chocolate or butterscotch dip.
Yeah, but for the
sometimes you just want
birthday-
a blizzard, maybe. But all-time best, peanut butter parfait.
Never a doubt.
So what have you today?
We have a lot, actually. We are going to spray to all fields as far as our guests go. We're going to talk NBA with the basketball analyst at Stadium, Jeff Goodman, at 11.
Wow.
The name-checked Evan Altman, editor-in-chief of CubsInsider.com, is going to, this celebrity.
North Judson, stand up!
Is going to join us at noon, and he's actually in Iceland on his way back. So it'll be the first time I think we've ever had a guest on from Iceland.
We're world travelers from North Judson.
And then James Fegan, who was covering the White Sox for the Sun-Times over the weekend at 1 o'clock.
Iceland is green and Greenland is Iceland.
That is correct.
Yeah, don't tell anyone.
Yeah, it's a secret.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports.
King Cobra, $42 right now.
Okay, so here, because what? Wait a damn minute. How do you have King Cobra with you?
Okay, so this is a studio prop now, although it is real beer in here in this King Cobra 40 ounce.
That's malt liquor. You put
That's
some
right,
respect
baby.
on that liquid.
That's malt liquor. That's right. And I got this for Jay Zawoski on his 40th birthday, 40 ounce for his 40th. And it still resides here in the studio. So
see,
we're talking King Cobra. We got the prop now.
This is the truth.
Oh God!
New,
while
new look, same taste. Don't threaten me with a good time.
While he's looking at the King Cobra bottle,
You ever do Edward 40 hands?
No.
You don't know that? You want to talk about dumb white guy? Sorry.
Well, see, double. See?
How did you drink that 40 ounce already, Dan?
You put the King Cobra in his hands,
No,
and
I'm
he
telling
already went there.
I can't believe it.
Sorry.
I can totally believe
Sorry,
it.
Edward 40 hands.
All the people on the stream got a treat.
So what you do is this is total stupid white person stuff. 40 of your choice. You get one in either hand. Roll a duct tape.
And then the other one.
And someone duct tapes the two 40s and you are that and the duct tape does not come off until the 40 is empty. So you can free one hand and then you go to work on the other.
It's a
going to the hospital?
No, see, he's going to go back over there, and I'm going to call him. He's going to pretend it's an emergency call from a family member at the hospital.
When things get rough in there,
Right.
I'm going to need you to just call my phone.
Hello, Aunt Kathy. What's up? An accident. Well, is Uncle Rudy going to be okay? Oh, God. Why did he think he could build his own helicopter?
Call the bat phone.
Yes, Commissioner. Mr. Freeze wants what?
Oh, get me Peter Patton, stat, and get me photos of that web crawler.
I need photos. Photos of Spider-Man. Bernstein and Holmes. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on 670 The Score.
Ah, yes, the Bulls. I had a lovely weekend not thinking about them. We recorded the Organizations Win Championships podcast. We got that done and out of the way, and we had all kinds of Bulls thoughts about the state of the roster and the players that they have. Yeah. The Bulls.
And they still can end up in the luxury tax threshold.
Oh, they could. If they really scale the height of mismanagement, they absolutely could do that.
I haven't listened to OWC yet. It's on my list of things to do. I did listen to the full go with Jason and him talking about like his draft night show, and it was so sad.
It's sad. All roads lead back to misery.
It's so.
If you really are trying to think with a critical eye and a critical ear and look at the whole thing, there's no way to be excited about what they're doing. It's all just curdled.
It's really like, and the more that Jay kept talking, I was laughing, like walking down 53rd Street in Hyde Park, just laughing out loud because Jay was painting such an awful picture. And it's the truthful picture about kind of where the Bulls are and how can you get out of this. And there's really no way for them to get out of it unless they decide to make drastic changes and trades.
No, Peter Patton, the Rudy Jaramillo is here to be the hitting coach.
Hey man,
he's here.
Bring DePaul people in. You know things get better.
The magic. This guy's going to fix everything. He's going to develop. He's going to teach everybody how to shoot because now they realize that they have to learn how to shoot. So it's like, hey, you're not shooting it right. Shoot it like this.
I don't have a problem with guys getting some coaching on shooting. If that's what they need, that's what they need. But they need so much more.
Nope. They just need to shoot so the ball goes in instead of out, and it fixes everything.
And remember, he's not just a shooting coach.
He's the head of development.
Because
apparently AK and Eversley and the people they hired from Denver weren't enough. But now they've got it. Now the guy who's bounced around as a shooting coach is going to develop their people because they couldn't develop their own people. So now they've outsourced their development.
Well, he can shoot.
They're going to bring in the Wagner group next.
Well, you got to find him first.
Yeah, they'll find the Wagner group, and then they're going to bring him in, and it'll be Evgeny Prigozhin who's going to fix the Bulls.
Taste your food.
Hey, Mr. Prigozhin, sir, don't go on any floor above the first floor ever. And make sure any food you eat was sealed before you open it.
And vet the people that are going to be around you.
Yes. But have a good, the food taster would be real good.
I mean, look, it happened to me last week. We make the Starbucks run. What does Ray come back with?
What?
Not my matcha lemonade.
Matcha lemonade.
But a matcha latte. I see what happened there.
Yeah, he's poisoning you.
Exactly.
You're going to be like Navalny.
Exactly.
Yep.
I see what happened.
Hey, I got it right.
Eventually.
It was corrected.
I'm sure you said it correctly.
Hey.
And they were like, wait, what's that? Well, it's on your menu. Oh, speaking of which, did you suffer any effects from the olive oil thing?
I didn't. I didn't. I was fine. So I got So here's the story.
Good.
There's this olive oil that Starbucks is pushing, and now they're putting it in the coffee. They got a special olive oil drink.
Oil in the coffee.
So I ordered it because
cabbage rolls.
It's just in my face all the time when I go to Starbucks. So I was like, all right, I got to try this. So I come back, and then Dan and Lawrence tell me, oh, that's going to be a system cleanse right there.
But I mean,
it can be.
It can be.
That's usually what olive oil, like if you take a tablespoon of olive oil, like if you're a little backed up and you take a tablespoon of olive oil, it will help you not be as backed up. And so from what I had heard, I mean, I don't know because I'm not a coffee drinker at all. Starbucks have been using a little bit more than what you would use.
There was a lot in there. You could see it.
Right. And so just be careful with it because it could have some consequences.
Yeah, I always default to the advice of Farmio on such things.
For those of you who haven't had one, it's like pulling the baseball through a garden hose, only the baseball has smooth texture to it. Oh, not with the stone. The 2-1 way outside, 3-1 now.
Him talking about kidney stones?
Well, he also said, what do? When you have kidney stones, he always said, drink a lot of oil.
Yeah, because you got to get it on up out of there.
But he never said what kind of oil.
Well, he didn't mean
just oil.
He didn't mean motor oil.
I don't know, but you're talking about White Sox fans here. Yeah, Farmio said I should drink 30-weight motor oil. I got a half synthetic blend. It didn't taste too good. I don't feel so great.
Cost me $500 over at the Jiffy Lube.
Right. He hooked me right up to it. Oh, I gotta lie down.
On that situation, drink a lot of oil.
Well, I was fine. There was no issue. So,
all right, good. I'm happy that you didn't have kind of an emergency situation.
No. There was a lot of oil in that thing, but no.
Okay, good. All right, you got a strong constitution, Ray.
There we go.
Yeah, sure he does.
Oh, I Friday I tried your place.
I saw your Instagram post. It's the realness, right?
What's the place?
Jimmy's, the Pizza Cafe, the New York style place.
Their new joint they just opened. They moved from Foster and Lincoln to Montrose and Western.
And I was really happy because it was like a Friday night, and I'm thinking, oh, it's gonna. I was like, I made a mistake. Like I shouldn't have come here on a Friday night. It was perfect. Like, got a table, got a slice, got the fries. Fries were delicious because I'm a big pizza and fries guy. And it was fantastic. So thanks for the recommendation.
Only the one slice?
I did two.
Okay.
I did two of the pepperoni. And you were right about the pepperoni. It's exactly the type of pepperoni I want on my pizza. Like the small cut, and it's crispy.
They call it crisp and curl.
I love that.
Which means it's cut thickly enough.
And it's got the fat.
Yep. Then it's all of the fat's going to pool on the inside of the crisp edged curled pepperoni slice.
Yeah, it was really, really outstanding. So I appreciate the recommendation.
Yeah, that's my joint.
It's a good way. Like I had like this kind of weird Friday night where I wasn't really doing much. Like it was in my plan to go get the pizza on Friday night, but before that, like I came home, I'm sitting there and I started gardening because I have my roses started to pop. So I'm like, oh, well, let me take some of these into the house and all this other stuff. And like, now I'm gonna go get pizza. This is a weird night that I'm having.
No, it's good.
Go White Sox.
The weather was good up in yesterday. The weather was weird. They've got but yeah, the whole. I mean, I got to see plenty of the baseball, but it made the day feel long yesterday to have the Cubs
game
early.
At 9.
You're like, oh, I'm up. I'm watching the Cubs game. Then 4 o'clock rolls around. You're like, it's only 4 o'clock?
Yeah.
God. And then Jason had a game that started at 5:30, and the weather was just weird.
Was he even able to play it?
They played, yeah. Every cloud that came through was like, the wind was weird, but it was fun. But their uniforms didn't come in yet, so the entire team decided to wear Hawaiian shirts. They're a bunch of clowns. So these kids all showed up in Hawaiian shirts, and then the catcher brought a speaker and was like playing Jimmy Buffett music the whole time.
Nothing better than Summer League.
I know, and I said, you clowns better win. I said, you can't show up like this in Hawaiian shirts playing Jimmy Buffett and get your ass kicked.
I mean, it would be funny if they got their asses kicked, but you could totally show up and wear.
And now they want to make it instead of wearing their actual
100%.
Uniforms, they're going to do like basketball jerseys for the next game.
Why not?
That's what I said. I said, what's the purpose of summer league college baseball if you can't do stupid stuff like this?
Yeah, that's beautiful. I love hearing that. It makes me.
Yeah, and
makes me happy.
I walked up, I saw my kid playing third. I'm like, they let you play third in this league?
Oh.
Like, what? I said, this is incredible. Is everybody okay? Did everybody else die? He hasn't played third since he was 8 years old.
How do you feel?
He played great. It was hilarious.
Good for him.
Yeah, because he walked out there. First 2 plays were hard ground balls to him.
It always finds you.
And the third one is like, hit it to me again. Hit it to me again.
Yeah. The ball always finds you when you're not playing a position that you're supposed to be playing.
It's still the worst insult I ever got. It hurts me to this day. Hurts me to this day. Intramural softball in college, senior year. I was playing. We got a team. I played shortstop with my friends, and I was a shortstop for our 12-inch softball team. We played a team of my baseball teammates.
Oh no!
Because they were mostly Pi-Phi. So they had their own, most of my club baseball teammates, their fraternity had their own softball team. And they walk up to play us. And the guy said, "Oh my God, Bernstein's their shortstop."
Wow.
And I was like, damn. Ow. I tried not to show how much it hurt, but I was like,
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, appreciate it, boys.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I love you too.
Jerks.
Like our fourth outfielder is their shortstop. And it was so right though.
That's what they're saying about me in the softball
it was
league.
So true. It's just to this day, I will never forget. It's just like I felt about
what's Holmes doing?
2 feet tall. Like, oh,
he's 50.
This sucks.
You shouldn't be playing softball. You should be knitting.
No, softball good for you.
Yeah,
I should be playing softball.
You should come out, man.
No,
not far from the house.
I know, but I don't. I can't. I will.
Why not?
No, it hurts. No, knee's bad. I got to get my knee ready. As long as my knee's okay.
Out.
I mean, I
got to play.
I can hang out and do you guys drink beer?
Yeah, he does.
I do. Yeah.
Okay, I can do that.
Shane usually has one and thinks we don't know he has one, but
it was hilarious.
I'm a bit more obvious about it than everyone else.
Does.
There are guys when we play these games
kick me out.
in Rogers Park. There are guys who work for our game, for Jason's like college summer league game. There were 4 guys who were sitting there with a 12-pack of bottles of Corona Familiar.
Nice.
Who were just sitting on the bench, hanging out to watch their game.
Yeah.
Like as fans.
I am one of those
hilarious.
people.
And then after the game, they were taking pictures of all the guys in their Hawaiian shirts. And those guys walked up with beers in their hands and stood in the photo.
I'm a big proponent of if there's competition, I want to see how it plays out.
They were just hanging out, drinking beer in the park, watching baseball.
What a great way to do it.
And then they said, when do you guys play here again?
Hell yeah.
Like Tuesday.
That's what I'm talking about.
We'll see you there.
Get another 12er and come back.
That's
come
right.
on back.
No, hell, I could. There's a grocery right there. I could have gone down and popped for another. All the dads were like,
I think you got to go. I feel like instead
of
a bunch of them, I think you got to go tall boy. Tall boy, tall boy in a bag, like a tall boy Modelo in a bag,
paper bag.
Yeah, like that's how you got to do it.
Yeah, but there's something about Corona Familiar that's different. I think it's the same beer as Corona Extra.
That's a great question because I was drinking that yesterday actually, and I honestly can't tell the difference. But
no, I think
you pay a little more for that Familiar.
Do you? I thought you pay more for the Extra. I thought the extra was like the touristy version. The Familiar is just like, this is your local beer. I don't know but I think there's something much more that seems very genuine about Corona Familiar.
If the softball team makes the playoffs, you should come to one of our playoff games and drink beers.
All right.
Because we play like right off of like Central Park West and Armitage.
Oh hell!
It's right off of Pulaski.
Yeah,
Uber down there.
Yeah, come on down and
can I heckle the umps?
Well, I like our umps. I think our umps are really good dudes. So don't heckle them.
You can do it in a fun way.
Heckle the other team.
Okay.
And I mean, like they're P1 listeners too. So if Mike would probably appreciate you heckling him.
Okay.
He probably go. Is that Bernstein over there? Bernstein over there heckling me? So, yeah, do that. We make the playoffs. You come by, you have a beer, and watch us putz around for an hour.
Done.
Right?
Yeah, done. Absolutely.
And they sell the big bottle of Corona Familiar if you want to do the big bottle.
Well, and
it's not quite a 40, I don't think. But
no, it's not. But that's for the table, right?
In the park, like the guy there's the Chicharito guy. Like there's you can get some stuff over there at Mozart.
Limon?
Yeah, over at Mozart Park.
Mm-hmm.
You can have a good time.
This is make Dan do Edward 40 hands at the game.
Hell yeah.
That'd be amazing. I'd pay to see that.
I would too.
Well, I think the Familiar Big Bottle's 32.
32, that's right.
So I could do Edward 32 hands.
Court hands. Edward court hands.
I like it. All right, let's talk a little bit about what happened in London.
Yeah.
And beyond. Like London and beyond. I would love to know, and you can just text us and let us know. When we come back, I want to talk about the Cubs and where the Cubs are at right now. Because I feel like I had an epiphany this weekend when it came to my feelings about this year's Cubs team. And I'm wondering if other people are on the same page. So we'll discuss it. We'll talk about the game, Marcus Stroman's blister, Trey Mancini doing whatever. I don't know what it was that he was doing out there, but we'll work through it with you next. It's Bernstein and Holmes talking Cubs on The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Cubs third base coach, Willie Harris. Willie, thank you, sir. How's London?
London's awesome, man.
Who's the most out of place? Who feels the most like fish out of water over there?
I would go with Fulmer.
Logan Maddox from Jacksonville State. Logan, how are you doing, sir?
Oh, well, I'm doing better than I was last night in the sixth inning after realizing what I said on live air. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great.
We've been having a lot of fun with it, Logan. Not going to lie.
You handled it perfectly.
Hey, I appreciate it. You know, if there's one thing I've learned in this industry, you know, you got to be able to laugh at yourself when you make a mistake, and you know, that's what happened. So if nothing else, you know, we beat the number 3 team in the nation last night. I wish that all the publicity was about that.
Stop.
And not about my flub.
No,
but
you
at
don't.
the same time, I'm happy that, you know, maybe that brought some humor to people on a Tuesday night.
Logan, here's how I know you're lying. Because you retweeted the video that went viral.
I did. I was like, well, here's what's going to happen. I need to acknowledge that it happened and let people know, okay, yeah, you know, I'm going to own up to it. Because if I don't, I'm afraid of what the, you know, response will be to me saying that.
Did you think at all about perhaps not saying that the next pitcher was bringing the gas? Did you think about maybe not?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Whoops. I didn't even realize I said that. God. Man. Goodness. Probably should have reworded that one. You got me there.
Yeah. It was just... Last thing, you can be honest, we're in the trust tree here, Logan. Are you a little disappointed that you're not getting more attention for it?
None whatsoever. Again,
the line cut out again at a really fortunate time.
You know, beating up Ole Miss, you know, the number 3 team in the nation, but you know, at the same time, it was funny, and I'm glad that I was able to bring some laughs to some people.
You're the best,
certainly
man.
did.
Yeah.
Thank you, Logan. Thank you, Logan Maddox.
Thank you. You guys have a great day.
All right,
Can you just give us another one, by the way?
Oh, my God.
What an artist.
Get in the game and download it today. More of the Bernstein and Holmes show on the way in 60 seconds on The Score.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details.
Or the finger. It could even be, the nail of Stroh, and looks like he is coming out of the game.
Stroman will leave as he walks the line alongside trainer Nick Frangella.
It did kind of flare up there early on. He did not have it coming into the game, but I know it was, I think in the first or second, it started to kind of light him up a little bit. He was pushing through it, and it just, those type of things, it's only a matter of time trying to get through there, and you could just tell the pitches weren't as sharp as they had been.
I don't even know why. I know why. Tough stuff for our guy Stroman. Although, if you've been listening to this show, blister or no blister, in the sun or out of the sun, that he's been a candidate for regression to his peripherals for a while now.
He has, but I'm not going to. I think yesterday's game is bad evidence of that.
Just saying.
Because of the blister and because of really terrible defense behind him.
It gets there in different ways. I had pointed out that there was some space in between his front-facing numbers and some of the underlying numbers.
It was so weird, too, because while you're watching the game, and I'm like, why did they... Because you see the earned runs on them, like, wait a minute, how are we not calling those runs after the error unearned runs?
Right.
And then they didn't do it until after the game was over. They went back and retroactively. So he finished with, 3 earned runs instead of 6 earned runs. And it's just like, come on. That plain as day.
And that notable batting average of balls in play that was incredibly low did take a jump up from 234 to 250, which is a big move in one game. His earned run average is still at a terrific 247, but his expected fielder independent pitching is more than a run higher at 364. So sometimes there are some indications of some spread in there.
Well, we get a chance to talk to Rossi tomorrow, right?
Mm-hmm.
Good. We can ask him about what I'd love to know, the different remedies that he's seen for pitchers with blisters.
Oh, geez. Now we're going to get back to Moises Alou and Ismael Valdez. Do you remember all that?
Glue. Like, there are guys that used to do glue.
There was pickle brine. There was, rice. Was that one of them? Like, dry out the skin. And the Moises Alou one you don't even want to talk about. But there was, yes, I'm sure there's folk remedies being sent in for Stroh at this point.
Here's where I'm at with the Cubs. Because, they've had a 10 out of their last, 11 out of their last 14. And you're watching a team that I feel like they missed an opportunity yesterday. They missed a real opportunity yesterday. Things went bad on the bottom half of the first inning. And then they kind of kept going bad for the rest of the game. But yesterday was a chance for them to get back to 500. They're 3 games out as it stands right now, which is great. I want to know, 76 games in, so half a season in, I want to know if the Cubs are playing for real now. Like, are we playing for keeps now? Or is this still just a a season where you're trying to figure some things out. Because I would like to think that they're playing for real. I would like to think that they can see the National League Central title from here.
That the Reds bump will cool. The Pirates will continue to fade. The Cardinals are just bad. And
The Cardinals are the White Sox.
And who knows what the Brewers are going to do at this point.
Right. And like there's a real opportunity here. I don't want them to bypass the 2023 season when there's a chance to win. And we know, like, you get into the baseball playoffs, the variance of baseball allows for you to maybe do better than what you were expecting. I just look at this and say, you've seen your competition now. Like, you have a half a season of looking at the other teams in this division and going, that team's not good. Like the Pirates team, like that team's not good. The Reds team actually might be good. I'm still kind of on the fence on them, and they've gotten 2 shots in the arm. De La Cruz and getting Joey back. And Joey's been very effective since he's come back. So I'm still not, I don't know if they have enough pitching to get them through it, but maybe for once the Cincinnati Reds are actually going to be players in the trade market that's coming up. I want the Cubs to look at this season the same way. I want them to look at it and go, hey, we got an opportunity here. Like, some things have bounced our way. The division is more than come back to us. Let's compete. I guess that's kind of maybe where I'm at. I don't know where you, the Cub fan, are at. If you want to text us with your thoughts, 312-644-6767 is the way that you can do that. I just felt like this overwhelming, like, hey, your team is good enough to win this division, and everything's a little weird in the National League this year. The teams that you were expecting to be good maybe aren't as good. Some of them are not good at all. Mets, Padres. Maybe there's an opportunity here if you act accordingly. If you're not looking to ship off Marcus Stroman, for example, if you're looking and saying, let's add, I'm not saying you give him the extension yet. I'm just saying that there's no reason why the Cubs, like, I joke about how the White Sox missed their opportunity while the Death Star was being rebuilt over at Waveland and Clark, like it was being rebuilt. Now it's not operational yet, but it's close to being operational. So why don't they now get it operational and let's go? Like, that's what I'm not usually this guy.
Well,
I want to see the Cubs attack the second half of the season.
Well, I also think that having spent on Suzuki and Swanson, having extended Horner and Happ, you made,
and the money you doled out to Suzuki.
Right? I mentioned that first,
right?
Yeah, you made a statement, a tacit statement that you were, like you say, building something. And you went out and you spent a little bit. And the Tyone money, even though it's bad money,
right?
The fact that you spent it is significant. So let's see. I mean, you might have to try to spend over that now because it doesn't seem to be working. And the Wisniewski thing hasn't launched. So,
but there's still a possibility that it could.
Well, that'd be great. That'd be the best news you got all year.
I mean, and you're getting free money from Kyle Hendricks. You weren't expecting this.
I can tell you, there are people in that organization that with this new catching tandem were. There are people who knew
that Kyle Hendricks would be more effective because he's going to get framed up and he's going to get guys that do a better job of
giving the ump a look, guys a better job of giving him a quiet target. That was the bet that they made, was having a better receiver. He was one of the guys who, if you looked at catcher ERA, if he was going to return healthy enough to have command of what he does, he was poised to be one of the biggest beneficiaries of that decision.
I just want now for the Cubs to, like, you've been down a little bit, like things have changed, obviously. Like, you've moved on from your championship group, and for the most part, they're all gone, except for Kyle Hendricks and David Ross. They're all gone. Now here's an opportunity, and opportunities like this don't come along that often, where you look up and you go, hey, no one's running away with this. It could be us. Like, why can't it be us?
Yeah, you should be, your pro personnel people should be in full active mode. You should have got people out there looking at people right now, actively.
Full-time third baseman.
And if you look, well,
maybe full-time first baseman.
See, here's the thing. If you see, for example, what the Angels just did. The Angels are down Rendon, and they were down whoever was out there instead of Rendon. I think they're down 3 major league third basemen. So they went and traded for Moustakas, and they went and traded for Escobar, and they're using assets that they have in their system to shore up their major league team right now. Now, I don't, if those seem desperate, dealing for guys who have like around an 85 WRC plus right now.
Well, they might be desperate, and there might be other considerations. Like, one, the Angels are actually having a winning season, and 2, you need to show big man that we're doing everything. Hey, Shohei, we are doing
I think big man's
everything.
gone. I think this may be your last chance with big man.
I agree with you, but you got to maximize it. And the Cubs don't have a player like that, but they're seemingly having a season. If we wanted to, and we wanted to like extrapolate back to the last 70 games of last season and go, if you look at it on the whole, if you look at a full season of 162 of Cubs baseball, or I guess technically 150 of Cubs baseball, it's been above 500. It's been competitive baseball that we're talking about. So why not, when you've got an upgrade in your level of competition? And you know what? Let me point out a guy, because we were talking about this in pre-show meeting. We were texting this over the weekend. I friggin' love Nico Horner. I love him. I love the way he plays. I love what he's about. I love that he seems to get it. And I'm glad that he and Hap are a couple of guys that, like, they got their money and they're not satisfied. I'm happy to see them continuing to play hard. They made mention of it on the broadcast. Pat was waxing poetic about Nico Horner and the type of player that he is.
It's fun to watch a guy who runs the bases as well as Horner. Invariably, he makes the right decision almost every single time. Part of that is instinct. Part of it is just knowing the personnel on the other team.
Yep.
Who's got the good arm? How far is the throw going to be? Now the pitch to Seiya. Swinging a foul back and out of play.
The other thing, too, with the way he hustles around the field on the bases, he always puts himself in a position where you can take the next 90 feet. You know, and there's something to be said about that, too. And, you know, we saw that last inning, right? He stole second base, the ball trickles away. He's instantly up and ready to go to third.
That's highlights of the broadcast that you should have been listening to all weekend long. Pat and Ron on the call. But I just dig his vibe. And he manufactured a run in the first inning of yesterday's game just because he was playing hard. And those are the types of things, like, you have like both. Like, you have that in the top of the first, and then in the bottom of the first you have clown college going on out there and things turning for the worse for the Cubs. But I just really appreciate him. And when I see a player like that, or a player like Ian Happ, or a player like Dansby Swanson, or what Marcus Stroman has done this season, I'm like, hey, let's see what happens if the Cubs finally start to put the full power of the Cubs behind a team. Like, now's the time. You've been waiting for an opportunity. Go be the bully. The Cardinals are down. Keep them down. The rest of these guys, you've got the bigger pockets. And you might have the better baseball infrastructure than the rest of the teams in the division. Plus, with the money, go. Like, go and say, hey, this Nick Madrigal thing is cute.
Let's go. It's not cute.
Let's go get a real third baseman. Let's go find someone on a team that isn't going anywhere.
The Angels just found 2 of them.
I think there's more that you can find.
Okay.
I think there's a couple of guys that one of them used to be in your system. You know, like,
Candelario?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people mentioning that name.
I just think that now's the time. Like, you're close. Go be a bully.
I'm glad you played the stuff from Pat and Ron because we're going to get back to they had a great weekend.
They really
that
did.
Broadcast, that score broadcast had a great weekend, and they made the most of it. And Pat is really enjoying himself right now, and it's really coming through.
He's in his bag right now, man.
We will definitely set aside some time to enjoy a lot of that stuff, but we have to also talk about what the national TV stuff was, what it was trying to be, and why it was trying to be that. Because your advice, I think, was well taken to try to avoid it, but it's tough to avoid.
Some of y'all didn't listen.
Yeah.
Some of y'all didn't listen to me when I told you that you didn't want to have anything to do with these 2 broadcasts that were happening, and you should just listen to the home call. And now you're going to pay. Next on The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey.
You do not want that at that time.
But what if it was Robot Bigsy?
Yeah. I think Robot Bigsy would be fine. I think Robot from the press box. I could see him.
What do we do here? Brad, what do we do?
Morning, boys. What's going on?
No,
we don't have time for hello.
I would take advice from Robot Bigsy because Robot Bigsy on a Sunday is somebody you want to take advice from. They allowed maybe the Bears defense to get their best personnel on the field, perhaps. But there wasn't a situation.
Oh, what the heck was that?
What was that?
Holy cow.
Something just...
Did you see me jump?
Yeah, I did see you jump.
Like, what? I immediately got into like a Karate Man pose.
What happened there?
I don't know, but someone could have gotten hurt. Honestly, something just collapsed somewhere.
I don't know what collapsed.
Did you guys hear that?
I heard it, and I looked up. I mean, is there anything laying around you right now?
There's a body. Does that count? No, I don't know. I don't know what that
Something
was.
fell
There's
out
nothing.
below me, I think it was.
It was the banging.
It was
That's what happened. He was pounding the table.
I barely pounded the table.
You pounded it with your shoe.
Maybe it had something to do with your read.
All right. That's it.
We digress.
That I literally, I'm sure that will sound funny because I did let out kind of a surprised yell.
And
go ahead.
You're overstating how much I pounded the desk. I was just kind of.
No, you're like gently touching.
I don't want to touch anything else. I'm going to fix the desk.
David is going to repair whatever damage he's done. I'm gonna yell. As a texter said, I yelled like Homer Simpson. Don't. Yeah, it was pretty funny.
double for Madrigal.
That was barrel number 3 for Nick Madrigal's career. Madrigal. It's Madrigal. It's Madrigal. A madrigal is it's an Elizabethan era song, right?
A flower?
No, I don't think so.
It's not a third baseman, right?
Renaissance era, a part song for several voices, especially one of the Renaissance period, typically arranged in elaborate counterpoint and without instrumental accompaniment.
You need someone to play a lute.
Originally used of a genre of 14th century Italian songs, the term now refers to English or Italian songs of the late 16th and early 17th century. So there was our high school had a madrigal team.
So nobody hit barrels?
They would dress up in garb of the period and they would sing songs and compete, I guess.
Garb of the period and the elbow guard with the double madrigal.
They all had the elbow guard that had double madrigal on it. Yep. They all did the weird swing before they hit that funky little like upswing thing. Yeah, just get the names right, man. We don't ask much. It's a national broadcast. You're trying to feature everything. It's an international broadcast. Get the names right.
I get that learning a new when you're used to calling games for one team and you have to learn 2 new rosters and I get that that's really rough. But that's part of the reason why you don't ask him to be the play-by-play guy for this. It's not what you do.
Alzoli? Was that the other one?
Yeah.
Adbert Alzoli.
No, that's not his name.
And usually you can, the teams are more than happy to provide you with how names are said.
It's the first thing you do as a play-by-play guy.
I mean, it had to be in front of him. That's the thing that kills me too. Isn't this information already not in front of the guy?
It should be.
Right. It's got to be there.
It's one thing to misstate, and that happens all the time. And
For sure.
We've all done that, whether it's Dick Stockton saying Adolfo Soriano or whatever it is. I mean, that happens.
Adbert Alzoli.
That's just getting it wrong.
But the thing is that you can, at any time, like in the press box, like during a break, whether it's Michael Kay or a producer, there's someone from the Cubs and the Cardinals in the press box, and you can say, hey, I want to make sure I get this right. How do you pronounce this name?
Mm-hmm.
But on top of that, like it's what bothers me and why I knew it was just going to be bad is that these broadcasts, like when you helicopter in and you don't take the time, like you think that you're just going to kind of flash mob your way through a baseball broadcast. And that's the one broadcast where you can be exposed more than any other. Well, I guess you could really be exposed if you were doing hockey and had never been doing hockey. But a baseball broadcast with so much downtime, you can end up being exposed. And they were exposed.
Well, the problem, too, is they tried so hard with the propaganda, and I know that's part of why they're there. It's the biggest reason why they're there. But the stuff about these weird anecdotal stories about, I was sitting in the stands for the other game, and there was somebody behind me, and he was British, and his son was also British, and they were talking about, isn't baseball great? And that's how you grow the game. And if you listen, you can hear the game growing. Look at all this growing of the game. Aren't they growing the game? Isn't Commissioner Manfred growing? Look, let's just listen. It's like corn in midsummer. If you listen at night, you can hear it. It's growing. Baseball's growing. Look how much bigger it is. We have a growth chart. You go to a closet right off the kitchen with little pencil marks, and you stand there. We said, baseball, stand there. And I took a ruler, and I put the ruler on baseball's head, and I marked it. It said, look how much you're growing, baseball. Look.
I feel like there are a bunch of national broadcasters that are earnest in their attempts to make sure that they learn what's important, like what's at stake for the two teams that are involved. And I'm not trying to like downplay anyone else's fan base, but Cubs fans and Cardinals fans, in Cubs-Cardinals games in particular, take the games pretty seriously. And I would want, like, I know when the White Sox end up on national broadcast, like, we'll take what we can.
We understand that nobody knows
cares
that they exist,
right,
or what they've done, or who's ever played for them.
It's totally fine. You don't know who our players are, and we don't really either.
And you don't know if they've ever won a World Series or not.
Right.
Yeah.
But in a game like this, that's such a spotlight, I felt like the whole point of, like, the K-Rod broadcast, it's about them. And I hate that. I hate that game is reduced to, here's Michael Kay, and did you know that he calls Yankees games? He's from New York.
Adbert Alzoli.
Oh,
from New York. That means he's important.
He's very important. And then the most disingenuous person that baseball has ever produced is sitting there on your broadcast. There are a lot of pros to Alex Rodriguez as a broadcaster, and we talk. Yeah, Dan, there are. There are, and David and I were talking about it.
What are they?
When he is present inside of a game, he can give you analysis.
Cubbies.
That's bad. When he gets the opportunity to talk to players and talk about hitting, I enjoy Alex Rodriguez talking about hitting. For some reason, he doesn't think that that's enough and that he's got to do this bit when he's out here calling games. And it comes across as so fake and so phony and so unprepared.
Well, listen to his exchange with Ian Happ when they had it all set up, and these things always go wrong, but this is always death. But they had it all set up, and then Ian makes one play, and his earpiece falls out, and he kicks it into God knows where, and it's gone, and they can never find it.
And he told him
and he
that.
told him it's probably $2,500 worth of technology.
They found it.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, they ended up finding it. But the fact that he told them, I don't have the earpiece in, and then Alex then asks him a question.
That is how it feels. Feels like you're playing with a racquetball a little bit.
There's a ground ball off the bat of Newport, and Ian Happ will field and get the ball in.
Lost the mic there, the headset there, guys. And then I kicked it. That was a headset out of the ear and a kick.
You handle it well.
Hey, Ian, Alex here. Congrats on their contract extension. How more difficult, or why it is so difficult to see the ball in this stadium versus just back home?
Oh, so he lost the headset, Alex.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So he can't. It's somewhere on the turf.
Now for my favorite part of the show. What's that say? Talk to the audience. Oh, God, this is always death.
These things never go well. Every once in a while, the tech is fine, or you get something interesting. But he said he lost the headset and kicked it and couldn't find it.
The conversation before the play happens, and the play went to Ian, which is why he lost the headset and he kicked it. It was fine. Like, the conversation with him was fine. But the fact that then A-Rod's like, well, let me jump in here. Hey, Happer, A-Rod, he can't hear you.
He said he doesn't have the headset.
Cubbies.
Oh, the headset. That part through which he hears you.
Yeah, that thing that he's hearing you with. Yeah, he doesn't have that now.
He can't find it. He lost it. It's gone. I mean, come on. What are we doing? But that's okay. Michael Kay is here to bring his Yankees gravitas.
Adbert Alzoli.
So everybody else can feel important.
I got a text from a friend of mine because people are like, well, the Fox broadcast was fine. And so the lower third, when they were talking about, they had David Ross out there with Poppy. And this is what they put underneath David Ross. Okay. The manager of the Cubs. Okay. First thing is teammates with David Ortiz. That's the first thing that they put in the lower third. Second thing, 2013 World Series champ with the Red Sox.
What does that have to do with anything?
Where else might he have won a world championship?
3 years later?
With
The team he's managing?
Correct. And then this one. What? David Ross, 4th season as Cubs manager, 8-1 in last 9 games.
What? But who cares if he was teammates with David Ortiz?
Well, he's sitting there with David Ortiz, so they can say that. Like, you don't need to put that in the lower third. Poppy can be like, here's my old teammate, David Ross. Or Rossi can say, here, I'm back with my guy. But to put down there that he won the World Series with the Red Sox and ignore the fact that he hit one of the most important home runs in Cubs playoff history and won a World Series with the Cubs. I get when the White Sox are erased. I am resigned to the fate of what the White Sox are nationally as a brand. This is the Cubs and the Cardinals that we're talking about. And they still got the treatment.
David Ross was on the Red Sox?
Oh, my God.
Oh, now he matters more.
It's so...
I didn't know that. Well, I know he's won a World Series with the Cubs, and he's manager.
And
of
he
the
happens
Cubs.
to manage the
He
Cubs.
managed the Cubs. But if he won a World Series with if he was teammates with Big Poppy, now I have to think differently of him. I have to think better of him now. Jeez.
That's why I told you on Friday.
Yep, good advice. Good
just
advice.
sync it
Listen
up
to this,
with the
man.
radio and just enjoy the game. And I mean that for Cardinals fans too. You should have just been listening to your home call because I have no idea what they did to Oli. Like, if that's what they did to David Ross, who knows what they did to poor Oliver?
Jeff Goodman, the basketball analyst at Stadium Sports, will talk NBA and Bulls with us next on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
The most significant thing that happened last night for the Bulls, to me, it was the Bulls feel comfortable going into and paying the luxury tax, which implies that they're...
Did you know Steve Stone had a side hustle?
No.
Well, it was unique. Let me put it to you that way. I didn't do it very long because it seemed a little depressing, actually.
Oh,
you know, yeah, you got to go in the house saying, you don't look too healthy today, so let me pass this by you.
That's literally what you did in the off season?
Yeah.
So what was your pitch to people?
Well, if it's going to happen, you might as well plan ahead. Something along those lines.
So what deal were you offering these people who you were being entirely rude to?
Well, we couldn't go a 2-for-1 deal. That's never any good. So we just went, just get it now because the price of funerals were going up.
Okay.
Yeah, that was pretty much
so
it.
There was funeral inflation that you were trying to stave off on behalf of your future clients.
Exactly right. Yeah, it wasn't a great job, but you had to pick up a few bucks wherever you could,
How did you select your clientele? Did you go door to door?
They gave you a list of, I guess, people who've been sick recently. I don't know. It said, hey, look.
There is a 0% chance this doesn't end up on awful announcing. 0% chance. That was literally what you did in the offseason?
Yeah, that was one of them. I did a few. A welcome wagon was another one.
You were both a prepaid funeral salesman and a welcome wagon representative?
Yeah. You didn't know if you were coming or going. That was the problem.
I knew you'd love it.
Wait, but that's the best. He worked at a welcome wagon and selling prepaid funerals.
Okay, so now you know, I didn't say it until you heard it, but Steve Stone in the minor leagues sold funerals as part of his side hustle.
Now it's going to cost more next year. You might as well do it now.
Can you imagine Steve Stone in just quintessential broadcast voice, like trying to pitch funerals?
In uniform. I'd like to talk to you about your death. An email from Glenn who says, for all you kids out there, it's never too early to think about your eventual death. It's like he could combine it. He could show up with a welcome wagon.
630, aren't you the same guy who welcomed me to this town?
Yes, well, you're very sick. You'll be dead soon. He's dressed as the... Yes, hold on a second. I have to change into my other work uniform. And he comes back with a scythe, and he's dressed as the Grim Reaper.
847 for all you young undertakers out there.
every game here on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Golf Mill Chevrolet.
With the first pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Victor Wembanyama from Nanterre, France.
Big news indeed. Every time you see a picture of that guy now standing next to David Robinson and towering over Tim Duncan and holding a baseball in his hand, there are a lot of people who say, but he's really big. What do you mean he's got an 8-foot wingspan? That's like a bald eagle. Yes, it is. That's why he's considered a generational prospect. But there was more going on than just the drafting of Victor Wembanyama. Here to talk about all of it is Jeff Goodman, stadium basketball analyst, who is on Twitter at GoodmanHoops, and who's with us now on the Score Hotline presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. And we always urge you to check out Twitch at twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score. Jeff, how are you?
I'm good. And you mentioned Circa. The best place, by the way, to watch a game on the planet is Stadium Swim Club at Circa. I've been there a bunch lately. It's ridiculous for anybody listening.
Yeah, we're going to go out there in August, it looks like, as a show and do some stuff out there. So we're really, really excited. Jeff, I enjoyed Stadium's draft coverage. I thought you guys did a great job breaking down everything, breaking stories, like all of that good stuff. As someone that's covered college basketball for forever, what were some of the things you took away from the way that this year's draft played out?
I mean, obviously, everybody's going to point to the fact that there was only one college player drafted in the top 5. I'll say this. You know, the Thompson twins went to Overtime Elite a couple years ago and cashed in. They made a ton of money. Part of the reason they did it was because at that point, there was no NIL in college. I still think Overtime Elite will get some players. G League Ignite's going to get a dude or two every year. So there are other options, which I like. And obviously you have Victor and you're going to have your international guys. But, you know, the majority of the guys drafted are still going to be from college. And, you know, that's one of the things I said about ESPN's coverage that makes no sense to me, that Jay Billis is literally the only guy up there who has any clue who any of these college players are. And again, you know, you have 80-90% of the players that are drafted in the first round are generally from college.
So what do you think of the really great big men that played college basketball, like Shibway, for example? Like the bunch of those guys didn't get drafted. Zach Edey went back to school. What does that tell you about how the game has changed and maybe how recruiting itself will have to change?
Well, it's totally different. I mean, you look at Julio Okafor 10 years ago, and he's a high lottery pick, and people are talking about him as maybe the number 1 overall pick. If he comes out today, again, he's right there with Oscar Tshiebwe and Drew Timme and Hunter Dickinson and all these guys, these bigs that, frankly, again, Tshiebwe probably should have gone back to school because he would have made a lot more money. He had it. He had been in college for 4 years, so you can't blame him and Drew Timme and even Adama Sanogo, right? What more is Adama going to do to increase his draft stock? He's not going to get that much quicker. He's not going to grow. He's not going to really, you know, develop his three-point shot, maybe a little bit more, but that's not what he is. So, you know, you can't blame these guys if they're ready to move on, because they've produced at such a high level in college. But ultimately, Zach Edey, whether he comes out last year, this year, next year, whatever it is, you know, 7'3" and kind of a plotting big, your ceiling is limited right now with regards to your NBA draft value and your value in the league when you get there.
You know, Jeff, we saw this with Kofi Cockburn a couple of years ago, where he's like, I'm coming out. This enormous human being, and he couldn't find a job until he got to the B League in Japan. And I don't know what his path is from here. You mentioned Sanogo. The Bulls signed Sanogo to a 2-way contract. And this is what I've been thinking about. Like, what's your developmental plan with him? When you sit down with your developmental people and say, all right, we're going to make a commitment here to a two-way deal. He'll play on the Windy City Bulls. Where do you envision, if everything goes exactly to plan, where do you envision him fitting on an NBA roster? I can't answer it.
I mean, he's a rotation big. That's all he is. That's your upside. Your upside at the end of the day for Adama Sanogo is you're hoping he's a second unit big. But is he ever going to be no, I think we all know that. None of those guys are, or else they already be drafted. And it's not to say, again, there are guys that aren't drafted that can make a team and start. We saw it with the Miami Heat, right? But most of those guys are not bigs. They're guards, whether it's, Caleb Martin, whether it's Gabe Vincent, whether it's Max Strus. These are guards. These are guys that are either versatile forwards or guys who could shoot the hell out of the ball. They're not, I don't want to say unathletic bigs because Sanogo's not unathletic, but again, they're not skilled bigs, right? If you're a skilled big, you stand a chance. But again, a lot of these guys, Shibwe, Edey, Hunter Dickinson, Drew Timme, Sanogo, they're not athletic, skilled bigs.
When you talk to people about Wembanyama and what he is and what he could be, what did people tell you?
I mean, obviously, I don't even think people needed to tell you anything. You just watch him and you're like, holy crap. Like, I've never seen anything like this guy. And it's just the overall skill set. The fact that he can do everything at that size. The fact his handle is as impressive as it is. His fluidity, his ability to make shots from three. He didn't shoot a great percentage, but he can shoot it, right? And then you add in there like the defense and the length and the athleticism. And then you listen to him talk. And I'm just kind of reminded, honestly, guys, I covered LeBron throughout his whole recruiting process and, when he was in high school and all that and, AAU. And then, I talked to him enough throughout that high school time, and I'm like, holy crap, this kid is, similarly like advanced in terms of his maturity and how articulate he is for a kid that's hasn't really been through it yet. So you're like, wow, maybe he can handle it. Because again, LeBron's one of the very few, maybe the only, who lived up to the hype, right? Of being a big time, high school player where look at Imani Bates, guys. He was on the cover of SI in 2000 when he was 15 years old here. And in the last 4 years, he's completely fallen off the map where now he's a mid-second round pick. LeBron lived up to the hype. Can Victor do it? The only thing I worry about, again, and I know he prepares in a different way, is you worry about his body holding up still.
I went back and read the scouting reports from 1983 on Ralph Sampson. Yeah. And I remember I'm old enough to remember watching him, and I worked with him in the Continental Basketball Association when he was assistant coach with us in Rockford, and know a lot about his story. And I think people have to realize that there were some similar things that were said about him. Now, granted, it was a long time ago. Right. And this is 7'4", and oh my God, this guy does everything. And look at the passing, and they're using him as a point, and he goes and wins Rookie of the Year. And there's always that, and you've heard scouts say it too. Tell me what you are after your first serious injury.
Right.
And LeBron might have just gotten lucky in that regard.
His body, man, his body and his preparation. The difference was, again, LeBron was just such a freak physically, being able to withstand the pounding, and he took care of his body at such a high level in the offseason. Victor can try to do that, but again, you just look at his body frame and it concerns you. Mm-hmm. He's not Chet Holmgren. Like he's got room to gain some, like Anthony Davis, right? Anthony AD got a lot bigger. You guys know from him being in Chicago as a high school kid, like he was rail thin, and now he's got some size to him, but Anthony Davis is what? He's still always hurt.
He is. Jeff, I saw you tweeting about what happened down at Alabama with the transfer portal. And I just love to know, like, what's it been like to cover what's been a free-for-all in the transfer portal? And the other thing that I wanted to ask specifically about it is I keep wondering how many kids have been sold a bill of goods when it comes to the transfer portal, where they think they're going to get playing time or they're going to get an opportunity to maybe be seen but there's so many other people in the portal that it makes it. I wonder if there's a little bit of regret with some of them saying, you know what, I probably could have played my way on at where I was instead of trying to make a splash somewhere else.
So I started the transfer list about 15 years ago, guys. That was the first time I think it was ever done. And I think there were 250 people on the first year that I did. This year, you're talking about somewhere around 1,500, give or take. And that's scholarship, guys. I don't include the walk-ons in that number because that's not right. But it's gone crazy. Again, I think it'll get a little bit mellower in a year or two when the COVID, they offered the extra COVID year. And I thought it was a big mistake. The NCAA did and gave everybody an extra year during, the COVID season a few years ago. All they needed to do was give the seniors another year, give them another year. But now you've got 26, 27-year-olds. DeAndre Williams, a kid from Memphis, I think he's trying to get another year, and he'll be 27 years old this year playing against 18-year-olds. It just seems stupid to me. It seems ridiculous. So the portal is just out of control because, again, you've got kids now being advised by agents, and a lot of them are low-level agents that are saying and that have their NIL rights, really. You're not talking about Mark Bartelstein or Bill Duffy or Jeff Schwartz representing these kids, but it's more than the lower-level guys that are telling these kids every year, go in the portal. And they're telling them it for selfish reasons because they know they're going to make more money. Because these kids go in the portal, it becomes a bidding war right now, especially if they go in late. If they go in late, you're talking about supply and demand. There's not much left in the portal at this point. So if they go in towards, and there's no deadline, there's a deadline for underclassmen to go in the portal and be eligible for this season. There's no deadline as a grad transfer. So kid yesterday goes in, Javon Quinterly from Alabama. Again, people are messing with him, obviously. He graduated a couple years ago. And some schools have been messing with him recently. So he goes in the portal yesterday and catches Alabama coach Nate Oates by surprise. I actually talked to Nate when I was in Chicago doing the draft show. I remember talking to him during the day, and I asked him about Quinterly because there were some thoughts that Quinterly might transfer, and he said, "No, we're good. Quinterly will be here." And all of a sudden, yesterday, he's putting his name in the portal, and it's like there has to be a deadline. There has to be a deadline at some point. The other part you mentioned, sold the bill of goods. Part of it is these schools are throwing numbers at these kids that who knows if they're going to actually ever see that money when they get on campus. I would advise every
This is the
kid.
football problem that we saw it with the quarterback who is bouncing around from
the $13 million for the kid from Florida.
Right. And unless there's some sort of guarantee or some sort
Contract.
of ink on paper to we got all this. Don't worry about it. We got you. Come on.
Well, you got to get a contract. Like I talked to several kids last year. They don't want to go on the record, but they were like, yeah, I never got the money I was promised. And I said, I'm like, did you have a contract? Nope. I said, well, do you have a conversation where, you recorded the conversation? Nope. Well, that's part of the problem. These kids they're not educated well enough right now by the NCAA, by other people of, hey, listen, bottom line is, number one, hire an agent that knows what the hell they're doing, right? Don't just hire some guy off the street. Number two, make sure when you hire that agent that they've got a plan in place here. You absolutely get a contract that spells out exactly when you're going to get the money, monthly, whatever it is, because a lot of these coaches are just throwing out numbers right now a lot of the numbers that are thrown around even by the kids are probably BS. I say it, I'm like, cut the numbers in half. Whatever number you hear, generally you cut it in half because, again, some of the kids are lying. Some of the coaches are lying. You don't know who to believe.
It's been a wild NBA offseason already with all of the coaching movement, and we've had star players traded. We've got owners getting excited about their toys and acting like owners in that regard. And then the draft. Which teams do you find intriguing, either for positive or negative reasons at the moment?
Well, can I tell you before we get on to that, can I tell you how bad I feel for Lonzo Ball?
You have to.
I know that I dealt with that family quite a bit when I was at ESPN. In fact, I was sent to Lithuania with
Oh
with
yeah, I
Matty
remember
Ball.
that.
Yes. It was something part of me wants to forget forever, and part of me loved the trip to Lithuania because it was such a cool country.
They had
with-
the song, and welcome to Lithuania,
Yes.
home of the beautiful basketball.
I have not talked to LeVar since. I saw Lonzo last year in Boston when he came to Boston. Maybe, last year, the beginning of the year when they were rolling. And I love Lonzo. Love him. Absolutely love him. I think he stands for everything that's right about this game. He plays it the right way. And to hear about this potentially career-threatening knee injury is just so sad to me, and such a killer blow to the Bulls, because you guys remember like how good they were when they had a healthy Lonzo. Totally different team, because Lonzo's like a unicorn now, right? Like a guy who just makes everybody better, and isn't doing it like his brother LaMelo is, where dribble, no look pass. It's get the ball, and even if it's with a hockey assist, get the ball and move it. Somebody's open, move it. So I just want to get that off my chest, because I do love Lonzo, and I feel bad for him and for Bulls fans, because with a healthy Lonzo, they're a completely different team. The Celtics here in Boston, where I live, are completely intriguing. They might be number one. Phoenix obviously now putting KD with Booker and Beal. I'm a huge Brad Beal guy, as long as he's healthy. But it's going to be interesting to see what they surround those guys with, because that's you're going to have to fill out the roster with a bunch of low salary guys. But Boston's going to be intriguing because they just traded Marcus Smart for Porzingis. I love the fact that they got a guy who can shoot it for a non-shooter, but I'm worried about the Celtics because now they've got a bunch of cool dudes, and who's going to be that energy, intense, tough-minded, vocal dude. They don't have one. They don't have one at all now, and Joe Mazzulla is still going on his second year as a coach, so you don't have that veteran coach either, like Ime Udoka might have been able to be, and honestly was, because he was a former NBA player. He was tough. He had been in the league for a while as an assistant. He was able to kind of turn this thing around. Maybe Mazzulla will be able to now with his own staff. We'll see.
Jeff, this was good, man. Thanks for coming on with us and catching up, and we love talking with you, so let's talk again soon.
You got it. Thanks for having me, guys.
That is Jeff Goodman, insider for the NBA from Stadium.
I got a chance to work with Jeff for a little while when I was over at Stadium. I was thinking this week, I was like, that's a resource that we need to tap into.
Yes, we do. I would agree.
And I'm glad that he was available and had, because I know that he had thoughts, so I'm glad that we could get it out on the air and have a little bit of fun. Good man. He's very opinionated, and he is researched, because he is a guy, like, he's one of these guys that he travels all over.
See, for me, there is an aesthetic to basketball talk where there's a sound to it. And he's got like Geltzeiler, like with the New Jersey accent. He's got that. There's an East Coast thing that goes on there where you can just kind of hear it. And there's a basketball, like, to me, like LL Cool J sounds basketball-y to me because of his accent. Like the guys from Bed-Stuy, the guys from Queensbridge. That's just, I mean, I know for some,
Billy Donovan.
Yeah, Billy's got it. For some people, it might be Central Indiana. It might be
Mike Malone.
It might be Kentucky. It might be kind of cornpone. But for me, it sounds like Jim Valvano. It sounds like Pat Kennedy. It sounds like Rick Pitino.
It's kind of like when you're talking about college football, you want a little bit of South.
Yes, but not too much.
Like Tim Brando. Like you want like just enough South. Where you go, this person is really in it.
Yeah, Jeff Goodman is right there in that sort of basketball aesthetic kind of thing. To make us really, really happy, I think we should discuss the White Sox.
Oh, come on!
Hey, that's what I have written down here. I have white and socks.
I have Sox issues written down.
Well, and you have Sox issues.
I have a ton of Sox issues.
Don't we all?
So do they.
Yeah,
so we need to discuss a bunch of those things, including why Tim Anderson is still playing. And what position will they move him to next? I don't know, but we will discuss it all. It's Bernstein and Holmes here on The Score.
Cub fans, tomorrow on The Score, it's your chance to get in the dugout with the Cubs.
The right path to what? And so the stated goal of this season has moved again. It started out when he sat down with media before the season. It was improve on last year's performance, and that meant win a playoff series. And then it crept, and it crept, and it crept, and it kept on creeping on until it ended up, well, the play-in is kind of like the playoffs, and we got into that. Did I hear the goal was to be a tough out? Like they're going to hang a banner? The 22-23 Chicago Bulls, the first game of the 23-24 season. They're going to stand there and they're going to pull that imaginary rope, and up's going to go that banner. And it's going to say, tough out. My ass. It should say, my ass.
Now that's a banner. That would be fun. You reminded me of when the Capitals, before they eventually broke through and won, had a President's Trophy banner that they raised one year. The goalposts often move.
I don't want to hear it. You put away those 6 trophies and get it off your letterhead. And I've said this multiple times for this team. If you want to have those gleaming Larry O'Brien trophies, act like they matter. And I know there's going to be all kinds of ways to be successful in the NBA. There's going to be in-season tournaments, and there's going to be, but at least for now, in the world in which we live, you owe it to us. Not the blandishments, not the platitudes, not how competitive you were after you went into the buyout market to get a 34-year-old guard who can't shoot. Show me what the plan is to be relevant. I turned on my TV this weekend and I saw kick-ass basketball.
Oh, dude.
I saw hellacious competition.
Are you kidding?
I saw star players being like, all right, this matters now.
Dude.
Watch this.
Middays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score, an Odyssey station.
Struck him out, and the White Sox win the series over Boston.
Well, this was a day when the bullpen certainly came into play. They had enough offense with Luis Robert hitting a couple of home runs, and the guys throwing the ball from the pen did quite a job. Banks, Schultz, Glover, and Middleton making sure that our Sox could beat their Sox and win the series.
And they did. The White Sox won a series. So that's pretty cool, right?
Yes.
And they hit a bunch of home runs.
They rallied late in games and they hit home runs, mostly solo variety, but that's okay. You're hitting the ball out of the ballpark. I am here for it. So they're 11 games under 500.
Correct. And when they get to 500, we can talk.
Oh, I should have asked you to do Sox math today. Anyway, hey, Dan, did you know that Liam Hendricks is not going to be available until after the All-Star break?
Yeah, I just learned that.
Or that Mike Clevenger, who was fine.
Going to miss one start, right?
Yeah, he's fine.
They said he was fine.
He's fine. He's also not going to be available until at least after the All-Star break.
That's fine. I don't.
Which is what most people thought when they saw him go, ow, and take himself out of the game without throwing another pitch.
When he said, ow, I just said good.
Well, I know how you feel.
The only thing better is him getting hit by a bus.
Well, let's,
How long do you miss for that?
It depends
on
on
how big the bus is and how fast it's moving.
Wait, which one of our brethren here has been hit by a bus?
Tanny?
Is it Tanny, right?
He was hit by a car.
Oh, okay.
I think we've had more than one Score coworker hit by a vehicle, right?
There's part of me that feels like BMAC got hit by a car or bus at some point.
I think early in his life, BMAC, I think, was hit by a dairy truck, and that's
why he hates cheese.
That's why he's always been the mortal enemy sworn to fight against
cheese.
Damn you, cheese!
Con! So yeah, Clevenger won't be back until at least after the All-Star break, and neither will Liam Hendricks. And I'm still trying to figure out why they let Liam Hendricks pitch when he told you that his arm was already hurting, and that was before he started to pitch for the major league team. It's also odd the way that they do things. Did you know that Tim Anderson now plays second base?
Well, not really, though. They say don't read anything into it. It's not really. It's a different Tim Anderson. So don't worry.
He's different.
Yeah, it's a different Tim Anderson. Don't worry about it. He's not really playing second base. He's not a second baseman. But the rationale is apparently he's injured, but he's not really injured. So, but because he's injured, not really, he has to play second base. Not really, because when he throws, his injury is exacerbated.
No, there's no change. It's just that he played a couple days, and we're looking to get him back to playing shortstop. And we're just going to give that arm a day of rest and and get him back out there.
Is the idea that the next time he plays he'll be playing shortstop?
That's the idea. Yeah.
Okay.
Here's my thing, and it's kind of been my thing when we're talking about the White Sox. And I understand that from an organizational standpoint, there are some limitations with the White Sox that I don't want to get into fully because it's just going to make me angry. But the idea of you have an everyday player that you can't play at his position
every day,
and you can't play him every day at another position screams to me. And then you look at the offensive production too.
And like when he plays, he's been bad.
That's what I'm saying. Like if you're trying to find a spot for him, you've demoted him from leadoff hitter because he hasn't been good, and he might not be good because of two different injuries that he's dealing with. One reported nationally when you were playing the Dodgers about the knee that you had the guy that you cut, and he cut block on Tim's knee early in the season. He hasn't quite been the same. The other one is this shoulder thing that's been going on with him So you've got these two things that are happening along with him not being a productive player. I'm missing the logic of not putting him on the IL.
Because that's not what the White Sox do. They force their supposed regulars to play through injuries until they finally admit that they can't really be effective, and then they place them on the IL retroactively. And then they call up someone who's bad.
But, okay, I just think that it doesn't help the player at all. Like, Tim being like, hey, if you need me, because that's what happened was at Saturday's game where he told them, like Friday's game, he wasn't going to play. And then he said, if you guys need me, I can play second base. And they were like, okay, great. We're going to put you in there and play second base. None of it makes sense to me. If he were hitting, and he hasn't been hitting, but if he were hitting, I would go, okay, it's probably still not great for the player, but the team needs offense, and he's providing that offense, so he should keep doing it until he can't do it. He's not hitting, and he can't play the premium defensive position that you want him to play.
Which he hasn't played at a premium level when healthy.
Right, because he's hurt. And if he's hurt, there are things you can do, like putting that player on the IL until that player is healthy enough to play. It is something about them that I just don't understand. That guy clearly can't play right now. And you're like, well, let's figure out a place for him to play. The place for him to play is rest.
Until he's better.
Right.
And until whatever he has, one thing, two things, all the off-field stuff, whatever is affecting him is not weighing on him the same way anymore.
And if you end up having to then, after playing him 2 days, give him a day off because of the injury that has forced you to move him to another position while he's not hitting, it just seems like it's folly, and you're
fighting yourself.
And honestly,
you're constantly fighting yourself from a roster and lineup.
If I were Tim's agent, I'd be like, hey, what are you doing? Because your market value is tanking right now. You're the guy that wants to be paid like a shortstop.
Before you move to second base, before you even consider a move to second base.
Now, somehow they've convinced you, or you've convinced yourself, that the way to be the team guy is to go play second base. Well, the team guy is not going to get paid because you're not hitting. And if you took a little bit more time off, you might be able to play the position that you want to get paid at, and maybe you figure out what's going on with you offensively and start hitting again. There's one more thing, because there's always something with the White Sox. Guess who's tired?
Tired?
Yes.
I know when Michael Kopech came out after 86 pitches.
He is the guy who's tired.
Yes, he's tired. Because
tired.
He's pitching.
Because this is the most innings that he's ever pitched.
Did they say he was tired? Or did they?
Yes.
They said they had to find him some rest because he's doing something astonishing. He's actually playing a season of baseball.
They're going to redo the rotation for the All-Star break so that he gets maximum rest.
Okay.
Now, out of the guys that are in the rotation for the White Sox, I know that he is now being stretched beyond limits that he's never seen in his career. But if you were just drawing it up and saying which one of the White Sox starters is tired right now, you wouldn't expect it to be the 27-year-old. You'd expect it to be Lance Lynn, who's tired, or Lucas
Giolito,
who's racked up a whole bunch of innings in his career. Or maybe Dylan Cease, because Dylan Cease pushed himself as far as he's ever gone last year. But no, it's still Michael Kopech. And he's tired. And they have to redo everything to make sure that he's available to pitch.
I don't know why he's tired. Maybe because he's never played this amount of consistent baseball before.
Yes, that is correct. I know that's why he's tired. It's also why I'm not giving up on my bet with you. Because Luis Robert Jr. is playing his ass off right now.
Mm-hmm.
He is going to be.
You think somebody on the Pirates is going to outdo Luis Robert?
Yeah. You want to know why? Because Luis is not going to play all of the season.
He's due for sore legs.
Right.
Yes.
Because I don't think he's ever played 100 games in a season.
That can't be true.
I have to check, but
I will. No, that there's no way that's true. I will find that out.
You're going to get on it?
I'm going to get right on it. Luis Robert he has played, you're right. Damn it. 98 in 2022.
He's never played 100 games. I say that. So I'm not giving up on my Pirates.
56, 68, 98, and now 76.
Well, 56, I mean,
I know.
Like we should probably count that as a full season, right?
But that's
56 out of 60.
And he was bad. But you didn't say full season.
Right. I said 100 games. So, of course, in a season where he's just hitting bombs and catching everything that's hit out to center field. Because we can't have nice things. And I believe, isn't it 21? It's 21 home runs and 41 RBIs for Luis Robert?
42. 21 homers, 42 RBIs. That's because they have the lowest walk rate in baseball and the lowest on base percentage. That's what happens that way. Hey, let's do High Noon when we come back. In honor of the hilarious submarine, quote unquote, tragedy, I have a list that I didn't know existed that's absolutely phenomenal.
Something that was really dope from track and field this weekend, and people are suing Antonio Brown. Next.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
We're like, but y'all, we're still going to keep playing hard though, right?
What happened to that?
That doesn't mean that you don't get to not play hard.
We're the swaggy team and our legs hurt. We're very swaggy, but we can't be as swaggy because our legs hurt. It's hard to stay swaggy when your legs hurt.
My legs hurt. I'm swaggy. This texter says the new mascot should be Swaggy No Legs.
Yes.
The White Sox have a new mascot.
No shirt, giant chains, and no legs.
He's got no legs.
It's Eddie Murphy at the beginning of Trading Places.
Yes.
I can walk. Right?
It's a miracle.
Right? On that cart with the hand irons, right? That's it. Swaggy McNolegs.
Southside Swaggy McNolegs.
Is he pimping his home run? Well, he would, but it hurts.
Is the mascot here today? No, he's got the day off today because he's got no legs.
Okay. No, he pimped it, but it landed in the glove of the warning track. He thought it was gone.
I need one of our smart, creative listeners to create Swaggy No Legs.
Swaggy No Legs
as the White Sox mascot.
Yeah.
Yes, he is Mr. Finger Guns.
Where are your legs? They hurt. I ran to first, and now I can't play for a while.
Play.
Yeah, I'd like to play, but Swaggy McNolegs is too sore.
your midday destination for Chicago sports talk on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
I'll be back this way on Monday. We'll settle this then. Right there, out in the street, in front of the Palace Saloon.
Yeah, right. When? High noon?
It's high noon. We talked about London baseball calling and the calling of the game, the playing of the game, what it means for the Cubs. Are the Cubs really in this now? Are they going for it? Because there are teams making moves. The Angels, for example, might be out of whatever desperation they have, but desperation's good. Desperation's fun. It's also known as trying to win. So it would be good to see the Cubs getting on with some of that stuff. Jeff Goodman had a bunch of really strong NBA thoughts for us, and then we talked about the ongoing White Sox issues amid their series victory at home over the Red Sox.
This is one of my favorite stories from the weekend. Jolene Boomquo is a shot putter and hammer thrower for Belgium. Belgium had a hurdles issue because their hurdlers all got hurt. So if they didn't have a hurdler in the 100-meter hurdles, they were in danger of getting relegated from the first tier at the European Nationals. So Jolene was like, I'll do it. Because they just needed someone to finish the race. Now, I don't know if you've ever seen a shot putter or a hammer thrower, but they're usually built a little differently than hurdlers and sprinters.
I have, and yes.
So Jolene's out there with them, and she wanted to make sure that she didn't get any points deducted, so she was being very careful as she walked over. She could actually just walk over them because she's so tall.
Mm-hmm.
She finished the race last. The winner of the race finished the race in 13 seconds. It took Jolene 32.
That's fine.
But she finished the race without any penalty and kept Belgium in Tier 1 in the European Championships.
That's taking one for the team.
She also finished 7th in the shot put in the European Championships.
Way to go, Jolene.
But she got to the finish line and the rest of the hurdlers were like waiting for her and like high-fiving her because of what she did. That's what it's like. She knew that she wasn't going to injure herself because she was not going to go out there and go crazy. But she went out there, got the points for her team, and kept them in Tier 1. Shout out to Jolene.
That's like the story of Gale Sayers at the Nebraska Track and Field Championships when he was a freshman. He ran a couple of races. Their long jumper got hurt at the state final. And by rule, if someone had also qualified for state, that person could also enter in another event. So they entered Gale. He'd never long jumped. And they entered him, and his first one broke the state record. And then he went back and he told the coach he went off on the wrong foot, or he got his steps wrong. And then he did it again, and he broke the freshman national record.
Of course he did.
Right?
Gale Sayers.
Yep.
Damn it.
I love this list, and I've loved it ever since this absolute comedy gold of this imploding submarine came our way. Because I didn't know that Stockton Rush got added to this list. My kid told me about this, and he sent it to me. There's a Wikipedia page of people, as it is said in Hamlet, that were hoist with their own petard. And that refers to a line in Hamlet, hoist on his own petard, to a petard is a homemade bomb, and meaning blown up, like blown up into the air by your own homemade bomb. And it has happened quite literally. But welcome to this list. Stockton Rush, 1962 to 2023, was a pilot, engineer, and businessman who oversaw the design and construction of the Ocean Gate submersible Titan, used to take tourists to view the wreck of the Titanic. On June 18th, 2023, the craft imploded during a dive to the Titanic. So he's on this list now. So I started looking at other people on the list, and there's some awesome ones.
People who have been killed by their own
invention.
Okay.
From different worlds. In the world of art, Luis Jimenez, killed while creating the Blue Mustang, a blue horse statue located at Denver International Airport, when a section of it fell on him. And severed an artery in his leg. William Nelson, a GE employee, In 1903, invented a new way to motorize bicycles. He then fell off his prototype and died.
That's bad.
Right. It's bad. There are a lot, as you can imagine, from aviation.
Yeah.
My favorite here is Robert Cocking.
My
guy, Bob Cocking. Bob Cocking died in 1837 when his homemade parachute failed because Cocking failed to include the weight of the parachute itself in his calculations.
Oh, no.
Yeah, oops. Now, I didn't know this. Did you know that Marie Curie died of aplastic anemia that was believed to have been contracted from her long-term exposure to radiation, some of which was from the devices she created?
I did not know that.
I didn't either. This is probably the nastiest. William Bullock died in 1967. He invented the Webb rotary printing press. Several years after its invention, his foot was crushed during the installation of a new printing press in Philadelphia. The crushed foot developed gangrene, and he died during the amputation.
Oh.
So that kind of sucks,
Now
right?
Bob Marley died? Right? It was
No, he died of cancer.
But I thought there was a broken toe gangrene situation with Robert Nestor Marley.
Maybe. There were a lot of maritime examples here of experimental ships and
Not enough
experimental
limes.
diving chambers and the railway, a high-speed rail car fitted with an aircraft engine that derailed at high speed. So you want to spend a little time just sort of perusing this list, that's one to which Stockton Rush has been welcomed in spectacular, implosive fashion.
It was melanoma that killed Bob Marley, by the way.
Yes. There's more to it, though.
Yeah, but I thought it had to do with like a soccer injury.
It's easy to see. There were warning signs when dark spots appeared under his toenail. Marley attributed it to a soccer injury. He probably did not imagine that the spot could be serious, but it was. The spot under his nail was rare aggressive form of skin cancer. So there was gangrene.
It's melanoma.
But it ended up being melanoma that went untreated. And go get yourself checked when you see spots that you're not used to seeing.
Correct.
R.I.P. to Bob Marley.
Wait. That's high noon. Evan Altman has Cubs thoughts. The famous Evan Altman.
Evan Altman from Cubs Insider was in London. He is now in Iceland, and he is going to join us to talk about the Cubs and the Cardinals this weekend. Don't go anywhere. You're going to love this. It's next on The Score.
What happens when two shows meet? Score transition. First at 10 a.m., Mully and Haugh meet Bernstein and Holmes.
Mully, when you asked him about Dalen Terry,
you guys have talked about this on the show many times in the last couple of months. And I can confirm that not many people have this piece of baseball memorabilia that you guys have talked about a lot here and there over the last couple of months. There was a certain giveaway in Oakland.
Come on!
Yes!
No way!
I emailed the Oakland A's PR department and asked, do you guys happen to have any extra Tony Kemp Poster Day giveaways? And sure enough, a month later, they mailed it in.
Get out of here!
Let's go. Put that thing up.
We're putting it right here,
right up there. Yeah.
Here is the official Tony Kemp Poster Day giveaway poster for everyone watching on Twitch.
Holy crap!
It is the official
That's it.
Tony Kemp poster that you guys have been marveling at.
Yes.
And was promoted right behind home plate when the Cubs were playing in Oakland back in April.
I love this.
And it's emblematic. Really, and Tony Kemp is a terrific guy, a former Cub.
Yeah.
And a good player, good guy, adorable family. But the fact that that's the giveaway is emblematic of what is going to be remembered as one of the worst teams in baseball history. There you go. Now
Our
it's
guy,
official.
Tony Kemp.
Yep.
Right here for you.
Now all we need is the next goal is to get him at some point in studio to sign it.
Also, make sure you go to twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score, because what Connor O'Donnell is doing is a split screen, sometimes with Dan, sometimes with, well, it has to only be Dan, but it's split screen with Dan and the Tony Kemp poster instead of Lawrence. There it is.
Yeah.
I think the Tony Kemp poster should always be on the screen on Twitch. It should just be always up there.
I think that it should be like the Florio head.
That's it.
Yes, exactly.
Where it's our screensaver?
Yeah, it should be bouncing up and around, and people be like, oh, when it almost makes it to the corner, and then it doesn't quite make it to the corner. That's what it should be.
Number one and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score!
Mike, did you have any brushes with fame? Any former Cubs, current Cubs, broadcasters? What was it like?
Yeah, so I bumped into Evan Altman actually just as I was leaving yesterday. But on the Saturday, the first day, the Cubs really helped us out. They invited us to an event. And at this event, so I met Tom Ricketts. I spoke to Tom Ricketts. I met Fergie Jenkins and I shook his hand.
Yeah, but notice the name before Tom Ricketts and Fergie Jenkins was that of Evan Altman, as discussed by Mike Ivory, who is a Birmingham-based Cubs fan and blogger who made the 120-mile trip down to London to take in those games. And no less important a person than Evan Altman happens to have been able to join us today. He's on Twitter at @DEvanAltman, editor-in-chief for CubsInsider.com. I believe when last checked, we have you in Iceland at the moment on your way back. Is that right?
That is correct. I landed about an hour and a half-ish ago, and I'm sitting at a bus stop right now waiting to figure out where my Airbnb is. So you guys are I did not make my next transfer specifically so I could make sure I was on this call with you guys. So that's the kind of things that we do when we get mentioned in the same breath as Tom Ricketts and Fergie Jenkins.
Well, you've definitely earned it.
I hope you're honored.
Yes.
I try.
We are totally honored that you would let us be a part of this incredible journey. So what was this like? What was it like to go follow the Cubs over to London?
It was definitely, it was more surreal than, up to this point, the most surreal thing I've had as kind of following the Cubs was game one of the World Series, right? Just because that was never supposed to have happened, right? As a fan, I never allowed myself to believe it could. And so you sort of walked around in a daze, but it was really bizarre. Not being in O'Hare and seeing Cubs fans, that's normal, but being on an O'Hare flight to Reykjavik and then from there to London and doing the sightseeing and seeing a lot of people walk around, Cubs and Cardinals as well, right? There were a few of them there. Just the whole experience was just insane. There's no way to really put that in words. And then to go and be at at the stadium where West Ham plays, but it's the Cubs playing baseball on a soccer pitch. It was really, really bizarre. And it was cool that they won, but the games themselves were in a way almost secondary to the overall experience.
This hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, and Evan is joining us on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sportsbook. If you want to see the Icelandic bus station, you certainly can by going to twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. How long are you going to be in Iceland, and what's the plan for sightseeing in Reykjavik and beyond?
Yeah, so only a couple of days. I'm going to fly out Wednesday afternoon. I have a tour of the Golden Circle planned tomorrow, kind of a 7-hour deal to see glaciers and waterfalls and geysers and that sort of stuff. I've got a few meals planned. Actually, once I get off this call and find my place, I'm paying a visit to the Icelandic Phallological Museum. I'll allow the listeners to maybe look up what that means.
I think I got it.
But yeah, it should be a very interesting experience there. And I'm going to go tour some local breweries. So, same thing I would do if I was in the States, except for the museum part.
The baseball experience in London, what did you think of it?
I was really I was impressed by how laid back it all was, actually. Really cool. I mean, it certainly had the feel of, even though there were so many Americans there, but it had the feel of the UK sort of trying to provide the American baseball experience for Americans, which is a little bit weird, right? I would rather have more of the UK flavor, but I found myself I would stop and talk to security guards and police officers who were around the area and just ask them how it compared to what they were used to. And it's funny because I think of this as the opposite. I think of Americans as being sort of crude and crass and whatnot, but they found us to be just incredibly likable and polite because they're used to, again, football or soccer, however you want to look at it, fans where there are rules posted there. You cannot sit, if you're in a visiting fan, you cannot sit in a home team section. Like, it's part of the rules. They are separated. The visiting fans leave and the home fans are held back for half an hour because they don't want the fights and all that. So for them to see us all kind of intermingled was really a kind of a trip. So it was fun to kind of see it through other people's eyes. I found it was a lot of fun. And I will say this, what I appreciate there are a lot more restrooms in that West Ham stadium than there are in a typical baseball stadium. So that was very cool.
I'm on the website for the Phallological Museum right now. This may be the greatest place I've ever seen. This is amazing. The world's only genuine penis museum. The Icelandic Phallological Museum is dedicated to collecting, studying, and presenting actual phalluses and all things phallic. There's a cafe and bistro that offers artisan coffee, craft beer, and penis waffles. I think we've got another team for the league, by the way. That's because there's the gift shop and there's the exhibits. My goodness, am I envious of you? This looks like a day and a half.
Yeah, I wish I had more time to spend there, but it is. Once I heard it, it's kind of one of those things. You hear about it, like, okay, I'm going to carve out some of my day to spend there. So I'm going to walk down there as soon as I find my Airbnb. It's going to be great. And that's that and some of these other little things. I think it's unfortunate that I didn't have more time to spend with all this stuff, but it was really cool to have baseball as a reason to kind of spur me to go do some of these other events and to be over here in the first place. So that was really the cool part of it. Like I said, the baseball is almost secondary at the end of the day.
Is it true that Iceland is green?
It is very true. It's incredible. I'm looking out right now. I mean, it's nice and sunny. There were some folks playing golf right along the ocean out there. Right. So I think this time of year is a little bit deceiving too, because we're far enough north that my understanding is the sun's not going to set until sometime after midnight, and then it's going to rise around 3 in the morning. So I think this time of year in the summer, definitely cool. But then you can flip that on the other end. But it's about 60. It doesn't get real hot or anything, but it is very lush and just it looks beautiful right now. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing more of it.
All right, let me put you into baseball mode for a second. Earlier today, we were talking, and I've come to I've had this epiphany. I want the Cubs to go for it. Like I look at this year's Central Division in the National League, them only being 3 games out. I felt like they missed an opportunity yesterday, but I want them to treat this like, hey, we can win the division. I want them to act accordingly and bully the rest of the National League because they are the Cubs and they do have money. That I want them to go out and act like a big boy team from here on out. Is that too lofty of an expectation for this season?
No, I don't think so at all. I mean, if for all the reasons you mentioned, right, and this is something that everyone's known from the start, that the Central was going to be a weak division, that most of the other teams weren't, and, you know, somehow Cincinnati's doing something I don't even think anybody in the Reds front office expected with the way they're playing now. But I feel like they've got to come back down to earth. The Cubs have an opportunity, but even if we set that aside, let's consider that tomorrow the Cubs are officially opening their DraftKings Sportsbook, right? They're talking about launching Marquee as a direct-to-consumer standalone service. You cannot do those two things and also say, we're just going to go ahead and punt on the rest of the season. Maybe next year will be okay. If you're going to do those kind of things and either demand or just very strongly ask for fans to pony up more of their hard-earned money, then you darn well better go for it when you do that. Like those two things, it would be a complete fail on their part to open those and not go for it the remainder of the season. So yeah, I don't think it's this lofty. I think it's a necessity that they go for it at this point.
So what do you think they need to kind of close the gap between being a team that's okay and one that could maybe contend?
They've got to get the bullpen pieces, a couple more, at least one, right? I mean, I like Adbert Alzolay there toward the back end, but that bullpen has been really shaky. And then they've got to get some more thunder in that lineup, more consistent thunder, right? I mean, it helps to get Bellinger back, and Mike Tauchman has looked pretty good in center, but he's not he's not hitting a bunch of home runs. We saw what happened, right? When they go out there and they hit 3 homers in the game, they win 9-1. And when they can't get the ball out of the yard, right, they kind of fall flat. That's not as easy as that. But when you start looking at postseason baseball and basically the idea that if you out-homer your opponents, you will win. The Cubs aren't a team that can do that. I don't think relying on small ball is going to work. They were hoping to get some of that out of Matt Mervis, and maybe that still comes around. But they definitely have a deficit when it comes to the power in general. So a big bat and a couple of relief arms, I think, to me, are the keys.
I'd love to be a part of this conversation, but I appear to be lost in the phallological museum.
Yeah, you're very lost in the...
And look, I know that the rockfish doesn't have an agent, but if I were the rockfish, I would petition to be moved further away from the elephant. That's just
bad matchup.
It's just my suggestion.
Bad matchup for the rockfish.
It's just, you don't want to be the guy you negotiate. You put the taper next to the elephant or move the elephant to the whale room, because the whale room is, good Lord, man. Every different class of porpoise, and then wow.
With a porpoise.
Yeah, they're coming in there with a porpoise. But
that's terrible.
I would just say rockfish has kind of got some unfortunate positioning here right now. But this is the best thing I've ever seen. You got to bring us. You got to get us gifts. Get us like
Absolutely. That was the first thing on my mind. I'm gonna hit the gift shop and I'll get something for you guys.
Yeah, we'll set it right here next to our White Sox bobbleheads. It's perfectly appropriate.
Would you have ever guessed the kid from North Judson would be out here traveling the world with the Cubs?
I always figured David Haugh would be able to do that.
Right there it is.
Well, sir, have a wonderful time and enjoy the 20 hours of sunlight that you're going to get today. And thank you for joining us.
Wait, there's a list of honorary members of the Penis Museum. How do I get on this? How much do I have to donate?
Can we let Evan go so he can get to his
I've
Airbnb?
got more important things. I want to join.
You can keep talking about this, and we can let Evan go.
I want to be listed next to Gudmundur Borgmussen.
How about this? When Evan gets back, we can have him on the show, and then he can tell us about his trip to the museum because he hasn't been there yet. So why don't we let him go so he can go live his life, and then he can report back to us from the Phallus Museum.
I want to be right in there enshrined next to Porvaldur Bjornsson and Porin Clemensdottir from Borgastig.
Bye, Evan.
We'll see you guys. Have a good one.
Now do your own thing. Fine. Just what else? Who else do you want to be next to?
Oh, I see. Hold on. No, this is how you get on the list. You can be a full valid honorary member if you're a donor of genuine phallic pieces.
So you can't just donate money? You have to...
Got to donate a phallic. I mean, you can have mine. I don't need it. There's the all Gilder honorary members, donors of extra things. There's the Gilder Gewürmür, which is a pseudo-member, having shown special interest in the works and development of the Institute.
Well, that's clearly you.
And then there's the OGL, which is invalid or expelled members. How do you get expelled from the Penis Museum?
By being a penis. Yeah.
And out you go. The penis police go in and they kick you right out. And then they expel you.
Where's Terry Boers when you need him?
I mean, but Jesus, look at that.
This would have killed Terry. This right here, this segment.
Is that a pilot whale?
So we have a new member of the league then, right? The Icelandic penis waffles.
Icelandic penis
they're
waffles?
in the league.
Yes, absolutely.
Right next to, they're in the new division we've created with the fastidious golf weasels from last week.
So
Fastidious golf weasels
so Ray-
and Icelandic penis waffles. Our
run
hat collection.
down all the members of the league, please.
Okay, so we have the Bridgeport Toddlers,
Yeah.
the
The
Mettawa
origin
Malfeasance, the what is this?
The sci-fi MacGuffins.
Sci-fi MacGuffins, the Brazilian Wandering Banana Spiders, the Naperville Karens, the Fastidious Golf Weasels in the expansion portion of the league, and Icelandic Penis Waffles. We are complete here.
so
Well,
that-
we're
that
still
hat-
expanding.
Yep.
At some point, we got to come up with division names, but we know that the Bridgeport Toddlers are the charter carriers. They're the
They're the George McCaskies of
yeah,
this
they got
league.
the charter.
And the 815 says, "You will never donate enough to be like me. I am Gudmundur Bjornsson."
The hat for the was it the ICWs?
Yeah,
The IPWs?
IPWs.
That's gonna be a thing.
Oh yeah.
Because now I'm like, is it a waffle sandwich or is the on top of the waffle?
I think
On
it's
the hat?
No, it's shaped. I'm sure it's shaped. They've got special waffle
No,
makers.
I'm saying for the hat.
Yeah, it's a waffle in the shape of a phallus.
Oh, because I was thinking you had two items here.
No, it's not. It's not like chicken and waffles.
Yes, it
No,
is.
it's not. It's not penis and waffles.
Yes, it is.
It's a penis waffle.
You just
Or maybe it's flavored with actual bits. No, I think it's just shaped that way. Would be my presumption, but you never know. Those Icelanders will turn it on you. You know what I mean? I'm just telling you, that poor rockfish. Don't go back to rockfish.
yeah.
The
Where
merch.
are white women at? Oh wait, that's Rock Ridge.
The merch, speaking of which, the merch for the Icelandic penis waffles is going to be a great seller for bachelorette parties.
You're right.
It's a thing. It's a moneymaker right there, Lawrence. We got to get on that.
No, you're right. Like that's going to be popping up in people's algorithms as they get ready for their bachelorette party.
Icelandic penis waffle pop-up shop?
Gotta have that hat if you're gonna be at a bachelorette party.
Icelandic penis waffle straws.
And it's got eyes.
Yeah. And now, man, all the one your rebate jokes are coming in.
Well, and Clark the Cub. Take that, Clark.
Now, these are American and North American land mammals. These would be the Asian land mammals. Here are all the whales. The next 5 rooms are entirely dedicated to Juan Uribe.
All right, I think we're getting a little close to the line now. And
real close.
Real close.
Oh, look at that. We're out of time.
Yeah. How about
Look at
We
that.
gotta go.
Speaking of two guys who are having fun during broadcast, if you missed the radio broadcast of the Cubs games in London, you missed out on a lot. Because 1, it was way better than both of the television broadcasts. And 2, I have never heard Pat Hughes have this much fun calling baseball. We are going to share some of our favorite moments next here on The Score.
Take Parkins and Spiegel with you anywhere you go on the free Odyssey app.
I live to please you.
Afternoons, 2 to 6 on The Score. Can't listen on the radio?
That's the dumbest question I've ever heard in my life.
Well, then listen on your mobile device, smart speaker, or your desktop.
My favorite Studs drop-in of the day is when Dan was going to break. And you guys were, I assume, already late for break if your guys' clock is anything like ours. And then Studs goes, and another thing about koalas. Yes! If Stephen A. Smith would have said what you would have said, it would have had 2 million views on Instagram.
To me, koalas are preposterous.
There is no explanation for the koala having survived as long as they have. I'm looking right into the camera, and I'm saying to you, koala, you do not want to make an enemy out of me. It was unbelievable.
You eat nothing but eucalyptus, which is poison to you, and yet you eat it anyway and make yourself sick.
The koala makes no sense.
It was the best executed take of the day.
It was fantastic.
There was no doubt about it.
It was flawless. Like in a just world, it would be made as a promo that Russ would have running on an endless loop on the stream.
Was that? Were you talking about how chlamydia is taking out the koalas? Was that the story?
We
no.
learned that after.
Okay, because chlamydia is apparently killing Australian koalas.
Good. Get
All
him out
over.
of here.
Studs wishing
It's
chlamydia.
about time something caught up with them. That's all I'm saying.
It was a great take, Studs. Honestly, top notch. I have no notes.
Why are they evil?
For some reason, I thought you would appreciate it.
It was
Get him
amazing.
started, Speaks.
Okay.
You've gotten him upset about a few things, but it was like retroactive and things that happened to him, like the Ashton Kutcher incident.
Oh, well. I mean,
yeah.
that'll always be my favorite contribution that he's made to the Score airwaves.
Studs
But I feel
believe-
like that left a mark, don't you? I feel like that damaged.
He
Studs.
definitely likes me less because of it.
Well, I mean,
Because
get in line.
I know,
really.
but I just encourage it to be played at all times.
Oh, yeah, but I wonder if it's made him gun shy at all as a producer.
I don't think so.
All right, good.
But his,
I mean, if the koala take is any
his
indication,
take was that they've cheated the evolutionary process.
oh,
That somehow they've slipped through the cracks because they have nothing that preys on them. So
Because they're always sick.
right, they live a life where they eat something that poisons them, but nothing eats them because they've become poisonous, and yet they're always sick.
So they really shouldn't exist.
I gotcha.
And Bernsey, I could tell, didn't want to agree with the Studs take. And then he was like, he's boxed me in. And it was just...
I'm telling you, there's no way to argue against this point other than they're cute.
It
bugs me.
All right.
Hey, man, a lot of us
A
have,
lot of things have gotten by on being cute.
That's right. Getting through life on charm is a real thing, even though you can't do it.
All right, Studs, is it your take? Or have you heard this from someone else? Be
No,
honest.
I developed this take because I read about koalas.
Oh, well, so yes
really
is the
random. I read about their life cycle on some random post that came across my way like years ago.
All right,
and I just like think to myself, I'm like, so why do they exist?
All right, that's your take then. That's great. I'll remember it forever.
Danny wondering if it's his take is also
I can see it being
That's not a way to get him to like you
That's
more.
so inside
like
baseball.
Like he took it from Bill Hicks.
I'm just curious if this was on
The
some
take
sort of
was
document.
so good.
It was-
Danny had to know where it came
I wanted to
from.
know the source material of the tape.
Bernstein and Holmes, middays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Ooh, that almost hit a possum.
This weekend of Cubs baseball on The Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network was outstanding. Pat and Ron, along with giving you really great insight, like we were talking about with Nico Horner earlier in the show, they just had fun. And I had mentioned to you a couple weeks ago that while driving home from softball, I'm listening to the Cubs games before I can go home and kind of catch up. And Pat right now is on one. I don't know if it's hey, I've just made the Hall of Fame. I'm not worried about. He's having so much fun.
He's really come out of his shell a little bit. At this stage of his broadcasting career, he seems much more laid back about the whole broadcast.
And I think that he's comfortable with the guys themselves, obviously with Ron Coomer, but Zach has now become he's a beautiful chorus for them, and a good audience for them in the background. And they just had a blast this weekend. So where you want to start, Studs? Which one of the Pat we doing the shower story or what?
I think we start with the shower story because that's the, or you know what? Let's go in chronological order. Let's go back to Saturday and they saw Bill Murray in the crowd, and it led to this one.
Why doesn't it surprise me that Murray is here in London?
It shouldn't at all. Yeah, we knew Bill would be. It's a good chance of him being here in London with the Cubs.
Somebody just told him he was on camera.
Yeah.
And for a brief second there, he looked like Carl Spackler from Caddyshack. He looked very confused.
What was that name again? The guy.
I believe Carl Spackler.
I remember Carl. I didn't know the last name. That's pretty good Caddyshack trivia right there. I'll tell you
One of
that.
the groundskeepers.
Oh.
What was that?
You heard it. Here's a swing and a miss by Donovan.
He's one of the groundskeepers over there. That's right. Yeah,
What was that?
You heard it.
You heard it. I said what I said.
You heard it.
Let's go, Pat.
There's one of my favorite things that I heard this weekend that I discovered. So Studs and I have talked about this for years. You will hear during Cubs radio on The Score, when somebody makes a big play, hits a home run, you'll hear someone doing this, like a fake crowd noise into the mic.
And Pat will say, listen to this crowd.
And he does.
No, he doesn't.
Way.
Yes, and I always thought it was Coom because that kind of fits Coom's personality. He's kind of funny dude, right? But this weekend, it was Saturday, I believe, I heard the crowd thing, and then Coom says to him, "What was that?" And he said, "You heard it. He did that thing."
So Studs, we're getting requests, especially from the people on Twitch. Can you load that back up again? Because it kind of went past people and they want to enjoy it. So let's Bill Murray gets recognized and the boys say, "All right, we'll play."
Why doesn't it surprise me that Murray is here in London?
It shouldn't at all. Yeah, we knew Bill would be. It's a good chance of him being here in London with the Cubs.
Somebody just told him he was on camera.
Yeah.
And for a brief second there, he looked like Carl Spackler from Caddyshack. He looked very confused.
What was that name again? The guy.
I believe Carl Spackler.
I remember Carl. I didn't know the last name. That's pretty good Caddyshack trivia right there. I'll tell you
One of the
that.
groundskeepers.
Oh.
What was that?
You heard it. Here's a swing and a miss by Donovan.
And I just want to say, the best part, besides
You heard it.
The aggressive you heard it.
It's in the fact that he goes right back into play-by-play.
Yes!
Just doesn't miss a beat.
Yes. So this wasn't the end of this. It was, the game on Saturday was a laugher. So it kind of became a little bit of a chuckle fest at the end because there wasn't a ton to talk about. They blasted the Cardinals in that game on Saturday. On Sunday, though, and look, I traveled with Zach for 10 years doing DePaul games. He is one of the funniest people here. And he keeps it like super. He's got a little bit of Pat in him where he's kind of low key and like just slides stuff past you. They were having a conversation about their accommodations, and Pat was struggling with how to make the shower comfortable.
I just had a question for Zach and Ron here during the commercial. We checked out of a hotel earlier today. Nice place. Got a little mileage on it, but a nice place. And it had the most unusual shower situation. It took me 3 days, and I still didn't figure it out. What was hot, what was cold, and whether it was coming out of the top of the ceiling spout or the little spout hanging in the rack on the side.
The handheld one.
Did you guys figure it out?
Within about 10 seconds, yeah.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, but I actually did, in the back of my mind, think, this can't be easy for Pat. Turns out I was right.
What was the key?
The top handle you needed to turn so it would come down on your head. And if you turned it to the right, it came down on your head. If you turned it left, it came out of the handheld spigot.
I turned it so the water was shooting out of the tub altogether.
Oh.
Everyone's got issues.
How did that work out for you?
Not well. A little on the moist side.
Oh, yeah.
Nolan Arenado batting with one away, bottom of the 7th inning.
Think how the people below you are thinking.
I should have.
Yeah.
Did it occur to you at any point to call the front desk?
No. Oh, no. Way too independent for that.
You battled through.
And stubborn.
They're doing bits.
Yes. This is what I mean. Like, not only are you getting a superior broadcast to what was going on with the national games, they are now in their bag of tricks, and it is awesome.
Did you ever have a problem with a hotel shower that you couldn't figure out?
No.
Oh, I have.
But so
the Hotel Clarice in Barcelona.
Clarice.
Claris. It's a modernist like art museum / hotel, and I couldn't figure it out, and I was just screaming. I was either burning or I was freezing, and I didn't know where the water was coming from, and then it was like I don't know. It was all weird. I didn't know what half the contraptions were in the room.
Well, it sounds like it had like the rainfall shower head. I think this is what Pat
That's
was struggling
what Pat was
with.
saying. Yeah, there's the one that comes to the rain shower, and then they have the shower head.
Yeah.
Usually there's a toggle of some kind.
Yes, and he was struggling with it.
But that wasn't all they were doing. There were more bits.
Can we listen to, I found the moment, the fake crowd noise thing, since we have a lot more of good Pat and Ron left, but this is not the best of it. But still, this is like a little mystery solved for me and Studs, and I'm sure other people who have heard the fake crowd noise, because I always thought it was Coombe.
Now, in Wrigley, finally we got a ball the last homestand, right? Or 2 homestands ago? 2.
Close.
Yeah.
Swinging a foul back. But fans are still raving about the catch that you made, Ron, down in Miami earlier this year on a Sunday afternoon. I can still remember the crowd roaring.
Yeah, roaring, huh? Okay.
What was that?
You heard it, but I'll say it again.
Y'all gonna stop questioning Pat about what he said. He said what he said.
You heard it.
Carvelli said.
You heard it.
I thought that was Coombe all these years with the after somebody hits a home run or makes a big play. It's been Pat all this time.
I say he should be removed from the Hall of Fame for fraud.
Y'all gonna stop questioning my man Pat.
You heard
it.
You heard it. I said what I said. You gonna get these hands in a minute.
Little Daryl Drake in him.
It's so great. Okay, so now we've got the shower story. We've got the crowd noise stuff with him. him doing an impersonation of Bill Murray in Caddyshack. And then apparently there was an eventful ride home on the bus or ride back to the hotel on the bus. Check this out.
We did have a very lengthy bus trip home last night. Now, there was a member of our traveling party. I will not identify this individual. Now, we were driving back home, and I know there were 3 times we passed in front of a place called Clyde's Tackle Shop. And I thought, now, I've never really heard of this franchise.
Right.
How many Clyde's Tackle Shops can there be? And then the thought occurred to me, maybe we are going in circles.
Yeah.
Just maybe. I used all the logic and deductive powers that I had, which is very limited, by the way. And there was a member of our party that said, "Hey, bro, you seem to be driving in circles." And he retorted, "It's not my fault."
Yeah. And you don't recall who might have said that?
Well, I know who said, "It's not my fault."
Oh yeah, that was
the
bus
driver.
Yeah.
And maybe it'll come to me later.
The guy that said, "Hey, bro, you're driving in circles."
A pitch inside to Dansby Swanson.
As he got up out of his chair and walked to the front of the bus?
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy?
Could it be someone sitting in this row? Possibly.
Well, it possibly could be. It could be anybody. It could be anybody in the ballpark. By the way, did we get the attendance figure today? Yes, we did.
-1 bus driver.
Hey, bro.
That's Coombe. The only guy that would call the bus driver bro would be Coombe, right?
It's not my fault.
Or were they on the team bus? And it could have been anybody on the team.
It was clearly Coombe.
So it was just the
You
3.
heard it.
No, maybe not. Because it's more likely that a current younger player would call the bus driver bro.
No.
That's what I assumed. I had assumed it was the team bus.
The team bus.
What?
Because they're not. The 3 of them aren't taking a bus.
What did Zach say?
But was
it someone
on
maybe
this row, yeah.
maybe sitting in this row?
Yep.
Yeah, then it's got to be Coomer.
Hey, bro.
It's
hey, bro.
And
Well-
Coombe would probably say it that way too.
Yeah.
So look.
It's not my fault.
He's doing everything.
I was trying to sell people on the fact that they were going to get a better experience of enjoying the Cubs game if they synced up the Cubs television to what was going on the Xfinity Cubs radio network. That was just for the baseball. Like, you were just going to get a better baseball experience. But what you've learned in these last 10 minutes is that you were also just going to laugh your ass off. Because, look, I love Pat. And whenever I'm there, like, with him in the booth during spring training, whether I was doing my old show or this show, he is so kind and so courteous. I hold him in really high regard. Like, I really respect Pat. But Pat is a cut up, man.
Yeah, 312 says Obvious Shirts needs to make a "You Heard It" right away.
I agree. You heard it?
You heard it.
You damn right you heard it.
Hey, bro.
So did Pat get that from Zach? Because the timing of that line is very Zach.
You heard it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is something that Zach. That's something Zach would do.
That's also something actually Coombe says quite frequently.
But Zach would do it when he'd like break character a little bit.
Yes.
And you'd be like, "Wait, did you heard it?
You heard it
quietly."
It's exotic. That was another. They threw out exotic, and I started laughing because that's how Zach describes his hair all the time. That it's exotic because he's is a redhead. But man, I had a ball.
Well, the 773 says they had me rolling when they were doing the adult diapers ad that they do. All right, can we talk about this?
Look,
we all heard it. We heard it.
We don't want to. You heard it. I don't want to lose a sponsor.
No. The sponsor's great, and adults need diapers. Believe me, I'm getting to that age where I'm starting to look forward to it.
Here's what I would say. When you listen to the broadcast, it's North Shore adult diapers, right?
The best.
They're outstanding.
The best.
And they're going to do a read during the next Cubs game tomorrow night.
It's for walks by opposing pitchers. That's what it sponsors.
Didn't the Bulls have something similar? I think so.
They sponsored turnovers by the opponent.
Yeah. They're a fine and valued sponsor and client.
Along with listening to all sorts of gems that Pat is dropping on you during broadcast, you need to listen for that read. That's all that I'm just going to say that. Okay? Just listen for how they do the read and how they get out of the read. And you will have yourself a time. But there's a part of me, and I kind of want to get Pat on the show, but I also don't want to put him in a bad spot. There's a part of me that feels like now that he knows that he's a Ford Frick Award winner, that he's going to the Hall of Fame, it feels like there's a little bit of like, let's have some fun with this. We all know that he can do the job of being a great play-by-play guy.
He's got nothing left to prove.
Right.
And now he's got house money.
There's a freedom to him this season that I don't know that I had heard from Pat. And I don't know, like, maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm late to the party and I'm hearing something that isn't there. But I'm telling you, I look forward to it because they're having so much fun. And one of the rules of what we do is if we're
entertain yourself.
Right.
Yes.
If we're having fun, then the listener is probably having fun.
You people have stood in my way long enough. I'm going back to the Penis Museum.
You're definitely going to the Penis Museum.
Well, that's why when
That's it. You people have stood in my way long enough. I'm going to clown college.
That's why when Evan brought it up, I knew I was checking out of the Cubs conversation at that point, and I was taking a virtual tour of the Icelandic Penis Museum. And it was time well spent.
So, Lawrence, I can back you up on what you're saying, though, about Pat, because I've spent a lot of time sitting in this chair running Cubs games. So is Ray. And I can attest that this year they're definitely having, for whatever reason, they're having more fun.
Yes.
And maybe it's because the team is better, or maybe it's like what you're saying about Pat getting the Hall of Fame nod. It's there's something. It's always been a great broadcast, but there's something just more fun about it this year.
So look, the Boers and Bernstein show is one of the best shows that's ever been on radio. Period. Part of the reason that it is because Terry Boers was the freest man I had ever heard on the radio. And especially at the end, Terry didn't give a...
Nope.
And it made for incredible radio. And I feel like I'm getting some of that from Pat. I'm getting let's have fun. This is baseball, but let's have fun. And he never is too far away from giving you what you need from your play-by-play guy. But there's an element to it's similar but not the same as what you get on like the White Sox television broadcast, where Jason and Stoney, they know when to click back into, hey, these are serious moments inside of a game. Let's get serious about what it is that we're doing. Pat and Ron, like, they work so well, and having Zach back there as their chorus, as their choir, I think is made for really enjoyable. I know that we're doing like a forensic breakdown of this, but it's just
I don't want to
fun.
take the fun out of it.
It's just fun.
Yeah,
it's so much fun. And I, as a listener, I'm right there with them, like cracking up and enjoying the game.
Yeah, 224 is a good word. It's more whimsical this year.
That's a good call.
Good word. Yes.
There's a little bit of whimsy.
Yes.
In there.
Like you say, it's just baseball.
It's just baseball. And when the baseball needs to get serious, Pat and Ron, they know how to do it. And Pat's really good at describing everything that's going on around it. But finding those spaces, especially now in the era of pitch clock, to find those spaces where you can have a little bit of fun, it's a master class in broadcasting. And I, for one, as a listener, have enjoyed the hell out of it.
When we come back, let's sing the praises of the White Sox best player because they need to be sung.
I agree. Let's talk about Luis Robert and the season that he's having. We'll do that next here on The Score.
You heard it. Hey, Chicago, this is Cody Bellinger.
Line drive, base hit into right field. Cubs take the lead.
You're listening to the Bernstein and Holmes Show, 10 to 2 on 670.
How about this? With a minimum of 80 plate appearances, you want to guess who has the highest slugging percentage in the majors right now?
It's him.
It's him. It's
because
Jake
he's only been
Berger.
over 80 since yesterday.
Yeah.
But even still,
who's the closest guy to him? It's crazy. It's somebody has 40 more at bats or something, right, Chuck?
Yeah, but everyone has. I mean, look at this. He's got 10 home runs. Mike Trout, with 80 more plate appearances, has 10 home runs. Jake Berger's got 20 RBIs. Mike Trout has 23 RBIs. I mean, he's doing some special stuff, and he's only played, 27 games. So this is a great story in a season that has not been a great story. And when Eloy Jimenez comes back, whenever that is going to be, it could be in a week, could be 2 weeks. This is going to be interesting to see how the White Sox put together this lineup, especially if Jake Berger is playing like this.
Well, you're right, Chuck, and I said earlier this morning, and I believe it's a bit of a risk and maybe out there over my skis, but it wouldn't surprise me if Jake Berger leads the White Sox in home runs by the end of the year. That's assuming he continues to get at bats. It's a Sox. Somebody's going to probably go down and he'll have to fill in. So I think these things tend to take care of themselves. But let's say that Eloy does come back. What is the plan right now, plan A, for having everyone healthy with Berger still swinging a hot bat?
I don't know what that is. And some reporters have asked Pedro Grifol about the idea of moving Moncada to second, having Berger maybe play second just to get his bat in the lineup so all these guys could play. But you did point out something that obviously is the elephant in the room. When do the White Sox have an entirely healthy lineup? And if they do, how long will that last?
Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
That'll get you to an all-star game.
It should.
How about that? An absolute rocket.
21 and 42 on the power numbers, and that was a missile off the bat of Luis Robert Jr.
Been a lot of those this year for Luis Robert. Slash line 269, 326, 559, a WRC plus of 139. He is 8th in F-WAR right now in all of MLB at 3.1. And just coincidentally, just now, Joe Sheehan in his subscription newsletter has put out his mid-season awards. And he has Luis Robert Jr. as 3rd in AL MVP behind Shohei Ohtani and Wander Franco.
So Wander Franco got benched,
Correct.
right?
And then he came back.
And then hit a home run.
Yes. And just in case you're curious, his NL MVP is Ronald Acuna Jr. His AL Cy Young is Framber Valdez. The NL Cy Young, Marcus Stroman.
Mm-hmm. Plus 5,500. Hope that blister heals up.
Yeah, and I hope that the regressive possibilities that I saw in the numbers aren't going to come to fruition, and he will be able to stay above them.
It's funny, though, because Pedro Grifol was I saw it in the piece, and we can talk with James Fegan about it. I saw it in his piece in the Sun-Times. By the way, James covered the White Sox for the Sun-Times, so that's a good job by Chris DeLuca and the Sun-Times to say, hey, here's a talented person that can help us cover some baseball. So we'll talk with James coming up in the next segment. I don't know if the White Sox get to necessarily take a victory lap on this, because remember, it was like Luis was trying to do what the new coaching staff wanted him to do, and then he was like, I don't feel right. I'm going to get my own guy, and I'm going to go back to some of the stuff that I was doing before.
I wonder if he was doing his boxing exercises.
The boxing exercises were not a good look for him. Nope. But then Pedro kind of said that this is a product of buy-in by Luis Robert, and I'm not sure that's accurate, but we can ask James a little bit about it. I just really like that we're seeing all of the things, like with all of these players on the White Sox, we look at the scale and go, best possible outcome, worst possible outcome, like what's the floor of this player, what's the ceiling. I think we're getting close to the ceiling on Robert.
MVP candidate.
And watching that is so fun. I like that as White Sox fans, White Sox observers, we've looked at Robert and been like, nah, that's a guy. Like that's a guy who can do all the things. And once he figures it out, he's going to be unstoppable. And we're proven right in this case. Like the White Sox are proven right when they're like, this is why we paid him before he even played in the minor leagues. We wanted this guy at the major league level because he can do all of this stuff. And this season, we're seeing him do it all. You hit it out to center field right now, anywhere near center field, you hit it in the gap, you hit it to the wall, Luis is going to go get it. And seeing a player, like seeing an actual like 5-tool player, seeing what it looks like, and him being, what do you say, like the peak of his powers, pretty damn cool.
Yeah, his defense has been remarkable, and this is a team that needs every bit of it. And he's not going to walk. You're not going to watch him walk a lot.
And I think his strikeout rate is about where it's always been.
Strikeout rate is at 28.9%.
That's as high as it's ever been,
yes,
right?
It is. Well, no. His career total is 24.4. That's because he was very low the last couple of years. For 2020, he was at 32.2.
Oh, goodness.
Then there was a big drop down to 20.6 and 19.2 in the ensuing seasons, and now he's back up to 28.9. Walk rate actually up from the previous 2 years. He walked a lot more his rookie year.
I wish that we could say the same thing about Yohan Moncada, which is we forgot to update that part. Yeah. So Moncada, they had him doing some fielding exercises. Doesn't feel great after the fielding exercises. So if you're thinking that Moncada might be able to come back and help the White Sox this year, I would put that in your back pocket, because it seems like this back thing with him is maybe more serious than even the White Sox thought it was. And I'll just tell you from what I saw last week, and I was just watching him play catch for 10 minutes or whatever, I saw a guy that looked like he was in a lot of pain, like just playing catch. Now ask him to swing a bat. I don't know. It makes me sad. But watching Luis has made me really, really happy. I'm glad that we're getting to see the best version of him. After last year, I was super concerned because it was the vertigo stuff. His hand didn't work. They didn't know his hand didn't work. He was out there swinging with one hand. It didn't seem like he had command of the outfield. And now all that stuff is right there at the forefront and is cool. So why don't we talk with James Fegan about it? James Fegan was covering the White Sox this weekend, which is great for us and it's great for you. We will talk to him about cologne and baseball next here on The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Cubs third base coach.
What you hear from the White Sox is, hey, guys, we figured it out. Here's your product. We did it. We didn't need to do everything else that everybody else did. We found some gems in the Dominican Republic and in Cuba, and we have some guys we've traded for. Guys, we did it. Here, look, our championship window's here. It's like the stupidest thing the good teams in baseball do not operate that way. Like you said, the Dodgers don't just whip up a roster and say, hey, guys, we did it. Look, here it is.
Here you go. Here's our team. Here's our team. And they thought they did that, and then, we're ready to win, so anybody can manage it.
Right.
So let me bring in Tony.
Guys, we put together the best team. The rest of the league is just full of idiots. Look what we did. Look what we have. We're so good, I'm going to bring in Tony La Russa. And the issue there for me, not even with Tony La Russa, but just the makeup and construct of the Chicago White Sox team, when the Oakland A's were performing at a high level, people wanted to mirror what they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
The Rays are there, and they've been doing it for a decade, like for so long. And the White Sox can't just eat a slice of humble pie and say, you know what, where our organization is, who we are in the grand scheme of Major League Baseball, this is probably the best way to do it. But they're so stubborn that they think that they can outsmart everyone, and they have their own path, their own way. And we've seen what kind of product they've put on the field as a result of it. And it is, like you mentioned, Speaks, a team that has no margin for error. Mm-hmm. They can't go get a Christopher Morel or a Matt Mervis to bring up to shake up the team. They can't recall a Javier Assad to go be a innings eater, reliever, or a starter if need be. That doesn't exist for the White Sox. And so that's the most frustrating part, is that there's nowhere to move. And so now you're stuck with a team that can't be better than what they are. And that's the frustrating part as a White Sox.
No, it's
Chicago Cubs.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3, and the Cubs win the ball game.
Listen to every game here on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Score.
This hour is brought to you by Lakeside Bank. 57 years of financial security. It's about time.
James Fegan.
Yes, James.
On Twitter at JR Fegan.
I can anticipate this question is probably way too early, but excellent. Too soon. Too soon.
Asking the questions to get the answers you need.
If you knew that Abreu was available to be the runner there, would you have gone to him instead of Hendrick?
If I'd known that, I didn't know that. Let's check the rule. I'm guessing you know the rules better. Now I know.
James Fegan with Bernstein and Holmes on 670 The Score.
Let's talk some White Sox with James Fegan, who was plying his trade, lending his estimable skill to the Chicago Sun-Times White Sox coverage over the weekend. And he joins us now on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. You should also always check out Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. Hi, James.
We got to get like a Fox NFL injury music version of the intro. Or like one of those minor key like covers that they do to like put in trailers or horror movies. Something to reflect the mood change.
Okay, I have questions, James. Were you a cologne guy before you talked with Keenan Middleton?
No, neither before nor after, since it all sounds very expensive.
It does sound expensive. What made you decide that you wanted to do that as a feature?
I mean, it's more of a notebook lead, which I haven't written in like 10 years, than a feature. But mostly because like the last time I had talked to him, I had asked him about it like after we were done recording, and I was just like chatting, and he was fun about it. And so like the next time I was in like the clubhouse, the first time in 2 weeks, I was like, well, let me do this now because one, I'm a weekend like freelance coverage guy, so it doesn't really matter what I do, so I can just do whatever I want. But also like this was like a fun conversation I anticipated having. The funny thing is that like, Keenan's, we're cool. He's a great guy to talk to. He's really funny, but like, it's his first season here. He doesn't know me that well. So like halfway into interviewing him, like Pedro like comes up to me and says like, it's good to see me. A PR guy approaches me and like Keenan's like, what's going on here? What happened to you? What am I missing?
So did you have to explain like everything to him?
You had to whiteboard the whole story?
Yeah, I had to tell him. Probably about half the players I talked to or more knew or expressed immediately they knew, and others, didn't really say anything. But yeah, for him, I had to kind of explain what was going on.
I find him to be fascinating. I know Dan does too. What is it about that guy that makes people interested in his story?
He's very open. He's very like, he was a non-roster invite, and I didn't necessarily, and I guess I was right, but I didn't necessarily think he was somebody who was like a big candidate to make the team. But he like came up and said like, "Hey, what's up, guys?" Like every time he walked in the clubhouse, he was clearly very friendly, and like he kind of lets you into his world right away. He's a person who kind of makes just idle comments to reporters as he passes by, and kind of makes you feel like you're there and you're part of the room. So and he doesn't, as you heard from the Astros comment he made about Carlos Correa, he's not somebody with a big filter. Like he's just come in, he's been really fired up to be here, which obviously is not, the common mood around the White Sox. And, he's made an immediate impact. He's pitching amazing. I think his raw, his actual like, peripheral numbers are as good as any reliever in the bullpen right now. So he's a really fun guy to do that. I wish he wasn't a pending free agent. I wish he was a guy who just got called up that we'd be about to meet and like get to know for the next 5-6 years.
Do you know why the White Sox won't just allow Tim Anderson to heal up physically, emotionally, whatever he's got to do? Just shut him down for a little bit, let him get better, and then put him out there.
I mean, in terms of like the knee,
well,
the knee, the shoulder, everything that's making it so that he can't hit.
I mean, so much. They claim the shoulder is really just the throwing is what's holding him back on it. I mean, he hasn't really been back right offensively since the knee at all. I don't know how much the shoulder is contributing to it, but I mean, big part of it is that he's pushing to be out there. He wanted to come back from the knee. He's not trying to be shut down for months on end. I don't know. I'd be speculating on the knee, but yeah, he's been playing with it a lot, but it's not so much that it's gotten worse or anything like that. I just don't know if it's something that doesn't get better unless he's shut down for several months, or is it something that needs to be considered surgery afterwards. But like we've gotten past this point where, you know, he's aggravating it or playing in additional pain. It just seems like it needs a longer mediation than they're probably willing to do, or certainly what he's willing to do, because he's trying to play. He hates being injury prone. He hates or being called injury prone. He hates being on the IL. He said as much. He's trying to be out there and show what he can do and get back to where he is, and pushing to do that. And I think when you have a season floundering and you have your, you know, franchise player saying like, I'm good, I can play through this, I'm going to get right, and just insisting upon it, you know, it's kind of hard to say no. It's not like there's other compelling options in the mid infield. It's not like, you know, people pushing about moving him to second base and maybe be better defensively, but it's not like Romy Gonzalez and Elvis Andrus had big consistent years where you would pencil in the lineup every day. There's not a better option than hoping he gets right at some point that they have in house.
It's just that, and now that, you know, he spoke on the Pivot podcast about it, clearly he is thinking about what future contracts look like. And I feel like while he might be doing a great job of selling out for the team in this regard, I'm not sure he's helping anyone. I don't think he's helping the team because he's not the best version of himself. He's now playing out of position a little bit. And I don't think he's helping himself because if he is looking to eventually cash in as a big money shortstop, like he was talking about on the Pivot podcast, he's not able to prove that he's worth that right now as he celebrates his 30th birthday because he's physically not right.
I mean, his standpoint is that he's not going to get recognized as that or paid as that if he's not posted. If he's the guy who's on the IL, he doesn't think he's going to get that either. So he views the version where he has agency and he can just push himself and try to grit through it and hope that the performance level he's been capable of happens as more appealing than the one where he's, you know, sitting on the bench and getting labeled as a guy who, you know, hasn't played 100 games in a season and however long or whatever point he'll be at. He doesn't want to be that guy who's on the IL a lot. He hates it. He's said as much.
Why is Michael Kopech tired?
I think he meant, like, when I talked to him, he was kind of pushing back on the idea that there would be limits on them. When he said he's tired, he's kind of acknowledging that he gets what we're going from with it. I think late June, everybody's tired as far as pitchers. They all covet that all-star break in a way as a very necessary reset, and you see them kind of dragging into the break, at least physically and what they say fatigue-wise the last couple starts. But he's not tired in the way that matters in terms of like his velocity or, you know, his legs. I think he wants to be you know, accommodating to what their plan is. He knows he's, you know, coming off the injury history and wants to be even-handed about how they want to maintain them. But I think if anything, Michael's, you know, accepting it with a grimace and wants to push farther.
How would you describe what we're seeing from Luis Robert Jr. this year? Like, would this be considered a breakthrough, or is this just talent fulfilling what everyone thought it could be?
Yeah, I mean, like, the idea that Luis Robert has 20-year home run power is not something that we were really in question because he hadn't done it before. So yeah, it's to some degree you're not seeing any tools or skills you haven't seen in the past. Perhaps you maybe find yourself a little disappointed that he's not kind of the 300 hitter that he's, you know, shown the ability to have, that he's become more of a, you know, big K rate guy and thus kind of a low OP, very prodigious power hitter. So it makes it all worth it, especially when you pair it with great center field defense. But I think there's probably, you could look at him and say that there's a bit more that he could unlock in terms of his approach to get on base even more often, even if that costs him a little bit of power. But yeah, I think the main thing you're seeing is that the biggest and most important stat for him is 76 games played. And I think he'd say that as much as too, and I'm inclined to agree with him.
I'm a little bit confused about something because I feel like he didn't really buy in to what Grifol and his hitting council were doing. And then we had heard that he had kind of gone back to doing stuff that he was doing before they came in. And now we have Grifol saying, well, it's a buy-in, and that's why you're seeing Luis have success. You've been around this every day. What's happened here? Is it the hitting infrastructure of what Grifol brought in, the natural talent of Luis Robert or his own system and health?
In Grafol saying that he bought in, I think the preface, I think we saw, the thing that they reveal in while singing the praises is usually the most telling thing. He acknowledged that the buy-in was slow, that we were not seeing that early in the season. And they've kind of made the eye pitch and their other swing decision work. It's gone from like this thing where maybe the interest level could be varies from player to player, just something that's one of their mandated sessions that it's like everybody has like a session on it before batting practice every day. So that level of structure they've added to it, I think could be something he's benefiting from. But he's still striking out a lot. He still chases heavy, but I would say that the chase rate, I want to say when I last looked up yesterday, was at 37%, which is very high. It's above high for the median, but Luis was somebody who was, over 40 for points, I think, all of last year and certainly early points this year. So even when he was out of whack, you started to see the chase rate falling that made you think that he was doing something. He was adapting to how they're teaching. So now that it's kind of continually stabilizing below where it's been in his career, and he's seen the results I have, I think infrastructure can pat itself on the back a little bit. I mean, they really only have a few wins, and this is a very important one of them to get him up to his talent. So I think it's something where he's adapting to it, but I think the telling thing is that it wasn't something that happened right away.
We thought that June would decide the direction of this year's team one way or another, regardless of what the Twins are doing, whatever this awful division was doing.
Twins have won 4 out of 5.
They have,
the way.
And I'm starting to, as I read around some of the national guys, where there is an increasing preponderance of presumption that the White Sox are sellers for sure. Are you feeling that?
I think it's hard to imagine them being in the spot, late July, and hey, they're not, impossibly far back, but they're solidly under 500, and I think they would at least go through they've talked rationally enough about this that they would go through the process of selling off their expiring deals and relievers, and I think with the way the season is geared and the way they've looked at this division, they're not gonna be. I don't see them selling in early July. I see them giving this team as much rope as they possibly can, but then doing what they obviously need to do in some limited fashion. If in the final week before the deadline, we're in the exact same spot that we've really been since the end of April.
James, how worried is Moncada about his back, and how worried are the White Sox?
I think he's worried that it's the essential setup was this is something that will go away with rest, or if it doesn't, if it's something recurring, it's something that can result in surgery. But the hope was that it was go away from rest, that it was able not only recur, but recur so quickly. I think that's got to reduce your confidence. This is something that can be mediated by just shutting him down for a short period of time. And if it's something that, props up, 2-3 more times, periodically across the season, I think you've got to look into, is surgery the better option, or is it there's some sort of long-term mediation that has to be done to get you out of the cycle? And so, that'd be better to have a permanent solution than a temporary one, but back surgeries are not something that's, 100% shot that this guy comes back and he's been as electric as he can be. So I think Johan's worried in the sense that the season's getting away from him, and he might have to be out even more. I don't think he's taking that long term yet, but from the White Sox perspective, I think that's a long term scenario you got to be considering. Just starting to get worried about how much this guy has accumulated over the last couple of years and how long it's been since we've seen the guy who had really kind of an electric skill set in all areas, especially the power that hasn't really been seen in the same way since 2019.
What was it like to be back in the clubhouse?
I had a friend who also went to the same circumstance reach out and said it's surreal because it's getting fired, it's kind of the worst moment of your life, but then you get all the professional affirmation that you wanted in your entire career all at once, and you don't really know how to feel. So I love getting stories of players. I love the relationship I built with the team, but he didn't necessarily having conversations where you have players saying that they appreciate how you cover the team or that they thought you were a good writer. This is not how beat writers and players are interacting. I'm so taken aback at some point of a player saying, I think you're a really good writer, that I just nervously responded I think you're a really good pitcher, man. So you're getting these type of interactions with the people where they really tell you what you think of you that it's you don't usually get. So that was very heartening to experience, but also, it's just not the same.
Well, here's to good things happening in the immediate future for you, as I am certain that they will.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, James. We appreciate the coverage.
That's James Fegan working this weekend for the Chicago Sun-Times as he covered the Chicago White Sox. Cubs made a big announcement on the Score airwaves over the weekend.
Yeah, there's still a couple questions, though, that I have about this. As someone who has a subscription to Marquee through Xfinity, I need to know how this might work for me.
Well, I have it through DirecTV, so usually with these things, we've got it without having it, right? We're already paying for it.
I think so, but I'd like to confirm that, and I imagine that there's other Cubs fans that would like to confirm that too. We'll hear what Crane Kenny had to say about this new direct-to-consumer streaming service that the Cubs are going to offer in July. That's next here on The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
He wanted to go be out in these streets. And as a grown man, he should be able to go be out in these streets. But he went out in these streets. Some woman attacked him. And I mean that in the best possible way. Like, he wasn't getting robbed. Like, this nice lady was like, hey, you know what happened like yesterday when you were watching Christopher Morel and he saw Wilson Contreras and he jumped on Wilson Contreras?
That's what happened to me.
That's what happened to Ray.
And then he was caught.
And then he was caught, and he fell off a riser.
That's right.
So is it a fractured elbow that we're talking about,
Okay,
Ray?
so it was dislocated here for Twitch, since I get to hide it under the desk, but here for Twitch, there you go. You got to see the little wrap. It was dislocated because when I hit the floor after this young lady jumped on me, and she was a little taller than me. She wasn't really thinking about the logistics of that. And we fell forward. I hit my elbow first on the floor, and it popped out the socket. So that sucked. So it was dislocated. They popped it back in, and it's fractured. So that's the diagnosis for now. And I'm going to see a bone specialist on Saturday. Exciting.
See a bones.
Yeah.
So they haven't decided yet whether it's just casting or a surgery?
Correct.
Okay. Did they give you happy things
They
to
did.
make you feel better?
They did. They did.
Next time, go to an accredited hospital,
Yeah,
please.
man.
Instead of
I'm just gonna have to put this out there on these airwaves right now. This
Back
place,
alley hospital. It's like he has to knock on a door.
Yes.
He has to bang on this storm door. The guy
And I have
slides
to-
open a
Well, did you-
peephole.
and
What do you want?
And Ray, did you tell them about the first place you went to? You got rejected
I got
because you weren't
rejected.
hurt enough?
I wasn't hurt enough,
Because he
man.
wasn't a gunshot victim.
Right,
That's
it went
right.
to someplace owned by like the Bulgarian mob.
That's right.
What the hell, man?
Oh, wait. I forgot the best part of the story. What was the name of the place that you were at?
The slippery slope.
There it is.
Appropriately named.
Now the slippery slope takes another victim.
That's right.
And then Ray went to Kmart to get his elbow
Basically,
looked at.
because this wrap I have in my arm right now, this is the third version of this thing. The first time they put it on, it was like too tight, and my arm was swelling up, and I could tell it was too tight. So I went back the next day, and I said, "Hey, you got to fix this thing." And
You
then
must place your arm in body of live sheep.
Right. So then they kind of straightened it out a little bit and put it in the sling in a different way. And then as I was here
Old
towards
country style.
Right. And then as I was here towards the end of the day, it was swelling up again. So I went back like, what the hell is going on here? So this is the third version of this wrap. And the young lady that put this thing on didn't know how to put the sling on.
Notice
I had to
he didn't say nurse.
I didn't.
Hi, everybody.
I didn't put any respect on that title. I'm sorry. No hello nurse. That I had to explain to her how to put the sling on. She was putting it on the wrong way. I was like, where the hell am I?
She was wearing nothing but head to toe camo and Kevlar. him?
Yeah, so
Poor Ray.
Was there a doctor there called Dr. Nick?
yes, that's him.
You have bone failure.
We're popping it back in, everybody.
He's like a balloon.
On 670 The Score.
Line drive, base hit. In to score is Haugh. Swanson gliding into third. Bellinger races for second. And Belly's given the team the lead. It's 3-2 Cubs.
The Cubs on marquee, you always hear Boog Shambi and JD and Rick Sutcliffe
And Joe
Girardi. And Elise Medeker and Taylor McGregor. Everybody is part of what you are now going to be able to get direct to consumer.
T-Mac's another one of those sly, funny
Yeah,
people.
right?
You know, like, just good timing and gets it. And her and Boog have a good, like, thing that goes on. But yeah, this is, why don't we just hear from Crane Kenny? This is what Crane, was this on Inside the Clubhouse? This is Crane Kenny on Inside the Clubhouse from London talking about the next thing that happens with Marquee Network.
Yeah, and this is something we talked about at the convention, and certainly it's been a pretty popular topic. That the landscape for media consumption, I would just put it in the terms of consumers. You know, people are finding their programming in all sorts of ways, not just cable and satellite subscriptions, and streaming services seem to be popping up daily. We've seen a few teams, the Red Sox and Yankees, and then a few of the Bally's teams, and most notably the Padres just launched a streaming service after their rights were returned to them in the bankruptcy. So the world is changing very, very quickly, even since the 2019 launch of Marquee, which is primarily on cable and satellite. And to reach our fans that have cut the cord, we're going to be introducing a streaming service this year. We're aiming for July, sometime after the All-Star break, to bring a service, for those who say, I've cut the cord. I don't have Fubo, which we are available on, but I'd like to buy Marquee individually, not as part of a package, but just the channel to see Cubs games. We hope to make that available to them in July.
Okay, so our guy Ray is a huge Cub fan. You're 100% in on this, Ray?
Oh, hell yeah. I've had cable for a while, and I'm ready to cut the cord, baby. I'm ready.
So the only thing that you're kind of holding on to, because you've got like the subscriptions to all the streaming services that
I have
you want.
several. I have all the subscriptions that I could ever want. All of them. Getting the content from everywhere. I am just the only reason I have cable is to watch Cubs games.
Okay. So you're exactly who they're trying to get. A younger fan.
Yep.
Someone who is going to cut the cord.
Mm-hmm.
And notice what Crane said in there. It's something that I feel like we're the only two people that are talking about it. I feel like we're the only two people that are talking about everything with Diamond Sports.
What's happening with the RSNs?
Yes, and how all of this stuff is changing. And Crane inside him talking about this new thing made mention of it, that rights are being returned to teams. So the landscape of broadcast of games,
it's on the teams now to sell their product and make the money off of it rather than have someone else's sales staff do it.
Yes, and it's completely changing the model of how this looks. So you can stream now, like I have Marquee through Xfinity. So I can stream games inside the app. I want to make sure that doesn't go away, that I still have access to that as part of my Xfinity package.
I'm sure you do.
I don't want it to be cannibalized. Right. Like I think both of us will probably still have access because
you're signed in through DirecTV.
Right. So I hope that we have it. But I love that this is the way that it should be.
It's no different from the NBC Sports Chicago My Teams app, right?
Yeah, well, the Teams app, the My Teams app is no longer a thing now.
You have to do it through the.
Oh, that's right.
You
I
have
got
to
do it through
the NBC app now.
Right.
And then they offer you it's very useful, especially like when I'm out of town, and because like my phone will be. My phone is logged in to my Xfinity account. Like it's like, oh, you're logged in. Blah blah blah. Here's your game. Enjoy. All that stuff. But
I liked the My Teams app.
I should make a small correction. It does exist, but you cannot stream through it any longer.
Right.
It's still there. So like if you want to read Casey Johnson and stuff like that, you can through the My Teams. But the NBC app is where you can watch White Sox games. I've always felt once we got into the streaming era that this was the way to go. Give fans an opportunity. Like, I just want this.
Yeah, what I don't want is to have all sorts of other programming. If I just want to pay.
You just want the games?
But I guess I'm already paying for all the other programming anyway. I just watch what I want.
Yeah, you just have the whole.
It just costs what it costs.
Kit and caboodle.
Yeah.
But I love this for baseball fans. I'm guessing that this circumvents some of the blackout.
I would hope so.
I was just going to ask
so
that.
Goofy.
Is it going to be geo-fenced now, depending on, is it going to know where, I mean, obviously it can know where you are just like anything else can.
You know, that is, to me, has always been one of the most backward things that, and I feel for our friends that are in Iowa, where they're like, I'm in everyone's territory. I can't watch a game.
Yeah, I mean, come on. I get it. You're going to go to London to grow the game, as we discussed in the first hour. But how about fixing the stuff for the people here in the States in terms of being able to actually watch the game?
Well, see, that's kind of the saying the quiet part out loud. I think that's what baseball is doing with their breakup with Diamond Sports. I think that they're looking at this as at least I hope, they're looking at this as an opportunity to get to reach back to the consumer and say, we get it. This was stupid. The territory stuff, the blackout stuff was really stupid. Now, do you want Cubs games? Here, you can have all of them that are on the Marquee Network. The games that are national, you got to figure something out with Fox and ESPN. But the bulk of the games and Peacock, I forgot about Peacock. But the bulk of the games are going to be here. 150 of the games are going to be here. Now you can just stream it wherever you are. Hopefully that's the case. I don't know if Crane spoke to the geofencing and the blackout stuff, but to me, this is the way that baseball can start to make it right with baseball fans that have been stuck in this bizarre, old school, territorial blackout stuff.
Yeah, the concern becomes if and when baseball begins to regionalize, standardize, and slash travel budgets. When they start to say, look, we don't have to fly all of these broadcast teams around the country anymore. We will have a pool of our own MLB employed sideline analysts who just are at that park all the time working for whatever broadcast happens to be there. With this will come massive cost cutting, because that's what they're going to do. They're going to find a way to provide a minimum quality of broadcast while making it significantly less expensive with what they're propelling around the country.
So we're gonna get a bunch of K-Rod-esque
Oh,
broadcasts. Is that what you're
Please,
saying?
Please no. I can't. Who thinks that's good?
Nobody on this
I mean,
show.
I know
Whoever's
the
spending on
executives.
it.
I know the executives think it's good.
I mean, you'll still have long-time voices who fans want to hear. You're going to have those legacy voices, but for the most part, some of these salaries that are being paid to the full-time analysts, I think they're going to cut back, and I think they're going to standardize it with regionalized booths, etc.
Well, I hope that doesn't happen because I do think that there's something to the idea of having a great broadcast. You know, like, and
it won't matter. You won't need a great broadcast. I don't think there's any fandom that's going to stop watching their team because MLB cheaps out of the broadcast.
You're probably right, but I mean, on the local side, and we have seen like the Oakland A's be like, we don't need a radio broadcast anymore, and that to me is also silly. And I get that we are living in a space where a lot of newly manufactured cars don't or won't have AM radios in them, which is why you need like an FM partner along with your AM signal. And I know that can't always be done. I know in this town it is. You know, we've got both, plus the streaming option for you to Bluetooth in your car. I just want people to be able to get the games that they want. Period. I want Cubs fans to be able to watch.
I think that's going to be the trade-off. I think the trade-off is going to be a lower overall quality of broadcast. They're going to spend less on it, but they're going to let anybody buy it. I think that maximizes their bottom line. To say whatever teams you want, you can pay for those teams. It's just going to cost us less to produce.
I still think overall this is a good thing for the fan. I could be proven wrong. Like it could be the beginning of the end of something.
It's better for fan access, but I don't think it's necessarily going to be better
to end up
with a better broadcast because good broadcasting costs money.
It does. Do you? Well, we know that on the White Sox end, we know that the owner cares quite a bit about what the broadcast looks and sounds like. He doesn't always get his way necessarily, but we know that he cares about that. I wonder what Tom thinks about it. Like if it matters to him how the Cubs look and or sound with their broadcast.
But if MLB takes it all over...
No, I
I'm
know.
saying if the owners vote on it and MLB says, look, this is how MLB broadcasts are going to look and sound. Period. That's it. You're not going to have a lot of local flavor. You're not going to have twangy guys in Atlanta. You're not going to have the old Bubby and Zadie in New York.
But I think that you kind of have to. It's with football and basketball, I do think that you can nationalize to a certain degree what the broadcasts sound and look like. With football, you can 100% do that because all of the games are technically like national games. I don't know in 162 if there will be a desire to sterilize it.
It's not so much sterilize as it is cheapen it.
Yeah, but that's sterilizing it. It
might end up sterilizing it, but they're not. The point isn't to sterilize it. The result will be to sterilize it. The point is going to be to make it less expensive. Because anytime you see a media changeover like this, 100% of the time, it results in cost cutting.
Which, strangely enough, they're probably going to make a lot of money off of this.
Yes, that's how you make the money. While not burdening, they're not doing this to keep this expenditures that high and hand over to their sales staff, say this is the nut we got to cover every month. They want that to be a much lower number so they can have more profit.
I'm fascinated about what will happen with local broadcasts of baseball over the next 2 years. I think 2 years from now, you and I are sitting here and we're like, oh, this is interesting. I think there's a Back to the Future element that's getting ready to happen. And I think that the access to games is going to be greater than it's ever been.
I think you're going to have much better access, but an overall lowering of quality of broadcast.
I hope you're wrong.
I hope I'm wrong too.
Because I'm having a good time listening to Pat and Ron do their thing and watching Jason.
I think radio,
Stoney.
To the extent radio still exists, radio will be a lot more local and unique to market than TV will.
I wonder how they value that. I don't have the answer. It's just, thinking out loud. Like, I wonder, that's what I mean. But like, I would love to have an honest conversation with Tom or Crane about that, because I do think there's something to outreach. Like, to me, but I'm a P1 listener. I'm someone who enjoys broadcast on a couple different levels. But I wonder if they still view it as a vehicle to sell the product of White Sox or the product of Cubs.
Not like they used to. I think
you're right.
I think a lot of teams look at it as an unnecessary burden.
I think burden's probably too strong of a word.
With all the costs involved. And I don't know how many teams make the money they think they can make. They might would say, hey, great. If MLB wants to come in, take this over, just cut us a check. Fine. We don't need whole departments and have all the personnel hours devoted to all of these broadcasts when it can be done by plugging into an MLB server.
Is it nighttime again?
Yeah. Kind of weather's been weird lately. Oh, when we come back, I have a game we're going to play. This is a musical game. And we're going to play something, and I'm going to ask you, who is this? And you have one job, and your job is simply to identify the artist.
Is it Patti LaBelle not knowing the words to?
It is not.
No?
It is not Patti LaBelle.
It might be time.
It is a known artist.
It might be time for Auntie Patty to not do songs that aren't hers, because she keeps messing up. And I love Auntie Patty.
This is not.
Gitchy, yeah.
No, it is not Patti LaBelle. But you have one job, and that is to determine the artist you're going to hear next on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
The Cubs, I felt like, they went over to London. They had a great experience, and then, the bottom fell out. The Cardinals began the game like they were out all night, drinking some pints and enjoying London's life.
They seemed jet lagged.
They seemed a little jet lagged as well. You have to settle for a split. I know the Cubs could have finished it in a way that
drag.
They returned home with a lot of momentum. It was a bad way to end the weekend.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m.
By the way, did you guys? I'm looking at. I don't usually look at Twitch, but it's up, and so I'm looking at it as it fires through. Yes, the answer is yes. Just because of our conversation yesterday, I am wearing my Target purchased Nirvana T-shirt today.
Yes,
underneath
I love
my second best hoodie. So I feel good about this today.
Your second best. And how often do those rankings come out, and what are the criteria?
Well, I had to say second best because yesterday I told you guys I was wearing my best hoodie, the blue fatigue from Target.
Did you know that Dave has a command in Twitch?
Does he?
Yeah,
I've
you
seen a
can
couple.
do exclamation point Dave, and the Nightbot will reply with a witty reply automatically.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's basic code, and it's fun. Maybe just for me.
How do you guys keep? I don't know. This is probably not good for me to be trying to follow
Wait.
Twitch and the text board.
Hold on. So Nightbot is literally a bot?
Yes.
So when it says Grody's man cat who is not fat. So
There's
that
one
is
for Dan. How many
Where I
things
take the
Dan is
fun
taking
out
the
of
fun
things.
out of? That one is a little bit more difficult of a code because it counts. There is also one for Shane. There is also one for Boylan. And I believe one for Matt Nagy.
And now
Dave.
they're accusing me of taking the fun out of Nightbot. I didn't take the fun out of Nightbot. I'm just learning that Nightbot is actually not a human being and is an actual algorithmic bot. I didn't take the fun out of it.
Exclamation point Dan.
Taking the fun out of Nightbot.
Dan Bernstein, when you write a book, and I do think you should write a book someday.
Seconded.
Taking the fun. What would this will get the Twitchers going? If Dan Bernstein was to write a book, what should it be called? I mean, taking the fun out of something, right? I mean,
how does this get us closer to winning a championship?
Yes, that's probably it. Actually, that's probably it.
And
I'll
then you're
track
like,
those throughout,
narrator, they were really far away from winning a championship.
Right. It didn't.
Lawrence Holmes, powerhouse pairing, 10-2 every day.
On 670 The Score.
Look what they just gave us. Caller 6 to the Scores contest line, 312-540-0670. Wins a pair of tickets to Dave Matthews. Dave Matthews Band, Friday, July 7th at the Huntington Bank Pavilion at Northerly Island in Chicago, Illinois. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. Do we have more of these to give away throughout the week?
Oh, yeah, all week.
Sweet.
All week we're giving away Dave Matthews tickets.
And his cat, Dave Meowthews.
What?
Nothing.
No, that's not true, is it?
No.
And I used to sort of not like him, and now I do like him because I read, Spiegel sent me this long piece of the interview that was done with him. He knows exactly what he is and what he's not. And he knows he's kind of a dork and not really all that cool and doesn't necessarily try to be. It made him extremely likable.
DMB it used to be my favorite band for like an extended, long period of time, probably like 10 years of my life. Like, So, all right, just a quick story. I started listening to them because when I was like 14, 15 years old, my dad randomly put one of their live concerts on in the house. And I we've mentioned a couple of times, I started playing drums at a young age. So at this point, especially in my life, I was very impressionable on like any good drummer. I wanted it. And so my dad puts this on. He says, you need to listen to this drummer because he's incredible, Carter Borford. And so for like a decade after that, I was obsessed because that guy's amazing.
We know how you feel about drummers.
So and it also, and even so what you were saying, Dan, I hate when people disrespect Dave Matthews because I'm like, every single member of that band is incredible at playing music. including Dave himself. Maybe not the best singer, but he can play a guitar pretty damn well.
Speaking of drummers,
we're in the middle of the Glastonbury UK Music Festival, a massive music festival in the UK. And there was a cover that was done on, I think they call it the Pyramid Stage, the big stage. It was apparently the culmination of a pretty awesome show. And people didn't know this was on Saturday. And it's clearly a cover. This person is the lead singer and is drumming. So just tell me, who is this?
It went easy, it went free. The season taking on a way right. Asking nothing, he can be taking everything outside. Don't need reason, don't need right. Maybe nothing I would rather do. Going down, hard time. Our friends are gonna need it.
Any idea?
There's some people on Twitch that got it. One texter got it.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is Rick Astley.
Damn right it is. You know, he stayed true to his word, man. He never gave us up. And he's never let us down.
And I saw this with a great...
And never deserved this.
Yeah, I saw this tweet last night accompanying this. And by the way, he's spinning the drumsticks and everything, flipping them around his fingers. So there was this tweet last night from a guy named Mitch Ben who just says, I'd love to go back to 1987 and tell all my Smiths fan friends who gave me all kinds of crap for not being a Smiths fan that by the 2020s, not only would Morrissey have been cast into outer darkness as a bitter old racist, but Rick Astley would be the coolest MFer alive.
I'm with him.
How great is that?
I'm so happy for, you talk about a guy leaning in. He's leaned all the way into this.
It went from camp to then non, and the whole Rick rolling thing he leaned into.
And then it's you know what? He's pretty talented.
Yeah, and then his relationship with Dave Grohl and Foo Fighters and all that, and it's just I love it.
I love it too.
I love it.
Good for Rick Astley. He never gave us up, and he never let us down.
Parkins and Spiegel are next.
Cub fans, tomorrow on The Score, it's your chance to get in the dugout with the Cubs as we talk to outfielder Ian Happ at 11 a.m. with Bernstein and Holmes, then manager David Ross at noon, and finally, it's second baseman Nico Horner at 2:30 with Parkins and Spiegel on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
This was a walleye tournament on Lake Erie. And the video came out, because usually it's not quite this dramatic. Usually it's after the fact, or some places will even have an x-ray machine that they'll slide everything through. The Lake Erie Walleye Trail Fishing Tournament, the fishing director thought something was up, and he took out a big old fillet knife and started cutting up the catch.
We got weights and fish! There we go! Out of here! Where's the other one? Everybody listen to me right now. Jake, I want you to leave. I don't want anybody to touch these guys. I want you to
jail. He was pulling out 8-ounce lead weights.
Yeah, I saw he cut, and then the guy reached in. There was 2 weights inside of a fish.
Big egg-shaped hand grenades of lead that he's pulling out of these fish that had been wrapped in walleye fillets.
We got weights and fish!
We got weights and fish! And they apparently had been doing this before. They are under investigation for...
It's felony fraud, right?
It is felony fraud. and they won a tournament recently where they bought a boat worth like $50,000. And this isn't big money, but it's enough that it's felony fraud. You can't do this. And the overdoing of it, if you look at this, I looked at one of these fish and I thought, and I'm a pretty good estimator of weight of a fish.
You've done it.
Most fishermen are. You lift it up, I can get it within a quarter of a pound. And this one that is maybe 4.5 should not be weighing at 7.9.
There's a very profanity-laced moment I kept out of this clip here that we played where somebody says, this guy's been doing this for years.
Yep.
So this guy's been making money for years off of this.
But they got him
caught now.
He got caught right there, and he pulled out the knife, and I didn't know you could bring dead fish to a weigh-in. I thought that the fish being alive and releasable was part of it.
Like,
maybe not on Lake Erie.
What an aha moment! Like when you, I was amazed by it. You cut into and drop like the sound
Thud.
Right.
Yep. I'm telling you, they're like little hand grenades he's pulling out.
Weights and fit. There we go.
There we go. And people were going to kill the guy. They were going to drag the guy behind a truck. And they said, no, don't touch him. There were partners. One guy ran to his truck and locked the door. And the other guy stood there, stone-faced. And the Cuyahoga County is looking into this, as well they should. But the stories about the early days of competitive bass fishing, it wasn't just weights and fish. There were guys, and Carl Hyacin wrote about this. His first novel, his second novel, Double Whammy, was about this, where somebody would go catch big bass and stash them in underwater cages.
And
then when the tournament began, off go the boats, and then in come the boats, and the guys were using the actual same fish for multiple tournaments. Oh, look, I got old Bessie again, same 8.5 pounder, and would keep it and feed it and make sure that this thing would grow big in this cage, and they would just so happen to know where this thing was hidden and be able to go find it for each tournament.
The 630. He goes, I love how relaxing fishing is.
Yeah.
We got weights and fit. There we go.
Sports. Chicago Sports is the score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The score.
Hey, bro.
You heard it. You heard this version of the Bernstein and Holmes show.
You heard it.
You heard it. That's right. That's what Pat Hughes says.
It's not my fault.
You heard it. When we were having so much fun with what that broadcast has become, I think our old buddy Stonecutter put it best. He said 2023 is the year that the Cubs radio broadcast ceased being a WGN show and became a score show.
the fact that they're having fun and leaning in and doing bits.
They're doing bits.
It's been a terrific listen. Thanks to our guests today, Jeff Goodman, Evan Altman, and James Fegan. Thanks to Ray Diaz, Adam Studzinski, Brandon Fryer, Kevin Lapka, Evan Thomas for doing their stuff. Now Parkins and Spiegel are here on kind of a gloomy Monday. Hello, boys.
Hello. It is a little gloomy out there, but it was nice. I don't remember the first time I saw it, but it was nice to see James Fegan's byline pop right back up. In the
Damn
Sun.
right.
That's a great job by the Sun-Times. Did you? I missed it. We were doing our show meeting at 1. Is it a 10-day contract?
No, it was just filling in.
Filling in.
Someone had to cover the White Sox. I think Daryl had the weekend off.
So it's not like a rest of the season or anything like that.
At least not yet, from what I saw. Like I think the thing is just hey, let's pay as you play.
Yeah, we need a guy.
There you go. All
right.
Daryl's real good at his job. So,
I agree.
And I think Daryl's a good dude. So, yeah, it's an interesting landscape where all of a sudden you become bedfellows just like that.
Yeah.
You never know. You might have to work with, boys.
That's true.
Why did you look at Parkins when you said that?
Because
you heard it.
Yeah.
No. It's because he's my partner, Lawrence. I'm just trying to
You never know. You might have to work out with this Parkins guy.
That is not at all what I meant.
Yeah.
It's not my fault.
So was going to talk to Evan Altman yesterday on the special hit and run that came after Cubs in Britain.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
But you guys had him booked. So I found
he derailed everything today.
Did he?
Well,
What
I
happened?
did because
dear
he's in
God.
Iceland. He's in Reykjavik.
Oh, okay.
And I asked him what he was doing today.
Uh-huh.
He's going to the Penis Museum.
Oh, okay.
And then we lost Dan for an entire segment.
Once I had
You might want to go incognito for that.
the Icelandic Phallological Museum. Once I found the website, I was done.
You were done.
I was absolutely
You were
done.
toast.
God.
Wow.
Exactly.
Yeah, that'll derail a radio
It's
show.
Awesome. Look at the cafe.
That's what he's doing.
Look what they have at the cafe.
It's one of the things that he's doing.
The Phallic Cafe
and he's got
Bistro.
20
what it
hours of
offers.
sunlight to do it.
Look
The
up
sun
top.
won't set until after
Phallic-themed
midnight.
beer, Belgian waffles, and cocktails.
Yeah.
Well, it said penis
Careful how you
waffles.
say it.
So
Wild reindeer. Oh, yeah.
I think Boers called me that in
no, that's our new.
1998.
We've added it to a team in our independent minor baseball league. We've now added the
penis waffles.
Icelandic penis waffles.
There you go.
The Moby Dick Pale Whale. That's good. The Phallic Pilsner. The Dick Johnson. I can't even say this one on the air.
Dick Johnson's a terrific newscaster.
This is amazing.
Oh,
All right, I'm going to get on a plane.
He was pretty good, though.
He's very
All right.
good.
Yeah, I thought he was very good. Nice guy,
nice
too.
man.
All right,
Treated
I've
me
heard
very well.
See, that's what happens at the Score. Every once in a while, you come across something like that, and just the show's ruined.
Well,
it's
that's what happened to me in the middle of the interview.
It's either ruined or a lot better. One of those two.
Both.
It's like the day that Boris and McNeil discovered that Johnny Dickshot had died, the longtime baseball player and legend Johnny Dickshot. I mean, that pretty much.
Well, there goes that show. That's the end of this suit.
Ended the entire
Throw
show.
out the rundown.
The rundown slowly got thrown out over the next 2 hours. That's exactly right.
You heard it.
I sure did. You're listening to Sports Radio 670 The Score, WSCR HD Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Station.
He nailed that one. That was like right on the button.
He nailed it.
Come on, man.
And in that one picture, too, I said, if I'm representing the rockfish, if I'm the agent for that rockfish, I am moving my exhibit much farther away from the elephant exhibit. Because how do you get negotiated as
bad
a
matchup.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is literally hanging off the wall.
Yeah, no one's really stopping by to see your exhibit when that one's right next door.
Matchup.
Right? Come on, man.
Real bad matchup.
Oh, God.
There's a whole room of just porpoises.
He was given a bull penis pizzle as a joke, and then he decided to create a whole museum out of it. Look at this guy.
There are 5 rooms that are just Juan Uribe.
He has his own wing.
Yep.
Like
Wang.
It's the West Wang.
The West Wang.
Walk on over to the West Wang. Absolutely.
Oh, God.
We're adults.
See, this is what happens.
It's the
Sorry,
problem.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you got to ruin our radio show.
Sorry, guys.
You got to break our
It's
show in
okay.
half.
I mean, I'm on the website.
This is what we need to submit for the award. This segment right here.
Yeah,
Oh,
this is what'll get you
Coming
guys
after the Marconi?
the actual Marconi.
Instead of having to take Dan Patrick's.
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
I like having Dan Patrick's.
I do too.
Even more than the
Yeah,
possibility.
but I'm saying, like, if you guys submitted this and then you were to win the Marconi,
That's true.
I bet Dan Patrick's never done a segment on the Icelandic phallic museum.
I
bet he has.
I bet he has.
Maybe this finally launches us past Wojo.
Yeah, we're trying.
We're trying.
We're trying
man.
everything.
We're trying.
Trying to beat Wojo.
So how offended should I be? This is my weekly bit here. How offended should I be?
You asked about this about the supper club.
How offended should I be that Michael Kay has no interest in learning the teams that he's doing or talking about the ball game that is literally freaking in front of him?
It was terrible.
Albert Alzoli.
It was terrible.
I was
insulting.
so insulted by that entire thing. And I'm sitting here watching and sometimes, of course, listening to Pat and Ron as I'm getting ready for the post-game hit and run. And I couldn't believe it because I thought that went out the window with Vasgersian, who I hammered for years for being underprepared and not caring on their national broadcast. But Michael Kay is being allowed to do whatever the hell he wants. That's a closer. That's a closer for one of the hotter teams in baseball who is in front of you. One of two teams in front of you.
Madrigal's a starting third baseman.
Yeah.
Knowing the names, I don't care what level. I don't care if it's high
basic.
school, television, radio, internet, whatever you're doing, Division III volleyball. Know the names.
How about the context? How about the context that Alzolay was a starter who has found a home in relief and lately has been a great closer and has looked really good doing it? That takes you 40 seconds to learn, 5 seconds to say. And then if you're actually sharing the game with people around the country, that's the idea here, then share the freaking game with them.
Yeah, but you're right. I mean, like, when you would do play-by-play for high school radio, they'd say, you know, this is the PR guy or the sports information director. You'd get handed the roster when you showed up to Glenbrook North to do basketball.
And if there was a name in question, you ask the question.
Right. Because it could be.
You go directly to the person if you have to.
Well, yeah, because they would say, you know, back at that level, it was like their parents might be listening.
Exactly.
And you want to get the family name right?
Sure.
Like that is literally the first step.
And on the major league level, go next door and say hello to Pat Hughes and ask him. That's what people do every single series in baseball.
Or the PR person that's sitting right there in the booth.
It's
right there.
It is nothing but personal laziness. It is a personal laziness and condescension.
Professional laziness.
Yes, but it's about Michael Kay.
Well, that's the problem.
And he's probably unapproachable too for staffers.
That broadcast is more of a cult of personality where it's like the stars of the broadcast are the two guys instead of it being the baseball.
Poor Tim Kirkjian being the butt of every joke.
Yeah.
I'm short. I'm old. I'm unathletic. He's freaking brilliant.
And he's actually way more athletic than you would be.
Yeah, but they've been swinging a cricket bat. What NBA player would you compare yourself to?
But every joke, and Kirkjian rolled his eyes one point. Was like, "Yes, Alex, I'm 66 years old, and I blah blah blah." Like,
yeah, I got an artificial hip.
He's just the butt. He's just the butt of the joke.
I had a friend in the industry send me screenshots of what Fox did on Saturday with their lower thirds. This is incredible. So Rossi is sitting there, and he's sitting there with Poppy, and in the lower third, it has David Ross, teammates with David Ortiz in 2008 and 2013 and 14. Then it continues. Lower third on David Ross, who's really good looking, by the way. I just thought I'd share that. That's a parenthetical from me. 2013 World Series champion with the Red Sox.
Yeah, right.
Because that's relevant.
Yeah.
Wait,
yes.
I missed that.
Yeah, that's one of the lower thirds that they had for David Ross.
That's amazing.
And then it has 4 seasons as Cubs manager, 8-1 in last 9 games on David Ross. So forget about the fact that he won a World Series
with the team he's managing.
Correct. The team whose game you're broadcasting, and who gives a bleep if he and Poppy were teammates. That's something that the two of them can say. That's going to be made clear by them having their conversation. You don't need to make everything about that.
Was that lower third in pregame? Was that during the game?
This was pregame.
Pregame. Okay, I was going to
Well,
say.
I mean,
I
this
watched that one pretty
is the
closely.
same broadcast where Poppy gives Jeter the Red Sox jersey, and it's just all about that.
Yeah.
I don't mind the context of that they were teammates. I'm okay with that in a lower third.
Sure,
I don't need
but
the
you
second
can't-
Red Sox
But
nugget.
you can't then use the nugget of World Series with the Red Sox.
He
when
won
it's-
one with the Cubs that he's
with the
currently
Cubs.
managing, and that's the game you're showing.
He
Like
literally
Kyle Hendricks
can't-
was on that team. He's still on that team. He's managing for someone who was the general manager of that team. Like,
David
there's a lot
Ross
more
hit one of the
present
most
day.
important home runs in Cubs postseason history.
You know, that's the fear. They don't think that anything is truly marketable worldwide other than Red Sox Yankees. So like now they go Cubs Cardinals and they're trying so hard to say it and do it, but even then they're trying to Red Soxify.
Yes,
the
and
Cubs
even then, all
Cardinals
they're
thing.
talking about is, well, you hear the game growing? Look, do you see the game growing? Look at the game growing. Isn't the game really growing? We're growing the game. If
Yeah.
you listen closely, you can hear the game
Wait till
growing.
next year when it's the Mets and the Phillies and they're scrambling for a Red Sox connection.
The thing, though, about putting it all on,
86.
I don't agree with putting it all on Michael Kay. I don't think that that's what it is. They have a whole team of people.
But that's why
Like Tim Kirkchin can say it's Madrigal. So that the
that's on the play-by-play guy.
after Michael
That
Kay
is
says
on him.
It is on him. But when you make the mistake once, where's an EP
Agreed.
to say don't
Agreed.
make the mistake the second time?
There should be a producer in his ear.
In his ear. That's all I'm saying.
Telling him that.
So it is ultimately Michael Kay's responsibility because it's coming out of his mouth. But once it comes out of his mouth incorrectly once, it should never happen a second, third, and fourth time.
Well, but here's the thing. It's also Michael Kay's responsibility to be approachable, interested, and available for these kind of conversations. And because sometimes these guys come in there with an attitude and an ego, and they're like, I'm just me. I got it. It's under control. And then people get cautious about talking to them. I've talked to way too many play-by-play guys about how like you got to make it an open thing where people understand you do want feedback, you do want a conversation. That whole broadcast is about their personalities, and they're supposed to be superstars. They're supposed to be baseball Mannings, and they're not.
Their personalities don't even mesh that well with each other.
No, they don't.
Like, that's the other thing. And
A-Rod doesn't have a personality.
You're right, but I will defend
laugh.
him a little bit is he's one of those guys that dumbs himself down. And whenever I've seen A-Rod do an actual breakdown of baseball,
Yeah, it's been good. And there was even a moment earlier where he's like, Stroman, let's see, he could go with the two-seamer here and try to get a double play, or he could go with the splitty and get a strikeout. And he went, or the slider and get a strikeout, the wipeout slider.
And it was the slider.
And it was the slider, and he nailed it. It's perfect.
And he did a good job explaining what went wrong on the Mancini play.
Yeah.
But he dumbs himself down too
That's the laugh. Thank you.
often. And it just sucks. It just sucks.
It's like nails on a chalkboard to me. It happens like 6 times in broadcast. I'm like, I don't understand why
we were
this is
texting
happening
about
to
one.
you.
We were texting Winston Churchill content.
He mentioned Churchill, but he did it with his like little weird like, evil person laugh before. And I'm like, what are you doing? Just be normal. Just
Wait, what was he saying about Winston Churchill?
We get like
Well, they had the races. They like you know how like the mascot races. There were like mascot races there, and then there was one of them was Churchill, and so they were kind of talking about Churchill, and then it turned into a whole thing.
And then Kay, I think, said a big word, and Alex was like, "Oh, you're like Churchill."
It's just so.
I guess Churchill was known for using
Words.
big words.
Used a lot of words, Dan.
And Neville Chamberlain didn't.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
He didn't come up.
Don't ask any follow-ups.
Will Chamberlain came up though.
Yeah.
And Aaron Neville also came up.
But I even like I understood the idea of trying to do a baseball Manning cast for a random alternate broadcast on a Sunday night in the regular season, but I don't get
here's a profile game.
Yeah, a signature game and
an island game.
Because I like trying things for baseball, I will never really crap on. I think that you need to figure out ways to make the mundane and the regular season grind try to pop and cross over. So I get it. But, A-Rod can book bigger guests for the broadcast, and they've done some of that in the regular season.
But what good is that if you don't do anything with that booking?
I'm with you. I'm saying for this, it was a failure. For a random game in May, I understand the attempt.
But I think there was a decision on the corporate level, and maybe it's made years ago, that broadcast yesterday was not for baseball fans. Not for hardcore people who are paying attention to the game.
Who was it for?
The ones they're trying to grow the game.
Yeah, but you're not going to grow the game by making people dumber.
No, but you're going to theoretically grow the game by making it fun to watch and making it a fun conversation.
But that's not.
They're not doing it well. But I'd like, who's that broadcast for? That's not for Cubs fans and Cardinals fans yesterday. That's not for fantasy baseball players who know exactly how many save opportunities Adbert Alzolay.
So who in this country who isn't already a baseball fan
is watching it?
Is saying, hey, kids, let's get up early on Sunday and sit in front of the TV and learn about this great game of baseball?
I think that's their dream. I think that's exactly their dream, is that you have like a breakfast at Wimbledon effect and that possibly you expand your
if anything,
footprint.
They're selling that parent is doing that through a local team.
But I love the example that you used. If you look at ESPN's coverage of Wimbledon, it's superior to what they threw out there for baseball.
Oh, without a doubt.
And
Because they're actually watching the sporting event.
They're watching the event, and the people that are doing it, including the play-by-play guy, cares about the product of what, and you can tell that they were watching matches previous to the ones that are on the air. And then their experts are experts who don't. Chris Everett doesn't dumb down her coverage for you.
Call me Chris again. Go ahead, call me Chris again.
Okay, Chris.
Okay. And then the table falls on top of you. And then you make hundreds of millions of dollars.
And now you own racehorses.
Chris?
I guess it was a good career decision.
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah.
You probably won't say it again. I bet I do. Okay. Chris?
Wow. That's just hanging around in the system.
Yeah, I mean, how could you run a radio station and not have that hanging around?
It's pretty big.
Yeah.
Sports media moment.
It was.
Yeah. Still think Jim Everett's going to bounce back and have a
good season for the Rams.
I think he is. I mean, he's going to play really well this year.
I'm still thinking about the penis museum.
I know you are, and that's why
Hold on,
we're
I
getting.
got you.
That's why we're getting out of here.
That's just me.
Danny, what are you guys going to do on the show today
Good question,
that Laughing McLaughington can go home?
Well, what that game and weekend was lacking beyond the broadcast is something that I think baseball needs to wrestle with, and we're going to discuss that to lead the show. Are we already becoming cynical after our Bulls optimism from last week? There was a news story from over the weekend that impacted that. We will be beginning a campaign for a local Chicago baseball player today at 4 o'clock. So, our normal brand of ridiculousness.
All right.
Sounds
good.
All right.
And of course,
All right.
the Icelandic
Phallus Museum.
Phallus Museum.
I love it.
Evan
Genesis
Altman
of Phallus Collective.
has broken 2 radio shows.
I mean, this is a great website.
Who's after us? Gabe? We can ruin Gabe's show.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just going to leave this up. Yeah, it's Gabe and Alyssa coming up at 6 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, no problem. Tandy's open as always. Kicks us off. Parkins and Spiegel on the score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show. 5:30.
So the score's been around forever, right? 30 plus years. I'm curious if you are from. How many times in your life have you been called Ryan Sandberg instead of Ryan?
100% until Harry gave me the nickname Rhino. That was huge. That was huge.
Okay, so I want to play for you, and I can't.
But not only that, my parents, I'd go to grade school, and finally 2 months into it or a month into it, they have Parents' Day, so they come to the school, they walk around, they go, "Where's your desk?" "Mine's over there." They go and look, and there's my name tag, RYAN.
Oh, God.
They'd go to the teacher, "Hey, that's not how they spell his name." And they say, "What do you mean? It's RYNE." And they would say, well, he didn't say anything.
They weren't Ryan Duran fans.
I didn't want to
They weren't
stir
Ryan
it up.
Duran fans.
No, they weren't.
Well, I want to play you this iconic clip from the Score's history. A host who still is here, Dan Bernstein, when a caller could not figure out what your name was. I don't know if you know about this clip. He went insane.
First of all, it's not Ryan. It's Rhine. Rhine, not Ryan.
Lost his mind.
Did you ever get that mad?
No, but I've heard the clip.
You've heard the clip.
I've heard the clip. Yeah. And you know what? It's really improved since '82 with Rhino as my nickname.
Yeah, okay,
now
good.
They kind of figured out because it's Rhine and then an O at the end of it. So that's worked very well.
Makes it easy for us Chicagoans who mispronounce every name.
That's awesome.
We're brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
If y'all ready, give me a hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. From jolly old England, Chicago Cubs baseball is on the air from London Stadium in London, England.
Nico Horner. Are you at all looking ahead to the London trip?
Hard not to.
Horner's in the second with a double.
Joe Davis, voice of Fox.
I'm giving my 4-year-old a really hard time about it. Like, dude, seriously? Your first trip to Europe is my first trip to Europe? Like, you got no idea. Go play catch with Mookie Betts again, dude. And then, complain that you don't have enough milk.
Pop fly. Right side, this should do it. Trey Mancini makes the grab, and the Cubs beat the Cardinals 9-1 in Game 1 of the London Series.
Cubs third base coach, Willie Harris.
We went to the Westminster Abbey last night.
Did you know the Cubs, they must got a guy? Because their big event was a cocktail party at Westminster Abbey.
There's graves of people on the floor.
There's some bodies under that floor, brother. the little things that, we do differently than they do here, like getting on the bus. You get on the bus on the left side of the bus as opposed to the right side of the bus. The steering wheel is on the right side of the bus instead of the left side of the bus. They drive on the opposite side of the road.
You know the funniest thing about Europe is? What? It's the little differences. I mean, they got the same over there that they got here, but it's just there. It's a little different.
But it's just little stuff like that. I'm going to see if I can get my 2-year-old into the Churchill War Rooms, see if he's really down with that.
It's the best museum I've ever been to.
Hey, look, kids. There's Big Ben and there's Parliament.
Well, Nico, I don't know if you're into history, World War II history, museums, but the Churchill War Rooms, the Churchill bunkers, probably the second coolest museum I've ever been to.
Kids, Big Ben, Parliament.
Churchill bunkers.
All right, top recommendation, man.
I mean, you remind me of Churchill. You give great speeches. You're a great writer.
Really? The Churchill museums and the bunkers.
There's Big Ben, kids, Parliament.
Swing and a miss, and that'll do it. Cubs win the first game 9-1. Cardinals even it up at 7-5, and that made the ride home a lot shorter.
And we'll see you on the plane for a long time, actually.
Absolutely.
Anything to declare?
Yeah. Don't go to England.
1, 2, 3. Here we go, Tim. Here we go. Here we go, Tim. Here we go, Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
A wonderful recap, as always, from Chris Tannehill from a 2-game series split, Cubs and Cardinals. And I didn't hear a single member of the Cubs traveling party that went to the Churchill War Rooms.
No, I didn't hear anybody do that.
That's a bummer. We'll talk to Nico Horner 24 hours from now.
They should, they should put some new Churchill bunkers. I think over by the Top Golf, by the corridor.
It'd be a good place to do it.
Over there.
Yeah,
that'd be a good spot to do it.
That'd be a good.
Is that the I-88 corridor?
that's what I'm talking about.
That's the corridor.
Naperville?
Yeah, wouldn't the Churchill bunkers?
Kind of where Top Golf is, like that area where the 88 corridor is. Like,
yeah, that'd be perfect.
I think it'd be a good spot.
We get like two.
God, his laugh is so weird.
He's a weird person.
It's so weird. Just
he's.
It is a distracting, jarring laugh.
Those are all different A-Rod phony laughs?
Yes.
Boy, that's uncomfortable.
I can't not hear it. It's so... it's like when the person is cursing by the crowd mic, and it's just like, it's like all you can focus on.
Mm-hmm.
That's what A-Rod's laugh is like for me. It completely derails my ability to pay attention to any conversation that may or may not be happening.
But you are, you like discomfort in conversation. Does that create a kind of discomfort you don't like?
Because I don't think that it is like...
It's not real.
It's not real.
No, it is not.
Yeah,
he doesn't think it's funny. Whatever he's laughing at, he might not even get the joke.
So forced.
Might not have even been listening. He's like, this is the time I hit my laugh button. We are laughing.
It's never like over anyone else talking. It's always just like
it's clean.
But you could just have silence. You know what I mean? Like in conversation, you're doing television, you're watching a baseball game. We can see what's happening. Like you can let it breathe for a millisecond. And so, like laughter, you say something funny, I'm laughing. You're maybe still saying something, or vice versa. No one else is laughing.
You just told me how laughter works.
I'm telling A-Rod
Yeah.
in case he's listening. Like his laughter doesn't make sense. No one else is laughing when he's laughing. It's it's like a filler for silence. Like some people say and he just goes
yeah. Some people say choo 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 choo.
Yeah,
and they're uncomfortable with the silence.
Forces a weird evil laugh.
I didn't see much of the Fox game. I got in terms of listening to that broadcast. I had it on, but I was doing a lot of work for a party that was going on over the weekend. I had to do a lot of prep work. So most people say that was a far, far better broadcast. That would not be difficult to accomplish.
Yeah, I consumed more of the Saturday game on TV. Sunday, I was split between radio and TV. I listened to the beginning of the Sunday game with Pat and Coombe, and then caught the back half or so, last maybe 4 innings of the Michael K. A-Rod experience. So, yeah, I mean, the Saturday broadcast was fine, but tell me if I'm like the turd in the punch bowl here. I didn't find the weekend special. I was totally underwhelmed by the entire thing, basically from start to finish, both days.
Do you need more crumpets?
I don't know. I mean, I have a few theories as to what it was.
More trumpets, because I can help with that.
Yeah. Oh, we got a
It's not
proclamation.
here. It's not here.
We don't have it.
Not to toot your own horn, but
yeah. But oh my god.
You own underwhelmed as a television product.
Yeah, as an event and a television product.
Kind of like it was like brass, right? It wasn't gold or silver.
Yeah, there you go. It didn't feel special. It felt a little different. Like the B-roll was different. They made a point to show you that they were in London. They had overhead shots. They showed you Big Ben in Parliament. That you know. But,
showed you the London Bridge. They showed you people dressed in different ways doing theoretically British things.
Yeah,
before and after innings.
There's a guy in a socks hat there.
There was a guy in a socks hat there.
You had one, man. That was awesome.
Maybe I was comparing it to what the Field of Dreams game broadcast was.
Doesn't hold a candle to that visually.
Not even close. The stadium kind of sucks. They're hitting pop-ups that is going off scaffolding like it's Tropicana Field. Like it was just everything was spread out. Foul territory was huge. It wasn't loud. The whole thing was just really weird. It felt empty to me.
I thoroughly understand where you're coming from. As a television product, you turn that on. And it was cool that they were there. And if you'd done some of the reading or some of the listening about stuff and done some of the backstory, then you got all that context. But my wife felt the same way as you. She turned it on. She was like, it just kind of looks like a baseball game. I was expecting it to look special. It did not look special. And in fact, that stadium with everything they've done to it and they've tried, now it looks kind of like the old Three Rivers Stadium or the Vet.
I was going to say Montreal.
Right? Oh, sure. Montreal might
sure.
be the best comp, but or Riverfront. There were a bunch of stadiums that looked exactly the same, and that turf is absurd, that springy turf. And I know the stands are makeshift because there's not usually baseball there. I mean the outfield walls are makeshift.
Yeah.
So it was not a visually intoxicating product. Field of Dreams is outrageous as a television product. Every shot is like, look at that. Oh, my God. Look at that. Oh, my God. They're in a cornfield. The whole freaking thing was magical and different and unique on TV.
Well, we can open up the phone lines in case anyone was there or just got back. You could text in as well, 312-644-6767. You keep saying as a television product. It didn't look like it would have been amazing to be at.
Oh, I talked to many people who said that it was. I talked to a guy yesterday on the show, hearing from some others. Yeah, I mean, if you guys heard differently, everybody that I've talked to said it was amazing to be at.
To me, what looked cool to be at would have been the stuff outside of the games. Getting 300 Cubs fans into a pub, singing "Go Cubs Go." That beforehand with the Cubs pub thing.
Yeah.
Very cool.
But how about 55,000 people 2 days in a row doing it, and after the win on Saturday, Go Cubs Go being sung in London, and that feeling with a buzz on, and it's like...
Yeah, I don't know. It for some reason, it felt too spread out. It was like if a baseball event was going to be a one-off, you almost wanted it to be more compact, restrictive. 54,000 people, it didn't feel like 54,000 people to me. It didn't come across that way at all.
And when you're there, I think that it did. I heard Nico Horner talking about, and we'll talk to Nico tomorrow and get a chance to ask him.
Yeah.
But I heard him talking about the view from the batter's box, that it was really cool to look out there and see tens of thousands of people in the outfield where that would have been the bleachers, because the upper deck out there was full. He said looking around at the sight lines and stuff like that did feel very different and cool.
That's great.
But
yeah, it did not translate to my living room.
Yeah, well that's why I say television product, because I can identify with you there.
Yeah, well, Shane said he talked to some people that were there that felt underwhelmed.
Yeah, underwhelmed I think is the right word, but what you said, you hit it on the head. They enjoyed everything outside of the game, and they didn't not enjoy the game, but it was just a lack of a special feeling is what I was told.
Yeah. Okay. And again, like someone's like, "Oh, Parkins degrading a baseball game. Shocking. Big surprise. Danny didn't enjoy watching a baseball game on TV." No, I was pumped. I wanted to go into it loving it. I loved how early that game was on Sunday. I don't know. It just, I'm shocked.
The reality is when the White Sox are not a part of it, it's just going to feel small.
Yeah, right.
White Sox
Yeah,
there.
that
That's
first
what it
Field of
is.
Dreams game with Tim Anderson into the walk. I'm comparing everything to that.
And don't worry, Danny, the textures aren't just for you. Field of Dreams was stupid. We've all seen a cornfield Speaks. So, I mean, there's somebody for everyone.
Sure.
Am I right?
You know, we can find negativity anywhere on the text line.
We all
obviously.
get a match.
Obviously.
Somebody crap on Shane and Tanny. Let's go. Find some way.
That's impossible. They have 100% approval rating on the text. Shane's never upset anybody in our audience. I don't know. Do you still have the same FOMO that you did on Friday?
I do.
You do?
Yeah, I do.
Wow. Okay.
I like.
You should get that looked at.
But I am the. I'm such a ridiculously over emotional baseball fan. Like there is a lot to cling on to even during those games, and I wanted to see how springy the turf was for myself. You know, I did.
Wait, you wanted to have a media pass and walk on the field and
100%.
feel the turf underneath you
100%.
to see how springy it was.
I wanted to see. You know what?
That feeling I cannot relate to.
Well, and also just like the Cardinals are so bad and they're such a freaking mess, and they looked like a team that quit. And when you see that body language change after the Mancini error and that whole inning turns, and you could tell they're like, oh, we might win this one. Okay, all right, let's pay attention. Like
gotta say,
I would have enjoyed seeing that and dissecting that a little bit.
It's also a lack of star power, though, right? In that White Sox-Yankees game, you got Luis Robert, Eloy Jimenez, Tim Anderson, you've got Giancarlo Stanton, you've got Aaron Judge. It was a lack of star power.
I don't know. I mean, the Cardinals are dog crap, but Arenado and Goldschmidt are pretty enormous in terms of stars. So, but I don't know. Again, I'm maybe not the best gauge of it because I'm a baseball boy.
Yeah. I can't relate to the turf thing. That's sticking with me.
Just want to go bounce around a little bit.
I just wanted to fly to London to walk on the field.
It's not the number one reason.
To measure the bounce of the turf.
I wanted to know what the concessions were. What did they do? You know, I'm told there was a hot dog. I know there was beer was warm. I heard.
Yeah.
Told there was a hot dog that was at least 16 inches long. And now we're back to the museum in Iceland.
Yeah, the history of the Icelandic Phallic Museum.
Yeah. So and I wanted what else were they selling? What else were they doing? I would have wanted to walk around. I would have wanted to see what the merch is. I want to get a feel for the whole thing, like being at the great. But I need 9 inches.
Austin and Elgin. You were at the game. You were in London just for the Saturday game.
Yeah, yes, sir. I was there for Saturday. We had to get back to work on Monday, but we were there on the Saturday game.
What did you think?
It was really cool. I thought one of the biggest takeaways that I had was just seeing all of the international fans that were there. It wasn't just, there were certainly like 60% Americans that were at the game, but there were a lot of British, little leaguers that were there in uniform and some people from other countries around Europe. So it was really kind of a good atmosphere. And then also, I think the Cubs bullpen really appreciated having all the fans behind them because at Wrigley Field, of course, the bullpen is underneath of the left field bleachers. So there was something to that, having the feeding of the energy of the game. It was just a lot of cool things. In terms of the concessions, it was pretty much an American set. It wasn't a lot of British food or anything per se, but it was a really good setup, a really good environment. And what was also cool was that in Olympic Village, walking up to the stadium, it was just a really vibrant atmosphere. I think it was one of those things you kind of had to be there to fully appreciate what was happening. And I think that's kind of what the goal of Rob Manfred was, just trying to make it seem to be much more of a in-person experience. And then just those who are watching on TV, it's an added bonus. But I'd say it's much more of an in-person feel than it was watching on TV.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Checks out.
Thank you, Austin and Elgin. Is Elgin there or is he in Austin? How does that work?
That's confusing. Yeah.
I'm not quite sure. I am in Elgin currently as Austin.
Okay, all right, good.
As
Thank
Austin
you.
in Elgin.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Austin. Appreciate the call. Go all the way over there. Only go to one of the 2 games.
Yeah.
Got to make it back to work. Makes sense.
I guess so.
What the hell is that, dude?
Kill yourself, man.
I take off the next day when I'm coming back from Vegas, let alone London.
Elgin was at the Sunday game.
Yeah.
Austin had to come home.
Elgin from Austin.
Right.
was
Elgin
the
from
Sunday
Austin was he's next. Go ahead, bring him on.
Yeah.
Go ahead, put
Hey,
him on the
Elgin.
show.
See, but I don't think that is what Rob Manfred is going for. You're never just playing.
They
to
should
the
have done
people
more.
in the stadium.
All right, here's my idea. Okay, next
Yeah.
time they're in London,
Yeah.
the guard hats that they wear at Buckingham Palace, umpires need to be wearing the guard hats.
Oh wow.
Okay, umpires maybe in a 3-piece suit that's made entirely out of a British flag. Something. So when you're watching, like, wow, this really is different.
Yeah.
This is England. British flags on the bases. Would that be distracting? I don't know.
I don't think so.
It's something more Brit, more of the place, so it doesn't look like freaking Montreal or Cincinnati or Pittsburgh.
Step on the flags every time you round the bases. I'm sure people would not have a problem with that.
All right. Yeah.
A face of the Queen's face.
This is our game. There you go.
No, but come on, man.
I'm with you.
I
I like your ideas.
You
I
know
like
the
them.
guard hats. The guard hats on the umpires is gold.
Yeah, they should have to act like them also and not make the game,
Yeah.
the
No
big part of the
expressions.
game,
God, they sucked yesterday. Umpires sucked. The official scores sucked. That's an error. No, that's a hit. An hour and a half later, it's an error again.
We've decided it's an error.
What the hell's wrong with them?
Yeah,
They're all British. I don't know.
They're all British.
Democracy. Ever heard of it?
I mean, something for visual. What would have made it feel more visually British?
Yeah, Texter said, or someone on Twitter is like, Parkins, you're complaining about a stadium that was built for the Olympics in 2012 that wasn't built for baseball. Like, yeah, no, I'm aware. Just saying, it didn't translate to television. It looked weird.
Tell you what,
it didn't look good.
If you're gonna, I think you're right about the compression. Like, it's not about necessarily
like intimate.
Yes.
There
Sure.
would be exclusivity, intimate. Like, and I know you're like, well, wait, you want to be exclusive? You don't want people to be able to go? I don't know. It felt like it should have it was in a weird middle zone. Field of Dreams game, 9,000 people, right? Roughly
something like
9,000 people.
7, I thought.
Right,
yeah.
right on top of the stadium.
Right.
Or if you have something that's big enough to go the other way, where then it's like a Final Four. Give me 100,000 people.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like,
Well-
can you come up with demand for some sort of event like that to put it in front of, and then be like, this was a record-setting attendance crowd.
Well, that's the thing.
Split the red and the blue so that you could have like a left field sucks, right field sucks, Cubs v. Cardinals type of situation. I don't know. It all just felt like background.
Maybe a Cubs section and a Cardinals section, something like that would have been a good idea. I think you've hit on it, though, and we've hit on it. Leading up to it, you were likening it to the Field of Dreams game. And I think you were expecting maybe something that felt like that. The day after Field of Dreams, we came in here and talked about it as a television product.
It won the Emmy.
It was beautiful.
For Sports Broadcast of the Year.
You're not going to get that at an Olympic stadium that's been retrofitted to have baseball, unless they added umpires in guard hats.
Could they play at Wembley? 90,000 capacity at Wembley. Like, make it just a raucous atmosphere. I don't know if you'd be able to fill it, but they can get enough people over there.
And that'd be embarrassing.
Right.
To not fill it.
Yeah, go the other way with it, where you just have a crazy atmosphere where you get some of those soccer
That's
fans in
kind of
there.
what I was hoping for. I was hoping for like the soccer hooligan. Like I that is exactly what I was hoping for. I knew it wasn't going to be 7,000 people. I knew where it was being played. I just thought that there would have, and maybe I shouldn't have, because frankly, when you watch the NFL games that are in London, it's also weird because you're watching like Jaguars Dolphins and there's people in Tom Brady Patriots jerseys in the crowd.
Because the sport has come to them.
And it
that's
hasn't
what it
totally
is.
infiltrated it.
Yeah.
But it felt lifeless. It really did. It felt like a game that had some people casually watching in the background. And I don't know. It was a little bit of a bummer. But yeah, a lot of people think that I was just trying to hate on it. I promise you I wasn't.
Yeah.
I really wanted to love it.
Mascot race should have been Princess Di and Charles and Camilla.
And then a car chasing her.
Yikes. Yeah. I mean, the joke was right there. As soon as you read the text, I mean, you can't even point a finger at that one.
The king calling balls and strikes in the robe with the crown and the throne.
Be the first real job he does all year. Dumbass.
There you go.
Substitute the Gatorade with Earl Grey tea. There you go.
These are suggestions.
Yes. And
These
Shane, you had that the other day.
I still think they should have had to run to third base first instead of first.
That would have been
Let's
hilarious.
stick with the directional theme of England.
As Danny said, that's an idea.
Yeah.
That is an idea.
That is an idea.
That is a choice.
Put something in an envelope or walk it out there.
Yeah, exactly.
Roll top desk.
Change it up a little bit. Keep them guessing. All right. Many of you not with me on this. Did you feel the same way watching? Either of you guys?
I mean, yeah, it's all about the aesthetic, all about the venue. Like, you got to stop comparing to Field of Dreams because, like we said, White Sox not in it. It's going to feel small naturally. But, like, there's nothing that can top that aesthetic of Field of Dreams because of the small capacity, the intimacy. Like, every shot is interesting. Like you said, even behind the pitcher, you've got the house in the background.
Everything.
Like, and you have the allure of the corn out there during the corn game. Like, which hitter's going to hit it to the corn first? There's none of that with that stadium that they played in this weekend. And just, they tried, but nothing can match that Field of Dreams, and they're probably going to always be, not be able to live up to that experience. So that's how good it was.
Watching Field of Dreams, I wanted to be there. Watching Cubs Cardinals at London's Olympic Stadium, I did not feel like I wanted to go to that venue.
I completely understand. And next year, when the Mets and the Phillies are there,
I will not be watching.
That'll be easily skippable for a lot of people.
Yes.
Including you.
Yeah.
I get it.
Mets and Phillies fans will tune in. Of course, there were things from the broadcast to discuss locally, in addition to the national stuff that you've heard. We got a lot more to do here. Parkins and Spiegel on the Score.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2.
If you weren't able to find a deal for DeMar DeRozan because you weren't getting enough, that means he's not worth.
I do have a problem, though, with base runners. I have an instinctive reaction to what is happening to their lives on the base paths. You know what I mean?
I want to hear it. So let's hear Spiegs kill somebody.
A swing and a miss. Ortega is running, and he is dead. Out at second easily on what probably was a hit and run.
Wow.
Yeah, I killed him.
Man.
He died out there.
Did you notice it right when you said it?
As soon as I said it.
Amazing.
Ortega is running, and he is dead. Yep.
All right, so Speaks.
I did it again.
Can I point something out here, though?
Sure.
A growth in this moment. They preach in play-by-play. Don't talk about what's going to happen. Talk about what's happening. The first time you said he's going to be dead.
It's true.
This
But
time
he's going to be dead.
He is dead.
Right, yeah, it's
so
true.
you grew
In
on
spring,
Saturday.
thank you very much. In spring training a couple years ago, I said that somebody was going to be dead when, in fact, he was actually dead.
Still accurate.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. But you're right. Present tense.
Right.
Want to exist in the present tense.
But
and he's going to be dead.
The mechanics of a play-by-play call, you grew.
That is true.
I'll take that.
You killed someone in a more efficient, correct manner.
Ortega is running, and he is dead. He is a difficult guy to execute.
Oh, wow.
That's editing.
He just won't die.
It's the magic of an editor. Right there.
It's a difficult guy to execute.
But I didn't think about it before. What am I going to do if he gets caught stealing? What are the words I'm going to use? Apparently, that's the word I'm going to use.
I mean, well,
it's what it felt like.
Do you need to? But you don't think of every word that you're going to use on a liner or
You're
a ball in the
flowing.
gap or whatever. So yeah, you should
You're
just
rolling.
not make stealing bases life or death
But
in your head.
But it is, Danny. It's so,
Yeah, I
so
know.
important,
It's
man.
very serious stuff.
Tortega is running, and he is dead. Yeah. It's
Texas says, I thought it was made up or a bit when I heard it live. No, he just did it again.
Yeah, and I did it again.
as we speak and getting a good hand. Bill's big anywhere, I'll say. And a huge Cubs fan.
So we had the only local broadcast right here on the Score. And then obviously Fox, which I took in more of than you, than ESPN, which you took in more of than me. But I was with the radio crew. I was really happy that Pat and Ron and Rich Wyatt and Zach got to go over there. I texted with Mitch just one time over the weekend. He said it was a great trip, and they all seemed to really enjoy themselves. But got to be pretty cool for them to be able to do that.
And there's a key to the FOMO. You're bringing it back right there.
Oh, for you? Yeah. But I mean,
no, absolutely. And they all deserve it. And the way that they're vibing off each other, and you can tell. And Rich Wyatt's a great dude, man. I mean, Rich Wyatt really does a good job and adds to the entirety of the fun in the booth. And Pat was starting to feel himself a little bit yesterday. Starting to be very, very comfortable noting some of the differences and just kind of toying with the atmosphere a little bit.
So let's hear some of Cubs radio in England.
I just had a question for Zach and Ron here during the commercial. We checked out of a hotel earlier today. Nice place. Got a little mileage on it, but a nice place. And it had the most unusual shower situation. It took me 3 days, and I still didn't figure it out. What was hot, what was cold, and whether it was coming out of the top of the ceiling spout or the little spout hanging in the rack on the side.
The handheld one.
Did you guys figure it out?
Within about 10 seconds, yeah.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, but I actually did, in the back of my mind, think, this can't be easy for Pat. Turns out I was right.
What was the key?
The top handle you needed to turn so it would come down on your head. And if you turned it to the right, it came down on your head. If you turned it left, it came out of the handheld spigot.
I turned it so the water was shooting out of the tub altogether.
Oh.
Everyone's got issues.
How did that work out for you?
Not well. A little on the moist side.
Yeah.
Nolan Arenado batting with one away, bottom of the 7th inning.
Think how the people below you were thinking.
I should have.
Did it occur to you at any point to call the front desk?
No. No. Way too independent for that.
You battled through.
And stubborn.
Hall of Famers. They're just like us. Can't work the shower. And he gets a shot in at the hotel.
It's got some mileage on it, but that's okay.
It's okay. I don't need to be in the newest, nicest hotels.
But kind of I do.
But I'm going to mention it.
Everything's older over there. It's got a little more flavor.
Right, yeah, we're a brand new country.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we've already been cemented over a half dozen times, everything that we do. I love that Zach thinks of Pat in the shower. He's in the shower.
Zach has a mild inconvenience with technology or something being different.
Like,
his young brain solves it immediately, and he's like, ooh, there's going to be a problem for old Pat. Yeah. It's a good teammate ship.
Yeah, we'll call him up.
I was gonna say,
check in.
I was gonna say, where you meet for the first game. Hey, Pat, what'd you think of the shower?
Yeah,
maybe that's a weird opener. As you get on the bus, hey, Pat.
Just wondering if you had been a comfortable shower.
Did you have trouble with the shower?
Yeah.
We did have a very lengthy bus trip home last night. Now, there was a member of our traveling party. I will not identify this individual. Now, we were driving back home, and I know there were 3 times we passed in front of a place called Clyde's Tackle Shop. And I thought, now, I've never really heard of this franchise.
Right.
How many Clyde's Tackle Shops can there be? And then the thought occurred to me, maybe we are going in circles.
Yeah.
Just maybe. I used all the logic and deductive powers that I had, which is very limited, by the way. And there was a member of our party that said, hey, bro, you seem to be driving in circles. And he retorted, it's not my fault.
Yeah.
And
you don't recall who might have said that?
Well, I know who said it's not my fault.
Oh yeah, that was
the
bus
driver.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe it'll come to me later.
The guy that said, "Hey, bro, you're driving in circles."
A pitch inside to Dansby Swanson.
As he got up out of his chair and walked to the front of the bus.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy.
Could it be someone sitting in this row? Possibly.
Well, it possibly could be. It could be anybody. It could be anybody in the ballpark.
Yeah.
By the way, did we get the attendance figure today? Yes, we did.
-1 bus driver.
Oh my
Wait,
God.
somebody's sitting in this row?
Yeah, so maybe Coon was the guy who got up and said, "Hey, bro, you're driving in circles." Isn't that what we think? That's what
Mitch?
Mitch wouldn't say
Mitch
bro.
wouldn't drop a bro on someone in a foreign country.
Yeah.
It sounds like the
It had to have
guy.
been Coom. Coom uses bro all the time.
Okay.
But unless somebody's a 10, then he doesn't use bro.
He's a 10.
Oh God, I've Googled Clyde's Tackle Shop. They don't have a website apparently.
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know if
need
it's
to
a friend.
advertise online when you're Clyde's Tackle Shop. I'll tell
Yeah,
you
if there's
that.
one every couple blocks over there in London.
Or if there's a never-ending traffic circle that's right next to you.
Clyde's gets by on all word of largemouth.
Wow. You are never allowed to groan at one of my jokes again. You're not.
That was a good one, right?
Yeah, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
I said it in my head like 4 times before I said it out loud, so I know I wouldn't mess it up.
Good job.
Congratulations.
There you go. Congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
No problem, man.
They love you.
No problem.
Big fans of your work.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I envy you that you didn't have to hang out with Michael Kay. You know?
I mean, I did for, like I said, probably 4 innings. And I still got the weird A-Rod laugh a couple of times, and it was very noticeable. But no, it was, I felt, and that probably contributed a little bit to the normalcy of it, but I watched start to finish all 9 innings on TV with Fox on Saturday. And yeah, it just, like I said, it was, I think it was the venue. I think it was the venue and the relative quietness of the split crowd.
As we were talking about the ESPN broadcaster in transition, somebody texted, "Why didn't they just send Buck since Joe Buck is ESPN employee?"
Because he got $15 million a year for Monday Night Football.
So I sent our friend Joe Buck a screen cap of that text, and he said, "Ha! Now they want me. Now they want me."
Yeah.
So yes,
perfect.
He's become the backup quarterback. It's like the Peter Tom Willis effect. I would think
that's
in
funny.
this town. Now they want me.
Hello, Chicago!
That was the tone of the text exactly.
Now they want right.
Yeah.
You don't appreciate what you have until it's gone.
All of a sudden you're
and you
like
get stuck with Michael Kay or Matt Viscurchin. You're like, Joe Buck, save us.
Adbert Alzoli.
Oh man.
Yeah, that was a rough look. So you and I both independently last week came in with optimism where the rest of the station had cynicism. I slept on it over the weekend, and now I might have some cynicism. Yeah.
Oh no.
I know. We have to work through this together. Call it like Parkins and Spiegel sports counseling or something. It's next on The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Golf Mill Ford is taking $12,000 off.
This is the day that we need Danny Parkins.
Doesn't
here.
he know
There's just
Hosmer?
one day that we need him, and it's when the Cubs could potentially sign Eric Hosmer.
Danny would have just done what Bernstein just did. Just read how tall he is. Tall, first baseman, left-handed.
Veteran, been around for a while. He had a power stroke for a little while, but not so much anymore. Didn't really do that well in San Diego, according to Baseball Preference. Speaks
Baseball Preference.
Yeah, here's the thing about Eric Hosmer, babe. Eric Hosmer is just good. He says so many vibes, so many baseball vibes,
right?
And they do so well. And he's coming off of San Diego, where he learned to be even more chill.
Guy can freaking pick it over there, man.
Yeah, he's good, right?
Do you guys need us here?
I was
for
just
this?
going to say they screwed up. That was the show. I mean, if you really, I mean, come on. If you really wanted to do a show, that was it. Because I guarantee you, there's a guy in his car right now going, "That's all we get of that." Wait, don't stop doing that.
Yeah, Speaks. He good power stroke, right? Like there was a point for a little while there that he could really hit the home run. Solid guy to have at first base. 312-644-6767. I'm going to solicit callers, and then I'm not going to take any of them.
This hour brought to you by the 2023 BMW Championship at Olympia Fields.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
I love this. This is my type of party. I love this.
Afternoons on the Score.
As we said that before, I think we have a lot of work to do. And, you obviously writing about how much work we need to do and people telling me that, we need to get to it. So we will this week, and we're going to address our stuff in free agency.
You sure about that? You sure about that?
So that was Arturas Karnisovas after one trade for one player with the 35th pick in the draft. Zach LaVine still here. Vooch still not re-signed. DeMar DeRozan still here. Lonzo Ball not coming back this year is the expectation. Many people at the station and around the city saw that in action and heard his words and said, status quo. Inaction. They're satisfied with where they're at. I think you and I independently heard, I called it cockiness. You came in pretty optimistic.
Yeah, I thought there was like a gleam in his eye.
Yeah.
There was like a something buzzing about it a little. But it wasn't just that. There were plot points. There are data points in there.
So he said that he has clearance to go into the luxury tax if we're competitive, and then put a number on it. Top 4, top 6, and as I noted the next day, big difference. Like, 6th seed in the East was Brooklyn. They had 45 wins. That's 4 more wins than the Bulls had last year. They were swept in the first round of the playoffs. Like that was not a team that could win the championship by any stretch of the imagination. They were swept in the first round. And then just saying that he was going into the tax or could go into the tax. And then he said, judge us after free agency. And free agency's Friday. Like, if he would have been like, we're going to see, these things take time. If there was like a more ambiguous timeline, I think I would have been right there with the cynics. But when he's like, judge us after free agency, I was like, oh, well, I could wait a week.
Well, yeah, because he said we want to change our shooting profile.
Yeah.
Then the only thing that's happened since then is they draft a kid who can't shoot. So the actions over the words don't feel great, and he's trying to tell you at the very least, give me a week here, and let's see what I can deliver. So I was with you on that. Talked to Lou Canellis over at Fox Sports. He was listening to us.
Okay.
Agreed with us. He felt like there was something there. So we're not alone on this island of feeling like there was something there, but maybe we don't have you on the island anymore.
Listen, I still think something is going to happen, but when I saw Derrick Rose get waived and everybody immediately link him to the Bulls as like the feel-good return home story. Now, some people said a couple of other teams, the Lakers were mentioned. Some good teams were mentioned where he could be a fringe backup point guard and get some minutes. I did have because I love Derrick Rose. He's one of my favorite athletes ever. But the idea of the Dwayne Wade, Jabari Parker from Chicago PR move.
Yeah, it was awful.
The guy's 35 years old and got a ton of DNPs for Tibbs.
I know, but they do, Danny. They do need somebody from Chicago that they can introduce last.
But that would imply that he's a starter.
Yeah.
Starters get introduced. He's not Derrick Rose.
You want Ayo Dosunmu or Derrick Rose?
Ayo.
I don't think they can have both.
I want Ayo. And listen, I was at that Bulls-Knicks game where Rose got into the game and got MVP chance. Like, if you're telling me that the Bulls are going backwards next year and Derrick is here, one-day contract, end of his career, retirable. I think that should happen, and I think they should retire his number, and I can't wait to be there when it happens. But if they're trying to win and they're going to sell us on Derrick being a piece that will help that winning, nope. That's setting him up to fail, and that's using him as a shield and his popularity as a shield for their mismanagement. I'm not there. Like, if the team is awesome and he's the 12th guy on the team, fine. If the team is awful and he's like the 7th or 8th guy on the team and he's a mentor, fine. But if you're trying to win and telling me that Derrick Rose is going to get like 20 minutes a night on the Bulls, no. There's just no scenario where that exists.
Okay, but those are just reports.
So that's just a report on the internet.
Because it does make sense, like just sort of thematically and like, oh, point guard, but then you actually think about it, and it doesn't make sense in terms of timeline, what the Bulls' aspiration is, and what they need in terms of a fit on the floor. None of those things make sense.
Correct.
I agree.
All right. So then there was this other thing that came out today, which made me raise an eyebrow. So the Hawks made a trade. The Hawks traded John Collins to the Jazz for Rudy Gay and a second-round pick. And as Adrian Wojnarowski reports, Atlanta's largely unloading Collins' 3 years, $78 million for some roster-building flexibility and alignment with looming changes to the salary cap. He notes that the deal to acquire Collins delivers the Jazz a versatile forward to play alongside all-star Lauri Markkanen, which still hurts, and all-rookie center Walker Kessler. The Hawks and Jazz have discussed numerous iterations of the deal for over a year. The Hawks are expected to continue to be in a deal-making mode this offseason, and ownership has given general manager Landry Fields the okay to move into the luxury tax should it be necessary to improve the roster.
So there's another team sort of on the fringe of the standings The past few years, and you see luxury tax associated.
That's another team that didn't make the playoffs. Like, in terms of the top 6 at the beginning of the year. They were the 7th seed in the East. They were 41-41. And their ownership group is willing to go into the luxury tax? Now, there's multiple levels of the luxury tax, and there's the repeat offender tax where the tax goes up. So, like, 1 year in the luxury tax is not as bad as 2 years in the luxury tax, et cetera. But I wonder if there's just something going on where more teams are going to be willing to do that. Because when AK said that, it shocked me. That he was willing, that he had a green light from ownership to spend into the luxury tax for a 6th seed. And if Atlanta has the green light to spend into the luxury tax for a 7th seed, maybe there's something going around in NBA ownership circles where dipping your toes into the luxury tax waters for a year is seen, like, it's just business is so damn good that they're willing to pay the tax a little bit. And so that would be back in the column of optimism that the Bulls are going to be more aggressive and add come Friday.
Yeah, the number of teams that are willing to go into the tax, to dip their toes into the tax in the NBA is far bigger than baseball.
Yes.
So it's not like the inequity is such in terms of...
It's just not been the Bulls.
No. But so I hear what you're saying, that some of these teams that are like dancing around the periphery might dip a toe, and maybe year one of being in the tax is not as frightening a thing if you promise ownership that you won't do it as a repeater.
Yeah.
Again and again and again. Because there's different levels, and there's a completely different thing when you spend way over it like the Warriors do or something like that.
Right, exactly. And this is not at all to get into the minutia of NBA luxury tax threshold. It is just quite simply trying to figure out, are the Bulls going to break with precedent
right,
and spend past the cap to actually try to and say, hey, Lonzo is hurt. Lonzo is a sunk cost, but we're not going to let that sink us. We still believe in a core of DeMar, Zach, and Vooch, but they need another piece to glue the whole thing together. In order to do that, we need to spend into the tax. We're going to do it. That I think is very much in play for come Friday.
So where's your pessimism is what, that they'd sign a couple, like if they sign a free agent point guard who's on a very, very low level. Maybe it is Derek, maybe it's somebody else on that unimpressive list. And they sign a shooter. They sign like Max Strus to a mid-level extension who they've had before. If they sign those kind of things, does that qualify as AK having something up his sleeve? No.
I don't think so. Listen, going into the luxury tax, though, and just being a straight adding team, like bringing back Kobe White and adding Mo Bamba and doing something else, like if they just strictly add, I think you'll have to give them some credit. Like I would rather
just go into just the basics of going into the tax and adding to the core.
Just straight adding. That we talk about it all the time. That is throwing money at the problem. That is what teams that prioritize winning do. And so you're saying, like, the cynicism, like the point about the Hawks is one of optimism that they're going to just add.
Right.
The point about Rose is cynicism. And I just, over the weekend, I was thinking about the Rose thing, and I was like, oh man, are they going to use my man as like a human PR shield? But I do wonder if they just straight add and spend into the tax, even if it frustrates us that some of the pieces don't fit on paper and they didn't move on from DeMar and they maybe overvalue their own assets. Like, I think those will all still be legitimate criticisms that I and many will have for the team. But if they just straight spend and add, I do think that they'll deserve some credit for that.
That would be an interesting place to be, because it's not enough in my mind. And it's not for in some of the reasons that you just said. And it's not where I've ended up in terms of what I hope is happening. I'm straight up hoping that that he is going to trade DeMar and change up this mix, because it has to be done. And I've got myself convinced that he's looking around for a tanker. For some team that's willingly going backwards. And, of course, I dream of it being Toronto, and we'll see what happens with all of that, but that he's going to find a way. What, Mike Conley's another guy who might get traded in a sign-and trade.
Doesn't
or,
help you get younger. But
no,
yeah.
it doesn't. It doesn't. But, man, that is an adult point guard and entering the room that if you added a Conley and subtracted a DeMar, what does that mix look like? Shuffle it up. Teams are shuffling it up. And anything short of that, just adding a mid-level point guard and a mid-level shooter is going to be tough for me to feel good about.
Well, but it depends. Okay, so then to me, it's all about expectation. Like, what would make so trading DeMar makes you feel good?
Yeah,
I agree with you.
Realizing that this core is flawed and can't really function with Vooch and those two guys, I don't think it can function at a high level without a perfect point guard, and you're not going to find that.
I don't think they're going to find it either. I think it's unlikely. But so part of maybe where I'm at would be like the acceptance of, I just think that this dude's a little stubborn, and he knows he's got a ton of job security, and he absolutely, justifiably, internally can say, "Hey, man, we got unlucky. With Lonzo, we were the best team in the East. So you gotta let me play this out. You gotta let me play it out. And
so let me tweak it as best I can and try to get us into the middle of the top 10 in the East."
But Miami made a run. Teams with continuity and veterans, and if you're healthy, and our guy Vooch was healthy last year, Zach was healthy last year, DeMar was healthy last year. If we would have just had better point guard. Look at Patrick Williams working out with DeMar DeRozan. Those videos going viral over the weekend. Him hitting every corner three that he took in the video that I saw. It's like, come on, that was my first pick. He's going to take that leap. I don't believe it personally. Seriously though,
right. But you hear him selling it and believing it.
We do this every day, right? It's like, what would I do? What is he going to do? And I could see him selling to Michael Reinsdorf. Let me bandage over the bad Lonzo Ball luck and show you that this collection of talent that I put together can perform at a high level when healthy with a point guard. So let us spend. And I think that that's might
sellable.
I think in the context of the NBA is an entertainment product, and not every team is going to win a championship. And you're not trading DeMar DeRozan for something that has you winning a championship next year anyway. Like if you concede that they're drawing dead for a championship in the 2023-2024 season, which I certainly would. Like I don't think that the greatest executive in the world, like, you just give them the Bulls this year and you say do whatever you want. I don't think that the best executive in the NBA can take the pieces that they have and make them a contender next year. So simply spending money.
Yeah.
We always thought, like, hey, why don't the White Sox spend more money?
Sure. No, so let's go with that.
Yeah.
If you're drawing dead for a championship, and I like the poker analogy, obviously.
Yeah.
Do you shuffle it up and hope that you get a little bit better? Because even then you're still drawing dead? Is what you're saying, or do you just try to tweak it by adding a couple of pieces and just try and make it a little better with this core and get yourself, decent, just a little bit more decent, give yourself a home playoff series? The problem with that is that would make me think he's not watching the games where the way that they're coaching,
right,
and the way that the roster is built, it's incongruent, man. It's like, it's not fitting. And to think that you can make it fit a little better with one or two small pieces and tweaks is just, it feels basketball dumb to think that's possible.
Listen, I also don't think that I think the rest of the league is smart. DeMar DeRozan is a good scorer from two and not a good athlete anymore or good defensive player. Everyone's like, trade him to a contender where he could be a scoring piece. Who? For what? Like what contenders? Like, I want a volume shooter from two. Like, you know what I mean? Like who? What? These other teams, it's not going to happen. So to me, if they actually are, and I get wait a minute, you're actually saying that a Reinsdorf team is voluntarily going to pay the tax for a team that can't win. What are you new here? I completely get the argument against what I'm saying, but I could see if they do, and they're DeMar is just off the books in a year. He's just off the books, and so we're going to sign Vooch. And we're going to build around Zach, and we're going to spend money, and we're going to pay the tax, and we're going to just add. And, I mean, you said a home playoff series, man. There was a long way between them and Cleveland. That was 11 wins for the Cavs, who were a 4 seed. Top of the East is good.
Yeah.
I think just
a first-round playoff series.
Just avoiding the play-in.
Yeah.
To be a
top six.
Top six.
And that's what he said. He said top 4, top 6.
That's a 5-win improvement. That's nothing.
Yeah.
So it's when he said top 6 and he said that was the threshold for a luxury tax, I was like, oh my God. They might just spend money to improve towards mediocrity and then wait for DeMar to come off the books naturally. Or like you said last week, trade him at the deadline if the first 2-3 months of the season go poorly,
right,
as an expiring contract,
right,
to get something for nothing.
So he could kick the can down the road on that. He
spend a little
could.
Spend a little money now.
Yeah.
Dump him at the deadline
But-
if you need to. I don't know, man. It just feels possible to me.
I want more. And I feel like he wants more because he did that before with blockbuster trades and shuffling stuff up and changing it. And he referenced it again, like you saw the Vooch trade. You know, he's like talking about it retroactively in a way of putting his cojones on the table. So do it again.
Well, so there's 3 assets then, right? Zach LaVine is 1, Caruso and Patrick Williams. Those are your Caruso's a championship player on a cheap contract who any contender would want. Literally any team in the league would want to add Caruso for that contract. But they're a contender, so how much are they giving up? Pat Williams, young, athletic, upside, 3-and-D guy, but you got to pay him in a year.
Yeah, but these days, somebody else paying for the first 2 or 3 years of your development is like a market inefficiency of its own kind. All right, so you withstood those years. Now give me the guy when he might be ready to take
Now
the
we'll
leap.
take Lowry Marketing.
Yes.
Yeah, right. Or Wendell Carter Jr. Right, but you can't keep doing that.
No.
like at some point.
You really should.
Like at some point, I listen, I'm new here again. At some point, you want their primes to be here.
Yeah, theoretically. But appetizing for some people still.
But I personally think that if I was another GM and I'm looking at the Bulls roster, those are the only 3 things that I'm interested in.
Unless you're one of those tankers. If you're a tanker and you get expiring DeMar and getting Patrick and then having to pay him again might also be something that you back away from if you do something else. Problem is they don't have any picks to augment this stuff.
They
really have very
they've
few.
given away their picks, right? So yeah, it's
because the kind of trades that do get made, eat some of the bad money and take a flyer on this player, but here's also the pick, so you're covered multiple ways.
You probably don't want to trade even more first-round picks when you've already given away picks in the Wendell Carter trade and in this most recent, So it's been a while since you've had some picks.
Yeah.
They're not in a good spot.
They're not in a good spot, but there's just so many weird, adventurous things that take place in this league. It's one of the things that makes this league great. Is that stuff does happen. Things happen in this league.
So who you holding out hope for? Who is your irrational Spiegel confidence that you always have? You always have I'm the irrational optimist.
Yeah.
This guy is going to end up it's not Dame, is it?
No.
Okay, good.
It's Van Vliet.
It's Van Vliet.
And that it doesn't feel like it should be that irrational, but the truth is they don't have the salary cap space to pay him what he's going to get.
Right.
So
that makes it irrational.
Yeah, so it is irrational.
That makes it. He's an awesome point guard who's from here, who's going to command more money than they have to give. It's probably.
And I know it's not a perfect
irrational.
fit, but he's rugged and willing defender, has made a championship run, has gotten better and better. As he's progressed, I just think.
But hey,
I think it's a good fit.
Just spend the money and go into the tax.
But they can't, right?
I know.
So they can't physically spend as much as a team with cap space can spend on him. So that's why you need the Raptors to work with him.
Yeah. It's I am still cautiously optimistic for Thursday or for Friday at 5:00, even though I'm off. But I will be paying attention Friday at 5:00.
You'll call in if they do something.
If they do something big,
you're not going to be able to stay away.
If I'm invited, I'll call in.
Yeah, dude, you called in when you got a flat tire on the way. Where were you going?
To a bachelor party in Michigan.
Yes. Yeah. So your show is available. You have a phone. We will talk on Friday.
Okay.
That's my prediction.
Well, oh, wow. So you think something will happen between 5 and 6?
Is that a proclamation, would you say?
Not officially.
Wow.
I'll consider it for tomorrow. I'll consider it.
Well, you mentioned Luke and Ellis. You found yourself in quite a spot on television last night that we need to discuss. And then at 4:00, we will be beginning a campaign for a local athlete. It's Parkins and Spiegel on The Score.
Cub fans, tomorrow on The Score, it's your chance to get in the dugout with the Cubs as we talk to outfielder Ian Happ at 11 a.m. with Bernstein and Holmes, then manager David Ross at noon, and finally, it's second baseman Nico Horner at 2:30 with Parkins and Spiegel on Chicago Sports Radio 670.
The Bulls are about to acquire Nikola Vucevic from the
Wow. That promo's been in heavy rotation, man.
The Bears got Jay Cutler. They got Cutler.
Whoa! I don't fault their excitement.
Chicago didn't get the Olympics.
Whoa! Pat Manley's coming by at 5:00 with Aunt Judy's lasagna. That's true, by the way.
That's exciting.
Pat Manley's bringing his Aunt Judy's lasagna right here to the studio, all heated up and ready for action.
Whoa! Victor Oladipo's on the Miami Heat.
No,
sorry. That's too far.
You went too far. Went that
bad. Sorry.
Not everything gets that reaction.
Not everything gets the whoa. I gotta say, I
deserved a whoa.
It really did. I have no problem with the reaction. I probably would have done the exact same thing. And the Bulls are legitimately interesting, watchable, and dare I say, got a real shot at the real playoffs now?
I think they absolutely have a shot at the real playoffs.
starts. Do you think the blister had anything to do with the rough day today?
I don't.
Any chance Moises Alou called Stroman about what he did when he had a blister?
Wow.
We can't talk about that
Google
on
it,
TV,
folks.
can we?
Google it, folks, and only use your own.
Such a thing to say.
Lou Canellis walking you into a potentially treacherous spot on television to be comfortable, dump button, toe the line speaks there.
It's true. That is an amazing description of me.
And this is why Tanny's the GOAT. The song is Yellow.
The song
by
is
Coldplay.
Yellow. It's perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Insane.
Yeah.
The guy's a genius.
He's sitting right next to
Right about it. Barrett Sports Media.
Yeah, it's been almost a
Jordan
week.
Beaumont, whoever the guy's name.
Who's the beat writer over at Barrett's for us?
I'm not sure.
Is our beat writer.
We love them.
They're the best.
What did you call me? Toe the line, dump button, Spiegel?
Yeah, comfortable.
Comfortable.
You just get a little comfortable, and then you toe the line at the dump button.
It's in a good headspace. It's fun sitting on a TV set with Lou Canellis. He's easy to hang out with.
Yeah, absolutely.
You've done it.
I've done it. Yeah, I used to do it all the time.
Mm-hmm. So, Moises Alou, for those who don't know.
Yeah,
I think
we can
people
talk
do.
about it.
I think people know.
He peed on his hands.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you could say that.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's what he did.
Okay, yeah. That's just factually speaking.
That's what he
Right.
did.
So
to callous him up.
So use your own. I had a great time with Lou. And then at the end, I just absolutely destroyed whatever level of comfort I might have showcased. You know, because you know what it is, man. You're sitting there, you're like, that's right, I'm a TV guy. That's right, I got this. I can talk about stuff. I can look in the camera.
Yes.
That's right. I can do all that stuff. Let's go.
Yeah.
I went to college for this.
Yeah.
Those muscles are still in there somewhere. Let's go. And then at the end, I looked and sounded as awkward as humanly possible. It just stinks that it's 2 years in a row, and that flaw is kind of a big one.
Thank you for coming on out.
Great to have you, Lou.
Great to have Matt Spiegel in the house for a little talk here on the Sports Zone.
Okay, so first of all, great to have you.
Great to have you, Lou, on your own television show.
Great to have you, Lou. Yeah. Nice to meet you, Marta.
It's great to have you, Lou.
Yeah, so that's a disaster.
Hey, and Big Ant, how you doing? At the end of transition.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's exactly
How you doing,
what-
buddy? Have a good day, all right?
Great to have you, Lou.
Great to have you, Lou.
Great to have you, Lou.
Great to have you, Lou. And what's that slap noise we hear?
Yeah.
We'll
after
talk
that?
about the slap
No,
noise.
let's just keep Great to talking. have you, Lou. Yeah.
Great to have you,
Great
Lou.
to have you on your show. But great to have you on this stage next to me. I don't know. Yeah, right.
It's always your world.
Nice
It's your show.
Nice to meet you, Marta.
Everyone else
meet you, Marta. Great to have you, Lou.
is hanging out. So that is Matt Spiegel at the
How
end
you doing,
of being
buddy?
in
Have a good day, all right?
That's the best. How you doing, buddy? After 20 minutes of transition,
How you doing?
we're just humans trying to be nice, trying to have some niceties.
That's what we do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Just have a little exchange of pleasantries.
So he invites you into his house onto his show, and you do 20 minutes of television, and then at the end, you tell him that it's nice to have you.
Great to have you, Lou.
Great to have you, Lou. And now, yes, Shane,
Okay, let's talk about the handshake.
the slap.
We're calling that a handshake?
Do we have video? Have you put the video out on Twitter?
The video is now public on the Parkins Spiegel Twitter account.
It just stinks that it's 2 years in a row, and that flaw is kind of a big one.
Thank you for coming on out.
Great to have you, Lou.
Great to have Matt Spiegel in the house for a little talk here on the Sports Zone.
I've retweeted it as well. I'm going to watch it without the sound here while you guys tell me what I was doing.
So it's so good. And yes, I understand that this is visual, but Lou Canellis is to Matt Spiegel's right. They are both facing the camera. They are not facing each other.
Correct.
Lou Canellis, because he is to Spiegel's right, that means his left arm is closest to Spiegs, which has his right arm there. And again, they're not facing each other. So when he says, great to have you, Lou puts his left hand into the air towards Spiegel.
About halfway up the torso, his left hand is extended, facing down. What am I supposed to do there? What is my move? Am I supposed to assume
not do the most effeminate third knuckle weak dainty grab of his hand
with my right hand,
with your right hand, and do a little tug.
It's like the courtesy reach out when you're helping someone get off a boat onto the boat dock.
Yes. My lady.
Or help him getting into the boat from the dock.
I'm helping Christine out of an Uber on a dinner date. It's 100% correct.
Yeah, I thought you were going to kiss his hand.
I thought about it.
If you were a real alpha, you would have put your hand on top of his.
But I think it's on Lou, man.
Yeah, you don't let Lou emasculate you on television like that.
No.
Great to have you, Lou.
I mean, is his expectation that I put my hand facing up and he slaps down for a 5? Is that what anybody does?
Probably, but also there really isn't a need for a handshake at the end of a TV segment.
So it's on him.
Yeah, it's 100% on Lou.
I agree. First time I saw it, I thought this was on Lou too. It's not a dap. It's not a handshake. He's clearly not going in for a high five because it's too he holds his hand there. There's no movement or it's not overly high.
It's up and down. He extends the hand like I'm supposed to know what the hell to do with my hand.
Now, in fairness, but see, because his hand is up and down, I was thinking maybe he's expecting you to reach across with your left hand and give him a lefty handshake.
Oh, that's interesting.
But no, because he's just kind of top and bottoming you there. It's very strange what he's doing. And I just hope everyone sees this, because if anyone's ever gone in for the hug and you went in for the handshake, or you go in for the handshake and they go in for the fist bump, or you go in for the handshake and they come in for the dap.
Oh, that's what it is.
Everybody's been in this spot, but it just happened to happen to Spiegel on television.
I think I landed the plane by
telling him it's nice to have you and grabbing his fingers.
Maybe not.
Responses on Twitter so far: let men hold hands. A sweet moment. That's all on Lou. Good to have you, Lou. Whitest handshake ever.
Great to have you, Lou.
Arguably the worst dap up in recorded human history from Kevin Lapka.
Oh, yeah. It could be. But you're so right about when you go with the fist and somebody goes with the hand for the handshake.
Yeah.
And then what always happens to me is then I convert to the hand and they convert to the fist. You're trying to adjust to each other.
Yes.
So you get double the discomfort and the failure.
And you both look awkward.
Yes.
But normally it doesn't take place on television. But you guys managed to have it happen on television. But I do think this is relatable. It happens all the time. I sometimes go for a fist bump with Shane, and he covers my hand.
That's kind of my thing, though.
You're a cover the hand guy. But I never know what my role is here. Now I'm just being engulfed. You're big timing me in that spot.
Yeah, 100%.
I don't like it.
So that's interesting. So Shane, in that moment, I am always trying to adjust and have a successful greeting with somebody. You're looking to dominate. You are choosing actively to dominate.
If someone comes up to me with a fist bump, I'm just covering their hand. And I give you credit because you had to adapt to Lou.
Yes.
You started to go for the fist bump. Your knuckles were clenched there. You had a fist. You started to go for the fist bump.
I don't even remember.
And then you noticed his dainty hand.
I did. I went for.
Yeah.
I was going to go for the fist bump because that's something we could accomplish.
Yeah.
In that moment.
Did you and Lou discuss this awkwardness off camera?
No. No.
Interesting.
He had to move on to talking to Darren Pang. I enjoyed the fact that I got a reprieve from the hockey talk.
Yeah. That's nice.
Yeah.
Great to have you, Lou.
So that's the problem. I'm so concerned with doing the physicality correct that I say great to have you on his television show.
Yeah.
That's why it happened.
Lou's probably listening right now, too.
He usually
He's
is.
always listening.
Spectacular.
And as I talked about with Matt Spiegel, NBA free agency starts Friday, 5 o'clock Chicago time. We're out of here. Next news tomorrow morning, 4 a.m. Whacked Out Sports is next.
Whacked Out? Man, you were the lead-in for Whacked Out Sports?
Lou always is.
God, I got to get on your level.
Imagine how good it must feel for Lou to lead into Whacked Out Sports and get to tease to it.
Yeah. They follow Lou.
The USFL game went long. I know you were watching.
What a nighttime of programming.
So the USFL game went long. So the news went long. So then the Fox kickoff show, the Sports Zone, went long. So Tanny wasn't able to watch it on his DVR today. He had to go into my DVR to watch Whacked Out Sports.
Whacked Out Sports is next.
And now you're going to start DVRing Whacked Out Sports all the time.
You got it. And if you want to DVR the Sports Zone, make sure you're extending that and even going the extra mile and recording Whacked Out Sports.
Yes.
If you want to catch the Sports Zone every weekend, okay?
That's exactly a good PSA.
Right. But also, you don't want to miss Whacked Out Sports.
We now return to our regularly scheduled programming.
When we whack back, your minimum daily requirement of bouncing bungee babes.
More Whacked Out Sports, please.
Want to to get more whacked out? Go to our social sites for more whacked out extras, exclusives, and more of life's big regrets you hope didn't get captured on camera.
You're kind of a wackadoodle. I don't know where you're going.
Did you say the whacked out bungee babes?
Bouncing bungee babes.
Are they still doing like the old man show, like girls on trampolines thing from the 90s?
That's the vibe I got from Whacked Out Sports.
Wow, I can't believe that's still happening on television in 2023. How about that?
Did he say when we whack back?
Yeah.
So
we now return to our regularly scheduled programming.
When we whack back,
wow,
your minimum daily requirement of bouncing bungee babes.
What is the minimum daily requirement of bouncing bungee babes?
I don't know.
by the way?
That seems very personal. I don't know that you can just declare a minimum daily requirement.
I need 9.
Yeah.
That's just me, though. Other guys have different numbers.
You guys ever see the video of Obama going through the Team USA locker room and he's handshaking with like the white, like a white player and a couple of white assistant coaches, but then he's dapping up the black players, and he's just seamlessly going back and forth between like the white handshake and the black dap up.
He's physically code switching as he goes.
It's just unbelievably smooth, and there's like no question like who's dominating and who's like leading it. The video came out, and I was hanging out with Carrington, my co-host and friend in Kansas City, who's a black dude, and I was like, dude, I have this problem. Like, if I'm going in for like the handshake, like, do I go for the dap? Do I go for the handshake? He goes, here is the rule for the white guy, black guy handshake.
Oh,
he's
you,
like,
you got an official rule?
He's like, this will solve your problem. I'm like, really? I'm like, all right, tell it to me. He goes, black guys have enough rhythm to adjust to whatever you go in for. He's like, so if you go in for the white guy handshake, we're fine with that. He's like, if you come in for some dap, trust me, whatever you're doing, we've seen it before. We can adjust on the fly. I'm like, that's a great rule.
I don't know if I've ever had a greeting go wrong.
Deity. What's your favorite kind of greeting?
I'm just saying, it was I was like, oh, that put me so much at ease, because then like if you and Lou can out, but Lou, it doesn't seem like neither one of you had the rhythm to adjust on the fly to what the other was doing.
Yeah.
So you were helping him out of a boat.
Guys on Twitter, may I help you off the boat, ma'am? Oh God, this was doomed from the start.
That's so good.
Yeah.
It is really that video should have 5 million views. It's just spectacular.
Awkward.
Oh, but again, you're on television.
Of course.
You're not facing each other. It's just he put you in a terrible spot. That's 90% on Kanellis. And he's a TV pro. You know what? I'm going to give him 98%.
Right? He should know.
I would like to blame you. That is on Lou.
Yeah, this is a nice moment of you not blaming me.
Yeah. No, that is
feels good. Yeah, you'll find something else.
Savor the flavors, please.
Yeah. That is mostly on Lou Kanellis. There was a little kerfuffle in the local baseball world last week, as spurred by our radio station by Mully and Haugh. The follow-up happened today. It's next on The Score.
Whacked Out Sports is next.
Cub fans, tomorrow on The Score, it's your chance to get in the dugout with the Cubs as we talk to outfielder Ian Happ at 11 a.m.
The Rivers read now says, add some personal flair.
Oh, yeah,
and
no.
I almost added flair to it. I was like, oh, God, don't read this.
Mully came
personal.
running out of the studio yesterday.
That was mine.
You did that one.
Yes.
I did.
Please make this personal.
Yeah, an Uber ad.
There it is.
Yeah.
Please play it again, Tanya.
That's
glorious.
fantastic. Please make this personal.
Yes.
That's what it says on the copy.
Parkins told me to make it personal, and I'm going to. I'm much more likely to use this product or service.
Oh, God.
I'm going to make it personal when I head on over to Polish Fest. It's going to be a great weekend.
There's a read for the wrestling
Please
thing.
make this personal and talk about what's going on when you're getting in there and you're going out and you're catching
Nice
an
save.
Uber.
Nice save. I tried. You worked through it.
So Albert Pujols last night becomes the 4th man in the history of baseball.
Hey, if you and your partner want to step it up in the bathroom, we were just talking about bathrooms. That's a place that you could use Blue Chew.
You want to step it up in the bathroom?
God knows I do.
It was a Metamucil spot, wasn't it?
If only.
That's my bad. I started talking sports. So
No, yeah.
I'm
Get
sorry.
that out of here.
.com.
That's the greatest.
Yeah.
Well, the exchange is the greatest because if you actually hear Russ say,
He's very kind.
Hey, Dave, I think that might be a period.
All right, I'll just say .com then.
Okay, then it's just dot. So it's
.com. Dot. Do I have to say .com dot?
They have another dot on there?
I might just say .com, huh? Or is this .com dot?
Yeah, no.
I think I should say,
I think they just got a period
Yeah,
on there.
okay.
So, yeah, just .com is fine.
Coach Wanstead here.
He's so kind.
I know.
Russ.
That's the best. I think they might just kind of just have a period there.
out-of-town reporter speculating about Pedro's job security on a local sports station.
So this happened while you were gone.
Yeah, man.
Last week, John Heyman last Monday goes on with Mully and Haugh and speculates about Pedro Grafal and how he could be one and done. Rick Hahn gets mad, says the thing about the local station, and as the window closes, another episode of our White Sox soap opera unfolds, and Mully and Haugh produced the episode for us. It was very nice of them. Very nice of them to do. Shows help with shows for content.
Yeah,
beautiful stuff.
It's like it's nice that they produced it, but it's a bummer when a soap opera, like, you start a theme and then it just doesn't continue. Like when the story just goes away, like a certain thread or something. So did this one just go away?
Well,
Danny, walk me through it here.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think it was basically a big nothing burger, other than I thought that it was a little ridiculous that Rick Hahn would criticize the local media for
something the national media said
when they leak stuff to the national media seemingly every damn week. And maybe it's not Rick who's doing all the leaking, but he certainly works for the leakers. So I just felt the criticism felt a little hollow. But John Heyman came back on with Mully and Haugh today, and we know that Rick said that he called him and they had a good conversation. Want to hear this and see if we feel like he's backpedaling.
Do you think Rick Hahn is kind of a decade and done guy, John? Just to start on a happy note.
That's a good line.
Well, as I answer all those, anything's possible. I thought I answered the last one.
That's right.
Anything's possible. I don't know. I really don't know. Obviously they're having a disappointing year, so every little thing is going to upset them. Although, he called me and he was very nice on the phone and said he doesn't mind speculation. So I was a little surprised that he said he was ticked off about it when he talked to the media. So, he's probably trying to rally the troops, and he's certainly trying to take the blame and not be the manager. This manager was his pick, as we know. LaRusso was the pick of the owner, and so he's taking everything personally. All I meant was, if they continue on this pace and win 72 games or 74 games, whatever their pace is, it's possible. Anything's possible that they would make a change. Do I think it's likely? No, I don't think it's that likely. But, anything can happen with a manager and with a disappointing outcome.
Absolutely. And if they are a 72-win team, there's a good chance, a possible chance that the general manager will be different as well. So it won't be the one making the choice or decision at manager, but that's a different conversation.
Oh, boy.
And we're not going to get you in trouble this week, John.
Yeah,
we're going to keep you away from that kind of controversy.
I stayed away from all that because, Jerry Reinsdorf, a very loyal fellow, and, and that I don't like to predict changes at that level because he likes stability. So that one I don't think is that likely, but we shall see.
Man, I feel like Heyman has gotten a little bit more comfortable just being transparent about the relationships and how this stuff works. And I appreciate that. GMs call these people a lot. Like they talk about stuff. They traffic in this, especially ones who are attuned to it, like Rick. So Heyman just kind of talking about it in a very matter-of-fact way. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and Rick said publicly, he's like, I called him.
Yeah.
And it's like so everyone then knew. It's not like it was obviously the contents of the conversation we're not totally privy to, but the fact that they talked about it or whatever. Yeah. And you think he's telling the truth when Rick said he has no problem with speculation? Because it kind of felt like his issue was the speculation. Again, I don't mean to parse the words like too literally, although I guess that is what I do around here sometimes. But
yeah,
the whole thing was because Heyman speculated that Grifol could be one and done if they continued down this path. And Rick was like, we've made it very clear that it's not Pedro's fault. But, hey, Rick, you might not be here either, and Pedro was your guy. So if the new guy comes in and wants to hire his own guy, Pedro could easily be the fall guy. I know that's not how it normally works around the White Sox because you guys get jobs for life, but that is how it works everywhere else. That is the speculation that you have a problem with.
Oh, God, it's just such a mess.
Yeah, it's not good.
Just such a nauseating
Hey, they won a series.
Though. They did win a series.
They won a series.
They did win a series. Heyman,
congratulations.
How's that feel? Huh?
Wow.
Shane broke out the hat.
The Fichtner, congratulations
seriously.
for 2 of 3 in June. Far be it from me to question Tanny, but I don't know. That's pretty high praise. High praise.
Well, you got an MVP candidate on the roster now.
Oh, MVP.
Luis Robert. He's playing like an MVP.
He's playing incredible. What's he at, 21 or 22 homers?
He's at 21 homers.
21 homers.
He's at 20 doubles. So that list is outrageous and very, very small. Frank Thomas has done it twice, 20 and 20 before the All-Star break. Frank did it, I think, 3 times. Abreu twice, Magglio Ordonez, Jermaine Dye, and Luis Robert. That's it. That's your entire list. He's second to Shohei Ohtani in home runs and second to Shohei Ohtani in extra base hits. And he plays a largely beautiful and very graceful center field. Made another one of those catches yesterday where it looks like it should be difficult, and he's just kind of gliding into the alley to make an easy catch. You're like, oh yeah, there it is. So look, I've harped on him many times about specific plays or specific issues, but he is putting it all together right now. And Grifol said it after the game. Is like, when he swings at stuff in the strike zone, he's great. That's exactly correct. That's what he does.
He is 4th in homers and 40th in RBI.
Wow,
that's tough to do. that is tough to do.
So I guess those numbers I gave were in the American League behind Ohtani. So my bad. He's 4th in homers in baseball.
Yeah, Matt Olson is in front of him. Pete Alonso is in front of him, and he's tied with Jorge Soler for 4th.
Okay,
but I just thought
40th in RBI.
So he's got 42 RBI with 21 homers. Soler not much better, 45 runs driven in with 21 homers. Alonso 55 RBIs on 24 homers. 61 for Shohei, 60 for Matt Olson.
Wow.
It helps when people are on base for your home runs.
That checks out.
Yeah, it's your game, but I can get that.
No,
far.
you're smart about that.
Yeah.
What's Tim Anderson's OBP? To ask us to ask a question.
To ask a question that's not on the website that I'm on right now.
It doesn't even matter. My point is the
279.
Oh yeah. Oh.
OPS plus of 56.
Okay, but the OPS.
Well, you should definitely keep him in the top 2 spots in the lineup.
Well, that's the thing. What I'm saying is that if your OBP of a leadoff guy is 279, OBP, not batting average.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a reason that. What is he at? I think it's like 15 solo homers for Luis Robert. I know it's only 1 3-run homer out of 21.
Tough to do, man.
That is tough to do.
When you don't walk, when no one on the team walks, and you're just swinging at the first pitch every time, which has turned out to work lately, but nobody's getting on base.
Yeah.
It's pretty brutal.
Benintendi leads him in OBP at 349.
He's done well since he's been up there at the tippity top.
All right, let's start a campaign of positivity and promotion for a local athlete next on The Score.
What happens when 2 shows meet? Score transition. First at 10 a.m., Mully and Haugh meet Bernstein and Holmes.
Mully, when you...
How about this? With a minimum of 80 plate appearances, you want to guess who has the highest slugging percentage in the majors right now?
It's him.
It's him. It's
because
Jake
he's only been over 80 since yesterday.
Yeah.
But even still,
who's the closest guy to him? It's crazy. It's somebody has 40 more at bats or something, right, Chuck?
Yeah, but everyone has. I mean, look at this. He's got 10 home runs. Mike Trout, with 80 more plate appearances, has 10 home runs. Jake Berger's got 20 RBIs. Mike Trout has 23 RBIs. I mean, he's doing some special stuff, and he's only played 27 games. So this is a great story in a season that has not been a great story. And when Eloy Jimenez comes back, whenever that is going to be, it could be in a week, could be 2 weeks. This is going to be interesting to see how the White Sox put together this lineup, especially if Jake Berger is playing like this.
Well, you're right, Chuck, and I said earlier this morning, and I believe it's a bit of a risk and maybe out there over my skis, but it wouldn't surprise me if Jake Berger leads the White Sox in home runs by the end of the year. That's assuming he continues to get at bats. It's a Sox. Somebody's going to probably go down and he'll have to fill in. So I think these things tend to take care of themselves. But let's say that Eloy does come back. What is the plan right now, plan A, for having everyone healthy with Berger still swinging a hot bat?
I don't know what that is. And some reporters have asked Pedro Grifol about the idea of moving Moncada to second, having Berger maybe play second just to get his bat in the lineup so all these guys could play. But you did point out something that obviously is the elephant in the room. When do the White Sox have an entirely healthy lineup? And if they do, how long will that last?
by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. Always live on the free Odyssey app. The Score! The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
Spend some time with our friends Danny Parkins and Matt Spiegel.
Yes. Afternoons on The Score.
Cheeseburgers for everybody. It's a sweep.
Jake sends everybody home with his 12th home run and third straight win.
What a finish.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons on The Score.
Jake Berger, the most punnable name in Chicago sports right now.
Most punnable name.
I don't know, most headline, wordplay.
I don't know. Fields is pretty good too.
Fields is very good.
Yeah.
It's very good. Yeah.
Which we've written into several hit songs.
Right.
That swept the nation.
And obviously the quarterback of the Bears more commonly used and referred to than Jake Berger.
But in terms of baseball, certainly the most punnable name in Chicago baseball right now.
17 homers in 198 at-bats. 60 games played, 17 bombs. Slugging .540 on the season.
Danny, he is in the 100th percentile on Baseball Savant for exit velocity. That means when he hits the ball, he hits it as hard as absolutely anyone in the league. 100th percentile. Is in the 99th percentile on Baseball Savant for barrel percentage. Dude just barrels up balls and hits them hard. And they
see ball, hit ball hard and far.
They very often go out of the park, as you have been documenting.
He doesn't often hit the ball, right? I mean, he's hitting .222 on the year. He's got 72 strikeouts against 10 walks. So it's a little bit of a feast or famine, all or nothing type of approach. But
it's tough to strike out in the home run derby. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
This guy was built for this event. I mean,
he should be in the home run derby.
100%. It's absolutely no question that he should be one of the 8 participants in the home run derby. It's in Seattle. I assume Julio Rodriguez will be there. Pete Alonso is always in it.
The defense, right? He wants to go for his 3rd title, right?
Actually, Juan Soto won it last year.
But he had won 2 straight.
He'd won 2 in a row.
So he wants to, and no one's ever won 3, I believe.
Right? I think that's
what he was trying to do last year. So he'd always said that he was going to try to do that.
Maybe Soto will be there and defend. Then, I don't know, Ronald Acuna Jr. has been great.
Matt Olson
leads
the league.
Yes.
You can get him. Soler is a masher.
So Soler's having a great year and will be in the All-Star game, and probably, I bet that's a good call for home run derby. Shohei Ohtani's kind of fun to watch. I don't know if he wants to do it again.
Obviously, if he'll get the invitation. He'll be the first guy to get the invitation.
Yeah.
Baseball, of course, wants him to do it.
So there's a few more, but Jake Berger, he would love it. He'd be so passionate and happy and fun. The name is fun to say.
Yeah.
He's got a really great smile. The mustache is fun.
Makes it photogenic.
Yes.
Yeah, it's good to look at.
He shaved it though. Mustache was gone this weekend.
Oh, was it really?
Huh?
Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm embarrassed.
That's all right. I think he'll bring it back.
All right.
You think he'll bring it back? Then why did he shave it?
I don't know. So you just got to go through phases. Could have been something his wife said, like, hey, get rid of that for a little while.
Right. Well, it's soon.
July
10th,
13th.
right?
Yeah, 10th.
Yeah.
Can he grow it back?
I don't know if he can grow it back. How much of this campaign was based upon him having a mustache?
Pretty big amount. pretty enormous percentage. No,
it's only 4.
We just ordered 10,000 mustaches to hand out at the Sox game. What are we going to do with these now?
It's a problem.
And he's a great story. Like, whoever's picking the home run derby field at MLB, are they hip to the story? People would find it. I mean, what great narrative. Berger and first round pick got hurt, and then he got hurt again. Would you believe he got the stuff that we know? Almost quit the game, and his family talked him into sticking with it. I mean, there's like all of that. I think it's a natural. And you gave the numbers in terms of like percentage of at bats. I think he's second to Alonso in terms of actually hitting homers, per at bat in MLB. It's a natural.
I think it'd be great. Normally, they're going to go for the biggest stars. He is not the biggest star, but there is always a name or two like this in the home run derby because usually people say no. Or guys do it once, or veterans age out of it, or they say, I've been there, done that, right? It's like the dunk contest
yes.
In the NBA. So I could easily see Shohei Ohtani saying, no, I don't need to do this again. I don't need to get more marketable and more popular. I'm already the best player and very marketable and very popular and very rich. And I've got free agency this upcoming year, and the team actually has a shot, and they're being buyers and aggressive. Like I could see Shohei Ohtani not doing it this year easily.
Yeah, for sure. But you're right. There always is like, who the hell is that guy? And maybe Jake Berger would be the who the hell is that guy for a lot of people around the country.
Does he get in over Luis Robert, who has 4 more homers and is likely to be the White Sox representative as an all-star?
I don't want Luis Robert participating in anything other than a baseball game.
I understand that. Yeah, but
I don't value Jake Berger's health less than I value Luis Roberts as a person.
It sounds like you do.
I don't. But Luis has just been way too injury prone. I do not want him participating in extra activities.
I think that is totally reasonable. But if you're Major League Baseball, you want as many all-star crossovers as possible. Right, you want guys who are in the actual All-Star game to be in the home run derby.
Not always the case.
No, but I'm just saying as many as possible because then during the All-Star game they can talk about, and as you saw last night during the home run derby,
of course,
there's connection and cross promotion between the events.
Yeah,
right. They don't just want the mercenaries
out
there if they can get it.
It's true, but I think Robert, he will absolutely be an All-Star. And should be an all-star. And that's great. That's fun. That's enough. Don't make him do home run derby both. Don't make him do that too. I think Berger is a natural. You got me thinking about the whole field though when you bring up like guys named Matt Olson and stuff like that. I mean, Corbin Carroll of Arizona has been incredible. That's a rookie. So sometime, but he'll be in the all-star game for sure.
Well, so that's the thing. It's like when someone says this person was a snub for the Pro Bowl or All NBA or whatever the case may be.
There are good ones out there.
Well, you got to tell me who's coming off the team. So it's what 8 dudes who make the home run derby field.
It's 8 who make the derby field. Yes.
All right.
You ready?
So let's give the locks over Jake Berger, Matt Olson, Pete Alonso.
I don't know if I go Matt Olson as a lock.
He leads baseball in home runs.
How many times has he been in the Derby, though? That's the thing,
Pete Alonso's obviously been in it a ton, so
right?
He may not want to do it again.
Yeah. So wait, you got those things. So if we're assigning them, I think the first lock I got to give is Julio Rodriguez, who's box office, and they're in Seattle,
and he's in. I believe they announced it.
Yeah. Julio Rodriguez is a lock.
So Betts is in too, right? I think I saw Betts say he was going in.
Really? For the Derby?
So. I think so.
Check that out. I didn't realize that some of them have been official.
He's got more homers, too. He's got 19. Okay. Man, this campaign is hitting a little bit of turbulence on takeoff.
Confirmed.
Okay, so we got Mookie and Julio who are in. I think Juan Soto has to get a chance to defend his title.
Yep, of course.
I think Pete Alonso is the staple.
He's for sure getting an invite. He might turn it down, but he's for sure getting an invite.
All right, so that's
Shohei
4.
is for sure getting an invite.
Shohei's getting an invite.
Judge is getting an invite.
Judge is hurt.
Oh, right. He's hurt.
Judge is hurt and has been for a while, and he might not be coming back.
But I know, but they say he is coming back, and he still has 19 homers.
I know, but I just saw over the weekend that he might not be coming back.
His toe hurts, right? He's got a bad toe.
Okay, yeah, so he's not going to do it. You're right.
So I think we're still at 5 here.
Did you say Shohei's getting an invite?
Yes.
You have him on there?
Yeah. We have Shohei, Alonso getting invites along with Soto, and then the 2 that are already confirmed. So we're at 5.
Schwarber's got more home runs, been in it, bigger name.
Yes, pretty fun. He's like the left-handed Jake Berger. That's what he reminds me of.
Yeah.
They'd cancel each other out if they were both in there. Same dude.
They both have bomb on their nickname, you know. So
Yeah.
I don't know if how that'll work.
Yeah. Oh, God. I mean, Schwarber, yeah. Acuna is the one who's having a monster year as well. But I could also see the Braves saying, we don't want Ronald in that. As hard as he swings. So, no, I'm not going to worry about Acuna. I'll give you Schwarber. That's 6. And then
Soler.
Yeah, I'll give you 7. I'll give you Soler. Soler's the kind of guy. Is Max Muncy is still hurt, right? Because Max Muncy is a guy I'm afraid is going to sneak in there. Or Yordan Alvarez might sneak in there. And I still
Rafael Devers.
I still haven't given you Olsen.
You haven't given me the guy who leads baseball in homers getting an invite over Jake Berger.
That's why this campaign needs us, Danny. We got to get behind it. We got to do something about it. What do we have? What can we do?
Well, we've got the graphic from Kevin Lapka.
Oh, I got it.
It's already out there on social media.
We just hired a young man from The Ohio State University. Kevin Lapka is his name.
What's his name? Kevin Lapka.
And then, how about this? We got the hashtag. Hashtag #SmashBurger2Derby.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Smashburger going to be okay with that? All we're doing is adding to Derby to the Smashburger hashtag. Yeah.
#SmashBurger2Derby.
We're not profiting off of it, so it's okay.
Yeah. All right, cool. I like it.
I think it works.
White Sox just need a win, man. And I for White Sox fans, I think getting Jake Berger there would be a massive win.
I think he makes more sense in that event than just about any White Sox or Cubs component in the All-Star game. Like Stroman's going to make it and will probably start the game if he's healthy and the blister's okay. Luis Robert absolutely deserves to be there. And then to me it's Berger. It's Berger and the Derby. And the fit just feels so right.
I think it would be perfect. I think it would be great. I think the human interest story is awesome, but we want to try to guard against being hometown biased on this one. I think a big part of this is going to come down to he probably isn't going to be among their first 8 picks. If we're just being honest and fair about it, it's going to take some stars to say no. It's going to take Schwarber. I've done it a few times. I don't need to do it again. Alonso. I've done it a few times. I can't do it again. Judge being hurt.
Yeah.
And it's going to take a few people to say no. He might end up being like 11th or 12th on MLB's list, and they have to settle for Smashburger to Derby.
Yeah.
He gets there, and then he steals the hearts and minds of America.
Right.
With like 25 bombs in the first round.
You got me thinking about, Mitch Trubisky made a Pro Bowl after like 6 people said no.
Yeah, Matt Castle made a Pro Bowl. Yeah, weird guys get into these things after people opt out of it.
Sometimes
you could be that Matt Castle.
Yeah, you could be that. Sometimes you need a sax player on a gig, and it's like coming up too soon, and so you have to go through like 5 or 6 different sax players to get to somebody, and it's always that thing. Like, boy, I hope they don't find out they were 6th on the call list.
The ego on a sax player.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
I hate when that happens.
Yeah, you bet. Danger.
Yeah, but I think that Jake Berger would he'd give up his All-Star break to fly out to Seattle for the exposure to do the Derby.
He would love it.
Yeah, of course.
He'd freaking love it, and America would fall in love with him.
You think that'd be a win for White Sox fans? Because I don't have a great sense of this. Like, it feels like Luis Robert should absolutely be in the All-Star game, but last check he wasn't top 20 among vote getters for outfielders in the American League. I don't feel like White Sox fans are necessarily terribly interested in campaigning for individual players on underachieving baseball.
I think if they were going to campaign for any individual players right now, would be Luis Robert and Jake Berger.
But then why aren't they voting for Luis Robert?
I can't even tell you where to vote. Like I said that last week, I'd assume it's on MLB's website.
Of course it is.
But I can't even tell you where the voting is.
I don't understand it. I don't understand how it works.
If you go
these
to this
days.
website called MLB.com,
Is it right there?
The top thing,
been there for the last decade.
The biggest graphic on the page by far. All-Star ballot finals, vote now.
Okay, great.
It takes up about 2/3 of the screen when you go to this website called MLB.com.
It just jumps up right there. Tanny,
that's great.
They're probably tapping out as soon as you have to enter your email. You know what? I'm done.
Yeah, and I think you also have to vote for a player at every single position.
Yeah,
you can't just go in and pick. All right, I'm trying to get Luis Robert through.
Like back in the day when you just had the little ballots. Where you just
with the Chads, and the Chads were hanging.
Chads.
The dangling Chads, or the hanging. They were hanging.
They were hanging.
Yes.
Brody called him dangling. Called him dangling shit. Yeah. He called them dangling jets.
How many MasterCard ads do I have to watch to vote on the All-Stars?
Oh, my God. Fire MLB.TV into the sun with extreme prejudice.
I think that your ethical question that came up as you were struggling with that was a good one. So, folks, Chris Tannehill, maybe the angriest we've ever seen him, was...
Yeah,
I don't know. But maybe the most frustrated we've seen him recently was when he had to watch another MLB ad, another 15-second ad after another one and another one and another one as he fights his way through MLB TV. And his theory of, I'm paying for this service, I shouldn't have to watch your ads.
Right.
Does that check out? Does that check out?
That's Major League Baseball for you.
Of an overall, like, is that not true in most other places?
Oh, I mean, there's some places have there's Peacock and there's Peacock Premium.
Yeah, Peacock. I started watching something on Peacock last night, and I found myself watching some ads. What am I doing here?
It's very frustrating.
I would say NFL Game Pass, which used to be the gold standard because you can listen to radio calls from each game along with the national TV broadcast. That used to be great. It's not so great anymore, but they don't make you sit there and watch ads like MLB.TV does. Like it just gives you the stream of the NFL broadcast, but they stripped away all the extras after COVID. But that used to be the best. But you don't have to watch ads. Like you're already paying for a service. Why do you have to watch?
Yeah,
they're
double dipping. They're double dipping on you.
I picture Rob Manfred at a desk every time I'm logging into MLB TV. It's like, yeah, give him another one. Go ahead. Give him the Jennifer Hudson ad again. Go ahead. One more time. Give him the Shohei Ohtani New Balance ad one more time. I just want to watch the fourth inning of this Angels-Rockies game.
We're going to get to it. We're going to make that work pay off today.
No, it's not going to get paid off because I couldn't accomplish what I wanted.
Oh, right.
Anyway, we've lost the plot here a little bit. Jake Berger, get him in there. You tell the national TV audience that this guy played independent ball in 2020 because he had nowhere else to play. You're going to fall in love with this kid.
I agree with you completely. And we gave out a little bit of bad info because you're too late, because not enough Cubs fans or Sox fans voted for their guys. At this point, it's only the finalists for the ballot in the fan vote. So if you want to vote for an American League outfielder at this point, there are only 6 options. Yordan Alvarez, Randy,
Rosarina?
Yeah, no, I lost my place here. Aaron Judge, Kevin Kiermaier, and Mike Trout.
We've gone to phase 2 of the voting.
Yeah, we're at the finalist part. So no Cub or White Sox has made it this far in the fan
Roberts
vote.
getting in the game.
Luis Roberts getting in the game.
Dusty's the manager. He's got him in there.
100%.
And I think on the Cubs side, Stroman and Dansby Swanson. I'd say both of those guys I feel pretty confident are getting into the game.
Dansby Swanson, among National League shortstops, I believe is number 1 in OPS. Among National League shortstops. He is, in fact, among qualified shortstops, ahead of Francisco Lindor and Xander Bogaerts and everybody else. Trey Turner, by the way, continues to have an abysmal first season.
The finalists for NL shortstops are Arcia and Lindor. So
Arcia's been a great story. He's having a great year. He is having a great year. And it's pretty funny. It'd be pretty funny if Arcia and Swanson are both in there.
Yeah.
Since Arcia replaced Swanson in Atlanta.
Yeah, so no Cub or Sox is a finals. A lot of texters are saying that we should be having this campaign for Christopher Morel in the home run derby.
No, I'm a Sox fan.
Right. And he doesn't have as cool of a name as Berger.
Yeah. He'd just be going around hugging everybody. God, stop hugging me, dude. I got to go hit homers.
But touch is his love language.
Yeah. And, I mean, Berger's got...
Hitting bombs is Jake Berger's love language.
Yeah, seriously.
He's got more homers.
It looks like he's holding a 2x4 when he swings. It's just like blah, smack,
smash Berger.
Ball go far.
Yeah, it works.
Yeah,
it works for him. Morel would be fun in the home run derby.
Yeah,
though.
he would.
He would be.
He would be.
But that's not going to happen.
I wonder if Morel is going to be taking grounders at first base. He has in recent weeks. He has.
Can we call my guy Hosmer back? I mean,
there are people.
Mancini is unplayable.
So is Eric Hosmer.
No.
He's unplayable at the dish.
Yeah, you don't want his bat in there.
No, I know, and Mancini's bat as a DH is below replacement level too.
You have a team that is built around defense and run prevention with a bunch of ground ball pitchers,
and he gives up runs and gets pitchers hurt.
Stroman should have been out of that inning. That was a ground ball to get out of the inning, and Mancini panicked It was personal. It was
Seems
anxiety.
like a hell of a nice guy, though.
Oh yeah,
he really does.
I think so.
He really does.
Yeah,
seems like a great guy and a great teammate.
If you had a lot of anxiety about playing first base well, okay,
it's incredibly hard.
Yeah, right, exactly. And then you make a play like that, and then the very next inning they pinch hit for you, and you're done, and then you have to get on a plane to come back from London. It's even more interesting than that. And you just
said
got
at the same time back. I said, "How the hell do you get Trey Mancini back to America?"
But seriously, you already have anxiety about that, and then that play happens, and now you just got to sit with that all the way back. I mean, these humans, these players, they're humans, people.
So do I want Morel taking grounders at first? Is that your question?
Somebody needs to. Because
I thought it was supposed to be Cody Bellinger.
Well, Bellinger is, but that wasn't the plan either. by the way. But now he's here.
I know, but it was the backup plan, and he's been doing it, and he's very good at it.
Very good at it.
So
who is going to do it when he can't?
What about Jan?
That is one of those guys. Jan Gomes or Miguel Amaya needs to be taking grounders at first base and figuring it out, because if Tauchman slows down, then Bellinger's might go back to center field.
Yeah.
And then what are you doing? So they gotta figure that out. Because if you're trying to win every game, you're in this stretch of games where you're desperately trying.
Strategy.
Yeah, I know, but you're trying to define yourself. This is the moment right here. I don't think Trey Mancini can play another inning of first base.
I agree.
Not one more inning.
When he had the throw that almost injured Leiter, they at least pulled him. You know, he didn't go back out for the next inning.
Mm-hmm.
Bellinger came in there, so they are showing some accountability, but then he's been back in the game since.
Can't do it.
Yeah, I agree.
It's just
infuriating.
It's just too damaging. So you got to be ready.
And borderline dangerous.
Yeah. So Bellinger has to play every game and every inning, and if he can't, you need to have a backup plan. And I'd rather see Miguel Amaya. I'm just going to throw it out there. Give me Miguel Amaya at first base in a pinch if need be.
Okay. They seem very hesitant to put Morel on the infield if it's not going to be at second base. Right? With the ground ball pitcher, they seem very hesitant to do that just like on the fly based on pregame work. I think that in the future, in spring training, in winter ball, whatever, I think that's in play. But it seems like they are very hesitant to do that in season.
So in Miguel Amaya's minor league career, he has indeed played some first base in 2016, 2017, 2018 at South Bend, a little bit in 2020 in the Panamanian League, and a little bit for Tennessee in 2021. Look at that. And 2023, couple games
You don't know
at
how to
first
play
base.
first base. Scott? That's right. It's not that hard, Scott. Tell him, Wash. It's incredibly hard.
There you go. Miguel Amaya, some minor league first base in his life and some major league first base if need be.
You know what we should be promoting every day this week for around this time on Thursday? Our annual visit with Tony Wise in studio with Dave Wanstead. It's going to be glorious.
I went to
put it in your calendar, set an alarm, Thursday, 4:00 hour.
Went to dinner last night with my sister and my brother-in-law, and my brother-in-law said, every time Dave Wanstead is on your show, I clear my schedule. Every single time.
Oh, wow.
Just
Very generous.
He loves Wani.
Who doesn't?
I just loves our vibe with Wani. And yes.
He's a glorious human.
Sometimes Wani wants to drink just because I'm here.
Yeah, it's a celebration. And on Thursday, the running backs coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars, Adam McKay.
Oh, yes.
You might know him from Step Brothers and Don't Look Up and Anchorman and all of those amazing things. But we know him as the running backs coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars.
God, what a season they had.
Yeah, I know. They need more help for Trevor Lawrence. So it's going to be a lot of pressure on that running back room this year. A little run pass balance, Travis Etienne bouncing back. He's got his work cut out for him.
I wonder if Travis will be there like he was last time we talked to him.
Yeah.
Here's Travis right here. Travis! He gave us so much about the Jaguars running back room.
Yeah. It's a really dumb bit, but we like it a lot. To pay off Tanny's work with MLB TV, but also because this sporting event fascinated me on a number of levels. What would you do if you were at a 23-0 baseball game in the fourth inning? Next on The Score.
If you love America's pastime, check out Matt Spiegel's podcast, The PBP Voices of Baseball, featuring former and current voices of
All right, well, Dave, I think that you're soft-pedaling the Chase Claypool situation a little bit. You said call Whitey.
Yes.
We did. Whitey.
Don't tell me. Do not tell me. Don't.
Whitey, what's the real story on Chase Claypool? What do real Yinzers think of Claypool?
I thought that he underachieved here in Pittsburgh. I think that the problem wasn't him. I think it's the offensive coordinator, the play calling. I think he's a talented guy. I haven't heard. I saw some things that people are saying that he was a distraction. I'd never heard anybody say anything about that before until he got traded. And I think he's very, very good. I think he's a tremendous athlete. I think he'll do well in Chicago because he played at Notre Dame. He'll have some hometown feeling. And the reason guys are making one-handed catches, Dave, is because the defensive backs are holding their other arm. That's the simple fact.
Whitey likes offense. I like this guy.
Whitey, are you drinking Iron City Mango or are you drinking Iron City Light? That's all I really want to know. I don't want to hear about what your opinion of a receiver is. I want to know what you're drinking.
You know what? I do have mango, but no Iron City Light.
I know you're mango. You're an Iron City guy, hardcore. I get it.
Whitey, did Chase Claypool? Did he try hard every play, every game, every quarter? Did he try hard all the time, Chase Claypool?
I would say no.
No, you don't have to say anything. Your hesitation answered the question, Whitey.
Said no.
Next question, Spigs. Next question. You guys are sick. I'll tell you what.
Dave Wannsted's friend. Whitey.
My feelings are hurt. You
Why?
would resort to Whitey's opinion over mine. I'll tell you what.
Not over. We like to get multiple sources. We need multiple Yinzers on the show, Dave. People want Whitey and Wani to be a show, which I think is
no, because I didn't like how he responded to that.
3-run homer for David Fletcher. It's 23-0. On an 0-2 pitch. It doesn't matter what pitcher, doesn't matter what pitch. The Angels are just not missing anything tonight. 23-0. Somebody stop the damn match!
23-0 in the 4th inning. Final score 25-1. Angels over the Rockies.
They scored 13 in the 3rd. 13.
It was just, it was 0-0 after 1, 2-0 after 2, 15-0 after 3, 23-0 after 4, 24-0 after 6,
24-0,
25-0 after the top of the 8th. But the Rockies, they just kept fighting, and they scored 1 run in the bottom of the 8th to lose 25-1. They get out hit 28-7, a common football score. They lost by 24 runs.
I didn't realize that the Rockies scored 1 run in the 8th.
1 run in the 8th.
That's adorable.
They kept trying, man. They kept trying.
I'm going to the box scores so I can see how they scored that 1 run. Like, who was bothering at that point?
Get him over, get him in.
Yeah, right. It'd be amazing if it was a sacrifice fly.
I know. If they manufactured a run. There's a single and a stolen base. Guy moves to 3rd on an error. I'll find out. It's too good. It's too good.
Yeah, let us know. But I'm seeing stats that the Nuggets overcame 4 leads all year of that margin. The Broncos did it twice. You know what I mean? In the last couple of years, it was just preposterous.
You sent a text to the group chat on a Saturday night.
I sent an out of town baseball text to the group chat on a Saturday night. Dude, I thought that my Scores app was broken. I had to go to a second Scores app for verification. 23-0 in the 4th inning of a Major League Baseball game.
Hey, props to Brenton Doyle of the Rockies, who hit a solo homer to make it 25-1 in the bottom of the 8th.
Typical millennial name, probably spelled Brenton.
Just close enough. Brenton. That's not a real name.
That's amazing. Brenton's just up there grinding. He's up there.
He's just swinging hard. At that point, good. I'm glad it's a home run. That makes more sense.
And thin air, Colorado. He's trying to get paid. Shows up on the stats at the end of the year as he hit a home run.
Selfish behavior. You need base runners at that point.
Need a bloop and a blast. And then
15 more.
How many more bloops and blasts? Let's see, that's 2 runs. You gotta get 12 more bloops and blasts after you first get a bloop and a blast.
It brought me back to the if I was there and the Cubs were getting no-hit or perfect game, I root for the no-hit or perfect game. If I'm a Rockies fan at that game on a Saturday night, you got to embrace the suck, right? You got to embrace the chaos. Turn it into a drinking game. You're not upset. You're potentially seeing history here.
That is an opportunity. That becomes an opportunity to go down and sit in better seats, as long as the ushers are cool. I got to admit, I used to love doing that. When people,
you don't have to sound pained to admit that. Everybody likes to upgrade their seats,
right? And it's especially if it's a blowout and people leave and it's a nice night or a nice day. Go ahead, get the hell out of here, and let me go up and sit in your seats.
Yeah, I think it'd be But would you leave early
if I'm a Rockies fan?
Yeah, I don't think I would. I think that actually entices me to stay. It becomes not a baseball game. It becomes a circus.
It depends if they quit. It's the badge of honor thing would kick in for a little while, but after a couple innings, maybe 3 innings of doing the badge of honor thing, depending on your company,
the 5th and 6th and 7th are scoreless. You're out of there for the 8th and 9th.
There's got to be a point where it becomes a stubbornness test with your group.
Yeah,
whoever you're with is I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say. Finally, somebody says it. Well, is it about time? Oh yes, thank God. Let's go.
Imagine you're in traffic, or you knew you were going to have to get to the game a little late, but you wanted to just enjoy a beautiful Denver night at the ballpark.
Yeah.
And you arrived in the bottom of the 3rd, and your team was down 15-0. And then you get a beer, and you're like, well, this is weird. We're down 15-0. And then by the time the beer arrives, it's the top of the fourth, and they pile on 8 runs. And you've been there for 6 minutes, spent $42, and they're down 23-0.
God, that must have done wonders for the run differential of the Angels.
Yes, I would imagine that 25-1 in a single baseball game would help.
They're plus 41 now, right there with Houston.
Plus 24 in one game would help.
Yeah, that would do it.
I just think weirdest sporting event you've been to. You know what I mean? It was just like that. That is not a real event. That is not a real game. I was trying to think of like slaughter rule or game called for some sort of reason. You know what I mean? Just like outlier, preposterous, absurd result where it felt like you weren't actually watching the thing that you paid to go watch.
Wife and I played hooky one time from work. We went to go see the Sox and Twins, 2009, May 21st. The Twins beat my Sox 20-1 that day.
There you go.
The final era of Bartolo Colon in a White Sox uniform, or Bartolo did not have it that day.
He just doesn't have it today,
did not have it, yeah. And I think it was Boy Scout or Girl Scout Day also in the club level, so it's like here's screeching children just randomly throughout the course of the game. That was a genuinely miserable experience that day at the ballpark.
Yeah, that's a tough one to go to.
To the ninth. Sox need 18 to tie. It's 18-0 Detroit.
Yes, that is what I'm talking about, and that's what Tanny was looking for in Rockies radio, and MLB TV let him down and wouldn't load the broadcast for him without having to watch 1,000 commercials.
So you were just going to like every half inning trying to see?
I was trying to go to the end of the fourth inning after transitioning to the bottom of the fourth. Did they give the score and the inning while sending it to break on Rockies radio? And then every time I would get there, they'd give the score and then just cut it off. And here comes, Jennifer Hudson again.
Yeah.
Here comes Shohei again.
It's just so good. Yeah, oh my God. I mean, but again, pitch clock. Rob Manfred's pitch clock helping in this situation.
Oh yeah. Now, how long was that game?
If you're thinking 23-0, you're thinking you're going to be there forever.
Yeah.
You only could be there so long.
2 hours and 53 minutes.
That's amazing.
Is that true?
Yeah.
2:53.
2:53.
Oh, that should be the commercial
for a game with 35 hits.
You saw a game with 35 hits and 26 runs get played in under 3 hours. That is legitimately amazing. I'm mad at myself for not thinking to look that up before now.
Oh,
that's incredible.
Folks, when the Cubs are losing big and Michael Fulmer goes out there and he just has to wear it,
Yeah.
he's that guy. Pour one out for the Colorado Rockies pitcher Noah Davis, who went 3 innings in that game when they were already down 14-0, and they were down 15-0. He gave up 9 runs, all earned on 11 hits in 3 innings. Just out there wearing it.
Yeah, man? Does everyone have to buy him a shot and a beer?
I don't
after the
know.
game? Like, hey, you're not going to pitch for a while again. You might be sent down to AAA. We're so sorry.
Better go learn Chinese, buddy.
Yeah, right. Just an absolutely ridiculous sporting event that I'm not sure I've ever seen anything. And yet, many texters saying that the Angels lost the series.
Mm-hmm.
So good job by the Rockies showing some resilience. That managers always say you got to flush it, right? Flush it, move on to the next one.
Yeah, that's tough to flush. But they did it.
But they did.
They did it.
But they won. They won 2 of 3.
I like the idea that should be the commercial for the pitch clock.
Yeah, me too. That is an absurd baseball game. Under 3 hours.
I'm starting. I don't know why it's happening. Maybe it's because I'm in tune with the broadcast these days a lot, and I feel the rush of the broadcast. I'm starting to go Team Tanny on the pitch clock a little bit.
Yeah, if that pitcher was able to step off the mound during that onslaught, maybe he still would be with the Rockies or have a chance at the big show
It's just, this is part of a broader conversation that I'd like to have with you at some point, Tanny.
Let's do it right now.
I mean,
in the next segment.
Batting average is okay, we'll do it next segment. I will do it next segment.
All right, let's have this broader baseball conversation on Parkins and Spiegel on the Score.
Take Parkins and Spiegel with you anywhere you go on the free Odyssey app.
I live to please you.
Afternoons, 2 to 6 on the Score. Can't listen on the radio?
That's the dumbest question I've ever.
talking about the Lee Ely event yesterday made me so happy. And then I've been in a big JFK like wormhole lately. I saw the movie over Christmas break. I saw Oliver Stone's documentary about it on Showtime the other day. And then it brought me back around to thinking about Les and something funny that he did during the virtual Scorehouse.
Les, what happened, unfortunately, to President Kennedy in 1963?
That was November 22nd, and we don't know if it was Lee Harvey Oswald or a whole big thing there, but he kind of got blown away. And I went to the schoolyard. I was in grade school, and I told everybody what had happened because I was watching Bozo's Circus. And then they said, "You're a liar." And I told the teachers, "Put on the radio, and if I'm not lying, then I get a whole week off without any kind of penalty." And they put it on. Sure enough, it had happened, and then we found out 5 minutes later that he was deceased.
Great story, Les.
Great story, Les.
Dude, I forgot about that. He kind of got blown away. what vivid imagery to discuss a generational defining moment. He kind of got blown away.
Les, what happened, unfortunately, to President Kennedy in 1963?
That was November 22nd, and we don't know if it was Lee Harvey Oswald or a whole big thing there, but he kind of got blown away.
Kind of got blown away.
Lee Harvey Oswald or a whole big thing there.
Yeah. And what
FBI.
a ridiculous question by Mitch. Remember Mitch hosting that Scorehouse? We're like, oh, we can't do Scorehouse because of a pandemic. Let's put all the on-air people on together, and we'll just pretend like we're at Scorehouse. But Mitch Rosen is the moderator, and then he would go around to each of us and ask questions. Oh, my God.
Do you remember Spiegs during the Scorehouse virtual reunion? Out on the balcony of that restaurant asking the waitresses to turn the music down?
Yes. Wasn't he? Yeah, he was on vacation, right?
Yeah, again.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Hey, I'm doing something very important here. I'm on a virtual Scorehouse on Twitch that none of us are getting paid for. I had way too much wine. That's by far the most inebriated I've ever been broadcasting. It wasn't over the air, right? That was just a Twitch thing?
Just Twitch, yeah.
Yeah, it was just Twitch. That's okay. It's not regulated by the FCC. He kind of got blown away there.
Afternoons on the Score.
I know a lot of players that want our game back, right?
All right, so what's the organic baseball conversation that we've teased? No, what's going on? You're anti-pitch clock now?
No, I have to admit, it's come up in conversation with different people. Remember I told you I made that baseball trip to Minnesota?
Yeah.
And we're sitting there with some dear friends who are big baseball fans. Every year, either they come to Chicago and go to usually Wrigley, or we'll go to Minnesota and go to Target Field. And we're sitting there like, so how do you feel about the pitch clock? Was just the honest question. I hadn't been asked in a long time. And I realized that that my answer was, as it was coming out, was like, it feels a little rushed. Games feel a little rushed. And some of it is thinking from the broadcast perspective, because, I've only been in there. I think I've only done 2 games this year of being close to it. But I've also talked to a lot of broadcasters doing the PBP. I'm talking to everybody, and I'm
Subscribe
realizing.
to that podcast, by the way.
Thank you very much. The PBP, good fun. Tom Hamilton, the guest this week. I wonder if he'll call me Matt or Max. There's only one way to find out when the episode comes out on Thursday. But I know that people feel a little bit rushed. As I watch games, I feel the broadcasters hustling through their stuff. Maybe it's a product in part of broadcast trying to do too much. Marquee tries to do a lot in squeezing stuff in. They have a lot of talented people. They have a big research staff. Sometimes I feel like broadcast and that one are hustling through the stuff, and it just it feels a little bit rushed. And when a pitcher is getting his ass handed to him, he doesn't have a chance to get off the mound and walk around and breathe deep. And don't pitchers deserve that too? Like, we've, and I know that it's been about creating a better balance for the hitters against the pitchers, but I find myself feeling a little bad for pitchers who are just freaking in chaos out there, or are getting emotionally, overwrought and don't have a chance to settle in. So that's some of it. And then I looked at the batting average, and around baseball, it is up. Overall, the league average is up 5 points.
Yeah, exactly. Minuscule.
It's minuscule. Doesn't feel like it's having a massive effect in that way.
Because it's not. Like, I love you, but I don't know that, like, the idea of the emotional, distraught nature of the occasional pitcher who's getting his head kicked in is nearly enough to go against 26 minutes per average off of game time of baseball games, right, and stolen bases being up. Hits
I love the stolen bases.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, the overall changes.
The new deal.
More balls are in play. It's all together, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're not just one thing.
I think it's just about the broadcast, really, for me. Like, I feel like the broadcast sometimes feel rushed, and I think
I think it sometimes is rushed.
And I think the league needs to adjust to that, and and teams and RSNs need to adjust to that.
Yeah, and there's a lot of sellable products, and you want to get as much in on your radio commercials and your TV commercials, and so sometimes you come back and it's like you come back and there's a pitch and all of that. And I'm with you, but it's an adjustment for the broadcast, it's an adjustment for the players, and maybe they'll add the equivalent of the hitter getting the timeout to step out of the box. Maybe they'll add it, that every 30 pitches or once or 3 times a game, like,
how about once an inning? Should a pitcher get a timeout once an inning?
That feels like too much. But I could see that. You got to strategize.
Mm-hmm.
You get 3 a game, and so you say
as a team.
Yeah, you say going in. All right, Stroman, you can use 1.
Yeah,
but please don't use 3.
That's pretty funny.
We gotta be sure we save 1 for the 9th.
Think about that though. Like, whenever relievers coming in is like, all right, don't use the timeout. We don't think you need the timeout.
You're not significant enough to use this timeout, sir.
But you'd have to do that. Even if you allowed 1 an inning, you make a pitching change in the middle of an inning, the new guy doesn't get one. Like, I wonder if they'll do that. And the other thing in terms of the broadcast that I'm noticing is when you come back from an inning, you're hustling to get to that first pitch and sometimes missing it. I wouldn't mind another 15 seconds when you come back from a broadcast before the pitch comes. Just
15 seconds times 18 comebacks is, so 4 would be a minute. So that's 4.5 minutes.
4.5 minutes.
Too many minutes. Like, you know, they're trying to dude, this is an incredible accomplishment as a television product. You might, like, you and I notice the broadcast stuff. I'm with you, but I'm talking about, like, game starts at 7, it's over by 10. Like, it's like hold it into a television window. Kids being able to go to the game and reasonably stay till the end of the game and you can make it to school on time. Not having the stands be 40% empty because people leave in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning of the game.
Having the reliability of how long it's going to be. No, I know.
So when you went with Ruben, I've only been to one game this year. It took my dad and my daughter. But if your kid wants a specialty item that's only available at one place in the ballpark, you're going to miss 2 or 3 innings. I don't know if you felt that.
Absolutely,
as a dad,
I did.
When your kid's not old enough to go get stuff on their own, you have to say, you know what, we're just going to miss a third of the game here.
Yeah,
going to get this.
No, it's true. When we went to the Sox game, and then he and I walked over to the Xfinity to the fun zone up there, the kids zone up top. It was like I definitely missed at least 3.5 innings. So there is that. I think it's probably they
got to be losing money, right?
Yeah,
concessions,
maybe
the beer sales. They extend those, right? Like I'm not sure how that works, but they have to be losing a little money.
Tanny, I've thought of you often, and when we had, as these feelings have kind of been percolating in me a little bit because you were grumpy at the very beginning of it. Yeah. You felt like it was too rushed. Do you feel that way when you watch a game now, or no?
I still have issues when you see the pitch clock directly in front of you on TV. I still fixate on that. I find it less of an issue on the national broadcast where it's there, but you don't have to look at it. But I still find myself, even ESPN has a very aesthetically pleasing ticker, so to speak, on their broadcast. It's the only thing I like about their broadcast, but it's very small in the corner, but you find yourself looking at it. I don't love that, but I think they could have just, done the shift thing, eliminate the shift, and they just start there and see what that does.
But it's all designed to work together, and we know that, and it is working together. It is absolutely accomplishing its goal. So many texters pointing out the pitcher's timeout is the mound visit, and that is, of course, true. So they have 6 a game that the catcher can come out, and sometimes if another infielder comes over, they'll try to sneak an extra little mound visit that. But sometimes they've been called out for those, and that counts against one of the mound visits.
I just haven't seen anything in the offensive numbers to suggest that the balance of power has been tilted too drastically away from the pitcher to the hitter. In fact, it's the opposite. The pitching is still dominating the hitting.
It is.
The velocity is just so unbelievable in the game, and there's so many specialty pitchers.
And the shapes of pitches are outrageous. I'm
pitching is incredible.
I'm sure it's not accomplishing as much as they had wanted to based on the data of the first half of the season.
So I don't think they're going to do anything to go back in any way towards the pitcher with like extra timeouts or the pitcher can not have a mound visit, but he can pace around for 10 extra seconds to cool himself down because it's only the second inning and you don't want to use him out. I can't see that happening. Now, if you want to make the argument, start of inning, add 10 seconds.
Add 10 seconds to the start of an inning.
To try to like let it breathe a little bit, but I'd be surprised if they did that too.
Yeah, I don't know that they would do any of this stuff.
Yeah,
I'm copping to an evolution of how it feels to me.
Well, no, and I think that is reasonable. And by the way, they might to me, what we talked about a ton was more than anything. I mean, the pitch clock was the thing I was most excited for, but I was just excited that they were trying stuff. That they were like, we're doing it.
Yeah,
it doesn't need to be collectively bargained. We tested it out. We think this is the best thing, but if we need to tweak it, we will. And that is how all leagues should operate.
And they may very well change some stuff based on a full season of data at the big league level.
Right. So maybe they so I think it's totally reasonable to say it, but I haven't noticed it enough to the point where I think that maybe broadcasters are going to just have to adjust and have a little bit fewer pieces of pre-production.
As a reminder, in the minor leagues right now at AAA, the first 4 days of the week are the automated balls and strike system in full. The last 3 days of the week are the automated balls and strike system with the challenges. So you get 3 challenges a game. So they're experimenting with that in AAA. And the thinking is that one of those could be tried as soon as next season in MLB.
You can't. We're not going to do one last thing today because we're going to transition with Gabe Ramirez and Alyssa Bergamini, which should be fun coming up a little less than an hour from now. Tanny's Open recaps the London series, and there was a picture that went viral in the world of sports over the weekend that has us wondering about if any Chicago organization could pull it off. It's Parkins and Spiegel on The Score.
Hey, Cubs fans, this is Cody Bellinger.
Line drive.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
If y'all ready, give me a hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
From jolly old England, Chicago Cubs baseball is on the air from London Stadium in London, England.
Nico Horner. Are you at all looking ahead to the London trip?
Hard not to.
Horner's in the second with a double.
Joe Davis, voice of Fox.
I'm giving my 4-year-old a really hard time about it. Like, dude, seriously? Your first trip to Europe is my first trip to Europe? Like, you got no idea. Go play catch with Mookie Betts again, dude. And then, like, complain that you don't have enough milk.
Pop fly. Right side, this should do it. Trey Mancini makes the grab, and the Cubs beat the Cardinals 9-1 in Game 1 of the London series.
Cubs third base coach, Willie Harris.
We went to the Westminster Abbey last night.
Did you know the Cubs, they must got a guy? Because their big event was a cocktail party at Westminster Abbey.
There's graves of people on the floor.
There's some bodies under that floor, brother. It's the little things that, you know, we do differently than they do here, like getting on the bus. You get on the bus on the left side of the bus as opposed to the right side of the bus. The steering wheel is on the right side of the bus instead of the left side of the bus. They drive on the opposite side of the road.
You know what the funniest thing about Europe is?
What?
It's the little differences. I mean, they got the same over there that they got here, but it's just there. It's a little different.
But it's just little stuff like that. I'm going to see if I can get my 2-year-old into the Churchill War Rooms, see if he's really down with that.
It's the best museum I've ever been to.
Hey, look, kids. There's Big Ben and there's Parliament.
Well, Nico, I don't know if you're like into history, World War II history, museums, but the Churchill War Rooms, the Churchill bunkers.
Okay.
Probably the second coolest museum I've ever been to.
Kids, Big Ben, Parliament.
Churchill bunkers.
All right, top recommendation, man.
I mean, you remind me of Churchill. You give great speeches. You're a great writer.
Really? The Churchill museums and the bunkers.
There's Big Ben, kids, Parliament.
Swing and a miss, and that'll do it. Cubs win the first game 9-1. Cardinals even it up at 7-5, and that made the ride home a lot shorter.
And we'll see you on the plane for a long time, actually.
Absolutely.
Anything to declare?
Yeah, don't go to England.
1, 2, 3. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go, Jack. Here we go, Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Thanks so much for hanging out, Parkins and Spiegel on The Score. We've talked a ton of baseball so far on the show today. The campaign Smash Burger to Derby to get Jake Berger into the Home Run Derby. The London series, optimism or cynicism for the Bulls ahead of Friday night and free agency beginning at 5 o'clock. Speegs will be on the air for it. I'm off that day, but if something happens, I will commandeer the show, I'm sure, for at least a couple of minutes to get these takes off. But
those takes are not going to get off by themselves.
They're not. They are absolutely not. But I saw a picture over the weekend that kind of, it didn't stun me, but I found it to be fascinating on a number of levels. And it's like you can read about it or you can think about it, but then when you see it, it's the old picture worth 1,000 words thing. Did you see Victor Wembanyama on Twitter or Instagram with the caption, "Couldn't ask for better role models"? And it's 5 people taking a picture. Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, David Robinson, Sean Elliott, and Victor Wembanyama, second from left between Sean Elliott and David Robinson.
That's an amazing picture. And I hadn't seen it until you hipped me to it before the show. But I immediately remembered, like, during the NBA draft, he was like, well, I remember at the end on the ESPN broadcast, they're like, well, what are you doing? Like, what are you excited about? Like, well, I got a big dinner in San Antonio. And I think it was Malika Andrews said, oh, you know, Greg Popovich, he's good at putting together a dinner. And this is the culture that they get to showcase to him.
So it's funny. So I missed that but through some reporting on this book that I've been working on, I've heard some stories about these pop dinners, and it's been written about, but they are still far and away, even though every NBA team now has an international player and they have international scouting departments, but the Spurs were at the cutting edge of this for forever. But Pop's big thing is he wants to make it as comfortable for the families to assimilate. So like their family outreach program is incredible, but then also because he's so curious and intellectual and cultural, like if they're bringing in, an Argentinian player, he will like study Argentinian wine because he's a complete wine enthusiast and buy the nicest bottles of wine for the dinner. Or if the Argentinian, if Manu is there and he's like going to welcome in the next guy, Thiago Splitter or Boris Diaw or whomever, and then he's hosting it, there will be like a wine exchange, Spanish wine for Argentinian wine, and like it's just like a whole big thing, and where they like learn about each other's cultures, and he has all of these little mechanisms to facilitate the learning.
What a beautiful culture to have built and to propagate and keep going. And that absolutely, in my opinion, will translate to the way that you play together as a team.
Yeah, it was so cool. And so I hadn't heard about that part, but so he's looking forward to this dinner. This dinner happens.
Yeah.
First thing, David Robinson is 7'1". He's 7'1".
And he's right next to Victor Wembanyama.
Doesn't Victor Wembanyama look like he is a full half head taller?
I was going to say 3/4 of a head.
Like that David Robinson.
And I'm glad he has his entire head, by the way.
He looks much taller than David Robinson.
He is. He is. Robinson looks like the knees are bent a little bit. Plus, he's old. Maybe he's shrinking.
Maybe
Just
he's shrinking.
a little. Or the back is arched. Wembanyama is a very healthy, spry, and lean 7'5".
Yeah, but like that part of it was shocking to me. Like Tim Duncan and David Robinson, best center of his generation, arguably. David Robinson, maybe second or third of his generation.
Yeah.
Tim Duncan, maybe the best power forward ever.
Yeah.
He towers over both of them.
Yeah, that's definitely true. The other thing is that it took me a minute to realize that that's Tim Duncan. I thought it was Latrell Sprewell or somebody who looked like that when they played, with the dreads in the back and the bandana.
And the $4 Hanes undershirt white tee.
I haven't seen Tim Duncan in a long time, and I'm sure that's by Tim Duncan's design.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't come out and put himself. He looks like he's living his best life, man. That dude looks chill.
He looks like he's on the Joakim Noah plan. Like the Joakim Noah's Instagram is just like me and my model wife on a boat, on an island, in the water. Sometimes all three in the water next to my boat on a dock near an island.
Yeah.
Like, it's just
like little margarita bet.
Margarita bet. I could take a margarita bet.
Oh, man.
Definitely do that.
He still owes me. He still owes me.
Oh, I forgot he owes you.
Yeah, I won that bet.
Yeah, it's never getting paid off.
No, I know. But once I get in front of him,
maybe it will.
I 100% will remind him.
That would be so cool.
Yeah.
You were at some function and there's Joakim Noah, and you tell him.
I understand why you would have forgotten about this NBA Finals bet from at the point that I maybe would see it would be 3 years ago. But you said we were going to bet a margarita.
Yeah.
And sir, the Boston Celtics lost.
But if you're Tim Duncan and you've had an unbelievable work ethic and your fundamentals were always just so incredibly on point, he's letting a few things go now.
Absolutely.
As he should.
But okay, so the picture is incredible for the basketball reasons and all that. But they all are connected through Pop. Like they have such love for the Spurs and such love for Pop.
Yeah.
That you got Manu to fly in international. You got Tim Duncan to leave his island. You got David Robinson and Sean Elliott to leave whatever they're doing.
Well, Sean Elliott is their analyst for their local broadcast.
He's local.
Right, he's local, but that also means that he's super tight with everything current. So what an incredible thing to have him, who was a great, great player and a delightful guy, as like a connector between the now and everything in the past.
But so beyond the humor of it and the coolness of it and all of that, I look at this picture and I see healthy organization. I look at that picture and I see 4 text messages from Pop to Sean Elliott, David Robinson, Manu Ginobili, and Tim Duncan. I need you here. I need you to tell this kid about the Spurs way. I need you here on his night so that he goes out with you guys and you guys can begin to plan the foundation. And they all immediately, at least how I envision it happening, of course, anything you need, anything for you, Pop, I'm there.
Yeah.
Right? And they're just all there.
And they know they're going to get great wine and a great dinner out of it and hang out with some people they really enjoy.
What Chicago organization, if any, is closest to being able to put something even remotely similar to this together?
It's a really interesting question. And because The Bears are in the process of just now welcoming people back into the fold, and it seems every 5 or 10 years there's like a chapter of that. I don't know why they don't. Well, now they are. Here we go.
Right. I could see Kevin Warren looking at that picture and seeing it being aspirational.
100%. And Ryan Poles too. Ryan Poles, because it started even before Kevin was here. So, I mean, so maybe the Bears could. At some point,
but it's
like
really
that.
hard in football to have that kind of longevity.
Yeah,
because I also see Pop's not pictured, but to me it feels like Pop is pictured.
Sure,
because are those guys all loyal to the Spurs or are they all loyal to Pop? It's tough to know and separate like where one stops and the other begins.
Well, you referenced the text message, and the wine is part of him, and the culture and the belief system is a big part of him. So that's very difficult. See, the Bulls blew their chance at this with the way that the Jordan era ended. I mean, it was so damaged and has lingered for a long, long time. Dwayne Wade was a kid reading those articles about how it went down and how Michael felt shoved out the door. And then Dwayne Wade educated a whole new generation of players about that, which is why I've always thought of him as a villain in terms of the Bulls on some level. And so they're still trying to claw their way out of that. You can't imagine the Bulls having anything like that. Michael's nowhere to be found.
No, I can't imagine the Bulls having anything like that. No way. I mean, it's way too dysfunctional. I could see Derrick Rose retiring with the Bulls and signing the one-day contract, and he is a revered player.
Joakim Noah is
an ambassador.
So you've got some of that, but that's as far back as they go because...
I mean, they got Kukoc as an ambassador.
Yeah, it's true.
You got Kukoc
and you got Weddington here doing the games and Purdue.
Stacey King doing games.
That's true.
But it's not...
These are all-timers.
That's right.
That's Hall of Famer with David and Tim. Is Manu a Hall of Famer?
He's got to be.
He should be because the Basketball Hall of Fame is not just NBA, so his international career counts in there.
And he might not be. Yeah, I mean, Pop's going in like next month.
Yeah.
So Pop isn't even in yet. No, he is not in the Hall of Fame, but he will be. Manu absolutely will be.
Think so?
Yeah.
A full on playoff legend.
Four-time NBA champion. Number retired by the Spurs. EuroLeague champion, EuroLeague MVP. FIBA MVP, multiple-time Olympic participant. Yeah, I think sixth man of the year. Yeah, I think he's going in.
The Blackhawks did a very good job of this kind of thing as they were building into the three Stanley Cup winning teams, like to the point that we ended up joking about it, like, oh, here's another statue, here's another ambassador, or whatever, and you're bringing people in. Now where they are is a very splintered and odd place with Taves gone and Kane gone and a whole new era starting, and everybody who had anything to do with this past era has pretty much been shunned out the door.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, everybody. Unless you own the team, you're gone. I think the answer is the Cubs, because we've heard about the incredible recruitment pitches that they have to free agents. Shohei took the meeting even though they weren't on the West Coast. Obviously, John Lester, even Yu Darvish talked about it in pretty incredible ways.
Sure. And who was in London? Fergie Jenkins was in London. Ryan Sandberg was in London.
Sutcliffe.
Rick Sutcliffe was there. And obviously then some celebrity fans and stuff. But they have a connectivity, and Billy Williams has been a part of things for a long time. You go to Cubs spring training in Mesa, and you see a different legend wearing a uniform each day that you're there.
And I could also see, because these guys are all relatively recent, right? These guys are all fairly relevant to Victor Wembanyama on some level.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he doesn't 100% know Sean Elliott, but he's got certainly a decent idea of the other guys.
Yeah.
I could easily see a world in which, when they're done, Bryant and Rizzo being
welcomed back in
the Cubs family
and wanting to, if they wanted to. I mean, Fowler Dexter Fowler jumped at the chance. Having played all around, he came back here to this spot.
Why am I blanking? Was it Tyone who said that Rizzo said
Rizzo
good
told
things?
him great things. You're absolutely right.
It was Tyone, right?
Yankees teammates last year.
Yeah. So even present day play, hey, if you get a chance to play for that team, you have to take it.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. So I just think the reputation of the Cubs seems to be so healthy among players.
Well, and there's still the connectivity between Theo and Jed, obviously, and Lester and Ross. Remember Lester helping Justin Steele out with a couple of conversations last year about how to attack as a lefty with a fastball and a slider, which is pretty damn cool.
Yeah.
So and Ross is obviously very much here. So the answer is probably the Cubs. But
the answer really, to me, feels like, man, there might not be very many teams in all of sports that like colleges, you could see it. Alumni golf be successful in the NFL, come back, Nick Saban's still at Alabama. He gets impressive people together, helps him out. But like even Tom Brady now owns the Raiders. It's not like he's helping Bill Belichick like spread Patriot culture. Andy Reid in Kansas City's been there a decade at this point, 11 years. There's too much turnover for coaches and GMs to have this type of continuity. You're talking about, I mean, David Robinson won it with Duncan in 99?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
24 years ago?
So, the White Sox do have serious connectivity with just about everybody. As I'm thinking through it, I mean, Frank has worked for the team. Things were, a little bumpy there for a while, but not anymore. Konerko has come back and had his day. Even Ozzie has come back and been re-embraced.
The White Sox can put together an impressive group of people in a room, like, if they wanted to. Like, but would Jim Thome, Paul Konerko, and Frank Thomas all get into a room to try to recruit, say they were spending money on Aaron Judge in free, like say they spent $300 million?
I think that answer is yeah, maybe. Yeah. But I mean, because they're all loyal to Jerry. They all love Jerry, even as they say things that like try to give you a little window. I forever will think of Konerko saying, hey guys, it's the golden rule. Like, he who owns the gold makes the rules.
Right.
But Konerko will still take a call. Thome will do anything that they want.
Yeah.
Like it's a really...
But they just don't play in the waters of signing the guys that's worth calling those guys to come back. Like, you're not calling Jim Thome and Paul Konerko to recruit Andrew Benintendi.
Right. But they've built a culture that's loyal more than it is winning. Yes. So the Spurs have built a culture that is both winning and loyal.
Yeah.
I'd rather do that one.
yeah.
Can we switch?
Is that fair to say? Whether it's loyal to a fault or whatever, sometimes you say that, but it's certainly loyal, and it's commendable that it's loyal. It's just not winning. It's loyal at the expense sometimes of winning.
Give me a team that's the most disloyal team in baseball. Like, every year they rechurn the roster. We need 40 new guys this year, but we just won the World Series. It's going to be tough, but we'll try it.
We're done with this GM. He had his shot. Let's move on.
Yeah, I'd rather be a fan of a team whose head coach like sleeps with his best player's wife or something like that, and they still win 95 games.
Okay.
Yeah.
100% cool with that.
I get it.
Not with infidelity, but with the idea that I would prefer that to what we currently have.
I understand. So if it was loyal and winning, that's great. If it's loyal and not winning, you're out.
Yeah.
And if it's winning and not loyal, you're good with that too.
100%.
Okay.
Yeah, seeing my team win games, go to get playoff series wins, 100%. That also feels like a very Danny Parkinsian take from me.
Parkinsian,
yeah.
Spigalian.
Is that fair to say?
Yeah. The goal is to win. Absolutely. This is professional sports.
Need a little luck, too. The Spurs have had their share of that.
They get the number one pick in good years. David Robinson, Tim Duncan, Victor Wembanyama.
And they're all phenomenal people. All of these top players that they have are some of the best people in the game.
It seems like it. How did that happen?
I don't know, man.
It's pretty good.
But part of it also is the by design. Teach them to play the Spurs way. Spurs culture. Are you buying into this? This is who we're recruiting. This is who we're signing.
So what other franchises in all of sports can rival this?
There's a little bit of it for the Lakers.
I was going to say Lakers and the Celtics.
Yeah.
Isn't there? But the Lakers is a really good call. Magic's been around forever and guided Kobe.
And he comes back.
Yes.
Like, you know what I mean? And Shaq talks about, Jerry West talking to him.
Absolutely.
And, you know what I mean?
Kareem.
Yeah, there is definitely
I think there's a lot of it for the Lakers.
Lakers greats have a connection like that.
But it's mixed with Hollywood and glitz and TNA.
Yeah. Absolutely. But there is definitely hey, you want to go be a star for the Lakers? We'll tell you how to be a star for the Lakers.
For sure. And there's a responsibility. You got to work hard, too. So it is winning.
Yeah. Cowboys?
Yeah.
They just haven't won in so long. You're right, though.
But I'm also talking about who could assemble that kind of room for their top pick.
Here's Staubach and Tony Dorsett. Absolutely.
Did you guys say Yankees when you're talking about Tyone and Rizzo? Because the Yankees are
the Yankees is,
I know you hate to say it, Speaks.
I know, I really do.
Do these other teams, because I've definitely heard the Lakers thing. We now have seen it, because it's also what you just said, Shane. I do think is an important distinction. It is their top pick. Like for the Lakers, it's let's get LeBron to choose LA. Let's get Shaq to choose LA. It's like a recruitment of LA. This is he was forced to go to San Antonio, and we just want to teach you. Because we have loyalty.
It's so crazy
to San Antonio and Greg Popovich.
Look at the luck of all those draft picks there together. It's crazy how it all aligned. We got lucky once with the draft pick and the Derrick Rose thing. They got lucky with Robinson. Actually, they tanked. No, they got lucky with Robinson, and then they tanked successfully for Duncan. But that's still luck because you're in the tank.
Oh, yeah, but and there's a lottery.
Yeah. And they got lucky with Wembanyama.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Unbelievable luck. And you'd rather be lucky than good. Right? The Colts get the number 1 pick when Peyton gets hurt. They get Andrew Luck.
I've always been told that you make your own luck.
Well, not when there is a literal lottery attached to the draft order.
Yeah.
Honestly, man, but I saw that picture. I was like, God, that must be crazy. You're in San Antonio, Texas, and you have 2.5 decades of championship pedigree that you can draw a straight line to, all still unbelievably loyal to your present day coach.
That's pretty amazing.
And you inherit the best prospect basketball has seen since LeBron James, and they all get on a plane 3.5 months before the NBA season even opens just to have dinner with the guy.
If the
hell?
It's just unbelievable to me.
How the hell do you get 4 Spurs across the country?
It's even more interesting than that. Put them on a plane.
I mean, probably the world. Manu,
Pittsburgh
Duncan?
Penguins. I wonder does Mario Lemieux and Sidney Crosby and Jaromir Jagr all hang out together?
I don't know, because the Texans are now just throwing in teams that have had a bunch of good players. But
this is a connective culture.
This is just, hey, we're loyal to the current coach.
Yeah.
We will do anything that the current coach wants because he's that good and that relevant and meant that much to us. And it's not the Lakers and LA and Hollywood and geography. It's not Miami and South Beach in the tax break. It's no. We're going to go to San Antonio in the summer to have dinner with Victor Wembanyama because Greg Popovich asked us to.
And in LA, Frank Vogel won a title and then got fired.
Right. It's that. So this feels singular to me.
It's definitely what Steve Kerr is trying to build and make happen in Golden State.
Yeah.
I'm fascinated by the fact that what they chose to do and choosing Draymond over Jordan Poole. In terms of the legacy and what you're trying to build and winning soon and all of that.
Yeah.
And they'll adjust with Chris Paul and they'll figure it out. But Steve Kerr, who comes from Popovich and Phil Jackson, is trying to build that kind of thing.
Yeah, I saw that picture, and after a few jokes about what Tim Duncan looked like and the height of Victor Wembanyama, it was just unbelievable sports jealousy. Hey, the Bears lost out on something to Aaron Rodgers again. Next on The Score.
The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the number 1 and most listened to.
However, when you live above the game does not exist. That's where I'm at.
It sounds like the woke mob might have to tune in to Hard Knocks to watch Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets. Apparently, they are bracing for an involuntary Hard Knocks assignment.
Man.
According to Mike Florio at Pro Football Talk. The NFL and Hard Knocks are zeroing in on the New York Jets, whether they like it or not.
I kind of love that the league can just force you to do it. It's like I don't like that the league is a dictatorship that's largely soulless and just kind of pushes people around. But for my own entertainment here, I like the idea of a team that doesn't want to be doing it who has to do it.
Yeah, it's awesome. And it's really dumb to not want to do it.
I think so, too. Like there are really, I mean, do we
but
know
it could have been the Bears. The Bears could have been forced.
Do you think the whole Jets organization really doesn't want it, or is it just the coach who doesn't feel like dealing with it?
I tend to believe that in these situations, it is normally coach and or ownership as like a professional courtesy to coach. You know, like it's all stems from NFL secrecy. Coaches tell their owners, we don't want extra cameras around here. Information is a currency and a premium.
Mm-hmm.
And so protect us at all costs from that sort of thing. So I think it's at a coach level or an ownership level, and sometimes both. Like with the Bears, it seems like it's an ownership thing.
Seems like it's very much George McCaskey doesn't want the family business exposed in any way to the glare.
Which is ridiculous because maybe there's an example that someone could point to, and I certainly have become way less of an avid Hard Knocks viewer the last 5 or 6 years, so a decent sample. But I can't remember the last Hard Knocks controversy that made an owner look bad. Make a coach look bad occasionally. Todd Haley and Hugh Jackson didn't look like they were speaking the same language. Players look bad, sure, that'll occasionally happen. But they don't really focus. I mean, it's NFL Films. It's owned by the league.
Yeah.
They don't really get into business to upset the 31 billionaires.
So are the Bears? I've always assumed that George knows that the family is odd, full of mercurial people, and some of their familial dysfunction or just uniqueness. There's no degrees of uniqueness. I'd like to apologize to Jay Billis for that.
I disagree.
Okay. Really?
Yeah, I think that I think that technically, grammatically, there are no degrees to uniqueness, but I think in terms of language as a method to communicate a point.
Wow. Folks, this has been bubbling up for a while.
I'm just saying, it bothers me. You can say, it's a pretty unique. It's kind of unique. That's not unique. I think that all of those things would be totally normal, and you would know what I mean.
That last one you said is binary. It's not unique. It is unique or it's not unique. That's what Billis would argue.
And I would say, that's kind of unique.
Yeah. You know what you could also say to Billis in this circumstance? Bite me. You know?
Right, yeah, right. Cool. Tweet a Lil Wayne lyric at 4 a.m. again when you don't have to go to work.
Is that what he does?
Every morning.
It's a great bit, right? He's so relatable and fun.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great bit in 2011, and now I'm like, are you just scheduling these tweets? Do you really have to go to work? It's not basketball season. Why are you doing this?
Does he still follow nobody on Twitter?
I think he only follows the account from that little girl who passed away from Michigan State.
Oh, wow.
That he did to promote her.
That's right.
Lacey.
No, he follows one guy, Nathan Hubbard, the CEO of We Are Firebird.
There's probably a reason for that. Listen, I love Billis. I'm just making fun of
I know.
the Lil Wayne thing and the degrees of uniqueness thing. But
anyway,
yeah.
I've always assumed that that's George McCaskey's fear, is some kind of familial, thing being exposed.
He doesn't want to be gift on a scooter. Like, he doesn't want to become gift fodder, scootering around the practice facility.
Right. Doesn't want NFL cameras going out to Sycamore to see him umpire a rec league game.
There's many things that I love about the Bernstein and Holmes show and Dan Bernstein's like weird quirks, but his impression of George whenever the scooter comes up and he goes, wee, I'm just scootering, wee. It makes me laugh every time. The guy makes me laugh and smile when I'm.
For the last several weeks, I've been faithfully responding to my hate mail.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, George is a good guy.
George seems like a good guy.
He was right out there on the Pride Parade again. Like he seems like a genuinely good human who's a fan of the Chicago Bears, who happens to own them.
Yes, and I do believe that he is the most normal and functional of them. You know what I mean?
Like they picked the right one.
That's the forward-facing one.
Yeah.
That's the front-facing quality McCaskey.
That'll happen.
Yeah.
But I am bummed for us from the content side that we did not get the Bears on Hard Knocks. But I gotta say, if I was running, if the rules were the rules of the game,
the rules of the game are
if you haven't been to the playoffs and you don't have a new coach, and you haven't been on the show in the last X number of years, you could be forced. And my 4 options to force a team, because we didn't have a volunteer, are the Commanders, the Saints, the Bears, and the Jets. If I'm a television executive,
you're choosing the Jets.
You're choosing the Jets.
Absolutely.
It's not even a question.
No, of course not. But next year, if the Bears don't make the playoffs, then they could be right there and get their hand forced. But I bet Kevin Warren would welcome that and also exert a level of comfortable control that would make it a positive thing.
It would be positive for the Bears if they got it, you're saying?
Well, I think he would convince George that, like, look, this is just what we have to do, and let's make this work.
I'm sure that his vision is at some point soon, we don't need this, we're going to do our own thing. We're going to have Bears TV, the YouTube series. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure that in-house productions are gonna come for them, but I saw that. I was like, oh, here we go. Jets are bracing for a forced Hard Knocks experience. I'm looking forward to it.
Me too.
Do you feel like the texters, to go back to our conversation from what Greg Popovich and the Spurs are able to do, get Sean Elliott, David Robinson, Manu Ginobili, and Tim Duncan in the room on draft night for a dinner with Victor Wembanyama to teach him about Spurs culture, present coach, 25-plus years of championship pedigree and connective tissue. Have any of them nailed someone said the Baltimore Ravens are the NFL version of the Spurs. Shula-era Dolphins, the old Red Wings. Any of these resonating with you as a close comp?
The Shula-era Dolphins one does. I mean, it obviously doesn't anymore. So we're talking, that's the problem.
So then it doesn't.
Right.
That's what I'm talking about.
Because the Shula-era Dolphins, it was about the early 70s perfect Dolphins hanging around and being a good influence, for the most part, on the Dan Marino Dolphins and the David Woodley Dolphins and stuff like that. But then it all ended and it went away. And that's just not a lot of years. That's not a lot of time horizon. I mean, you put it out there. It's it's the late 90s.
Duncan and Robinson won it together in 99.
Okay.
So obviously David Robinson and Sean Elliott go back further into the 90s than that. So they go back 30 years with the Spurs. But I'm talking about in terms of like winning titles together as those dudes in that photograph.
The Ravens one is interesting. I find myself wanting to think about that because John Harbaugh probably doesn't get enough credit for culture that he's built there. How about the Steelers? With Tomlin.
Well, they don't ever fire coaches.
They don't. So Cowher can come back, and that's warm.
Yeah, right. That the Steelers definitely have that type of thing. But so I was thinking about, like, if Caleb Williams was drafted to any team next year, and the owner said, we want to bring back our greats to teach this dude about the NFL.
Yeah.
Like, does Jerry Jones get Roger Staubach, Troy Aikman, and Tony Romo into a room? I think the answer is probably yes.
I think that answer is yes.
Do the Niners get Joe Montana and Steve Young into a room? I don't know. Like the Packers don't get Favre and Rodgers.
Yeah, I don't know. They certainly don't.
And I don't even think that the Patriots get Brady.
No,
like he's going back for a day to get
team.
honored, but he owns another team.
Yeah.
Like, and that's just one guy. This is, and again, it's got, to me, what sets it off is it's there's loyalty to the present day coach. Like to me, that feels like a college program.
Right.
That feels like the KU alums going back to Kansas for Bill Self to help him get a recruit.
Absolutely.
Alabama for Saban for a recruit.
Calipari, asking DeMarcus Cousins to talk to Bam Adebayo.
Yeah, and 6 other dudes.
Yes.
Because of course they'll all show up for late night or the Midnight Madness or you know what I mean, whatever the thing is for them.
Yeah, Dean Smith had that at North Carolina in spades, and that's obviously where
I think a ton of them do.
Yeah.
That's what I think what struck me about the picture is that it's like a college program in the pros with a coach that has that type of. I mean, Andy Reid's over a decade. Bill Belichick's longer than that.
Mm-hmm.
There aren't other coaches that have been there that long in any of these sports that you can really point to and say it. Because some organizations are healthier than others, but that is it is just an incredible thing to aspire to.
McNabb, it was different teams, but Andy Reid, it's about the person. Like, McNabb can come back and be with Andy Reid with Mahomes, or Mike Vick can come back and be with Andy Reid and Mahomes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and people will show up for Andy Reid. He absolutely, and now that he's been in Kansas City for a decade plus, he
got
will
that too.
He will have that for sure, but doesn't span 25 plus years. Gabe Ramirez and Alyssa Bergamini are going to join us for a little transition to the evening show. And we have a very particular question for Alyssa that I think should be interesting next on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
The Cubs, I felt like, they went over to London. They had a great experience.
But here's the thing, Danny. I thought your proclamation lacked style.
Thank you.
I thought it lacked panache
Yeah.
and pomp and circumstance, frankly.
I should have thrown a party.
You should have. One option I thought was like, you should have had a bell be like the town crier and wear like a robe, something like that to make a big deal. Like if I was doing a proclamation, there would be crumpets and there would be strumpets.
Oh no, what do you
And
have
there would
here?
be trumpets.
Oh my God!
Really,
Jesus Christ.
you gotta go all out, and you don't know how to do that sometimes.
No,
You're
I
not,
don't.
Right, guys? He's not big with like ceremony and like
love this.
and like props and
Oh
stuff.
my God, we didn't
Like
know
if
this
you're
was
gonna
coming.
proclaim, you ready?
God.
You can do it again
All
after
right,
this.
all right.
Ready?
Yeah, sure.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hear ye, hear ye. The Cubs are going to win the National League Central.
Hear ye?
Hear ye, hear ye.
Yeah, hear ye. Yeah.
Yeah,
not hear
Louis
ye.
Armstrong in here? What's going on?
That was actually really good.
That was very clean.
He's talented. He's a
That's-
talented musician.
That's how I would do a proclamation.
That's a proclamation.
That's what
That's
I'm
how you do it.
All Danny did was name the roster.
All he did was run down the teams, steal my thoughts, and speak them without the eloquence that I bring to the table, and then get all the takes and the likes and the reaction and the shine.
Afternoons on the Score.
We're hard-hitting journalists over here.
Oh, Gabe.
Gabe Ramirez and Alyssa Bergamini in after us. Two of the 4 stars of our NBA draft show last Thursday night.
You guys should have heard Grody, because you know Grody, he's always worried about what people think. And he's like, I couldn't tell if Danny and Matt were making fun of us or.
That's what I thought.
And I was like, no, they were genuinely like grateful for what we did in terms of entertainment. But he was all over it. So he still thinks that.
We even just though you looked me in my eye.
Do I need to send him a text?
And
Do I need to reassure him?
Even though you looked me in my eye and I believed you, he didn't care what I had to say.
I was cracking up on my drive home.
I told him it was what it was supposed to be.
We
yes, you guys got an
occasionally-
absurd assignment.
Yeah, that's the thing. We occasionally drag each other into like things we're like, is this insulting that we're laughing at people? But no, it's the assignment. We were laughing at the assignment and the thankless task. You know, because remember, it came up in context. I once had to do pregame for a Super Bowl, and then I was on the air during the Super Bowl, and then I was on the air for an hour after the Super Bowl. Same bowl.
Right.
And it's like, what the hell kind of job is this? So, but you guys didn't
That's
make the
why I
most of
called
it.
in Friday as I'm zooming onto 35th Street to exit to go to White Sox. I was laughing at you guys, laughing at us, because that was the vibe of the whole, for me and Grody at least.
Yeah.
We were having fun with it because with no draft picks, like you got to have fun somehow and
Yeah,
bring
you
some
do.
content some way. So that's what we were doing.
You crushed it. So, Alyssa,
Yes.
Shane has informed us
Mhm.
that you and your boyfriend
Mhm.
are going with Shane and a lady friend on a date, a double date coming up soon. Have you ever gone on a double date with Shane before?
No, I had to think about that one.
Okay.
No.
Good answer, regardless.
All right. So,
I'm not.
well, I assume the person going out with Shane doesn't assume this is his first ever date.
Double date.
Okay, yeah. So
Have you ever gone on a date with Danny? Have you ever gone on a date with Shane before?
no, but I
Okay.
mean, you know that Steph loves you. We would love to be double date partners.
I gotta find someone permanently first, though.
Yeah, oh, it's got to be permanent to bring her around
Is
a
that
wife.
the rule?
So, Alyssa, what do you
Yes.
what do you think? What are you anticipating for Shane? Like, give us the scouting report on
Okay,
Shane
well,
ahead of this date.
I'm excited. I'm excited to go to the Cubs game. I know some maybe you won't believe that, but I'm going to give Shane a compliment. I think he's got some game.
Uh-oh.
We're going to start with that.
Oh, wow.
Shane has game.
But
Kind of do, yeah.
She said
Okay,
butt. She
some-
said butt.
some things to maybe not talk about.
Okay.
Let's not talk about how many times you cut off your finger.
Okay.
I feel like that as a female, that's a little bit of an ick.
Okay.
We don't need that.
Are his fingers in general just kind of an ick? They go in weird directions.
Yeah.
No, but the
Let's
fact
not
that
talk about
he's
fingers.
cut off his own finger, is it 4 times? 3 times?
I'm at 4, yeah.
Yeah,
I
is
did
it-
tip
Oh,
of my
geez.
finger 4 times.
4
yeah.
times. So he's done it, and that feels a little psychotic, right?
A little bit. That
Okay.
would maybe be a red flag.
What else is on the list?
Especially if it's bloody.
Yeah, keep
Okay,
going.
let's limit the pre-gaming, like maybe some beers, no whiskey, bourbon.
Okay. Well, I'll
All
be
right.
here. It's a 7 o'clock game.
But
The
I
show
don't know
till
what
6,
you do
so.
back there. You maybe I know Thursdays you guys drink a little bit.
Is it when Wani's here?
I was gonna say,
it
it's
is
a
on
Thursday.
Thursday.
But Wani will be here at 3.
Oh, okay.
But
Well, see,
so I can start earlier?
that's what I'm saying.
The
You'll be
first
sober by
before
then.
3.
And I don't think you really do this, but ask her more questions. Don't talk too much about yourself.
Okay.
Oh,
Those are my 3
I bet he's good
keys.
at that. Shane's actually a pretty good
Yeah.
listener.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
And that's part of the game.
I also hate myself, so I don't really like
No,
to
well,
say
let's
anything.
don't say
What
that.
about
Don't be self-deprecating.
Shane, I think you guys need to worry about like the spatial communication. What is that lineup going to look like?
Like,
right?
where are we sitting?
Is like Shane's date going to be on the outside or the inside?
I love making new
to
friends,
be-
so if you want me to like
Yeah.
be a wing woman and
So it should be
I
like
could
her
sit
man,
next to
Alyssa,